Chapter 65. You are a good player, but I only want Leon. The bustling 1011 season has come to a close, with the commencement of the Italian Cup final. The major European leagues and cup competitions had already concluded, culminating in the Champions League final on May 28th. Thus, the conclusion of the Italian Cup on May 30th heralded the official arrival of the off-season. Leon bid a heartfelt farewell to both his teammates and the fans of AC Milan. As Allegri aptly stated, the memories shared among him, Milan, and the supporters were filled with joy and ease. The achievements of the domestic double champions were undoubtedly brilliant. In every match Leon participated in, he contributed to Milan's ultimate triumph. There was no need for excessive sentimentality. Even if tears were shed, they merely represented a fleeting interlude. As Leon said his goodbyes to his teammates, amidst the bittersweet emotions, he also forged invaluable friendships. As the plane ascended and departed from Milan, Leon quelled the tumultuous emotions within him and began contemplating his training regimen for the off-season. Initially, he intended to return home for a week or two of rest before seeking a training facility and professional training personnel in the provincial capital for specialized training. However, after his father inquired around the provincial city, the information he received gradually dissuaded him from his previous plans. Financially, he was well equipped. The current strength of the euro meant he could comfortably afford half a month's fees for the training ground and coaching in his home country. The primary challenge lay in securing an appropriate venue and qualified trainers. Leon's expectations were somewhat lofty. Fulfilling his criteria for facilities and personnel was virtually impossible in his provincial city. At this stage, he realized he would need to travel to the capital or to the training base near Modu under the guidance of Coach Su. Consequently, his original plan was rendered obsolete. During the week or two of rest at home, he would need to reassess where to arrange his specialized training. It was a daunting task. Rubbing his head in contemplation, Leon decided to momentarily abandon the thought. He closed his eyes and summoned the system panel in his mind. The reward points for the Serie A and Italian Cup victories had already been credited, totaling 700 points. Over the half-season, he accrued nearly 300 points from match victories in Serie A, while his participation in 2 Italian Cup matches yielded barely enough points to reach 300 when combined with the league's victory points. Fortunately, he had a surplus of approximately 350 points from previous endeavors, and with the additional points earned from his goals and assists, he was more than equipped to unlock a diamond-level talent fragment card. However, he had previously expended 200 points to unlock a gold-level talent fragment card using the ability value lock feature. If he were to employ this method again for the diamond-level card, his points would fall short. Fortunately, the previous night he had explored the marketplace and discovered the equipment recycling section. By selling off a broken powerful shin guard at a low price, Leon acquired an additional 20 points, finally amassing enough points for this card draw. At this moment, he directly accessed the talent card pool, expending 1,000 points to purchase a diamond-level talent fragment card. Gazing at his remaining balance of just over 200 points, Leon felt a pang of regret. After taking a deep breath, he promptly chose to lock in the physical ability value to activate this diamond-level talent fragment card. As his balance dwindled to nearly zero, the talent fragment card shimmered with an extraordinarily brilliant, almost translucent glow. Leon's heart raced, and as he focused intently, he nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. It was the Nedved 0203 season physical talent fragment, with a talent value of 98, maximum value 100, with the host's current physical value at 87. It came with an insightful experience. How a playmaker with defensive capabilities should judiciously allocate stamina on both offensive and defensive fronts. Leon opened his eyes, suppressing his excitement as he clenched his fists in restraint. The training issues that had previously troubled him seemed to dissolve in that moment, for he had made a decision. He would reduce his rest period from 2 weeks to a mere 10 days, after which he would fly directly to Spain. He intended to shamelessly ask Uncle Bird to assist him in finding the finest physical coach. Upon returning home, during the 10-day recuperation period, Leon refrained from any training other than his daily morning runs with the ball. His body received ample rest and self-recovery. Yet he found it challenging to relax mentally due to the frenzy surrounding his newfound fame. Just 10 days after arriving home, he had barely enjoyed a peaceful day before county officials arrived at his doorstep, accompanied by seemingly amiable leaders who greeted him with handshakes and praise, leaving him utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, a group of journalists arrived for interviews. This was manageable, as they were from his hometown's leadership and television station, and Leon cooperated without pretension. However, the following days of relentless journalists and onlookers became increasingly unbearable for him. On the fourth day of his supposed rest, Leon decided to drive back to his rural home, away from the county seat, with his parents. Yet, he barely found tranquility for 2 days before visitors from the town arrived again. In such circumstances, he found it truly difficult to recuperate mentally, leading him to forego visiting his old school in town, choosing instead to remain indoors for the entirety of 10 days before hastily heading to the city airport with his suitcase. Thus, when 5 teams of reporters methodically arrived in Leon's hometown, he was already at a hotel in Madrid, struggling to overcome the jet lag. Mourinho was surprised to see Leon arrive in Madrid so promptly, and after hearing Leon's request, he expressed his astonishment. "Are you certain you want to commence physical training from tomorrow? Have you not just concluded your season less than 2 weeks ago? Shouldn't you rest a bit longer?" "I have rested enough, boss. Do you have any good physical coaches you could recommend? Money is not an issue. I would like the specialized training to last around 20 days, and I will offer them a remuneration exceeding the market rate." "Are you sure you want the best physical coach?" "I am certain." After confirming Leon's specific requirements, Mourinho ultimately agreed to assist him in finding a fitness coach, albeit with a stipulation. Leon's additional training must be conducted under the condition of regular medical examinations. At that time, Mourinho would dispatch professional medical personnel to oversee the matter. Should the medical report prohibit Leon from engaging in high-intensity training, he would be compelled to cease and rest properly. Faced with Mourinho's demand, Leon readily acquiesced, dismissing the notion of a mere physical examination as trivial. Over the span of 20 days, he could utilize the system's complementary intermediate recovery potions at least twice. In addition to the 5 uses of the advanced recovery potion he had previously obtained without a time limit. This effectively allowed him a frequency of 1 recovery potion every 3 days. He was unconvinced that the fitness coach Mourinho procured could truly exhaust him under such circumstances. 2 days later, Leon found himself momentarily stunned as he watched a bald, middle-aged coach approach him, flanked by Mourinho and Zidane. "Hello, Leon. I hear you speak Italian, so I will communicate with you directly in Italian. You performed exceptionally well last season at Milan, and I must first congratulate you on your achievements in Italy." The not particularly tall, bald coach was quite loquacious, casually patting Leon's arm and showering him with compliments. "I've entrusted Zidane to bring you the best fitness coach, so don't come complaining to me later," Mourinho quipped, while Leon, who was shyly conversing with Zidane, felt a wave of trepidation and refrained from boasting. The bald gentleman before him was no ordinary individual. He was Pintus, renowned for his significant contributions to Real Madrid's consecutive Champions League victories. A formidable figure capable of incapacitating even the most resilient players in under half an hour, his caliber was beyond Leon's capacity for critique. Naturally, engaging such a well-respected professional came at a cost. Pintus typically only worked for clubs and was currently in the off-season. Without Zidane and Mourinho's influence, he would not have taken this job. After promptly paying a total of 80,000 euros for 20 days of training and accommodation, Leon wasted no time. That very afternoon, he commenced low-intensity warm-up training with Pintus at the rented training ground. This session felt like a complimentary offering. However, Pintus, within just 2 hours of moderate recovery training, demonstrated his expertise. Following the session, after a thorough therapeutic massage, Leon bid farewell to Pintus. They agreed upon the training schedule for the following morning, which would serve as a template for the next 20 days, encompassing 2 complete cycles of fitness training. Zidane offered Leon a particularly earnest reminder as they parted in the afternoon, advising him to mentally prepare himself, which Leon took to heart. Yet, on the morning of June 14th, during Pintus's inaugural fitness training session, Leon persevered for 38 minutes before succumbing to a bout of nausea that was nothing short of eye-watering. Pintus, both amused and satisfied, patted Leon's back repeatedly, signaling him to take a moment to recover. Leon, rarely one to blush, felt his cheeks flush for the first time. He had been utterly exhausted in less than 40 minutes of training, to the point of nearly vomiting. To him, this was undeniably embarrassing. While it is often jested that in later years, my dear forward could hardly endure half an hour under Pintus' regime, at least he never succumbed to such a fate. What could be said of Leon's situation? If fans were to learn of this incident, they would surely concoct numerous tales to mock him. I merely aimed to gauge the player's limits during the inaugural training session. The fact that you managed to endure close to 40 minutes before feeling ill is, in truth, commendable, Pintus reassured him with a chuckle, noticing Leon's lingering embarrassment. Initially skeptical, Leon believed Pintus was merely offering empty consolation. However, as the subsequent training sessions unfolded, he genuinely perceived a reduction in the intensity of the drills. Of course, this was only in comparison to the grueling half-hour of initial training, yet it still exceeded the intensity of physical training he had previously experienced. By the time midday arrived for a meal break, Leon found himself so drained that he lacked an appetite, only desiring to hydrate. Nonetheless, under Pintus' stern insistence, he persevered and finished his prescribed lunch. After a brief rest until 3 in the afternoon, the second training session commenced, and Pintus once again escalated the intensity to that of a devilish regimen, precisely lasting 40 minutes. As the training concluded, Leon felt his legs and arms trembling slightly. Fortunately, although he felt nauseous, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit. The first day of training had not yet reached its conclusion, and Leon felt as if he were a mere guinea pig subjected to Pintus' relentless drills. Yet Pintus was quite pleased with Leon's performance. "Your physical potential is remarkable," he stated. "It seems you did not reach complete exhaustion after surpassing your limits. Rather, you gradually acclimated to the new training intensity. Such occurrences are rare. Perhaps you share a similar physique to the young Nedved, who later became a celebrated stalwart in football. I believe you possess that potential as well." While assisting Leon with therapeutic massage, Pintus grew enthusiastic, fervently encouraging him to fully commit to the upcoming 20 days of training and not to falter midway. At that moment, Leon felt utterly disinclined to speak, though internally he couldn't help but remark, "I possess the same physical gifts that Nedved exhibited in his prime." Is it not reasonable to draw parallels? As Pintus nearly lulled him to sleep with the massage, Leon felt a firm slap on his shoulder. "After completing your ice bath, you must eat a post-training meal. No sleeping is permitted just yet. Hurry, let's proceed to the ice bath." With a somewhat clearer mind, Leon grumbled as he rose and followed Pintus toward the bathroom. The training facility's large bathing area, which Leon had rented, had been simply modified by Pintus. In the bathing area, 2 large wooden tubs had been set up, one filled with a mixture of ice water and the other with cold water. At the request of Pintus, another staff member hired by Leon has finished testing the water temperature and nodded to both of them. Starting with a cold shower, Leon, feeling significantly invigorated, was soon encouraged by Pintus to plunge into the slightly smaller wooden barrel filled with a frigid mixture of ice water. As anticipated, a piercing scream erupted from Leon's lips the moment he submerged. As he trembled, attempting to rise from the icy depths, Pintus forcefully pushed him back down. 20 seconds. Hold on. Just as Leon instinctively began to struggle, a realization struck him, compelling him to endure the icy water, which he guessed was only about 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. When the 20 seconds elapsed, Pintus signaled for Leon to immerse himself in another barrel, this one containing merely cold water. Although the temperature was still below 15 degrees, it felt considerably warmer to Leon. This time, however, he was to remain submerged for a longer duration. This will expedite your metabolism and facilitate the reduction of swelling in your congested joints. How are you feeling now? Leon forced a smile and nodded at Pintus, who noted that he had been too fatigued to speak earlier and was now rendered mute by the cold. After finally concluding his ice bath, Leon reluctantly consumed a substantial post-workout meal around 6 in the evening, all while Pintus reminded him not to oversleep the next day. Originally, Leon had planned to practice a few long passes after his conditioning workout, but now he thought it best to rest. He simply could not muster any more strength or energy, reflecting on his earlier confidence that the conditioning coach would not wear him down. He could only shake his head in resignation. Despite appearing busy throughout the morning and afternoon, the total training time amounted to only about 80 minutes, with Pintus dedicating most of the time to warm-ups and post-training recovery. Yet, in those brief 80 minutes, he felt utterly drained. The thought of Pintus's training regimen, which included 2 hours of training each day in the subsequent phase, made Leon's limbs tremble instinctively. After 8 o'clock that evening, Leon succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. When the alarm rang at 8:30 the next morning, he struggled to rise from bed, still feeling somewhat heavy. Without hesitation, he took an intermediate recovery potion, and once he felt around 80 to 90% restored, his mind began to clear. After washing up and hastily finishing breakfast, Leon arrived at the training ground punctually before 9:30. Good morning, Leon. You seem to be in remarkably good spirits. Do you feel any discomfort? A bit fatigued. But it's no problem. Let us commence today's training, sir. Leon's seemingly untroubled demeanor piqued Pintucci's curiosity, and his enthusiasm for the training intensified. After a grueling morning of training, Leon, once again trembling, devoured his meal with vigor. Today, he refrained from vomiting and did not feel as nauseous as he had the previous day, a significant improvement. Following the afternoon training, he endured another 2 hours of therapeutic ice baths. After bidding farewell to Pintucci post-dinner, Leon returned home in a state of mental fatigue. As the clock struck 8, he dutifully retired to bed. On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days, as the physical training progressed smoothly, Pintucci's enthusiasm soared, and his demands on Leon became increasingly stringent. Under Pintucci's rigorous regimen, Leon sensed incremental improvements in his physical capabilities, and his resolve to persevere through this rare, supplemental training grew ever stronger. During the first 10 days of training, he utilized 1 intermediate and 2 advanced physical recovery potions. However, each time he restored his stamina to around 80 or 90%. Pintucci would subject him to even more intense training, leaving him exhausted on the training ground. As they entered the second cycle of training, the intensity was slightly elevated. Yet, during the initial 5 days of this stage, Leon only resorted to 1 advanced recovery potion, opting instead to push through in search of a breakthrough. His stamina values had already surpassed 89, tantalizingly close to the critical threshold of 90. Thus, he resolved to push his limits as far as he could without injuring himself. Pintucci seemed to sense that Leon was nearing a threshold of physical enhancement and adjusted the training methods accordingly. In this revised regimen of frequent, short bursts of extreme training, Leon was indeed pushed to his limits on several occasions. However, spurred on by Pintucci's urgent encouragement, he ultimately persevered. On the evening of July 2nd, the 18th day of specialized physical training, Leon finally succeeded in breaking through his stamina data to reach a value of 90. The moment the system's notification chimed, he collapsed onto the grass, instinctively bursting into laughter. Reflecting on the arduous training of the past 20 days and the countless times he had pushed his limits, he recalled the pain and what could only be described as torment. Having endured it all, he had finally achieved his goal. It was worth it, Leon murmured, only to suddenly remember, amidst Pintucci's booming voice, that today's training seemed not yet complete. Quickly rising to apologize, he resumed the next set of exercises. At that moment, he truly experienced a blend of pain and joy. No matter how tired he was, he felt invigorated. Pintucci, observing Leon's determination, began to question the intensity of his training regimen. Fortunately, by the end, Leon appeared utterly spent, dispelling any doubts Pintucci had about the training's intensity. The final 2 days concluded smoothly after Leon consumed another intermediate recovery potion. As Pintucci blew the whistle to signal the end of the 20-day physical training, tears nearly streamed down Leon's face. He embraced Pintucci, overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion. Though his physical attributes have only improved by a mere 3 points, one must recognize the significance of surpassing the 90 threshold, which has barred many so-called elite players. This marks a qualitative enhancement. Crossing the 90 barrier will usher in a period of rapid growth in his physical capabilities. With diligent effort and commitment to training, he believes that by the end of the next season, his physical statistics could reach the pinnacle of 93 or even 94, placing him among the elite in football. In his next specialized training session, he aims to break through the 95 capability barrier. Thus, Leon is genuinely grateful to Pintucci. Without the stringent expectations set by this bold mentor, such a remarkable physical breakthrough within 20 days would have been utterly unattainable. Moreover, it is likely that next year, he will again seek this esteemed figure's guidance to conquer new physical milestones, thereby fostering a good rapport that would facilitate future requests. After enthusiastically praising Pintucci and treating him to a lavish meal at a nearby hotel, Leon bid a warm farewell, embracing Pintucci. Naturally, he also saved Pintucci's phone number in his contacts. That evening, Mourinho, who had been remotely monitoring Leang's additional training, felt a wave of relief upon receiving a call from Pintucci. The effectiveness of the extra training was affirmed, but Mourinho's primary concern remained Leang's physical well-being. His recovery capacity is remarkable. Were it otherwise, I would not have devised such rigorous training regimens. Rest assured, I am diligently overseeing his rehabilitation. And after a few days of rest, he will undoubtedly return to his vibrant self. That is reassuring, Antonio. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Regarding the matter I proposed to you last time, I need to return to Italy to discuss it with my family. I shall respond before your training camp begins, Jose. Very well, I will await your response. Following his conversation with Pintus, Mourinho was in high spirits. He intended to call Lyon to inquire about his training experiences. Yet an unexpected incoming call disrupted his cheerful demeanor, extinguishing his smile. After a brief pause, Mourinho cleared his throat and answered the call. Mr. Mustafa, is there truly no room for negotiation on this matter? Do you still adhere to your stance from a week ago? It seems so steadfast that you have not even bothered to call my son. Listening to the increasingly agitated tone from the other end of the line, Mourinho furrowed his brow and interjected. I believe I articulated my position quite clearly during our meeting a week ago. I had thoroughly contemplated the situation then. So reiterating that dialogue holds little significance for either of us. And what does that mean? Is my call now devoid of purpose? While it pains me to respond in this manner, I must affirm that it is indeed so. You may either accept my proposal or pursue an alternative path. The club will impose no restrictions. After delivering this statement, Mourinho remained poised, awaiting the decision that the other party might render. However, after a brief and tumultuous discussion, a voice tinged with grievance and indignation echoed through Mourinho's phone. Boss, is my position within the team truly limited to this? I accepted my role as a substitute at the beginning of the season, and when it came time for Kaká to take my place, I bore it without complaint. I have achieved the title of the La Liga assist leader this season. The fans have shown me no discontent. Why, then, must you stubbornly continue to deny me a starting position next season? Is a midfielder who can merely defend truly more vital than I am? The young man's venting concluded, leaving Mourinho's expression cold and unforgiving. He could tolerate players discussing their starting positions with him. He was open to sharing his strategies, arrangements, and thoughts. However, he could not accept such a confrontational manner of communication, particularly one that belittled another player he held in high regard. After taking a deep breath, Mourinho resolved to terminate this futile conversation. His demeanor hardened, and his tone grew frostier. Mesut, you are undoubtedly a good player, and I regret having this conversation under such circumstances, but you must comprehend one thing. Lyon's loan last year was a decision he made himself. For me, he is the more suitable starting choice, and that has been the case since then. It is not you who has displaced him with your so-called performances, but rather his own request, which I fulfilled, nothing more. To all coaches, you are a commendable player, and my evaluation of you remains unchanged. However, at this moment, I only want Lyon. Silence fell on the other end of the line, followed by heavy breathing, and it seemed the caller hung up forcefully. Mourinho listened to the busy tone emanating from the receiver, shaking his head as he placed the phone back on the desk. He did not attempt to call Lyon again. For the following morning, he personally visited Lyon's residence. Photos of the two sharing laughter over lunch in the city soon spread throughout Spain, delighting Real Madrid fans. They were thrilled to see Lyon, who had exceeded their expectations during his time in Milan, returning smoothly this summer, further strengthening Madrid's midfield. However, certain individuals, already in a foul mood, could not tolerate such news. Faced with the two paths presented by Mourinho, they were unwilling to accept a role as a substitute, leaving only the option of departure. On July 6th, as Real Madrid's preseason training was set to commence, news from Paris sent shockwaves through both Ligue 1 and much of La Liga. A certain attacking midfielder, who had performed exceptionally well for Real Madrid and claimed the title of La Liga assist leader, was rumored to be transferring to Paris Saint-Germain. Photos of his father and agent meeting with PSG's current president, Nasser, had circulated widely throughout Paris. In response, Real Madrid's public relations team swiftly launched a series of statements, categorically denying the rumors and asserting that this player was not for sale. On July 7th, reporters from Paris revealed that the agent of a certain attacking midfielder had successfully negotiated a contract with Paris Saint-Germain, awaiting only Real Madrid's consent to release the player. Many Real Madrid fans, initially brimming with confidence that their player would not be lured away by PSG, began to feel uneasy upon hearing the news. The following morning, July 8th, Real Madrid reiterated through their official Twitter account that the midfielder was not for sale and remained a key part of their future plans. This reassurance calmed most fans, who subsequently directed their ire towards the sports journalists making unfounded claims in Paris. However, On the morning of July 9th, a shocking development occurred, as a photograph of the player at PSG surfaced in the French media. By noon, Le Parisien exclusively reported that Real Madrid had reached an agreement with Paris Saint-Germain regarding the transfer of the coveted midfielder, with an official announcement imminent. The fans were left in disbelief, and before they could muster any protests, Real Madrid and PSG jointly released the official announcement at 1 p.m. In a subsequent exclusive report, Le Parisien revealed the staggering transfer fee, 40 million. In the brief span of just 4 days, from July 6th to July 9th, PSG and Real Madrid finalized all the details of the transfer, which included communication between the player and both clubs. For a transfer valued at approximately 40 million, the speed with which this deal was concluded was nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, the newly established Middle Eastern ownership at PSG utilized their substantial financial resources, leaving countless League One fans exclaiming in disbelief. The price of 40 million for a 22-year-old midfielder who had only played for Real Madrid for a year left the French media hesitant to declare whether PSG had struck a profitable deal. Conversely, Spanish outlets expressed admiration for Real Madrid's financial acumen. After all, according to transfer data reported last summer, Real Madrid had acquired the midfielder for only 15 to 18 million. Now, after just 1 year, they sold him for 40 million, yielding a net profit of at least 17 million even after deducting the player's salary. This was an undeniably lucrative transaction. As the protests and discontent among Real Madrid fans grew, Jose Mourinho commenced summer training early, accompanied by Leon and several outstanding young players promoted from the Castilla B team. On the morning of July 11th, the first-team players arrived at the Valdebebas training complex before 9 a.m., reviving the once-quiet facility after a month of dormancy. Amidst the envious gazes of Morata and G's, Leon, only slightly younger, energetically greeted the rest of the Real Madrid squad. "Oh, little lion, I've missed you so much. Ever since you left. I haven't had a chance to make those exhilarating forward runs," Marcelo exclaimed with a grin, rushing over to greet Leon as he exited the medical examination. "Take it easy, my friend. How much weight have you gained this summer? Aren't you afraid the coach will make you run laps?" Leon exclaimed as he caught Marcelo in a warm embrace. Those soon gestured for him to ease off. Ramos was the second to enter the training ground, and upon seeing Leon, a knowing smile graced his face. "Little lion. Long time no see." "Ah, hello, Sergio." After exchanging high-fives and hugs, Pepe, Cristiano, and new recruit Cointreau, who had recently transferred from Benfica, joined the cheerful gathering. Leon's greetings became increasingly animated. "Master Pepe, you seem to have grown younger. Cristiano, your tan is so even. You look quite dashing. Angel Di Maria, how was your vacation? You played brilliantly last season." "Teacher." Finally, when he reached Longo, Leon dispensed with pleasantries, as their frequent phone conversations had fostered a sense of familiarity. "You performed excellently in Milan last season. Did you achieve much?" Alonso inquired with a smile after their embrace. "I feel all right, but it still doesn't compare to playing alongside you," Leon replied. "You rascal." Alonso playfully slapped Leon's shoulder, noticing the noticeable increase in his muscular build since 6 months prior. Nodding in satisfaction, the anticipated feeling of distance that some expected upon their reunion quickly dissipated amidst Leon's enthusiastic compliments. Once all players completed their medical examinations, Mourinho led the team aboard the club's bus to the airport. Real Madrid was set to commence their preseason training. The itinerary mirrored last year's, a trip to the United States, followed by 2 friendly matches in Europe, and finally a visit to Leon's homeland, China. From a preparation standpoint, the trips to the U.S. and China seemed unnecessary, and Mourinho likely harbored similar sentiments. However, from a commercial promotion perspective, these excursions were crucial for Real Madrid. Balancing preseason preparations with the club's promotional endeavors required Mourinho's utmost efforts in communication and negotiation. For the players, the journey to the U.S., followed by a trip to China, proved to be a delightful experience. While not quite a subsidized vacation, they could explore and immerse themselves in the unique cultures of these 2 countries during breaks from training and friendly matches. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Real Madrid checked into the same hotel as last summer's training camp, and even the training facilities remained unchanged. Leon returned to familiar grounds. Yet his feelings had significantly transformed compared to the previous year. Back then, he was eager to escape, and despite Nacho's encouragement, he contemplated leaving Real Madrid entirely. Little did he anticipate that a season later, he would be earmarked by Mourinho as one of the starting midfielders for the upcoming season. Regrettably, this year Nacho was unable to participate in the summer training with the first team. Otherwise, I would have been eager to see his expression. With a somewhat mischievous imagination, Leon found himself increasingly looking forward to the upcoming La Liga and Champions League seasons. On the afternoon of July 12th, Real Madrid commenced their first official training session of the summer. Those who had failed to meet the fitness standards, such as Mapong and Guofeng, were sadly relegated to running laps. Meanwhile, the other Real Madrid players, who were engaged in restorative training, were taken aback by Leon's relaxed demeanor as he completed his workout. "Don't tell me you maintain the same training regimen during the off-season?" A skeptical Di Maria directly inquired of Leon, who simply smiled in silence, providing his answer without words. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, a fervent advocate of extra training, was left speechless. No matter how disciplined one might be, it was implausible to sustain a training intensity akin to that of competitive matches during the off-season. Even if Leon had only trained for a little over 10 days, he was undeniably a formidable individual. After enduring an entire season of competition without taking a full month's rest, yet still possessing the energy and stamina to engage in additional training, who could deny that he was extraordinary? With such a paragon of self-discipline present, the training atmosphere within Real Madrid began to elevate. The two newly arrived midfielders, Altintop and Nuri Sahin, also temporarily set aside their ambitions to vie for playing time against Leon. Considering their training performance, there was a noticeable gap between them and Leon, who had already prepared his physical condition through prior training. According to Mourinho's perspective, Leon and Alonso's primary midfield positions were unlikely to undergo any changes. Competing for a starting spot against a player favored by the coach, who also boasted superior defensive skills compared to them, posed a significant challenge. With this in mind, the two subconsciously began to scrutinize the performance of their teammate, Khedira. Observing this, Khedira felt a surge of pressure and promptly intensified his defensive efforts during training. The initial 5 days of summer training flew by, and on July 17th, Real Madrid finally faced the LA Galaxy in the first round of their preseason matches. Leon, after a hiatus of over 6 months, once again stepped onto the field as a representative of Real Madrid. This time, he was more confident and composed, having made thorough preparations. Initially hesitant to say anything, he ultimately decided it would not be wise to bury his head in the sand. Instead, he stood firm to accept the reprimand and acknowledge his mistakes. There was no point in defending himself. Failing to deliver on time was indeed a grave oversight. He sincerely apologized to all the esteemed figures involved, and after finishing his meal, he resolved to focus on writing, starting with the chapter for the following morning. He extended his apologies once more to all the readers and vowed to restore his reputation with forthcoming updates, hoping for their understanding and oversight. This chapter concludes. Chapter 66. If I were to wipe Kakis behind, how should the opponents respond? From July 17th to July 24th, Real Madrid played 3 friendly matches in the United States. Among these were a resounding 4-0 victory over the LA Galaxy and a staggering 5-0 rout of Guadalajara, alongside a more subdued 2-0 triumph over Philadelphia Union. Characterized by a stable defensive counterattack, Mourinho has meticulously practiced both the tactics of attacking from the flanks and rapid counterattacks. The prominent offensive and defensive stars within the team have exhibited commendable performances, following Mourinho's temporary validation that even with the departure of a certain attacking midfielder, Real Madrid can still maintain a robust and stable offensive output. The fans have finally settled down. Moreover, Leon's latest preseason journey with Real Madrid has garnered unanimous acclaim from pro-Real Madrid media. Initially, veteran journalists from these outlets expressed concerns that Leon, accustomed to aggressive forward runs, might neglect the necessary defensive duties in the midfield and backline. However, Leon swiftly allayed their fears with his consistent defensive contributions and proactive attitude towards retreating. Without requiring extensive guidance from Mourinho, Leon was already well aware of his primary tactical responsibilities upon returning to Real Madrid. After all, last season's Milan lacked offensive options up front, prompting Allegri to devise a midfield strategy centered on late runs into the attack. In contrast, Real Madrid has never been short on firepower. In both the previous and the season before that, they outperformed Barcelona in terms of offensive output, boasting the highest average goals per match in La Liga. The only shortcoming was a slightly higher number of conceded goals, leading to some unnecessary dropped points. Otherwise, they might have toppled Barcelona's dominance in La Liga during the past 2 seasons. Thus, upon returning to Madrid before the season commenced, Leon was acutely aware of the situation. Regardless of how the external media praised his rapid development or suggested that he possessed untapped offensive potential, he dismissed such notions as mere nonsense. He understood clearly that his earning of Mourinho's trust and favor was fundamentally rooted in his defensive prowess. His current lucid self-awareness and outstanding performance have also greatly pleased Mourinho. 3 friendly matches, 3 starting appearances. This serves as a reassurance from Mourinho, signaling to the external media. No matter how the midfield combinations are arranged for the new season, he and Alonso are assured of their starting positions. Meanwhile, Las Diera, Sahin, Altintop, and Granero will be left to vie for limited playing opportunities. At least at the conclusion of the training camp in the United States, this was Mourinho's perspective. However, just as the seasoned coach was ready to further refine the robust midfield trio, disaster struck when Leon's unfortunate teammate suffered an injury merely 2 days after returning to Spain. Notably, it was not due to a collision with another Real Madrid player. Rather, he injured himself while forcefully attempting a forward shot in training, resulting in a strained groin. Leon found it difficult to articulate the fragility of his teammate's physique. Despite his imposing stature, he frequently finds himself sidelined by injuries. Previously, Leon had read reports indicating that Khedira, during his tenure with Stuttgart, had a record of only 24 starting appearances in a single season. At that time, he was somewhat skeptical. After all, just because players are fragile at Real Madrid, it does not necessarily imply that his teammate was equally fragile during his younger days at Stuttgart, right? Now, Leon is thoroughly convinced. Mourinho, too, is on the verge of exasperation. Such injury woes would be overwhelming for any coach. One of the key midfielders for the new season has succumbed even before the league has officially commenced. Who will he turn to as a replacement? Sahin, who overlaps with Alonso's position, the insufficiently skilled Altintop, or perhaps the now waning Granero. It seems I have overlooked another midfielder. As Mourinho found himself in a state of agitation, he glanced through the office window and spotted 2 figures still diligently training on the pitch. On the afternoon of July 27th, during a friendly match against Bundesliga newcomers Hertha Berlin, Mourinho initially employed a midfield combination of Alonso, Leon, and Granero. However, Granero lasted only a half before being substituted by Altintop. 30 minutes later, an unsatisfied Mourinho replaced Altintop with Nuri Sahin. Despite Real Madrid's resounding 3-0 victory over Hertha Berlin, Mourinho's dissatisfaction was palpable. On July 29th, after yet another training session, Mourinho summoned Leon, who was preparing to engage in additional practice. "Have you been spending a lot of time with Kaká lately?" The direct inquiry caught Leon off guard. "Perhaps it's because I spent last season at Milan, and I feel Kaká finds me relatable. He has often chosen to stay behind for extra training, and we've been working on short passes together to familiarize ourselves with each other's playing habits." Leon was somewhat perplexed by Mourinho's intentions, but endeavored to clarify his relationship with Kaká. "I'm not looking for you to explain that. I want to hear your perspective on Kaká." Mourinho, stroking his chin, guided Leon into his office for a more in-depth discussion. After pondering for a moment, Leon responded candidly. His competitive level has noticeably declined compared to 3 or 4 years ago. Following his surgery last year, his speed advantage has diminished. It may not be realistic to expect him to take on the role of the team's primary attacker. Moreover, in terms of scoring ability, I believe he does not hold an advantage over our forwards. Leon meticulously enumerated Kaká's current shortcomings, with each point seemingly deepening the furrow of concern on Mourinho's brow. Just as Mourinho appeared ready to send Leon back to continue his training, Leon finally interjected with a but. "However, if we refrain from having him overexert defensively and adjust his position slightly towards the flanks, I believe his diagonal passes and long-range shooting capabilities remain quite formidable." Initially intrigued, Mourinho's expression fell as Leon articulated his thoughts. Who does not understand that allowing Kaká to conserve energy for creating threatening plays would yield better results? Who is unaware that adjusting Kaká's positioning could alleviate congestion in the central area occupied by Cristiano Ronaldo, allowing both to perform more comfortably? Yet, his tactical philosophy inherently demands that the midfielders exhibit a proactive defensive attitude, and Kaká is unaccustomed to playing on the wing. Hence, it all amounts to mere trivialities. As Leon listened to his boss's criticisms, he remained unfazed, instead responding with a smile. "Ah, I understand you are currently troubled by the new starting midfield combination. Kaká's physical condition is not suited for intense challenges, and excessive defensive duties could easily lead to a recurrence of his injuries. However, let us consider. If I were to support Kaká by providing defensive cover and competing for possession, he could boldly press forward within the opponent's 30-meter zone to deliver threatening short passes, or seize opportunities to make daring long-range shots. How would the opponents counter the threat posed by this former Ballon d'Or midfielder? Leon's words began to invigorate Mourinho's thoughts, but soon he sensed something amiss and cast a skeptical glance at Leon. You don't mean to suggest you'll sweep through the front without regard for the back, do you? You'll assist Kaká, while your teacher manages the organization and interception all alone at the back. Hey, boss, you can't slander me like that. Just because I'm helping Kaká doesn't mean I can't also assist my teacher. Wiping one backside is the same as wiping two. Do you not believe in my ability to manage both tasks? Leon's remarks successfully disgusted Mourinho, who promptly tapped Leon on the head, signaling him to cease the discussion about posteriors. Are you truly capable of managing both? I believe it's entirely feasible. At that time, you could instruct Angel Di Maria to assist me in defense. Even if we cannot hold the line up front, I can swiftly return to collaborate with my teacher to establish a defensive wall in front of the center backs. Leon's fervent assurance piqued Mourinho's interest. However, he refrained from disclosing his subsequent plans for the midfield lineup. After sending Leon back to continue his extra training, Mourinho initially intended to attend to other matters. Yet, the thoughts provoked by Leon's words gnawed at him, leading him to directly engage with the tactical board in his office. On the morning of July 30th, prior to the warm-up match against Leicester City, Real Madrid conducted their final training session. Kaká, who had primarily appeared as a substitute in the latter half of the warm-up matches during their trip to the United States, and had notably missed playing time against Hertha Berlin, received a training vest symbolizing his inclusion in the starting squad during this practice. Leon was unaware of what Mourinho had conveyed to Kaká, but after a brief conversation on the sidelines, Mourinho patted Kaká on the arm, prompting an excited Kaká to rush back onto the training field with his vest. The boss truly knows how to assess talent. I told you he would ultimately give Kaká a chance. Cristiano Ronaldo, standing confidently beside Leon, crossed his arms and boasted, appearing quite smug. Leon, of course, did not disclose to anyone that he had suggested Kaká's inclusion in the starting lineup during his conversation with Mourinho. Those like Ronaldo, who had a good rapport with Kaká, likely believed that Kaká had impressed Mourinho solely through his efforts. Yet, Leon understood that this was merely a test orchestrated by Mourinho. Should Kaká succeed, he would undoubtedly secure a place within the new tactical framework. However, if he fails to pass the exam, Leon will find himself at a loss. At this moment, Kaká, not burdened by overthinking, can only strive to perform his utmost, seizing the opportunity presented by Mourinho's willingness to give him another chance to reclaim his starting position. Although he finds it somewhat perplexing that Mourinho has assigned him to operate primarily in the right flank area, he cannot afford to dwell on his discomfort while playing there. This is his final opportunity during preseason training, and he must seize it with both hands. The intra-squad scrimmage commenced, but today Mourinho opted for a tactical shift. The previously established 4-2-3-1 formation morphed into an unusual 4-3-3. Leon was elevated to a central midfield position. Di Maria retreated from the right wing to the left central midfield, and Kaká moved into the right central midfield area. To label this formation as a 4-4-2 would be misleading, for Di Maria was not playing as a left winger, nor did Kaká fully drift to the flanks. Conversely, to categorize it as a 4-3-3 following Di Maria's retraction into midfield would also be inaccurate, as Kaká had not advanced to the front line. Cristiano Ronaldo and Higuain appeared bewildered, while Di Maria was equally confused, and Leon, feeling somewhat anxious, instinctively retracted his neck. I suggested that the angel could help alleviate my pressure by tracking back, yet the manager has pulled him into midfield directly. This is excessive. With a silent lament, Leon observed the positioning of the starting lineup, which was becoming increasingly familiar. However, the competitive match soon began, leaving him no time to delve deeper. He could only play for a while and assess the situation later. Once the match commenced, Di Maria struggled to adapt to his new role. While playing as an attacking midfielder was manageable, being thrust into the position of left central midfielder impeded his effectiveness, as he often found himself out of position defensively. Kaká, too, seemed somewhat subdued in his new role. Although he wasn't required to fully engage with defenders one-on-one, he was more accustomed to operating in central areas. Both players appeared to be grappling with their new responsibilities. In contrast, Leon and Alonso maintained their usual stability. Noticing Kaká's lack of engagement, Leon decided to offer a reminder. Just a slight retreat is sufficient. There's no need to drop too deep. Press into their defensive third and look for opportunities to pass to Cristiano and Gonzalo Higuain. He shouted, urging Kaká to be attentive to the movements of the two forwards, while signaling that he was available to reclaim possession behind him. No need to panic. With Leon's timely guidance, Kaká quickly grasped Mourinho's intentions. It was clear that he was not to retreat excessively, but rather to focus on moving forward to seek opportunities to deliver threatening passes. After pondering this for a moment, Kaká realized that if the emphasis was solely on offensive exertion, particularly in terms of passing, he could manage it. However, this would place a heavier burden on Leon defensively. Yet, witnessing Leon's confident demeanor, Kaká, filled with gratitude, resolved to commit to the plan. He sought to experiment with this new kicking technique, even though he was still not fully accustomed to it, for he found himself devoid of better choices or opportunities. Kaká, the first to actively shift his mindset, began to position himself energetically within his new area of play. Both Cristiano Ronaldo and Gonzalo Higuain demonstrated commendable movement, particularly Ronaldo, whose incisive runs during transitions from defense to attack were remarkably swift. To seize those fleeting moments during the fluidity of attack and defense, it was imperative to concentrate and meticulously observe the movements of the two forwards ahead, striving to align his thinking with theirs. Thus, when opportunities arose, he could deliver a well-timed and threatening through ball. Kaká swiftly clarified his tactical positioning in his mind. Soon enough, Leon provided him with his first opportunity to showcase his renewed clarity of thought through a well-placed short pass following a frontal interception. After receiving Leon's pass, Kaká turned, quickly lifted his head to survey the field, and executed a diagonal, lofted through ball. At that moment, Higuain was still seeking to shake off his marker, Albiol, while on his left, Ronaldo had already explosively evaded Marcelo. Consequently, the well-timed diagonal pass Kaká delivered seamlessly aligned with Ronaldo's movement. Regrettably, Ronaldo opted for a direct shot without controlling the ball, and the football narrowly missed the far post, causing the substitute goalkeeper, Adán, to break into a cold sweat. Splendid. Leon, witnessing Kaká's threatening through ball, could not help but applaud loudly. Meanwhile, Mourinho, who had been diligently recording and observing the match from the sidelines, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Though Kaká no longer possessed the aggressive attacking prowess of yesteryears, he retained his exceptional passing skills and expansive vision on the field, honed through experience. That recent threatening pass was swift, precise, and highly impactful. Regardless of how much of his long-range shooting ability remained, it was evident that this capacity to deliver threatening through balls was sufficient to secure a starting position in the midfield during the early phase of the season. Mourinho continued to jot down notes in his notebook, while Kaká's confidence surged, and he did not forget to give Leon a thumbs up from behind. He was acutely aware of how the possession had been acquired during this counterattack. Just as he had discussed with Khedira earlier, partnering with Leon to orchestrate attacks in the forward line was indeed a delightful experience. Alas, one could pity the angel, who was only beginning to grasp the nuances of playing as a central midfielder. However, the protective cover provided by Long and Leon's sweeping presence offered him some reassurance. In terms of offensive play, his well-timed runs with the ball were highly threatening. With his attacking support and coordination, Ronaldo's performance on the left flank only grew more impressive. As Ronaldo cut in and entered the substitute side's penalty area alongside Higuain, Di Maria's perfectly weighted cross posed a significant threat. Leon, having observed this several times, felt a strong urge to join in and indulge in the thrill of heading the ball in an attacking move. Yet, with Mourinho present on the sidelines, he ultimately chose to exercise restraint. With all engines revved up, Leon was sweeping through the midfield as if attending to the needs of three individuals at once. Maintaining such an intense defensive rhythm for an extended period is certainly unrealistic. However, within a span of merely 10 to 20 minutes, Leon managed to hold on. His physical capability is truly remarkable, allowing him to run tirelessly. The substitutes, Sahin and Altintop, watched in awe as Leon darted across the field. They had previously entertained the notion of competing for playing time with such a formidable presence. What a jest! If they were to step onto the pitch and run nonstop for 20 minutes, they would undoubtedly be utterly exhausted, rendering the match an impossibility. The starting team firmly controlled the tempo of the game on both offensive and defensive fronts. Just before Lyon needed to catch his breath, Kaká once again delivered a precise through ball. This time, Cristiano Ronaldo did not squander the opportunity. With a deft touch and a powerful shot, he breached the goal defended by Adon. At this moment, Mourinho closed his notebook with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Content. He set a timer and resumed his writing. In the chapter's conclusion, the narrative shifts to the return of the man behind the stars. Utilizing Di Maria in the midfield posed numerous challenges, as his synergy with Alonso and Lyon remained somewhat unrefined. Nevertheless, in light of Khedira's unexpected injury, Mourinho felt fortunate to be able to devise a new formation on the fly. He believed he could manage the slight risks associated with this adjustment. With the assurance of a starting position, Di Maria should not feel overly resistant, with Di Maria providing defensive support on the left flank. Ensuring the safety of Alonso's side, Mourinho felt more at ease allowing Lyon to offer substantial defensive cover for Kaká. Fortunately, Lyon did not overstate his abilities. He genuinely demonstrated the capacity to uphold the sweeping responsibilities in both the midfield's forward and rear lines. Although this would undoubtedly increase Lyon's physical exertion, Mourinho remained relatively confident in the depth of personnel available for this position, especially with Last Diarra on the bench. It would only be a matter of a couple of months before Khedira returned to restore the ideal 4-3-3 formation. For now, the focus shifted to the adaptability of Di Maria and Kaká in their new roles. After the internal scrimmage concluded, the key players of Real Madrid were largely aware of the situation at hand. Kaká awaited Mourinho's final decision with a hint of anxiety, while Di Maria appeared somewhat conflicted. "Angel, do not fret. At the very least, your starting position is secure. When the opportunity arises, make sure to push forward. I will ensure to cover for you. Moreover, you have my mentor behind you, so occasionally, I can help provide support." Observing Angel's troubled expression, Lyon felt a pang of uncertainty and quickly approached, reassuring him with a gentle pat on the chest. "Little Lion, you truly are a commendable person, and I am immensely grateful. Well, since the boss has instructed me to assume a new position, I shall comply. I believe it will be manageable. It merely requires a bit of time to acclimate." Observing Di Maria, he seems somewhat lacking in confidence, prompting Lyon to further encourage him. "Do not think that way. Your prowess in midfield will undoubtedly shine. Consider it. Your skills in both short and long passes, stamina, vision, and positioning are all exceptional. The requirements for a central midfielder are not vastly different. Perhaps you will need to be a tad more diligent in your defensive duties compared to when you played as a winger. Clearly, you possess all the necessary abilities. Any arduous tasks will be managed by my mentor and me." At this moment, they happened to be near Alonso, who, upon hearing Lyon's encouragement, let out a conspicuous cough. Lyon, realizing his misstep, quickly amended his statement. "I meant to say, I shall take on the demanding tasks. Your ball progression ability remains formidable, and compared to other central midfielders, your advantages are significantly pronounced." Di Maria, overwhelmed by Lyon's flattery, found himself in a state of confusion. Could it be that I am truly suited for the midfield role? Amidst his self-reflection and doubt, Di Maria soon received an invitation for a conversation with Mourinho. 10 minutes later, seated in Mourinho's office, Di Maria listened with an unusual expression as the esteemed coach presented a series of compelling arguments for his positional transition. "Your technical advantages will enable us to initiate attacks more effectively from the midfield. Beyond orchestrating long passes, you are well equipped to take on the responsibilities of ball progression. Playing on the left side of midfield will allow you to utilize your dominant foot to its fullest. And your proficiency in both short and long passes will facilitate direct assists to the forwards after breaching the defensive lines. In terms of defense, strive to alleviate some pressure from Alonso. Lyon will also diligently track back, and they will handle the more laborious tasks. Do you have any thoughts on this? Well, I believe I comprehend your perspective now. Lyon's sentiments align closely with yours, and if both of you are in agreement, I am open to the trial. I have no objections." Mourinho was momentarily taken aback, while Di Maria, having reached a decision, returned to the training ground with a newfound lightness. 20 minutes later, Kaká sincerely conveyed his determination to Mourinho in the office. "I find Lyon's insights to be quite reasonable. As we age and our physical conditions evolve, we must adapt our playstyle to align with the team's strategies. Should you grant me the opportunity to prove myself, I am eager to contribute in this new position. Whatever your instructions, I shall follow. Mourinho, having held back a torrent of thoughts, could only muster a smile and offer words of encouragement to Kaká. Take some time to contemplate the intricacies of passing and late runs for long-range shots. You are aware of your physical condition. Adjusting your approach to rely less on explosive bursts will benefit the longevity of your career. I understand. Thank you, boss. Having received the answers he sought, Kaká lifted the weight from his shoulders. After a confident handshake with Mourinho, he turned and left with renewed assurance. Having psychologically secured the two players poised to embark on new positions, Mourinho found subsequent tasks considerably more manageable. He subtly adjusted the existing tactical framework, integrating Kaká's incisive forward passes and Higuaín's intelligent link-up play, alongside the strategic runs of Kaká and Di Maria. Kaká, upon advancing, possessed the ability to unleash long-range strikes or deliver crosses from wide areas, while Di Maria showcased his prowess in dribbling or collaborating with Cristiano Ronaldo and Higuaín to penetrate the opponent's defense. Compared to the previous 4-3-3 formation, Real Madrid's offensive momentum on the right flank diminished, yet their attacks originating from the center and spreading to the wings became increasingly multifaceted and dynamic. In an afternoon friendly against Leicester City, Real Madrid frequently threatened the opposition through Di Maria's lively incursions. In the 61st minute of the second half, Kaká successfully delivered a delicate assist to Higuaín, who converted with a low shot. Although this new midfield combination exhibited several minor lapses in coordination, the duo of Leon and Alonso remained pivotal in sweeping defensive duties. Nevertheless, the progress in their synergy left Mourinho quite satisfied. On August 1st, the first team of Real Madrid boarded a flight overseas, this time destined for Huelva. In Huelva, Leon and the array of Real Madrid stars received an exceedingly warm welcome from the local fans in Yancheng and Jinmen. After decisively triumphing over local professional teams in 2 consecutive matches with a scoreline of 60, Real Madrid returned directly to Madrid by plane. While the training outcomes were negligible, the commercial impact was undeniably remarkable. Even the players were astonished, as they experienced an ambience akin to a home match during their friendlies in Huelva, with a relentless chorus of cheers resonating throughout the stadium. Unfortunately, this journey to Huelva was destined to be brief. On the evening of August 6th, the entire squad flew back to Spain, and by the morning of the 8th, they commenced rigorous preparations for the impending Supercopa de España. Having secured the Copa del Rey title last season, they were set to face the La Liga champions, Barcelona, in a 2-legged Supercopa encounter. With the home-and-away format in play, Real Madrid aimed to seize victory in the first leg at home against Barcelona. However, overcoming the formidable Barcelona, currently at the zenith of their prowess, posed a significant challenge. Despite last season's triumph over Barcelona in the Copa del Rey final, the haunting memories of a crushing defeat in their initial league encounter and subsequent setbacks in the Champions League semi-finals inevitably heightened the pressure on the Real Madrid squad as they readied for another clash against their arch-rivals. Leon, however, maintained a remarkably stable demeanor, exuding little tension, much to the astonishment of his teammates. After all, Barcelona had claimed 2 Champions League titles in 3 years and achieved a remarkable treble in La Liga, standing at the pinnacle of their success. Yet, they remained unaware that as a fan accustomed to witnessing beautiful football being dismantled by teams adept at spatial pressure and rapid counterattacks, Leon was prepared for the challenge ahead. Leon harbors no sense of trepidation towards Barcelona. Without delving into the legendary encounters such as the iconic incident with Bayern and Rafinha, it is notable that even during Barcelona's prime, they were ousted by an aging Inter Milan in the Champions League last year. Furthermore, in the original historical timeline, this season, the equally seasoned Chelsea triumphed over Barcelona once again. Thus, Leon feels no reason to be anxious. When facing Barcelona, Mourinho possesses a tactical prowess. The focus should be on defense and seizing opportunities. Exerting maximum effort is all that is required. The current starting lineup of Real Madrid is commendable, and Leon believes that his teammates should have greater faith in themselves. His confidence has alleviated some of the tension within the squad. Mourinho has also instilled a sense of assurance in the players through tactical drills. Over the course of 6 days, the Real Madrid players, through structured training, have gradually shed most of their pressure and anxiety, slowly rebuilding their self-confidence. In Mourinho's words, no tactical approach is eternally invincible. Moreover, He has successfully demonstrated his capability to devise strategies to counter possession-based football. Real Madrid has reached a juncture where it is time to reclaim their glory in La Liga. Forget yesterday, and do not dwell on an illusory future. The focus must be on the present. On the evening of August 14th, amidst the fervent cheers of nearly 70,000 Real Madrid fans at the Bernabeu, the players of both Real Madrid and Barcelona began to emerge from the players' tunnel. Following the officiating crew, after a hiatus of over half a year, Hiwei felt quite pleased to once again narrate a match featuring Liang previously. During Liang's time in Milan, Liu Jianhong had his fill of excitement, witnessing Liang's first assist and goal in his professional career, as well as the moment when Liang and his Milan teammates lifted the trophy. Now it was finally his turn to indulge once more. For today's match, Hiwei was not assigned a commentary partner, as solo commentary can be quite taxing. However, he no longer needed to concern himself with conversing with others. After completing his opening remarks, Hiwei swiftly introduced the starting formations of both teams. The home team, Real Madrid, deployed an atypical 4-4-2 formation, which they had frequently practiced in previous friendlies. Following the injury of starting midfielder Khedira, Mourinho crafted a new tactical approach, allowing the audience to witness its efficacy today. First, let us introduce the starting players for Real Madrid. Goalkeeper number 1, Casillas. In defense, from left to right, we have number 12, Marcelo, number 3, Pepe, number 2, Carvalho, and number 4, Ramos. In midfield, Liang, donning the number 10 jersey for the new season, partners with number 14, Alonso, forming a double pivot, while number 22, Di Maria, and number 8, Kaká, flank the midfield. Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema form the new forward partnership for Real Madrid. On the Barcelona side, goalkeeper number 1, Valdés, is supported by left-back number 21, Adriano, the central defensive duo of number 22, Abidal, and number 14, Mascherano, with right-back number 2, Alves. In the midfield, number 15 Keita assumed the role of a solitary defensive midfielder, while the promising number 11 Thiago and number 8 Iniesta played as dual central midfielders. The starting trio of forwards consisted of Barcelona's summer acquisition, number 9 Sanchez, number 7 Villa, and number 10 Messi. Just as Hiwei concluded his introduction, the two teams, having completed the opening ceremony, took their positions in their respective halves, awaiting the captain's decision on sides before the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. The broadcast camera panned across the crucial players from both Real Madrid and Barcelona. Messi, Iniesta, Villa, Ronaldo, Benzema, Alonso. Millions of fans tuned into this match were palpably aware of the intense atmosphere surrounding the Spanish El Clasico. Observing these faces, witnessing this lineup of contemporary football giants, it was evident that this was not merely a match. It was a display of the formidable financial prowess of two La Liga powerhouses. Soon enough, with the referee's whistle, Benzema passed the ball to Di Maria, marking the official onset of this monumental clash before the new season. Welcome to 2011. Hiwei's enthusiastic commentary roused the fans from Huagua, who had stayed awake until the early hours, urging them to muster their energy for this super showdown. The encounters between Real Madrid and Barcelona have consistently been the focal point of football in recent years. With the inclusion of their own player, Leon, the attention within Huagua transcended the realm of sports. Among the nocturnal spectators, many were not ardent fans, but casual onlookers. Thus, when Real Madrid launched their offensive with Kaká, Ronaldo, and the advancing Leon framed together, the most fervent topic of discussion was not Madrid's new tactical system, but rather, Real Madrid's aesthetics have triumphed. Many Barcelona supporters begrudgingly conceded that in terms of appearances, Real Madrid had indeed outshone them. Judging by the fervor of the late-night discussions, one could only anticipate how many female fans might transform into decade-long supporters of Real Madrid once the match results trended the next day. Ultimately, football matches are settled by skill, and the Barcelona fans were eager to assert, "Let us once again decisively defeat Real Madrid," using this Super Cup victory as a propitious beginning for the new season. However, as the match progressed, they increasingly felt a dissonance. In previous encounters with Real Madrid, Barcelona typically seized control swiftly, leveraging their midfield superiority to impose offensive pressure on Madrid. Yet today, the roles seemed reversed. Hadn't Mourinho stated before the match that he would adopt a cautious approach to Barcelona's possession play? It appeared that his interpretation of caution involved launching an aggressive preemptive strike. This uncharacteristic offensive display from Real Madrid elicited waves of exuberant cheers from the Bernabeu. Guardiola, too, was evidently caught off guard by Mourinho's strategic subterfuge. Yet, one could not entirely blame him. After all, just earlier that summer, in the Champions League final, they had dismantled Manchester United, who had sought to engage them in a similar fashion. With such a precedent set, combined with Mourinho's long-standing reputation for a conservative style of play criticized by the media, Guardiola naturally anticipated that Real Madrid would adopt a cautious approach, focusing on counterattacks at home. Guardiola had his tactical plans in place, yet they were not tailored to counteract Real Madrid's aggressive onslaught. As the first 5 minutes unfolded, witnessing Real Madrid's relentless forward pressure, Guardiola found himself ensnared in his habitual indecision. However, following a timely interception by Keita in the defensive zone, Iniesta decisively advanced the ball, igniting Barcelona's counterattack. This action swiftly restored Guardiola's composure. Before the ball had even crossed the halfway line, Iniesta seized the moment to send a precise diagonal pass toward his right front, aimed unmistakably at Messi. Di Maria momentarily lost track, allowing Messi to confront Alonso's defense head-on from the midfield flank. Although Alonso possessed ample defensive experience and interception skills, he found himself at a loss against Messi's unpredictable acceleration and swift directional changes. His lack of pace became a critical disadvantage, leaving him unable to even commit a foul by tugging at Messi's jersey. Amidst the gasps from the Bernabeu crowd, Messi appeared poised to penetrate further into Real Madrid's defensive line. At that very moment, however, Leon, having sensed impending danger, began his retreat from the flank toward the still dominant Messi. He was determined not to lose his position. Rather than confronting Messi immediately, Leon chose to sprint back toward the center, cutting off Messi's path for an inward dribble or shot. Initially taken aback by Leon's sudden positioning, Messi quickly dismissed the threat, coaxing Leon to commit by feinting outward. When Leon remained steadfast, Messi decisively opted to cut inside. He intended to maneuver past Leon with a deft touch as he retreated, after which either a pass or a straightforward shot would have been within easy reach. Leon, precisely as Messi had anticipated, began to retreat, seemingly biding time for his teammates to return. Messi, equally decisive, executed another shoulder drop and change of direction. Yet, to his astonishment, Leon acted resolutely this time. With a swift and impeccably clean tackle, he intercepted the ball. Leon's exemplary positioning and defensive foresight enabled him to thwart Messi's advance single-handedly. At that moment, countless longtime Real Madrid supporters erupted in joyous celebration. While there may still be some disparity compared to the short stature of their memories, it was undeniable that Leon, akin to the legendary Makelele of yore, had successfully fortified the midfield defense of the current generation of the Galacticos. Mourinho appeared more exhilarated than if his team had scored, passionately celebrating on the sidelines. He waved his arms, urging the crowd to raise their voices, to cheer even louder. Leon cleared the intercepted ball with a powerful kick back to the midfield, and the frontline players of Real Madrid exchanged relieved glances filled with joy toward Leon. The man behind the stars had returned. Today, I would like to recommend a new book that I find quite remarkable. For those who appreciate it, feel free to explore the link. A young player from La Masia, rather unwittingly, was sent to Inter Milan in 2009 as a mere bonus. Although his only notable skill was his heading ability, Mourinho perceived him as a hidden gem. Thus, a quintessential target man was born. On that fateful night when Mourinho ascended to glory, he became an indispensable figure behind the renowned artwork of the Special One. Subsequently, he was brought from Inter to Real Madrid by Mourinho, during an era dominated by the illustrious Dream Team. Who could have foreseen that a static number 9 would become the sole key to dismantling the formidable side? Events following his departure from Barcelona to Inter Milan. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 68. A tackle, a pull, a disruption. Messi, don't run. I am your fan. Oh, Leon has intercepted the ball from Messi. Messi's change of direction is swift, yet Leon's reaction and foot speed are equally impressive. The ball is decisively returned to midfield by Leon, showcasing his astute defensive choice. My goodness, Leon is an absolute genius in defensive play. At merely 20 years of age, he succeeded in thwarting Messi's advance in a one-on-one encounter. The movie star La Liga commentator exuberantly praised Leon's remarkable recovery and interception. From the moment he lost possession, he sprinted back, calmly pressuring Messi's cutting space, and ultimately executed a decisive tackle. In just half a minute, Leon became the protagonist of the Real Madrid camp through a spectacular display of individual defense. It is not just the movie star commentator who extols his virtues. Every commentator broadcasting this match has sung Leon's praises. However, despite appearing incredibly confident and composed, Leon felt his heart racing intensely. In the instant of confrontation with Messi, he did not feel particularly comfortable. Firstly, in terms of proportion, Messi is by no means slender. The moment they collided head-on, Leon felt Messi's stability and the compactness of his physique akin to a small cannon. Secondly, Leon believed his tackle was sufficiently swift, yet he still narrowly missed intercepting Messi. That pace was astonishingly rapid. Silently cursing in his mind, Leon pointed to his temple and gestured to Di Maria, indicating that he needed to be more focused defensively. Against the elite attackers in today's football, Leon could rely on his physical advantage and relentless close marking to impose limitations. However, he realized that this approach would not suffice against Messi. He had no desire to engage in another gamble of a one-on-one confrontation. It was not out of fear of facing Messi, but rather a clear understanding of the dire consequences for Real Madrid should he accidentally lose such a duel. Thus, he required the assistance of his teammates. At the very least, if Di Maria could track back to the midfield, his speed could provide some degree of delay and disruption to Messi. Upon observing Leon's rare serious gesture, Di Maria felt no resentment. Instead, he nodded earnestly in agreement. He has been a teammate of Messi in the Argentine national team for quite some time. Undoubtedly, he is well aware of Messi's technical prowess and formidable strength. Should Leon require his assistance in defense, he is more than willing to exert himself to provide as much defensive disruption as possible against Messi. In the face of a national derby, there is no room for sentiment. Perhaps post-match, he might jest with Messi about having been thoroughly outmaneuvered today. But at this moment, like Cristiano Ronaldo, Alonso, and Leon, he is solely focused on fighting for the victory of Real Madrid, giving his all to the battle. That player is quite aggressive in defense. He didn't resort to any underhanded tactics against you, did he? As Thiago thwarted yet another attack organized by Real Madrid, Iniesta seized the opportunity during a pause in the match to express his concern for Messi. Upon hearing Iniesta's words, Messi, who was deep in thought, reflected momentarily before shaking his head. No, he played cleanly. There was no deliberate step on my foot, nor any additional foul play. How strange. Seeing the puzzled expression on Iniesta's face, Messi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, effectively closing the topic. Do you need me to drop back to retrieve the ball? That won't be necessary. Having withstood their recent offensive onslaught, this is our moment to strike. Conserve your energy for the impending assault. Very well then. As Real Madrid finally executed a throw-in after a prolonged delay, Iniesta hastily signaled to Thiago and himself to return to defense. After sending the ball back to Di Maria on the left flank, Ronaldo began to turn and accelerate into position. Di Maria, after a brief observation, made a daring horizontal pass that narrowly evaded Keita's interception attempt. At that moment, Leon, having advanced into Barcelona's half, did not continue his progression with the ball. Instead, he executed a quick pass forward directly to Kaká. The pass was perfectly weighted, allowing Kaká to turn smoothly upon receiving it. Benzema and Ronaldo were now pressing against the edge of Barcelona's penalty area. Kaká, noticing Adriano rushing in to apply defensive pressure, wasted no time. After taking a step to control the ball, he delivered a curled pass towards the far post of the Barcelona goal. Benzema's run into the center of the penalty area drew away both Abidal and Keita, enabling the surging Ronaldo to leap and challenge Mascherano's defense with a header. It appeared Kaká was about to deliver the cross, and at the back post, Ronaldo. The excitement surged through the crowd as he passionately shouted in exhilaration. Just as Ronaldo's close-range header seemed poised to shatter the deadlock of the match, Valdés instinctively raised his hand to deflect the effort just beyond the goal frame. Initially, the jubilant Real Madrid supporters erupted in cheers, only to be met with collective dismay as they clutched their heads in frustration. Meanwhile, Valdés, still momentarily dazed, was enveloped in celebration by his Barcelona teammates, having instinctively reacted to Ronaldo's powerful header by stretching out his arms in a reflexive attempt to intervene. Who would have thought that Cristiano Ronaldo's header, slightly off target, would still make contact? The Barcelona defenders, unconcerned with their goalkeeper's momentary relief, found their spirits lifted. Convinced that with Valdés in such remarkable form, their chances of keeping a clean sheet against Real Madrid had significantly increased. Meanwhile, Witnessing a potential goal transform into a corner kick, Ronaldo, after a fleeting moment of joy, succumbed to frustration, angrily bowing his head in discontent. His competitive spirit was vividly on display at that moment. The Real Madrid players shared in the disappointment. Only Mourinho, after a brief moment of vexation, quickly regained his composure. Press forward. Set pieces are our opportunity, he urged. Pepe, Sergio, and the young lion all surged into Barcelona's penalty area. Last season, in Milan, Leon had made several pivotal contributions with his headers and now joined the ranks of Real Madrid's aerial assault. During previous set-piece training, Leon had practiced alongside Ronaldo, Ramos, and Pepe, honing their skills together. Thus, he positioned himself alongside Ramos, pressing into Barcelona's box to apply pressure on the defenders. Mourinho was right. Set pieces were indeed a golden opportunity for Real Madrid. With Piqué absent from the starting lineup, the tallest defender on the field for Barcelona was the 1.86 Amidst, followed closely by the 1.83 Keita. The other Barcelona players, excluding the goalkeeper, fell short of 1.80, naturally placing them at a disadvantage in aerial duels during set-piece defense. Guardiola, sensing the tension, paced along the sideline, signaling to his players to minimize the opponent's jumping space. In essence, it was best to exhaust the aerial prowess of Real Madrid's headers on the ground. Competing for high balls under favorable conditions against Real Madrid would be akin to courting disaster for Barcelona. Di Maria raised his right arm, taking a short run before delivering the ball into Barcelona's penalty area towards the back post. Positioned at the front post, Ronaldo and Pepe both narrowly missed the ball. However, at the intended spot, Leon and Ramos had broken free from the combined defenses of Keita and Alves, launching themselves into the air with all their might. Leon positioned himself slightly ahead of Ramos, believing he could meet the ball upon jumping, thus not yielding his position. Although Ramos possessed superior heading ability, there was no room for courtesy in the air. Who could guarantee that the ball would not evade Ramos if he let it go? With his core tightened, Leon made a split-second judgment, opting for a safer header. Yet, instead of directing the ball towards the front of the goal, he powerfully headed it downwards, creating a bounce that defenders found most challenging to handle. The ball smoothly struck the grass in front of Barcelona's goal, failing to hit any player as Leon had hoped, which would have redirected it towards the net. After another high bounce, the ball soared unimpeded towards the front area of the goal, prompting Valdez to hastily move laterally. Cristiano Ronaldo found himself ensnared by Abidal's interference, while Pepe lagged slightly behind the front post. However, another figure in white, previously absent from the limelight and lacking in noteworthy performances, seized the perfect moment to dart towards the near post. Karim Benzema. The commentator from Movistar passionately erupted. Benzema, with a slight leap, executed a remarkably simple header, directing the ball into the modest expanse of Barcelona's net. In that instant, the Bernabeu erupted into a fervor. The previously anxious and worried Real Madrid supporters unleashed their exhilaration in a thunderous roar. They were venting. Not only was it a release from the immense pressure of facing Barcelona, but also a manifestation of the fervent passion swelling within them. Mourinho, however, was no longer the exuberant figure he had been when Leon thwarted Messi. In front of the raucous Real Madrid bench, he emerged as the most composed and clear-headed individual. Suppressing the urge to leap and cheer, Mourinho pressed his lips together and gestured with both hands to calm the players on the field. Yet, the jubilant Real Madrid players celebrating nearby remained oblivious to their coach's subtle reminders. After performing a celebratory slide on his knees near the corner flag, Benzema was promptly overwhelmed by his exuberant teammates. Leon, having missed the initial wave of celebration, embraced Kaka and Dragon Brother, who were also lingering behind. Once the fervor subsided, Leon found the opportunity to share a high-five and embrace with Benzema. "That was a splendid header, huh? Thank you for the assist, little lion." Benzema was in high spirits. Scoring in El Clasico brought him a joy far surpassing that of netting 10 goals against other teams. Leon, too, offered his congratulations to Benzema. Had he been positioned slightly more forward, he would have insisted on attempting a shot himself. Nevertheless, he was content with the assist, having helped Real Madrid secure an advantageous lead. This scenario was far more favorable than Mourinho's pre-match predictions. "Hey, stay focused, calm down, and forget about that goal." Mourinho's admonitions resonated with the Real Madrid players on the sidelines. Upon observing the coach's gesture to his temple, Leon felt his exhilaration gradually fade. Barcelona's attacking prowess was formidable. A mere one-goal lead was precarious, as they could easily strike back at any moment. The Real Madrid players slowly regained their composure, mindful of their recent defeats to Barcelona, which had been numerous and rather disheartening, leaving them with no room for premature celebration. As the match resumed, Real Madrid pressed forward, applying pressure on Barcelona for 2 to 3 minutes before gradually retreating under Mourinho's guidance. After such an intense offensive, the midfielders and forwards needed a moment to recuperate. However, this retreat was not merely a retreat to their half to park the bus. Mourinho had orchestrated a layered and targeted defensive strategy in midfield. Firstly, it is imperative to focus on Iniesta, ensuring that he is unable to traverse beyond the halfway line to orchestrate Barcelona's offensive maneuvers with ease and composure. Secondly, a stringent watch must be kept on Messi. A single player marking him while another provides support is a requisite strategy, as we cannot afford to grant him opportunities for one-on-one breakthroughs that could tear apart our defense. Thirdly, it is essential to amass a formidable presence in the central midfield. Barcelona's capacity to penetrate through the middle and flanks is remarkably strong. Thus, the more they emphasize control over this central area, the less Real Madrid can afford to relinquish both control and space. In previous encounters between Inter Milan and Barcelona, Mourinho employed a similar defensive strategy that proved to be quite uncomfortable for Barcelona. Now, with a more robust defensive duo in the midfield and younger players in the backline, Real Madrid possesses a greater capacity to stifle Barcelona's offensive threats than last year's Inter Milan. To better safeguard their lead, Mourinho has even pulled Benzema back into a deeper role. In defense, Real Madrid has formed a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Leon and Alonso holding back. Di Maria positioned in left midfield, Kaká in right midfield, and Benzema retreating to the central midfield area. Only Ronaldo remains at the forefront, bearing minimal defensive responsibilities. This defensive setup undoubtedly demands more energy and stamina from Barcelona's players as they advance. Meanwhile, Messi, still stationed in the left flank area, begins to feel increasingly uncomfortable, as Leon has drawn close to him, yet does not adhere as tightly as previous defenders. Leon appears relaxed, maintaining a defensive distance of about 1 meter from Messi, even taking the liberty to engage him in casual conversation from time to time. I heard that during the previous season, your partnership with Zlatan was rather uncomfortable. I refrained from asking him in Milan. Leon, would you enlighten me? Are those rumors true? Please share with me your training regimen at Barcelona. They say your tactical philosophy remains consistent from the youth academy to the first team. Is there truly nothing else? Was it not the case that the professor nearly signed you back then? If he had been willing to invest a little more, do you think Barcelona would have let you go? Do speak up. My Spanish should suffice, or I could converse with you in Italian. Faced with Leon's occasional inquiries, Messi finds himself in a dilemma, especially as this fellow poses some rather sensitive questions that instinctively prompt Messi to refute them. Initially wishing to maintain distance from Leon, Messi finally succumbs to the persistent presence of Leon, who seems determined to engage him. Enough with the nonsense. Those rumors are false. You are a professional player. Surely you understand the nature of the media. Oh, I thought you wouldn't speak up, but you seem rather anxious. If all of that is indeed false, why the urgency? I am not. You certainly are. Your anger is quite evident. Feeling the stir of his emotions, Messi decides he no longer wishes to continue this verbal sparring with Leon. With a decisive turn, he retreated while signaling to Thiago, who was holding the ball at the sideline, to pass it to him. Messi, actively seeking possession, began his advance from the right side near the midfield, while Leon quickly abandoned his previously chatty demeanor, closely shadowing Messi's inward run in defense. As Di Maria, responding to Leon's call, was about to position himself defensively, Leon remained reluctant to initiate a challenge. Not wanting to be cornered, Messi clenched his teeth and made a resolute decision. He intended to bypass the incessantly chattering annoyance before him. Lowering his shoulder, he began a subtle feint, giving Leon little time to react. In an instant, he feigned an inward move but then deftly dribbled along the sideline with determination. Leon's reflexes were swift, but his explosive speed could not match Messi's. However, staying vigilant, he maintained a certain distance, refraining from committing fully to a defensive maneuver. Essentially, he was waiting for Messi to make his move. Once Messi engaged, Leon, utilizing his exceptional positioning skills, managed to stick closely to him just before losing his footing. The discomfort of being closely marked by Leon as Messi surged forward was palpable. Moreover, Leon was persistently engaging in subtle fouls where the referee would not notice. He first tugged at Messi's jersey, creating space, and just as Messi prepared to burst past, Leon yanked his jersey again, only to quickly release it. At that moment, the ever-alert Master Pay had already cleared the ball back to midfield with a powerful kick, successfully alleviating the pressure. The referee and linesman showed no signs of intervention, and the match continued unabated. Messi swatted away Leon's hand still resting on his waist, muttering his dissatisfaction. Yet, he refrained from escalating the issue with the referee, merely casting an irate glare at Leon. Leon, for his part, said little, simply flashing a broad, toothy smile in Messi's direction. "Hey, why run off? Stay and chat a while. Don't go, Leo, I'm your fan." The glutton shamelessly sought subscriptions once more. The chapter concluded. Chapter 69, until next time, I swear I never want to see you again. Leon had successfully irked Messi. Even though his defensive actions were quite clean, neither resorting to malicious tackles nor committing additional fouls, merely employing some subtle defensive techniques typical of a defensive midfielder, Messi ultimately chose not to appeal to the referee. Compared to the various fouls he faced from other defenders in La Liga, Leon's jersey tugging felt almost gentle. Yet, at this moment, Messi wished fervently for Leon to commit a foul and receive a caution from the referee, for he had never encountered an opponent so audacious, so incessantly chatty, and so slippery in defense. It had been a long time since Messi felt so uncomfortable in a match. The crux was that he could not communicate his desire for positional change to his teammates or Guardiola. How could he explain that he could no longer tolerate Leon's incessant chatter and slippery defensive style? If that were to get out and reach Leon, Messi could hardly imagine how insufferably smug Leon would be the next time they faced each other. With a hint of agitation in his heart, Messi resolved to decisively outmaneuver Leon today. His discontent was palpable. 3 minutes later, after regaining possession, Barcelona orchestrated a sequence of passes in midfield, culminating in Keita's diagonal through ball aimed at the advancing Thiago. Observing the three forwards beginning their runs, Thiago instinctively opted to pass to Messi first. Leon, noticing Messi's aggressive advance towards him, did not dare to underestimate the situation. He promptly signaled for Long to join him in a double team against Messi. As Messi assessed Leon and Alonso's resolute defensive approach, he silently cursed Leon for seeking assistance and subsequently passed the ball laterally to the better positioned Villa. At this moment, Leon felt no embarrassment. He had never entertained notions of fair play in football. Engaging in one-on-one confrontations was absurd. The objective was to establish numerical superiority in critical areas. Although calling Long over allowed Villa to exploit an opportunity on the weaker side of defense, Leon deemed it worthwhile to disrupt Messi's advance. Moreover, he could still recover defensively. Villa was now face-to-face with Carvalho, presenting Barcelona with a splendid attacking opportunity. Villa deftly created an excellent space for a shot. Observing Villa exploit his speed to maneuver past the aging Carvalho felt a sudden tension. Despite Villa's goal tally being somewhat diminished since joining Barcelona from Valencia, his ability to seize such shooting opportunities remained unyielding. With unwavering confidence, Villa prepared to strike, aiming for the upper right corner of the Real Madrid goal. Yet, at the very moment he unleashed the shot, Leon hurled himself into the fray to block the ball. Leon almost launched his entire body into the air, leveraging his remarkable balance to elevate his right foot, fully committed to obstructing the shot. Just before he descended, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh, and then he crashed heavily onto the grass, eliciting a gasp from Way. The ball ricocheted off his thigh and out of the penalty area, where Kaká, returning to defend, swiftly kicked it out of play before rushing towards Leon with concern. However, in the next moment, much to the astonishment of the Real Madrid fans, Leon rolled over as if unscathed, grinning and rubbing his thigh as he stood up. "What are you doing? Did you hurt yourself? Do you feel any discomfort in your back or waist?" Alonso, who had sprinted back, suppressed his urge to scold Leon and patiently inquired about his condition. Kaká also turned his attention to Leon's back. After all, Leon had nearly soared a meter into the air before crashing down parallel to the ground. If he had truly injured his back, it would be a serious matter. "I felt a slight discomfort, and I was struck by the football, causing some pain. Otherwise, I was fine, as evidenced by my quick recovery." Upon seeing Alonso's serious expression, Leon hastily waved his hands to clarify. If he had genuinely injured his back, he would not have simply rolled over and stood up. He might have been lying on the ground lamenting for quite some time. Villa also positioned himself behind Alonso, inquiring with a concerned demeanor. Upon learning that Leon was indeed unscathed, he sighed in relief, patted Leon on the arm, and departed. He too had been startled. Although it was regrettable that the ball was ultimately deflected away by Leon, the player's safety on the field remained paramount. The anxious Real Madrid fans, witnessing Leon's swiftly rise from the ground, transformed their gasps into exuberant cheers and applause. However, Mourinho was not as delighted by this relief. He stood at the sideline, berating Leon while pointing at him, followed by an emphatic gesture towards his own eyes, and then back to Leon. The message was crystal clear. I'll be watching you, lad. Any more reckless defensive maneuvers like that, and you'll face the consequences after the match. Feeling somewhat guilty, Leon scratched the back of his head, wary of harboring any resentment or concocting excuses for himself. Reflecting on his previous defensive action filled him with trepidation. Although the situation had indeed been urgent, his approach had been excessively perilous. Observing Leon's earnest acceptance of the reprimand brought some solace to Uncle Niao. This rascal, who had once disregarded his advice and insisted on being loaned out, upon returning, had been adamant about intensifying his physical training, which had kept Niao on edge, anxiously awaiting his physical examination report. Now, his conduct on the field, engaging in such dangerous defensive actions, only added to Niao's worries. Nevertheless, in terms of listening to counsel, Leon had proven to be quite trustworthy in Mourinho's eyes. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players, prompted by the referee, executed a throw-in. The Real Madrid players continued their aggressive pressing, maintaining the tempo of their proactive defensive strategy against Barcelona. In response, Barcelona hastened the pace of their passing and transitions. As the team currently boasting the finest passing coordination in world football, they were indeed capable of breaching Real Madrid's defense, albeit requiring greater patience and time than before. In light of Messi frequently being double-teamed, players like Villa, Sanchez, and Iniesta were afforded numerous attacking opportunities. Under Barcelona's relentless offensive rhythm, they managed 4 shots on goal within a mere 10 minutes. Do not underestimate this shooting statistic. Barcelona was not wastefully shooting, but rather taking their chances judiciously. In other words, Real Madrid's defensive perimeter was under a concerted assault from Barcelona. Such scenarios were not uncommon. Even last year, when Inter Milan excelled at defending against Barcelona, they could not perpetually engage them in midfield. It was always a matter of retreating layer by layer, gradually wearing down Barcelona's stamina before solidifying their defense in the penalty area. At this juncture, a modicum of defensive fortune is requisite, alongside the unwavering focus and resilience of Real Madrid's defenders. However, in comparison to last year's Inter Milan, the current iteration of Real Madrid boasts a significant defensive advantage. They have managed to unsettle Messi, that formidable force and finishing touch. Last year, Inter lacked a defensive stalwart like Leon, who not only disrupted Messi's performance on the pitch, but also mounted a psychological assault on him. Presently, Barcelona perceives Real Madrid as a more formidable adversary than in the previous season, with Iniesta and Messi feeling this acutely. From Chelsea to Inter, and now to Real Madrid, Mourinho has carried his notoriously vexing style wherever he goes. Previously, they both deemed Chelsea the hardest opponent, but last year's resolute Inter left a profound and painful impression. Now, after a season of Mourinho's tutelage, Real Madrid has adopted a similar defensive ethos. This sensation is rather exasperating. Mourinho, having switched teams, is still intent on challenging Barcelona. Guardiola, stroking his bald head, cast a glance at Mourinho, tinged with a hint of resignation. He could surmise Mourinho's intentions, yet with Barcelona trailing by a goal, he had no choice but to urge his team to intensify their offensive efforts. Restoring the balance between attack and defense? That would be a conversation for later. Once Barcelona equalized, both teams surged from midfield into Real Madrid's half, even approaching the penalty area, yet Real Madrid withstood the pressure, gradually retreating their defensive line. After all, the stamina of Barcelona's frontline players is not boundless. They too required a moment of respite after their vigorous onslaught. During this interval, Alonso nearly assisted Ronaldo in penetrating Barcelona's backline with a precise long pass following an interception. Had it not been for Mascherano's timely pursuit and intervention, Ronaldo might have found himself in a one-on-one situation with Valdez once more. This attempt at a counterattack by Real Madrid sent shivers down the spines of countless Barcelona fans. While Barcelona's aggressive play had invigorated them, they almost forgot about Real Madrid's lightning-fast counter-attacking strategy honed in the previous season, a skill that aligns almost perfectly with the current squad. The Barcelona players, narrowly escaping a significant setback, heightened their vigilance against Ronaldo. As the tempo slowed considerably, the weary defenders of Real Madrid, undeterred by their mental and physical fatigue, suddenly surged, forcing Barcelona's control back towards the midfield. A few moments later, as the referee finally signaled for halftime, the confidence of Real Madrid's fans, players, and coaching staff soared. Not only had they taken the lead in the first half, but they had also withstood Barcelona's relentless assault, effectively controlling the rhythm of both offense and defense. Such scenes had been a rarity in their previous encounters. At this moment, Leon, who had achieved commendable defensive results against Messi in collaboration with Dragon and Angel, received heartfelt praise and embraces from his teammates. Before the match, when Mourinho designated Leon rather than Alonso to closely mark Messi, there was a palpable sense of concern within the Real Madrid squad. After all, although Leon's pace was somewhat lacking, his defensive experience far exceeded that of Leon. Furthermore, Leon had never faced Messi in direct opposition. Could he truly handle the world's foremost footballer? However, after just one half of play, all the players in the Real Madrid team were left in admiration. It can only be said that Mourinho's keen eye for talent is indeed remarkable. Leon's quick reflexes and excellent positioning allowed him to consistently intercept Messi's cutting paths whenever they faced off one-on-one. His ability to entangle Messi rendered the latter's play exceedingly uncomfortable. With Leon effectively neutralizing Messi, Barcelona's attacking prowess diminished significantly, which was of paramount importance for Real Madrid. Yet, despite receiving unanimous praise from his teammates, Leon could not escape the wrath of the strict coach. After enduring 2 minutes of reprimand, he finally received a few words of encouragement from Mourinho. In the subsequent tactical adjustment session, Mourinho, while motivating his players, urged them to seize opportunities during Barcelona's transition phases. He emphasized that they should not merely defend their slender lead, but rather continue to adopt an aggressive approach. As Barcelona intensified their offensive efforts, pushing their defense further up the pitch, they would find themselves vulnerable to counterattacks. Angel, Karim, you must make your runs, disrupt their defensive organization, draw their firepower. And then Cristiano, I need you to deliver a decisive blow. Mourinho placed the burden of the final goal squarely on Cristiano's shoulders, and Leon could see the fierce competitive spirit burning brightly in Cristiano's eyes. As the second half commenced, Barcelona indeed bolstered their offensive ranks. Without making substitutions, their fullbacks advanced to the halfway line, while Sanchez and Villa pressed deep into Real Madrid's penalty area. The outside relied heavily on the relentless efforts of Messi and Iniesta, who sought opportunities to strike. It was at this moment that Leon truly felt the terrifying prowess of Messi in his prime. During the first half's tentative exchanges, he had gleaned some of Messi's playing habits, but Messi had also discerned Leon's defensive tendencies. Unfazed by the physical toll, Messi unleashed a masterclass of footwork that left Leon reeling. Nevertheless, Leon's psychological resilience surpassed Messi's expectations. Even after being outmaneuvered, he pursued relentlessly, displaying no hint of embarrassment, and consistently made judicious choices in defense. Of course, by this point, Messi was in top form. On several occasions, he cleanly evaded Leon and managed to create shooting opportunities before Leon could recover. However, these shots were rushed and lacked precision. The discomfort in Messi's execution meant that, while he posed a threat to Casillas' goal, the ball remained a distance from finding the net. Today, I may concede to you, Leo, but the victor shall undeniably be Real Madrid. I will drag you until the very last minute, the final second. Once again, I forced Messi to make a sideways pass. And for the first time, Leon, panting heavily, dropped his smile towards Messi and spoke menacingly. He cared little for appearances. If he could not contain Messi, he would ensnare him. Messi's stamina, even at his peak, could only be deemed average, and Leon aimed to exhaust Messi's energy as much as possible in non-threatening areas. Even if he had to expend double or more of his own energy to confront Messi, he was unafraid. Messi, observing Leon's determination, could feel his own spirit waning. With over 60 minutes played, Leon was still tightly clinging to him. Feeling the fatigue setting in faster than usual, Messi had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. In the 62nd minute, Guardiola made a double substitution, bringing on Xavi and Pedro to further bolster the team's offensive strength. In the 67th minute, Pedro, newly introduced to the match, surged past Ramos with a strong drive, delivering a cross aimed at the back post of the Real Madrid goal. Villa, despite being marked by the towering Pepe, managed to get a slight touch. Casillas, already on the verge of a late save, found himself unable to react in time, but under pressure from Pepe, Villa headed the ball against the post. Guardiola, ready to celebrate the equalizer, clutched his head in excitement and shouted. Meanwhile, Messi and Iniesta, observing the outcome of the attack from outside the penalty area, were equally astonished and dismayed, covering their faces in disbelief. The ball that rebounded was swept by Leon towards his own left flank. His intention was simply to clear the danger, but he was taken aback when Marcelo, who had tracked back, managed to rescue the ball just before it crossed the line. Di Maria and Benzema, disregarding their fatigue, began to press forward. Without hesitation, Marcelo delivered a precise long pass for a counterattack. Xavi shouted loudly, urging his teammates to fall back. Benzema, who had already established his position, decisively shielded himself against Keita's interference. Surprisingly, his header did not direct the ball to Di Maria. Instead, it found Kaká, who was also making a forward run through the midfield. The pass. Mourinho erupted in excitement from the sidelines. In that moment, Leon clearly recognized a lethal threat emerging. Between Kaká and Cristiano Ronaldo stood the retreating Mascherano. But the pass was possible, provided the ball traveled swiftly. As anticipated by Leon, Kaká struck with a direct through ball. The ball zipped quickly, and the desperately lunging Mascherano was unable to make contact. The football smoothly penetrated Barcelona's defense, rolling towards Cristiano Ronaldo. At that instant, Ronaldo successfully shook off Abidal, who was lagging behind. Facing Valdez once more, Ronaldo remained calm, even taking a moment to adjust his footing. As Valdez committed to his approach, Ronaldo, with composure, unleashed a precise shot with his left foot towards the far corner of the net. The football skimmed past Valdez's fingertips, ultimately colliding with the inner side of the far post, as the ball nestled into the net, sending waves of white rippling through the Barcelona goal. The roar from the Bernabeu surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire stadium and soaring into the heavens. Cristiano Ronaldo, shedding his jersey, began to sprint and roar near the baseline. One by one, the Real Madrid supporters in the stands echoed his fervor, completely losing their composure and rationality in the face of an impending victory over Barcelona. Mourinho maintained his usual demeanor, suppressing his emotions. Yet the gleam of joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. At this moment, amidst the jubilant Real Madrid players rushing toward the front, a figure, slightly more composed yet equally exuberant, dashed past Messi, leaving a parting remark for the latter, who stood with hands on hips, rooted to the spot. Leo, see you next time. Messi, watching the distant figure of the Real Madrid number 10 fade away, buried his face in his hands, internally raging, see you next time? I never want to see you again. The stars were indeed shining brightly for us. As of just now, our high subscriptions had surpassed 11,000, with average subscriptions exceeding 9,300. In light of this achievement, the foodies could only exclaim, "You are all incredible." Without further ado, let us continue to push forward, and I will seek to stockpile more content for when the next wave of updates arrives. I currently aspire to earn that average badge as soon as the VIP word count hits 200,000. This wish, well, don't you think it's quite reasonable? The chapter concludes. Chapter 70, I have always said that I know how to play against Barcelona. You must believe me. As Real Madrid surged ahead with a 2-goal lead before the 70-minute mark, Guardiola realized he could begin strategizing for the next round. As a former confidant of Mourinho, Guardiola had ample reason to believe that Mourinho possessed at least 9 methods to defend a lead in such situations. 9. When it comes to exerting extreme pressure on the pitch and staunchly defending the penalty area in a short span of time, there is likely no coach more adept than Mourinho in contemporary football. However, despite his foresight, Guardiola did not retreat and surrender by withdrawing attacking players at this juncture. On the contrary, he kept Messi, Villa, Iniesta, and other key offensive players on the field, as Barcelona still needed an away goal. Without an away goal, returning to Camp Nou with a 2-goal deficit would make it exceedingly difficult for Barcelona to win, especially if Real Madrid were to score again. Conversely, securing an away goal would make the 2-1 defeat in the first leg more palatable for Barcelona. With Guardiola's tactical signals in mind, the Barcelona players had no choice but to continue seeking opportunities to besiege Real Madrid. Meanwhile, Mourinho was not one to engage in any games. He promptly substituted in Cointreau and Arbeloa, who had completed their warm-ups. Marcelo and Kaká, who provided an assist today, were substituted, prompting Real Madrid to shift into a 5-4-1 formation. Ramos relinquished his position as right-back to Arbeloa and moved into the center-back role. The double pivot of Leon and Alonso remained unchanged, while Benzema and Di Maria retreated to the flanks of the midfield. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, who had previously not been tasked with much defensive responsibility, took the initiative to drop back in front of Leon and Alonso. All the Real Madrid players were resolute in their determination to maintain a 2-goal lead in the final 20 minutes. Barcelona craved an away goal. Yet Real Madrid had no intention of conceding one. As the match progressed, both teams found themselves engaged in a battle of wills, having exhausted their physical stamina. For Messi, each step felt slightly heavier. Leon had relentlessly shadowed him, forcing him to expend excessive energy in search of breakthrough opportunities. Despite having drained more stamina, Leon still showcased commendable speed, diligently sweeping and intercepting in the backline, even managing to occasionally disrupt Messi with his presence. This infuriated Messi, yet it also solidified his belief that Leon had been deliberately compelling him to accelerate his pace. However, now that he had realized this, Messi felt powerless. His energy reserves could only sustain him for another 5 or 6 minutes, and he needed to conserve it for the impending sprint phase. Watching Leon repeatedly disrupt Barcelona's attacking rhythm, Messi could only endure. As the clock struck the 80th minute, Guardiola played his final card, substituting the seemingly fatigued Abidal for Peak. In addition to guarding against Real Madrid's counterattacks that could seal the match, Guardiola aimed to leverage Piqué's height during set pieces. With Piqué on the field in the dying moments, Barcelona would always have a glimmer of hope whenever set-piece opportunities arose. On the other hand, Mourinho did not hasten to make further substitutions. He continued to urge every Real Madrid player to maintain defensive cohesion. Meanwhile, Carvalho was nearly shouting himself hoarse on the backline. His defensive acumen was seasoned, and although his physical prowess had declined compared to the previous season, the presence of Leon and Alonso in front of him offered a sense of security, allowing Carvalho to feel he could see the match through to its conclusion. The resolute spirit of the Real Madrid players had never been so fervently united in defense. As the match approached its climax, Messi and Pedro took turns challenging the Real Madrid defense, causing anxiety among the fans. They fervently prayed for Lady Luck to steadfastly favor Real Madrid, allowing them to close out the match successfully. In the 84th minute, Messi evaded Alonso's interception while in possession and lifted the ball into the Real Madrid penalty area. This time, Villa, poised to complete a header, was met with misfortune as the ball was first cleared by Ramos. However, Xavi, who regained control of the ball outside the box, did not hesitate to pass it back to the raised hand of Messi. Leon proactively approached, intending to collaborate with Dragon Brother to encircle Messi once more. However, Messi, not one to be underestimated, recalled his previous misstep and was not about to wait for Leon and Alonso to execute their ambush. With a sudden lateral pass to the advancing Iniesta, Messi erupted into his maximum speed, racing towards the edge of Real Madrid's penalty area. Iniesta's perfectly timed through ball was impeccably placed. In a seamless and direct 2-on-1 exchange, Messi was poised to shake off Leon in a state of unmarked anticipation to take a shot. Yet, at the last moment, Leon decisively opted for a foul, pulling Messi down to the grass with a firm grasp. He then stood silently before his own penalty area, lips pursed, offering no defense. The referee's whistle pierced the air with remarkable swiftness. Before the Barcelona players could swarm the referee in fervent agitation, Real Madrid's players hurriedly intervened to prevent any interference with the referee's decision. A few sharp whistles resounded, and after the on-field referee cautioned both teams' players to maintain their distance, he gestured for Leon to approach. Mourinho and all the Real Madrid supporters felt a pang of anxiety. However, when the referee reached into his chest pocket, a collective sigh of relief swept through the Real Madrid fans. A yellow card. The referee issued a yellow card to Leon. There was no question regarding his judgment. It was an indisputable foul, and Leon accepted the referee's ruling without protest, though the Barcelona players remained quite dissatisfied. Deeming such a tactical foul to warrant a red card excessively harsh, Leon had, at the last moment, thwarted Messi's threatening shot with a yellow card. Nevertheless, Barcelona now had a prime opportunity for a set piece. Let us see how they would execute this free kick. Hiwei felt a mixture of relief and excitement at this moment, his rapid speech reflecting his emotions. He was eager to commend Lyon for his rational and exemplary defensive decision in a crisis. Yet, before Barcelona could take this free kick, Hiwei decided to temper his enthusiasm. Well, he could praise Lyon after Barcelona took this free kick, regardless of the outcome. Messi and Iniesta positioned themselves at the edge of Real Madrid's penalty area. Such free kicks were not the easiest to convert, and adjusting their positions slightly would have been more beneficial for the kicking player. However, for Barcelona at this moment, this was their best offensive opportunity as the match drew to a close. After a brief exchange, Iniesta and Messi took their respective stances. Messi gazed at the Real Madrid goal for a moment, wiping the sweat from his brow as the referee's whistle sounded. Iniesta commenced his run but swiftly feigned, bypassing the ball. After a short approach, Messi executed a curling shot with his left foot, aiming directly for the top right corner of the Real Madrid goal. Lyon and his teammates in the wall sprang into action, leaping with all their might. Yet, the ball soared over their heads, tightening Liang's heart in that fleeting moment. However, before he could turn around, the fervent cheers from the Real Madrid supporters erupted around him. He exhaled a breath he had been holding, allowing himself to relax. Iniesta took off, leaping forward. Messi, a shot. Oh, Casillas. Casillas brilliantly parried Messi's cleverly angled free kick. He thwarted the Argentine forward's desire for a goal, once again denying Barcelona the hope of an away goal. St. Casillas. This man, adorned with the captain's armband of Real Madrid, continued to safeguard the final bastion of his team with unwavering skill. The resilient players of Real Madrid persisted in their fight, striving for ultimate victory, a flawless triumph. At this moment, Hiwei, a fervent Real Madrid fan, could no longer contain his excitement. As he watched Casillas heroically deflect Messi's close-range free kick, his face contorted with exhilaration. Typically, among the 5 commentators, he was considered the most neutral in maintaining the audience's emotions. Yet today, at the climax of this Spanish El Clasico, he couldn't help but lean slightly in favor of Real Madrid. Undoubtedly, the majority of Chinese fans at home would not voice any objections. After all, their player had fought valiantly for Real Madrid throughout the match. A natural inclination towards the side of one's own is only fitting. As Casillas rose to his feet after making the save, he quickly gestured for his teammates to prepare for the impending corner from Barcelona. Meanwhile, Barcelona, undeterred by their earlier frustrations, saw Xavi rush towards the corner area. The other players either pressed into Real Madrid's penalty area, ready for aerial duels, or positioned themselves outside to contest for second balls. Pique naturally became a focal point for Real Madrid's defense. Pepe and Pique became entangled, while Alonso applied pressure and disrupted space nearby. Moments later, Xavi signaled the tactical execution of the corner, sending the ball directly to the edge of Real Madrid's penalty area. The vigorous tussle between Pique and Cato was merely a ruse. Xavi's true target was Iniesta, positioned at the edge of the box. Receiving the pass, Iniesta cleverly laid the ball off to Messi, who decisively unleashed a shot from the right side of Real Madrid's penalty area. However, when he encountered that familiar face and imposing figure in front of him, Messi instinctively thought, "Oh no." Lyon tightly pressed his hands against his sides, and without hesitation, he received Messi's shot with his chest. He then fell, collapsing gracefully. Without a moment's hesitation, there was no theatrical display. Lyon genuinely felt a twinge of discomfort. Damn, that was powerful. After silently lamenting, Lyon began to breathe rapidly and shallowly. Amidst the din and the concerned urgings of his teammates, he took nearly half a minute to regain his composure. As the pain in his chest gradually subsided, his breathing returned to a steady rhythm, and with the assistance of his teammates, Lyon slowly rose to his feet. Applause. The thunderous applause echoed continuously in the stands of the Bernabeu. Lyon's performance today was nothing short of exceptional and resolute, filling the hearts of Real Madrid supporters with immense pride. Mourinho, deeply moved, applauded Lyon repeatedly. This is precisely why he chose to field the young 20-year-old Lyon as a starter for Real Madrid. He believed that after this match, the media would no longer cast doubts on him or Lyon. The game swiftly resumed, approaching the conclusion of regular time. As Barcelona pressed to attack, they were repeatedly thwarted by Real Madrid outside the penalty area and resorted to long-range efforts. Mourinho played his final substitution card, bringing on Las Diera to replace the exhausted Benzema. With Las Diera's sweeping assistance, Real Madrid steadfastly held onto their 2-0 lead until the final whistle. The Bernabeu erupted in joyous celebration at the sound of the referee's whistle. The players on the pitch exchanged enthusiastic high fives and embraces. Their fatigue could not diminish their elation in this moment. To put it rather bluntly, the feeling among Real Madrid supporters was simply exhilarating. To achieve a home victory against Barcelona with a 2-goal advantage felt absolutely fantastic. Mourinho ultimately restrained his overwhelming emotions, and after a cordial embrace with Guardiola, he exhaled slowly and, accompanied by Karanka, made his way back to the players' tunnel. After all, there were only 3.5 days to prepare for the next leg of the Supercopa. The players and fans could revel in their triumph for a moment. But for the coaches, it was imperative to look ahead immediately after this match. Guardiola felt the same way, as did Mourinho. There was no time for despondency or excessive celebration. In a two-legged contest, only the team that laughs in the end can truly claim victory. Maintaining composure until the final moment was of utmost importance. After the post-match press conference, Mourinho reiterated that Real Madrid had not yet secured true victory and emphasized the need for a calm approach to the second leg before hastily departing. The day following the match, the entire Real Madrid squad commenced recovery training. Faced with the tight Supercopa schedule, the players were deprived of even a full day's rest. Fortunately, the training sessions on the afternoon of the 15th and the morning of the 16th focused primarily on recovery, with lighter intensity, allowing the players to regain their stamina. Intense tactical drills commenced only on the afternoon of the 16th. By August 18th, after the final training session of the morning, Mourinho led the team to Barcelona. Compared to the atmosphere before the previous match, the mood within the Real Madrid squad was decidedly more relaxed. Indeed, victory is the best catalyst for bolstering a player's confidence. Consequently, Mourinho no longer needed to stoke any notions of rivalry to ignite his players' fighting spirit. As long as the players possess sufficient determination and are willing to give their all for victory, Mourinho would not resort to peculiar tactics to galvanize them. The strategy they intend to employ at Camp Nou is, as anticipated by all media prior to the match, quite straightforward. On the evening of the 18th at 2100 hours, in the Grand Arena of Camp Nou, the Real Madrid squad resolved to staunchly defend the central midfield from the outset, just as in the previous encounter. Should Barcelona wish to penetrate the formidable midfield blockade set by Real Madrid, they must first expend considerable energy. Faced with Real Madrid's resolute and unyielding approach, Guardiola found himself in a quandary. Against other mid- to lower-tier La Liga teams, Barcelona typically harbors little fear of opponents adopting a defensive stance, as these rivals lack the caliber to compete at Barcelona's level. However, Real Madrid presents a different challenge. After an entire season of adjustments in both their lineup and tactical approach, this iteration of Real Madrid has become remarkably formidable. In terms of offensive prowess, they have surpassed Barcelona for 2 consecutive seasons, establishing themselves as the most potent force in La Liga. Furthermore, with Mourinho's successful transformations and the return of the defensive prodigy, Leon, Real Madrid had already illustrated to Barcelona the essence of Mourinho's midfield strangulation in their previous clash. Thus, when Real Madrid unitedly adopted a counter-attacking posture rather than engaging Barcelona in a direct offensive duel, Guardiola found himself with limited tactical solutions. He could only hope to assert control over the midfield before attempting to breach Real Madrid's penalty area. Messi, bearing the immense expectations of countless Barcelona supporters, once again found himself embroiled in a duel with Leon on the pitch. The familiar, exasperating psychological warfare ensued, with Leon's persistent harassment proving to be a significant annoyance for Messi. As Leon had previously stated, he may endure repeated defeats in their individual battles, yet he remains undeterred, intent on shadowing Messi relentlessly until the final minute of the match. Even though Guardiola had strategically arranged for other Barcelona attackers to provide cover for Messi, Leon's tireless and tenacious marking continued to impede Messi's performance significantly. Throughout the arduous 90 minutes, Messi ultimately recorded a goal and an assist, having first set up Pedro to open the scoring in the first half, and then evading Leon to score with a low shot in the 78th minute of the second half. It may seem that Leon's one-on-one marking had faltered. However, the truth is that Leon's constraints on Messi remained remarkably effective. It was precisely due to his successful interference that Messi could only achieve a single goal and assist. As Messi approaches the zenith of his prowess, his individual capabilities are indeed formidable. Nevertheless, Cristiano Ronaldo is no less impressive. In addition to scoring a decisive header in the 67th minute of the second half at Camp Nou, he also came close to securing an assist in this match. Regrettably, during a counterattack, Benzema squandered a clear opportunity, leaving the Real Madrid players momentarily speechless. However, this misstep proved inconsequential, as Real Madrid ultimately secured the Supercopa title before the commencement of the new season, triumphing with a cumulative score of 3-2 over 2 legs. As the match concluded, Mourinho stood confidently on the pitch, hands in pockets, wearing a self-assured smile. In that moment, apart from the players on the field, he was undoubtedly the most luminous presence. His demeanor was reminiscent of the charismatic figure he had embodied over a year ago at the Bernabeu, silently conveying to everyone, "I have already proven myself, and I know how to confront Barcelona. You must believe." A heartfelt thank you to all the supporters for their tremendous backing. Today, in celebration, I recommend a book. If you don't read Peking University, join the army, I'll become an officer. Those who appreciate this genre may follow the link to explore it further. Chapter concluded. Chapter 71. The Year of Mourinho, the Year of Champions. Bringing Barcelona down from their damn throne in La Liga. Once again, Mourinho and Real Madrid captured the attention of the Spanish media. After the 2 legs of the Supercopa, Real Madrid triumphed over Barcelona in true Mourinho fashion. The results of these matches swiftly reverberated throughout the global football community the day after Real Madrid's victory. As stated in the headline of Marca the following day, Barcelona, who had just secured both the Champions League and La Liga titles that summer, appeared to be the dominant force in football a mere 2 months ago. Now, after battling Real Madrid for 180 minutes in a figurative quagmire, they were knocked out by a Madrid side that, though equally fatigued, exhibited greater resilience. Lion has become the cornerstone of Real Madrid's newfound defensive solidity, a sentiment echoed unanimously among the Spanish media and both fan bases. Real Madrid supporters rejoiced at Lion's timely return during the summer transfer window. Conversely, Barcelona fans seethed with frustration at any mention of Lion. Had Real Madrid fielded the same starting lineup from the latter half of last season, a 2-legged victory over Barcelona might have been conceivable, yet such a possibility was exceedingly slim, and the performance would not have inspired the same level of confidence among Madrid supporters. Barcelona fans were even more convinced that had it not been for Lion's relentless defensive tactics and the immense physical toll exerted on Messi, they would have undoubtedly claimed this year's Supercopa title. The manner in which Lion defended against Messi sparked considerable interest and discussion among countless fans. This fascination extended beyond La Liga, with supporters from the Premier League, Bundesliga, and Serie A engaging in lively discourse online regarding Lion's close marking of Messi. However, after several days of analysis and the compilation of defensive insights, these fans ultimately abandoned hopes of having their own midfielders emulate the approach. Recognizing the extensive demands and numerous considerations involved, first and foremost, one must exhibit swift reflexes and adaptability. Secondly, the speed must be sufficient to keep pace with Messi. Thirdly, defensive positioning must be impeccable, for a single lapse against Messi could result in a foul. Fourthly, the technique for tackling must be refined. And fifthly, one's physical condition must be robust. The more these criteria are articulated, the more apprehensive the multitude of fans becomes. When examining individual capabilities, it is evident that numerous commendable defensive midfielders currently exist in the market who meet these requirements. However, possessing all these attributes is an arduous task. While Liang may not excel in every technical aspect, he compensates with a few specialized skills, and his other defensive capabilities are certainly commendable. This is rather remarkable. If he continues to develop smoothly over the coming seasons, what kind of defensive midfielder will Liang ultimately become? Milan fans, amidst their emotional discussions, have added a few more points. He also possesses commendable heading ability and adequate organizational skills. It is said that before his departure, he even learned long passing techniques from Pirlo. Now you understand why we are reluctant to part with the young lion, do you not? It would be a tremendous loss. Indeed, Real Madrid fans, upon reading this, felt a sense of embarrassment and offered words of consolation to the Milan supporters, expressing their gratitude. They thanked their Milan counterparts for nurturing the young lion for half a season, contributing significantly to their triumph over Barcelona. Might we borrow the young lion for a few more years? That is not possible. We are currently utilizing the young lion. Perhaps you could consider another, such as our other defensive stalwart, Hedy? In the present, Liang's performance in his direct confrontation with Messi has ignited significant attention, surpassing even the acclaim he received when helping Milan secure the Italian double crown. Yet, amidst the surge of attention and discussion, the individual in question remains engrossed in reviewing the match, feeling far from satisfied with his own performance. While one feels a sense of pride in Liang's self-awareness and clear perception, Xavi Alonso watches as Liang, during the post-match analysis meeting, shakes his head in discontent with his own display, stirring a degree of impatience within him. However, before he could intervene, Mourinho preemptively placed his hand atop Liang's head. "Pay attention. You are facing Messi, who is nearly 4 years your senior. And you are truly this dissatisfied with your performance? Not at all, boss. I felt like a mere post against him. And he was involved in 2 goals in the second leg." I believe as Liang articulately analyzed his performance, Mourinho was left speechless. For heaven's sake. There have been plenty of defenders over the past 2 seasons who have been rendered mere posts by Messi. As for Messi's contributions in the second leg, that is entirely expected. If Messi were to be silenced in every match against a 20-year-old defensive midfielder, that would indeed be unusual. With a playful slap on Liang's back, amidst the laughter of the Real Madrid first-team players, Mourinho resumed the day's analysis meeting, though it was evident that Liang was not in jest. After the afternoon review meeting concluded, while the other Real Madrid players began to relish their 2-day holiday, he donned his training attire and made his way to the training ground. Reflecting on his duel against Messi in the cup match, Liang rated his performance in the first leg an admirable 80, but in the second leg, he felt he deserved no score at all. He believed his defensive efforts had faltered, leading to a dismal failure. Regardless of the media's praise for his defensive contributions or the accolades from the team's veterans, he perceived only his shortcomings. Especially during the moment when Messi scored, he felt utterly outmatched, rendered immobile as he watched Messi glide past him to secure the lead. The sensation of impotence was overwhelming. Liang despised this feeling of helplessness profoundly and vehemently. 7 years have passed since he embarked on his professional football journey, and despite his initial ambivalence towards the defensive midfield position, the craft of defending has become ingrained in his very essence, coursing through his veins. Defense is the skill that originally anchored his presence in the football realm. Every player possesses their unique pride in their skills on the pitch, and for Liang, his pride lies in his defensive prowess. It can be said that Messi's explosive performance in the second leg of the Supercopa served as a significant lesson, jolting him awake from the complacency that had crept in after the first leg. With a newfound determination, he energetically engaged with the training staff to commence his extra practice. He began with fundamental defensive techniques, such as intercepting with the front foot, pursuing with side body tackles, and executing sliding tackles with both the inside and outside of his foot. Liang gradually advanced to refining his tackling and ball retention skills. After ensuring quality and intensity over an hour and a half of additional training, he then proceeded to the rehabilitation area for a soothing massage. The following day mirrored this routine. After completing his extra training and therapy sessions, he unwound in the club's swimming pool, spending a full 4 hours in recovery before returning home. After 2 days of exhaustive yet fulfilling extra practice, Liang's heart, once stirred by a sense of urgency ignited by Messi, finally found tranquility. Just as he prepared to embrace the impending La Liga season, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Due to the breakdown of labor negotiations between the Spanish Footballers Union and the Spanish Professional Football League, the first round of the La Liga for the 2011 to 2012 season was postponed. This disruption unsettled the preparation efforts of nearly all La Liga teams. Players, who had finely tuned their physical conditions for the league, now faced an indefinite delay before they could seize their opportunity to play. While larger clubs could hastily arrange friendly matches to maintain their players' form, it proved considerably more challenging for mid to lower-tier La Liga clubs to secure such matches. For instance, Barcelona scheduled a friendly against Napoli on August 22nd, while Real Madrid arranged to face Galatasaray on August 23rd. However, each team could only rely on training to maintain their players' form against their opponents in the second round of the league. On the afternoon of August 27th, the postponed La Liga season finally commenced. The majority of the mid to lower-tier teams in La Liga delivered rather lackluster performances, with players generally lacking enthusiasm and the scores predominantly reflecting a 0-1 or 1-1 scenario. It was not until the evening of August 28th, when Real Madrid took to the field, that La Liga fans were treated to a thrilling display of goals. Mourinho, confident in his charges, deployed a modified 4-4-2 formation. Having previously triumphed over Galatasaray with a resounding 4-0 victory in a friendly match, Real Madrid had every reason to anticipate a commanding win against their second-round adversary, Zaragoza. And indeed, this expectation materialized. After enduring over 10 days without any friendly or competitive matches, Zaragoza faltered defensively from the outset. In the 4th minute of the first half, Kaká made his first attempt at a through ball. To his astonishment, and that of starting striker Benzema, the pass pierced through Zaragoza's 2 defensive lines and found its way into the penalty area, with his focus unwavering since the match commenced. Cristiano Ronaldo expertly controlled the ball on the left side of Zaragoza's penalty area and skillfully slotted it into the far corner. Otherwise, Benzema, who might have been distracted and missed this opportunity, would likely face criticism from Marca the following day, although he has already been chastised on numerous occasions. This fortuitous opening goal allowed Real Madrid to relax and quickly find their rhythm. In the 13th minute, Di Maria, making a late run, elegantly maneuvered past 2 Zaragoza defenders. He then delivered a clever lob over the defensive line, granting Cristiano Ronaldo a clear chance on goal. On fire today, Ronaldo did not squander this opportunity, executing a beautiful chip shot to extend Real Madrid's lead to 2 goals. Leon, watching from the back line, was left utterly astonished. While Zaragoza had barely managed to secure their place in La Liga last season, it was hard to fathom how they could concede 2 goals within just over 10 minutes. Observing the goal from the sidelines, Mourinho could finally relax and return to his coaching seat, regardless of Real Madrid's willingness. The undeniable reality was that they had gained an advantage due to La Liga's postponement. Thus, as long as they could secure a smooth victory, Mourinho felt there was no need for excessive displays of passion. Yet, his good intentions did not resonate with the home fans at La Romareda, who responded with a chorus of boos. While some might have been jeering their own players for their lackluster performance, undeniably, a greater portion was directed at the Real Madrid players. Consequently, Zaragoza was thoroughly overwhelmed, genuinely dismantled. Before the first half concluded, Real Madrid had already netted 4 goals against Zaragoza. Although Ronaldo did not achieve a hat-trick in the first half, his impressive tally of 2 goals and 1 assist made him the standout performer. Di Maria and Benzema each found the net in the new season, while Kaká contributed with an assist. All 4 of Real Madrid's key offensive players recorded personal statistics, and the dressing room was filled with joy during halftime. However, as the second half commenced, Real Madrid graciously slowed their attacking tempo, yet Zaragoza did not reciprocate. Leon was delighted, wishing Zaragoza would press forward more aggressively to provide him with additional opportunities to shine. Unfortunately, before he could seize a few chances, Real Madrid's counterattack surged forth. A precise long pass from Longu found Cristiano Ronaldo, who, after a brief observation, delivered a cross from the edge of the penalty area directly to the far post of Zaragoza's box. As the ball soared over Benzema's head, Kaká, in a nearly unmarked position, executed a flawless control before effortlessly slotting the ball into the far corner of the Zaragoza net. Following the goal, Kaká erupted into laughter, pointing at Cristiano, eagerly awaiting their celebratory embrace. The thunderous boos from the La Romareda stadium dissipated in that instant. Leon, accustomed to the erratic rhythms of Milan last season, found himself at a loss for words. Just over 50 minutes into the match, Real Madrid had established a commanding 5-0 lead. 1 goal every 10 minutes. Such offensive support and efficiency would surely make Ibrahimovic envious. Ultimately, in a manner akin to clocking out from work, Leon effortlessly celebrated a resounding 6-0 victory with his team. In the 73rd minute of the second half, Cristiano scored yet again with an assist from Benzema, completing his hat-trick. As this one-sided slaughter concluded, Madrid's pro-Real media eagerly proclaimed their intent to reclaim the La Liga title. Although Barcelona had recently lost the Supercopa de España, their 3 consecutive La Liga championships provided them with confidence. Thus, pro-Barca media promptly countered. Following a resounding victory over Porto and having claimed the UEFA Super Cup, Barcelona took to the stage of the new La Liga season on the evening of August 29th. Under the watchful eyes of countless La Liga fans, Barcelona delivered an astonishing 5-0 thrashing of Villarreal, leaving a much greater impact than Real Madrid's demolition of Zaragoza. This was particularly striking, given that Villarreal had finished 4th in La Liga last season, qualifying for the Champions League. Even though Villarreal had lost key players Cazorla and Capdevila during the summer, their core remained largely intact. Thus, when Barcelona dismantled the Yellow Submarine, the Spanish media quickly shifted their praise towards Barca. This momentum continued until the international break in early September, when Barcelona was held to a draw by Real Sociedad after an onslaught of pressure. It remains uncertain whether the players were significantly affected by the FIFA virus. In that league match, just over 10 minutes in, they had already established a 2-goal lead, leaving Real Madrid's players disinterested upon hearing the news. Unexpectedly, for over 80 minutes thereafter, Barcelona found themselves unable to score a single goal. Meanwhile, the resilient Real Sociedad delivered a stunning double blow in the 59th and 61st minutes of the second half, leaving Barcelona utterly bewildered. This unexpected turn of events left countless La Liga fans in disbelief. However, the players of Real Madrid had already commenced their own third round of the La Liga season, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama on Barcelona's side. Following a resounding success in the previous round, Mourinho once again deployed a 4-4-2 formation. Against Getafe, a team that had performed similarly to Zaragoza last season, the Special One dismissed the notion of defensive tactics, opting instead for an aggressive offensive approach. Not only did Cristiano Ronaldo and his companions wreak havoc on the attack, but Lyon also seized the opportunity to advance forward with Mourinho's approval. Observing Lyon's commendable contributions in playmaking and aerial duels, Mourinho felt a sense of satisfaction, although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Allegri. Mourinho contemplated sending a thank-you email post-match, acknowledging Allegri's role in developing Lyon's attacking prowess. Yet, Lyon still did not manage to secure his first goal or assist in La Liga during this match. Nonetheless, he had a crucial involvement in the build-up to a goal. Having passed the ball to Di Maria, who subsequently assisted Benzema's score, Lyon believed he could take a bit of pride in that contribution. With the team's attacking strategy firmly established, Real Madrid conceded a goal to Getafe in the second half. However, in light of their eventual 5-1 triumph, that solitary goal felt inconsequential. Upon learning of Barcelona's misfortune, the Real Madrid players celebrated with even greater enthusiasm. Although Mourinho had never explicitly stated it, nor had the club publicly announced it, all players joining Real Madrid understood their straightforward seasonal objective: to dethrone Barcelona from their coveted La Liga throne. After securing 2 consecutive victories in the new season at home, the entire Real Madrid squad shifted their focus to the impending Champions League matches. This season, Real Madrid found themselves in Group D of the Champions League, alongside formidable opponents such as Lyon from League One, the Dutch champions Ajax from last season, and the reigning champions of the Croatian First League, Dinamo Zagreb. The strength of these 3 adversaries was not particularly daunting, with 2 being familiar foes. Lyon, the former club of Benzema, had dominated League One from 2001 to 2008 and was once a regional powerhouse. In the 2009 to 2010 season, Lyon famously eliminated the new generation of the Galacticos in the Champions League round of 16, achieving 1 win and 1 draw. Now, facing Lyon again, Real Madrid found themselves with a chance at retribution. It is indeed unfortunate that the prowess of Lyon has been diminishing year by year. In the season before last, although they relinquished the league title, they still managed to secure the second position. Last season, however, Lyon fell to 3rd place, and this season, they must first navigate a qualifying round to enter the Champions League, competing in the group stage against such a Lyon. Even if Real Madrid were to achieve a double victory, the players might not find it particularly gratifying. In contrast, when it comes to Ajax, the Real Madrid squad can only express fervent sentiments. What a coincidence, dear brothers from Ajax, it's you again. Upon seeing that they had once more been drawn into the same group as Real Madrid, the players of Ajax must have been taken aback. The haunting memory of being utterly defeated by Real Madrid in the second leg last season still lingers vividly. Now they are up against an even more formidable Real Madrid this season. The entire Ajax team might even begin to ponder whether the club's upper management has some unresolved issues with the higher-ups at UEFA. Fortunately, in the first round, they will not face Real Madrid, allowing Lyon to escape a calamity. In the opening round of the Champions League, Real Madrid will venture away to gauge the capabilities of Dinamo Zagreb. Meanwhile, Ajax and Lyon, both potential contenders for the second qualifying position in Group D, must first engage in a fierce battle. The players of Real Madrid possess limited knowledge of Dinamo Zagreb. However, after thorough analysis, The coaching staff has likely grasped the tactics employed by this team in the Champions League. In the previous 2 seasons, this Croatian league champion faltered in the qualifying rounds. During the Champions League qualifiers, they attempted to rely on their relatively solid defense to progress. Clearly, they did not succeed. This season, Dinamo Zagreb has evidently adjusted their qualifying strategy. They have opted for an aggressive approach, seizing an early lead before fortifying their half. One wonders if the head coach has drawn inspiration from Allegri prior to the commencement of this season's Champions League qualifiers. The absurdity of it is rather striking. Nevertheless, regardless of the aesthetic appeal of the gameplay, Dinamo Zagreb has indeed advanced to the Champions League group stage and earned the opportunity to compete against Real Madrid. For this achievement, the fans of Dinamo Zagreb are elated. On the afternoon of September 13th, as the players of Real Madrid arrived at their hotel in Zagreb and prepared to visit the Maksimir Stadium, they were greeted by an overwhelming number of Croatian fans gathering to catch a glimpse of the Real Madrid stars. Most of them bore no ill intentions. They simply wished to witness the illustrious talents of Real Madrid. After greeting the onlookers outside the stadium and signing autographs for a few notably younger fans, the players of Real Madrid finally entered Maksimir Stadium with a sense of ease. Lion remains quite intrigued by Dinamo Zagreb, not merely because this Croatian powerhouse has produced football luminaries such as Kranjčar, Suker, and Boban, but rather due to a certain midfielder, currently a teammate of Bale at Tottenham, whose abilities far surpass his fame, Luka Modric. As if recalling something, Lion turned to his companion Long and posed another question. Teacher, is there currently a young player in this team named Kovacic? Before Alonso's arrival, he had specifically taken note of the active players from Dinamo Zagreb, and after a moment of reflection, he nodded at Leon. Indeed, there is such a midfielder. I have heard he is currently one of the finest young midfielders in Croatia. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing much. I noticed he is quite a bit younger than I am, and I am somewhat curious about him. What? Do you intend to go easy on him during the match tomorrow? No, certainly not. I aim to increase the intensity so that he understands the magnitude of the Champions League sooner. Longu was amused by Leon's remark. Yet he had no doubts about what Leon said. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Leon would indeed face that Croatian lad on the pitch tomorrow. At present, Leon was poised to confront a midfielder who had yet to turn 18. Alonso merely hoped that the young player named Kovacic could last a few more minutes on the field tomorrow. After the training session concluded, the entire Real Madrid squad spent a peaceful night at their hotel in Zagreb. However, starting from the morning of September 14th, the atmosphere surrounding the upcoming Champions League match had completely enveloped the capital city of Croatia. Mourinho and Karanka were utilizing the final moments before the match to finalize tactical arrangements and simulations. Nevertheless, most of the players in the Real Madrid squad appeared to be overly relaxed at this juncture. Leon felt a slight unease about this. While it was true that Dinamo Zagreb was considered a weaker opponent in the Champions League, Real Madrid did not need to exert 120 of their caution. Yet, was it not overly optimistic to already harbor thoughts of decisively defeating the opponent before the match had even commenced? However, seeing Cristiano Ronaldo and Longu maintaining their usual calm demeanor before the match, Leon gradually put his worries aside. Perhaps I am overthinking it. I'll observe after the match begins. With a quiet sigh, Leon ultimately said nothing, instead taking the opportunity to review the report on the playing habits of Dinamo Zagreb's key players once more. At 20:45 local time in Croatia, after an entire day of final preparations, the two teams commenced the first round of the Champions League Group D match at Maksimir Stadium. Today, the bird-like coach opted for a modified 4-4-2 formation. In contrast, Dinamo Zagreb cautiously deployed a 4-2-3-1 starting lineup. Ante Kasic, the Croatian coach, remained pragmatic, refraining from any unnecessary tactical maneuvers, opting instead for a defensive strategy from the outset. Upon witnessing their opponent field 5 midfielders and retreating into their half, the Real Madrid players understood their intentions. Mourinho had anticipated the style of play Dinamo Zagreb would employ, yet he did not expect Kasic to be so resolute, having no intention of contesting possession with Real Madrid from the very beginning. Well, since the opponent has retreated, let us press forward and attack. Mourinho issued the tactical directive, and the forwards of Real Madrid eagerly advanced past the halfway line, heading straight for the heart of Dinamo Zagreb. As Leon observed Ramos, who was eagerly pressing past the halfway line on the right flank, he swiftly positioned himself deeper into his own half. At this juncture, The number of attackers in the front line was already sufficient. His primary responsibility remained to fortify the defense. However, it appeared that Dinamo Zagreb had resolutely decided to forego any offensive strategies in the early stages of the match. After a period of vigilance, witnessing Dinamo Zagreb being thoroughly suppressed, Leon and Longu could only advance alongside, maintaining a passing connection with the current attacking unit. Contrary to expectations, the match did not unfold like a hot knife through butter. Instead, Real Madrid launched an aggressive assault from the outset, yet once forced into positional warfare, their attacking efficiency plummeted. On one hand, Dinamo Zagreb constricted the available space with great intensity, engaging in fierce tackles that left little room for Real Madrid to exploit vertical breakthroughs. On the other hand, the sheer number of attacking players on Real Madrid's side also contributed to the inefficiency. After all, how much space could there be in the half? With the defense bolstering 10 players in a compact formation, the attackers surged forward with 6 or 7. At times, Real Madrid's offensive players struggled to find viable passing lanes, resorting to back passes for Longu to reorganize their attacking approach. The once proud quick counterattacks and wing advances of Real Madrid were now rendered ineffective, prompting Mourinho on the sidelines to clasp his hands in concern. Logically speaking, even if penetrating Dinamo Zagreb's defense in a positional battle proved challenging, Real Madrid's players could still meticulously stretch their opponent's lines from the perimeter. Ultimately, the disparity in skill levels between the two teams was evident. Should Dinamo Zagreb expose even the slightest defensive gap, with Kaká's passing prowess and the incisive runs of Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema, one would expect at least a couple of threatening attacks to materialize. However, observing the somewhat anxious and hasty offensive demeanor of Real Madrid's players, Mourinho discerned that several within the squad were grappling with mental lapses. Frustrated, he yearned to rouse those players from their stupor. Yet, the match could not be paused. The immediate priority was to rectify the disarray in their attack. After a brief period of observation, Mourinho swiftly reached a decision. Leon, advance. Instruct Sergio and Marcelo to refrain from their frequent overlaps. You push forward to reclaim possession, and after regaining the ball in their territory, initiate a quick counter with Kaká. While Leon remained composed near the midfield, Mourinho approached him to convey the new tactical directive. Upon receiving the instructions, Leon promptly relayed them to Longu before advancing to call for Ramos and Marcelo. Before long, the fans of Real Madrid witnessed Leon charging forward to intercept the ball. At that moment, commentators from various nations, narrating the match, applauded Mourinho's astute tactical adjustment. If Dinamo Zagreb was unwilling to press forward and provide opportunities, Mourinho would simply reposition his team's ball-winning machine into the fray. Thus, even when Real Madrid loses possession after an unsuccessful offensive attempt, Leon's extensive coverage and interception capabilities prevent Dinamo Zagreb from comfortably circulating the ball in their defensive zone. Consequently, the time taken for Real Madrid to regain possession is significantly reduced, resulting in an increase in the number of attacking sequences. Although the absence of Marcelo and Ramos diminishes the number of players engaging in attacks up front, it simultaneously enlarges the space available for the remaining attackers to maneuver. When the ball predominantly revolves around Kaká and Di Maria, the presence of Leon, who actively seeks to receive and redistribute the ball, substantially enhances Real Madrid's ability to exploit gaps in the Dinamo Zagreb defense. Opportunities arise during the continuous lateral movements of the Dinamo Zagreb defenders. As Mourinho envisioned, the emergence of defensive gaps quickly facilitates threatening passes from Kaká and Di Maria. In the 19th minute of the first half, Benzema executed a header from Di Maria's unexpected diagonal cross, albeit slightly off target. Nevertheless, it signaled the onset of Real Madrid's attacking momentum. At this juncture, Mourinho signaled Ramos and Marcelo to seek opportunities on the flanks once more, yet they were still instructed not to merely deliver crosses upon receiving the ball. The key remains in stretching Dinamo Zagreb's compact defense to create defensive gaps, thus providing Ronaldo and Benzema, positioned as finishers, with enhanced opportunities to strike. 3 minutes later, Leon decisively intercepted the ball from Kovacic, who was attempting to shield it on the wing. Ignoring the youthful Kovacic, who sat on the ground appealing to the referee, Leon swiftly passed the ball to Kaká on the right flank. Kaká, with remarkable finesse, sent a direct through ball forward without taking a touch. The more composed Kovacic, after seizing another chance to advance, feigned a continuation towards the byline. only to abruptly halt after sprinting 5 or 6 meters. Observing the approaching Dinamo Zagreb defenders, Ramos quickly returned the ball to Kaká, who had astutely noted the positioning of his teammates within the Dinamo Zagreb penalty area. As he controlled the ball, he adjusted his stance and delivered a beautifully arched cross towards the far post of the Dinamo Zagreb area. Unbeknownst to anyone, Leon had joined the fray alongside Benzema. Upon noticing Kaká's delivery, Leon swiftly tapped Benzema's back, prompting the striker to instinctively rush towards the near post. Benzema redirected his run towards the front, drawing significant defensive attention from the Dinamo Zagreb defenders, while Leon surged into the box, creating a distraction. Consequently, when Ronaldo emerged from the far post, leaping with exaggerated height to emphatically head Kaká's cross into the net, the Dinamo Zagreb defenders were left astounded. The goalkeeper, Klava, equally bewildered, glared at Leon, who was exuberantly celebrating with Ronaldo. That insidious rascal conspired with Benzema to deceive us. Just before the 25-minute mark of the first half, Real Madrid breached the net, shattering the hopes of the Dinamo Zagreb players, whose morale visibly faltered. However, for the supporters of Real Madrid, this moment marked a turning point, lifting their previously gloomy spirits. Soon, after replaying the footage of Leon's subtle reminder to Benzema, the Madrid fans and commentators from around the globe were all smiles, praising Leon's cleverness. Mourinho's tactical adjustments once again captivated both his admirers and detractors. In terms of real-time tactical adaptations, it is hard to find a coach in contemporary football who can confidently claim superiority over Mourinho. Well done. Now, let's tighten our grip on their central advance. We must secure at least a commendable goal difference in this match. Keep your wits about you, regain possession, and pass it to Angel or Kaká. We shall launch rapid counterattacks against them, do you understand? After the celebrations, Leon was once again called to the sidelines by the Birdman. With a mere word from Mourinho, Leon nodded in agreement, their foreheads nearly touching as they communicated. Rest assured, boss. Not a single mosquito from Dinamo Zagreb shall breach our penalty area today. Leon winked, assuring his commitment. Naturally, he was rewarded with a hearty laugh and a firm pat on the back from Mourinho. The home fans of Dinamo Zagreb, witnessing Mourinho's exchange with Leon, could no longer contain themselves and emitted a cacophony of discontented boos. With no retreat available, Dinamo Zagreb was compelled to press forward in their offensive efforts. Kovacic appeared somewhat disgruntled regarding Leon's earlier tackle against him, bravely seeking a one-on-one confrontation. However, he was swiftly thwarted by Leon's decisive slide tackle, leaving him scrambling to recover possession. On a subsequent attempt along the flank, Leon forcibly pushed him out of bounds, causing him to lose the ball again. As for a third attempt, it never materialized. Under the coach Andy Kasic's instructions, Kovacic swapped positions with a teammate, overwhelmed by Leon's defensive prowess. Kovacic was memorably noted by countless Real Madrid fans in this unfortunate manner. He was substituted at halftime, as Kasic, ever responsible, sought to protect his most talented midfield prospect from Croatia's new generation. While Kasic was unconcerned about Kovacic being thoroughly outmatched by Leon, he recognized, much like Mourinho understood Leon's inability to fully contain Messi, that it was perfectly normal for the 17-year-old Kovacic to struggle against Leon. Truly remarkable. A 20-year-old who can restrict Messi's influence defensively. Kasic watched as Leon repeatedly squandered scoring opportunities for his team, prompting him to express a wistful admiration. As for the final outcome of the match, Kasic was acutely aware that he could no longer salvage the defeat. Ultimately, Real Madrid secured a desired victory in the Champions League at the Maximir Stadium, thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's brace and Di Maria's long-range strike. Leon's unwavering performance on both offensive and defensive fronts captivated nearly all Real Madrid fans. Upon returning to the hotel after the match, Leon received a congratulatory call from Mendes. During their brief conversation, Leon realized that his previous decision to allow Mendes to delay discussions regarding a new contract had granted him a significant advantage. At the very least, after witnessing the match, Mendes received an invitation from Real Madrid to negotiate Leon's new contract. Coupled with the mounting endorsements from Chinese companies that Mendes had amassed, Leon finally broke into a satisfied smile. It was time to engage in some substantial contracts. Chapter 73. Mendes' expectations. Targeting the Golden Boy award recently, Mendes was quite elated. Meanwhile, his competitors, observing Leon's increasing prowess at Real Madrid, were driven to the brink of madness with envy. Their jealousy did not stem from Leon's performance at such a young age. Indeed, in terms of performance and fan appeal, Mario Götze from Borussia Dortmund was the leading figure among the new generation. The primary source of their envy towards Mendes lay in Leon's nationality, a Chinese player, who not only excelled during his loan at AC Milan, helping them secure domestic double titles as a starter, but also successfully established himself at Real Madrid. With these factors converging, witnessing Mendes on the verge of becoming the first agent to penetrate the vast Chinese market, how could the other agents not be frantic? However, regardless of their disdain for Mendes, claiming that his career had been a series of fortunate encounters, first with Mourinho and Ronaldo, and now fortuitously acquiring Leon, the reality of Mendes engaging with numerous Chinese enterprises for collaboration remained unchanged. In fact, since the first half of the year, when Leon joined AC Milan on loan, major Chinese companies had been unable to remain passive. Those with foresight promptly offered lucrative contracts, eager to seize the initial promotional opportunities Leon could generate domestically. For those lacking vision, even long-term contracts were offered, albeit at considerable sums. Mendes, upon reviewing the staggering amounts of these offers, felt a sense of disbelief. Initially, he had heeded the advice of Ronaldo and Mourinho to personally sign Leon, partly out of respect for his two old friends, and partly out of a sense of serendipity. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Leon would become a coveted figure among Chinese enterprises in just 6 months through his performances in Milan. It can only be said that Mendes had yet to fully embrace the potential commercial value inherent in Leon. However, when faced with the overwhelming financial pressure from the business magnates of Huagua, Mendes remained remarkably clear-headed. He personally flew to Milan to discuss the matter with Leon, who, at that time, responded with equal composure. "There's no rush. Let me finish this season and reassess the new offers upon my return to Real Madrid." Mendes had initially thought Leon's confidence was somewhat excessive, believing he should secure at least 1 or 2 lucrative endorsements while the momentum was high. Yet, in retrospect, he could only concede that Leon was absolutely correct. Back then, Leon bore no championship titles, merely the status of an exceptional youth player from Real Madrid. Now, however, approaching Leon for endorsements as a member of the Serie A and Coppa Italia double champions? Apologies, but our price has risen. Despite the significant increase in the baseline amount for negotiations, the number of Huagua enterprises approaching Mendes for commercial endorsements remained undiminished. In fact, more affluent tycoons were personally reaching out with intent emails. Mendes found himself increasingly restless. He understood that Leon was truly unhurried, but Mendes was not. Fortunately, Leon provided him with a definitive response. In Huagua, Leon aimed to cultivate a good reputation, rejecting any endorsements associated with product quality or reputational risks. He also preferred not to overextend himself with endorsements, aiming for just 3 by the end of the year. Leon chose to refrain from involvement in brand selection and final negotiations, allowing Mendes' team to handle those matters. However, before formal negotiations commenced, he wished to converse with the representatives of potential partners to understand their marketing strategies, both domestically and internationally. Next on the agenda was his contract with Real Madrid. Since the last renewal, Leon had 4 years remaining on his new contract. This time around, Leon's salary demands were not exorbitant, seeking a post-tax amount exceeding €3 million. Even a precise €3 million would suffice, but he was adamant about not negotiating his personal image rights. He was amenable to a continued 4-year contract at a slightly lower salary, but his image rights were non-negotiable. He would not relinquish even a fraction. It was absurd. When his reputation in the domestic arena was waning, Leon had confidently retained his image rights. At that time, Real Madrid, recognizing his determination, was not overly concerned, as there was no position for him in the first team, and they were likely to sell him directly to Real Betis. Had it not been for Mourinho noticing Leon's performance at Betis, promoting him to the first team, and ultimately deciding to keep him, Leon might have already made his mark at Betis. Thus, with his confidence bolstered, Leon was even less inclined to relinquish his image rights to the club. Contrary to Leon's expectations, Mendes did not fully endorse his stance. Instead, after Leon articulated his demands, Mendes promptly presented differing opinions. Through Mendes' patient explanations, Leon came to understand that possessing 100% of his image rights did not necessarily equate to greater revenue. At present, by sharing his personal image rights with Real Madrid and benefiting from the club's extensive promotional and marketing resources, Leon stands to gain significantly more commercial revenue than he initially envisioned. To illustrate this simply, if Leon could earn $1 million through Mendes's promotional prowess, while retaining full control of his image rights, his net gain would be the majority of that sum after deducting Mendes's share. However, if both Real Madrid and Mendes collaborated to enhance his commercial value, Leon might potentially secure half, or even 60%, of $2 or $3 million. The arithmetic is quite straightforward. In the coming 2 to 3 years, collaborating with Real Madrid to develop his commercial potential would be advantageous for Leon. Thus, he embraced Mendes's counsel, yet they resolved to assert their negotiating leverage from the outset. Following the conclusion of the first round of the Champions League, Mendes engaged in discussions with Real Madrid regarding Leon's contract renewal, which quickly led to a stalemate. The renewal contract proposed by Real Madrid was, in fact, more generous than Mendes had anticipated. However, the primary stipulation was the acquisition of half of Leon's image rights. On the other hand, after conferring with Leon, Mendes insisted on Leon retaining 80% of his image rights. The negotiations reached an impasse right from the outset, making further discussions nearly impossible. After 2 days of deadlock, during which other terms were largely settled, both parties reverted to their initial demands. Real Madrid made the first concession, requesting at least 45% of the image rights. Yet, Mendes's team remained steadfast, having reconfirmed with Leon, ultimately stating their position. Only 20% of the image rights could be conceded, which constituted their bottom line. Unsurprisingly, just before the commencement of the fourth round of La Liga, the discussions collapsed once more. Leon was not taken aback by this outcome. After all, since Florentino's ascension to power, Real Madrid has consistently demanded image rights from newly acquired players. Given Leon's burgeoning commercial value and Real Madrid's keen interest in the Chinese market, it would be absurd for them to offer him 80% of his image rights. The club's management initially intended to create a sense of urgency for Leon, hoping he would reconsider and ultimately stay with Real Madrid, thus maximizing his commercial potential. However, this strategy backfired, leading Leon to lose all faith. On the evening of September 18th, Florentino appeared somewhat discontented as he settled into a private box at the Valencia City Stadium. Real Madrid was set to compete against Levante in the fourth round of La Liga. As the players took to the field, Florentino's mood soured upon seeing Leon appear after Alonso. He could not fathom why Leon would reject the club's proposal to share image rights revenue. It is true that Real Madrid did not sufficiently appreciate Leon prior to Mourinho's tenure. They misjudged his commercial potential, focusing only on his defensive capabilities and past controversies. Yet, who among us is without fault? The crux lies in the prompt rectification of errors once they are perceived. Florentino believes that the club has performed commendably in a series of subsequent remedial actions. With a salary increase and proactive arrangements for loan opportunities in Milan, he has now returned, and the number 10 jersey has been directly bestowed upon him. Is this not a gesture of sincerity? The mere thought of it leaves the old president with a slight headache. Perhaps he should persuade Jorge to have another word with Leon. The La Liga match is set to kick off on September 18th at 1900 hours. Having just completed a Champions League fixture away from home, Mourinho has opted for a partial rotation in this match. Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, Benzema, and Marcelo have all taken their places on the bench. Today, Real Madrid has deployed a predominantly attacking 4-3-3 formation. The forward trio consists of Di Maria, Higuaín, and Callahan. In midfield, Leon and Las Diera occupy the left and right central midfield roles, with Alonso orchestrating play from a deeper position. The defensive line features Cointreau, Ramos, Pepe, and Arbeloa, with Casillas remaining the starting goalkeeper. Remarkably, this marks Leon's return to the left midfield position since departing Milan. His positioning alongside Las Diera resembles the dynamic duo he formed with Gattuso during his time at Milan. Furthermore, Leon's role in organizing play from a deeper position today bears a striking resemblance to that of the master, Pirlo. Leon lacks the audacity to inquire of Uncle Bird whether he has consulted Uncle Gion or Milan regarding tactical rights. Yet, he is acutely aware that should any Milan supporters inadvertently revisit this La Liga match, the online discourse will undoubtedly spark lively debate. Mourinho, on the other hand, harbors no embarrassment whatsoever. After all, while many esteemed coaches possess their favored tactical frameworks, it is not forbidden to draw inspiration from others, is it? Oh. When it comes to tactics among coaches, it cannot be labeled as copying. Rather, it is termed learning. Just a few days prior, Mourinho had a sudden impulse during training to experiment, and upon trying, he found a newfound enthusiasm. Before Khedira's return from injury, Mourinho felt compelled to explore several starting formations. Kaka must be utilized judiciously, and employing Last Diarra for practice is fortuitous. At this moment, the exuberant Last Diarra remains blissfully unaware of his role as the experimental guinea pig. As the match commenced, he energetically swept through the midfield. Leon felt reassured upon seeing that Last Diarra was responsible for intercepting and reclaiming possession on the right side of midfield. Hence, he could focus on executing his duties effectively on the left. Perhaps there would even be opportunities to surge forward and indulge in some exhilarating moments. After all, Leon is far easier to manage than Master Pirlo, requiring none of the frantic scrambling to put out fires. In fact, it may very well be that Leon will be the one to cover for him later. Real Madrid, facing Levante, holds a significant advantage in the midfield battle. Today's starting lineup boasts an exceptional capacity for ball recovery and interception. With the presence of Di Maria and Callahan, who occasionally drop back to receive the ball and advance, Real Madrid swiftly seized midfield control and launched their offensive. Higuain played exceptionally well today. Last season, prior to his injury, he was essentially the starting center forward for Real Madrid. However, he often found himself overshadowed as the primary finishing option, having to defer to the more formidable Cristiano Ronaldo and frequently serve as a pivot. Regardless of his personal inclinations, within Mourinho's tactical framework last season, he was compelled to fulfill these roles. Today, Mourinho finally granted him the opportunity to unleash his full potential. Commanding the center, he had the liberty to shoot whenever possible, flanked by adept passers, while his teammates tirelessly reclaimed attacking chances for Real Madrid. Higuain could only express that this sensation was utterly exhilarating. He showcased his fervent form with his first shot on goal in the 8th minute of the first half, after Di Maria navigated past a defender and delivered a cross. Higuain opted for an audacious volley without allowing the ball to touch the ground. Fortunately, Levante's goalkeeper, Munoa, remained sharply focused. With a remarkable diving save, he managed to deflect Higuain's attempt aimed at the far corner. In the subsequent 10 minutes, Higuain had 2 more opportunities to shoot, both of which struck within the frame of the goal, underscoring his fiery touch. Alas, Levante's veteran defender Ballesteros and goalkeeper Munoa were also in fine form today. Their individual performances in the opening 20 minutes repeatedly thwarted Real Madrid's fierce assaults, leaving Mourinho in a state of resignation. Judging by Levante's demonstrated defensive prowess, this team is far from ordinary. Any La Liga teams that underestimate Levante as a mid-table squad will certainly face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Leon sensed that the moment had arrived. Today, with Mourinho allowing him to manage the offensive front, he knew it was time to support his teammates when necessary. In the 24th minute of the first half, after receiving a back pass from Di Maria following a failed advance, Leon chose not to return the ball to Longo. Instead, he proactively surged forward with the ball. Advancing by 7 or 8 meters, he noticed Levante's veteran midfielder Becerro closing in to apply defensive pressure, but Leon remained composed. Summoning Callahan to retreat and engage in a simple 1-2 combination, Leon successfully penetrated Levante's 30-meter zone. At this point, Levante's defensive midfielder Javi Torres hurriedly approached Leon to prevent him from continuing his advance. The defensive setup in front of Levante's penalty area also became slightly disorganized. Javi Torres and Iborra converged on Leon, and Higuain, aware of Leon's impressive short pass and through-ball capabilities, made a forward run. As he repositioned, Levante's 2 central defenders were compelled to drop back. Just then, Leon delivered his pass in the split second before being surrounded. It was neither a straightforward through pass nor a delivery to Di Maria, who had already begun his run down the left flank. Instead, it was directed towards Callahan. Callahan's movement was cunning. While all the Levante defenders were fixated on Leon, Higuain, and Di Maria, he made an incisive cut from his previous position where he had dropped back to assist Leon, sprinting towards the vacant space in front of Levante's penalty area. In this position, with both Levante's central midfielders preoccupied with marking Leon and their center-backs retreating, a brief defensive vacuum emerged. Initially, Callahan was uncertain if Leon possessed the vision to exploit such an opening. However, instinctively, he darted into what he perceived to be a threatening area. To his surprise, Leon, at the most opportune moment, unhesitatingly threaded the ball to him. What a pass! The Real Madrid stalwarts on the bench, along with Mourinho, rose in excitement at that instant. Leon's lateral pass was impeccably precise and audacious. Having previously focused on the movements of Di Maria and Higuain, Leon managed to deceive not only Levant's defenders, but also a significant portion of his own teammates. Fortunately, Callahan remained alert with a deft touch. He surged towards the edge of Levant's penalty area. With no defenders in close proximity, Callahan took a deep breath, adjusted his steps on the edge of the box, and opted for a powerful strike. It was a thunderous shot, perfectly aligned with Callahan's technical attributes, unassuming yet remarkably steady, and he certainly did not lack conviction. The Levant goalkeeper, Munua, who had previously thwarted Higuain's attempts, found himself helpless this time. Callahan struck with such force that the ball sliced through the air like a cannonball, unimpeded, and drilled into the bottom left corner of the net. Real Madrid had successfully breached Levant's formidable defense and disrupted the equilibrium of the match in the first half. Even Florentino Perez, who typically showed little enthusiasm for the youth academy, could not help but rise and applaud with a smile in his private box. Meanwhile, Mourinho and the Real Madrid substitutes raised their arms in jubilant celebration. The Madrid supporters were elated beyond measure at that moment. Two players emerging from Castilla, who had previously been rather unfamiliar with one another, connected successfully, giving Real Madrid a lead in a challenging match. Callahan and Leon, these once estranged Castilla brothers, embraced on the pitch, laughter illuminating their faces. Leon could sense the excitement in Callahan's laughter and instinctively patted him reassuringly on the back. After all, Callahan's journey back to the club, having achieved success with Espanyol after leaving Real Madrid, had not been easy. The other Real Madrid players, rushing towards Callahan, playfully patted his head, offering their congratulations. Among those sharing the joyous moment in the stands was Mendes, who had come specifically to watch the game. Seeing Leon unaffected by the unsuccessful contract renewal and performing admirably, he felt a profound sense of relief. No, it was more than relief. Mendes now harbored even greater expectations for Leon. 6 months ago, when others remarked that the newly signed Leon had little future ahead of him, only capable of defense and unlikely to garner personal accolades, he might have found himself at a loss for words. Yet now, should anyone dare to utter such sentiments, he would undoubtedly respond with a resounding slap. The awareness to make incisive runs, the elegant feints to misdirect the opponents. Are we to dismiss him as merely a defensive player? Regardless of whether Leon can expand his offensive prowess in the future, even his current passing talent is already more than sufficient. The Ballon d'Or may forever remain an unattainable honor for Leon, possibly for several seasons to come. However, Mendes firmly believes that Leon has great potential for the Golden Boy Award. While Gatza is undoubtedly strong, Leon's accolades are equally commendable. As for who will ultimately claim the honors? Let us trust in their abilities and wait to see. Chapter 74. The curse does not belong to me. I am also the most unique one. The fourth round of La Liga concluded with Real Madrid triumphing over Levant with a decisive score of 2-0. Although Levant's defense performed admirably and displayed commendable resilience throughout the match, the blow dealt by the first half goal was simply too great for them to recover. Mourinho, recognizing that Levant was no pushover, decisively shifted to a defensive counter-strategy after 30 minutes of the first half. The lowered posture of Real Madrid was evidently beyond Levant's ability to exploit. With Higuain's opportunistic goal in the 65th minute of the second half, Real Madrid secured their victory without any significant peril. Leon, with a remarkable assist and the most efficient defensive statistics of the match, was named the best player of the game. The accolade awarded to Leon was received with admiration rather than envy by his teammates Callahan and Higuain, who acknowledged his contributions. Indeed, with an impressive tally of 9 tackles, 5 effective interceptions, and 2 clearances, it was impossible not to respect his performance. One could argue that Levant's desperate counterattack in the second half was decisively thwarted by Leon in midfield. His astounding running distance of 142 kilometers left Levant's fans lamenting in awe. He created an invisible barrier in Real Madrid's half. Otherwise, we might have seen a more favorable outcome at home. Faced with Leon's extraordinary display, what more could I possibly say? Mourinho and Real Madrid are fortunate to have a new Makelele. Perhaps they will achieve astonishing feats this season. In the post-match press conference, Levant's coach Ignacio Martinez could only helplessly shrug as he spoke. Meanwhile, Mourinho smiled and praised Levant's performance. Despite Barcelona's overwhelming victory over Osasuna, where they scored an impressive 8-0. Real Madrid, having secured 3 consecutive wins in the new La Liga season, was clearly the focus of media attention, with a formidable starting lineup and equally strong substitutes. The consistently performing Real Madrid has instilled greater hope and anticipation among their supporters compared to the previous season. Liang's ironclad performance has allowed countless Real Madrid fans to successfully forget a certain former attacking midfielder. After all, those who frequently watch matches understand the significance of a tireless defensive midfielder who consistently delivers stable performances. While an offensive midfielder can undoubtedly enhance a team's attacking prowess, achieving success in multifaceted competitions or even clinching the championship without at least 2 robust midfielders as a safety net is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Presently, Real Madrid boasts 4 such midfielders, instilling a sense of reassurance among the fans. Alonso is the perfect example, while Diarra, who rarely clings to the ball, counts as another. Liang represents 15 in this regard. His unparalleled stamina leaves no room for doubt. As for the remaining midfielder, that would naturally be the currently rehabilitating Figo, upon returning to Madrid with a triumphant streak of 3 consecutive league victories. The entire Real Madrid squad garnered unanimous praise from both fans and the media. However, Liang could not evade the matter of contract renewal. Zinedine Zidane and Eider Karanka, representing the club, extended an invitation he could not decline. After scheduling a time for negotiations, Liang contacted Mendes, conversing for a full hour that evening. The following afternoon at 5 o'clock, on an unusual day when he had no extra training following practice, Liang met with Real Madrid's current CEO, Ángel Sánchez, at the training facility. After enduring a series of unremarkable pleasantries and accolades, Liang awaited the arrival of Mendes' team, marking the commencement of his second round of contract renewal negotiations with Real Madrid. This time, he would be fully involved. The primary point of contention remained the distribution of image rights. For Real Madrid, their approach to the players on the first team has always been one of equality. The club insists on securing a sufficient share of the players' image rights. This is a non-negotiable baseline for the club and a crucial component of their global promotional business strategy. However, Liang's prior demands were unequivocal, and Mendes' negotiation team clung to this issue tenaciously. Negotiators from both sides engaged in discussions from 5:30 until 7 in the evening. And with no progress in sight, Liang decided to intervene. Previously reticent, he now radiated a newfound confidence. He turned directly to Sánchez, who had also been relatively silent before, and asked pointedly, "Mr. Manager, if we wish to finalize this renewal, must I concede more of my personal image rights?" Sánchez maintained the same affable smile he had displayed during their initial meeting, yet his response was unwavering and authoritative. "Yes, that is the club's strategic baseline, Liang. You must understand this." Liang nodded thoughtfully and then looked back at Sánchez. "So, does that mean the president is willing to compromise? You seek only 40 of my image rights? I could enjoy the same renewal terms as Cristiano?" At this, Liang finally began to nod slightly, seemingly contemplating the offer. However, just as Sánchez felt a sense of relief within, Liang spoke again. "My bottom line is that I must retain at least 80 of my personal image rights. Is the club truly unable to make any further concessions on this matter? I can accept a lower annual salary." Sánchez fell silent, and after a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. "Are you really not willing to reconsider, Liang? Surrendering 40 of your image rights would not be detrimental to you. With Real Madrid supporting you, you would secure even more lucrative endorsement contracts than before, and we would further elevate your reputation across Europe and even the globe, which is the most crucial aspect for you at this juncture." Observing Sánchez's resolute demeanor, Liang understood the management's stance at Real Madrid. With a subtle gesture, Mendes stepped in to expedite the negotiations with Sánchez. "We must retain at least 70 of the image rights, but the duration of the new contract cannot exceed 3 years. Real Madrid must assume part of the responsibility for promoting Liang's global reputation and assist in securing this year's Golden Boy Award." This was slightly above the baseline conditions that Mendes and Liang had deliberated upon the previous night. However, as the negotiations were still ongoing, it was essential to start with lofty demands before gradually making concessions. If the initial terms were not set high, how could Mendes navigate the subsequent bargaining with the club's president? Among these conditions, limiting the contract to 3 years was essentially a smokescreen. The real priorities for Mendes and Liang were the increased promotion of Liang globally and the full support for this year's Golden Boy Award. After some contemplation, Sanchez instructed his negotiation team to continue discussions with Mendes regarding the new contract terms while he stepped away to personally call the club president. Thus, both sides confirmed and negotiated, laboriously reaching a preliminary agreement by 9 o'clock in the evening, with both the president and Leon nodding in agreement. Ultimately, Leon conceded 40 of his image rights to Real Madrid. In return, the club generously offered him a post-tax annual salary of €4 million, albeit with a contract duration of merely 3 years. However, behind such generous terms lay conditions. If Leon insisted on signing for 3 years, Real Madrid would require the right of first refusal for contract renewal. This meant that in 2 years, when other clubs approached the soon-to-be free Leon with offers, as long as Real Madrid was willing to match the salary proposed by those clubs, Leon would have to renew with Real Madrid. Simultaneously, Real Madrid readily agreed to promote Leon globally and to assist in the operation of the Golden Boy Award later this year. Further details would require additional meetings for confirmation, and Real Madrid also proposed another contract extension option, which would entail raising Leon's salary to the level of a previous attacking midfielder, around €5 million post-tax, but would necessitate Leon agreeing to a 5-year contract duration. Regarding the second proposal, Leon expressed the need for further discussions with Mendes. However, with several key conditions already agreed upon in the contract, a successful renewal between Leon and Real Madrid is anticipated in the coming days. Having resolved this matter, Leon felt a sense of relief, and Mourinho, who had been quietly monitoring the situation, also breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. His greatest fear was the return of instability within the team, both internally and externally. The near-perfect successes he achieved in Porto and last year at Inter Milan were largely attributed to the team's unity and the absence of external distractions affecting their preparations. During his time at Chelsea, although the initial phase was promising, the relentless scrutiny from the British media, coupled with off-field controversies in the Champions League, led to a disjointed team spirit. When morale faltered, performance dipped, and without that final stroke of luck, he risked losing the trust of his employer. Thus, seeing Leon proactively and decisively secure his contract renewal, devoid of any media fodder for speculation, brought Mourinho considerable satisfaction. As long as Leon remained unencumbered by trivial matters and performed consistently, the team could effectively secure as many points as possible against mid-tier opponents in the league. Even if they had to adopt a defensive strategy, they could still amass more points than Barcelona with greater stability. After another training session, Mourinho observed Leon's unwavering enthusiasm as he chose to extend his practice, prompting him to reflect on Karanka. Perhaps, provided Leon remains injury-free, should he find himself bedridden like Khedira for several months, they might have to reposition Ramos to a defensive midfield role during squad rotations. Karanka subtly reminded Mourinho of this reality. Given Real Madrid's current style of play, losing either Alonso or Leon would pose significant complications. Last Diarra, while competent in certain aspects, has evident flaws in his tackling and aerial duels, and his tendency to hold on to the ball is a persistent issue. As for Khedira, it's best not to dwell on him for now. Karanka's implication was clear to Mourinho. Currently, with the schedule not yet congested, Real Madrid's matches have been fluid, yielding commendable results. However, it is time to contemplate potential reinforcements. Khedira, while versatile and slightly injury-prone, significantly enriches Mourinho's tactical approach when fit. Conversely, if they could part ways with Last Diarra in the winter transfer window for a more effective defensive midfielder who is less prone to ball retention, Real Madrid could truly compete on 3 fronts without concerns about the midfield position. As for the playing time of Altintop and Sahin, the two, ill-suited to Mourinho's style, could remain on the bench, fulfilling roles as substitutes for Kaká and Di Maria without disgrace. In his contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Mourinho's eyes, and he had already identified a suitable preliminary candidate. On September 21st, Real Madrid embarked once more on their journey for an away league match. In the 5th round of La Liga, they will face Racing Santander tonight at 1900 hours at the Sardinero Stadium. Confronting a team languishing in the penultimate position with 2 defeats and 1 draw, Real Madrid, fielding nearly all of their first-team players, showed no signs of hesitation. Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and Karim Benzema, who had received rest, all found the back of the net in this match. Notably, Ronaldo delivered a stellar performance, netting 2 goals and providing an assist, earning him a cacophony of boos from the Santander supporters. Benzema opened the scoring. Kaká contributed with both a goal and an assist. And Angel Di Maria, who had been rested for the first half, made his entrance in the 73rd minute and also scored. With a resounding 5-0 victory, Real Madrid secured their fourth consecutive league win, instilling trepidation in Ajax, who are set to face them in the upcoming Champions League group stage in Madrid. In this match, Leon once again focused on defensive duties without contributing any personal assists in attack, effectively thwarting Santander's counterattacks alongside his teammate Long. However, his understated presence on the pitch did not deter the Spanish media from thrusting him into the spotlight post-match with sensational headlines. Another number 10, who doesn't resemble a number 10? The curse of Real Madrid's number 10. Last Diarra's rational decision for a brighter future at Real Madrid. Leon's indifference to the curse. He is not a traditional number 10. As images of Leon executing tackles and interceptions circulated alongside these headlines, intrigued Spanish fans eagerly engaged in discussions about the incident. Last year, the media had also targeted Diarra, criticizing Real Madrid's number 10 for being the least representative of the role among top-tier football clubs. Eventually, after enduring such scrutiny for nearly half a season, Diarra chose to relinquish the number 10 jersey before the new season began. If a certain attacking midfielder had not departed, he would undoubtedly have been the most fitting candidate for the number 10 shirt in the current Real Madrid squad. However, with his departure, the jersey naturally became vacant. Both Di Maria and Kaká expressed their reluctance to don it, while new signings Sahin and Altintop seemed wary of the infamous number 10 curse. Yet Leon harbored no such concerns. He felt little psychological pressure regarding the number. Therefore, when Mourinho announced that the number 10 jersey was available, Leon promptly claimed it. After all, since Figo's departure from Real Madrid, players who wore the number 10 shirt have consistently failed to meet the expectations set by the media and fans alike. Following Robinho and Sneijder, and then Diarra, the performance of these three has dimmed the prestige of the number 10 for 6 long years. In this context, Leon found it perplexing that the media continued to sensationalize this number. Consequently, as the second round of the Champions League group stage approached, Leon felt increasingly exasperated by the relentless pursuit of reporters outside the training facility. He recalled a sharp retort once delivered by the Special One to the English media, a remark that resonated deeply with his current predicament. "I believe there is no necessity for me to prove anything for a mere number. I returned to Madrid as a dual champion of Italy. If you wish to question my qualifications to wear this number, perhaps you should inquire with my former teammates at Milan. Furthermore, the curse does not belong to me. I do not subscribe to such superstitions, for I am indeed one of a kind." With this proclamation, Leon ignited his vehicle and departed swiftly. The ever-composed Leon finally provided the journalists present with material worth reporting, much to their delight and satisfaction. Unsurprisingly, Leon once again graced the front pages of major Spanish sports newspapers the following day. His remarks bore a degree of controversy, with phrases such as "the dual champion's curse does not belong to me" and "I am indeed one of a kind," capturing the fascination of Spanish fans. Some perceive Leon's assertiveness as commendable, believing he should firmly confront those media reporters who incessantly seek trouble. Moreover, this confidence resonates with them. At 20 years old, to start for Real Madrid, should he not exude self-assurance? At such a tender age, one should indeed be spirited. Previously, Leon had maintained a notably low profile off the pitch, but his resolute statement has significantly improved the perception of many neutral fans toward him. Naturally, there are also numerous fans and onlookers who scoff at Leon's declarations, arguing that Mourinho could speak so boldly only after securing consecutive UEFA and Champions League titles with Porto before joining Chelsea. But how can Leon, having only recently claimed a domestic double in Italy, dare to make such assertions? What audacity is this? A dispute inevitably erupted once more on the internet. Leon remains indifferent to these shifting tides of public opinion. However, his teammates have rallied to voice their support for him. Alonso, Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, Marcelo, Kaká, Ramos, one by one. The stars of Real Madrid have unequivocally endorsed Leon's statements on social media. As Spanish fans marvel at the unity within the current squad, in Italy, the renowned Ibrahimovic has also stepped forward to grant an interview. What do those paparazzi, who follow players around in hopes of provoking them for news, truly know? They know nothing at all. And today, I can unequivocally inform all Spanish journalists and fans that Leon is a player recognized by me, Zlatan. He possesses exceptional talent and remarkable potential for growth. He, like myself and Mourinho, is indeed one of a kind. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 75. I defend diligently, tackle fiercely, and only strike with violent headers, yet I am a good number 10. Ibrahimovic's timely defense of Lyon comes as no surprise. The Italian media, reveling in the spectacle, promptly commenced their mockery of the Spanish press. Numerous prominent journalists from Italy penned articles that incisively critiqued the Spanish media, almost directly ridiculing their apparent ignorance of the importance of defensive strategy. Furthermore, given Lyon's demonstrated growth in playmaking during the previous season at Milan, it is only a matter of time before he develops in the direction of Alonso, even if the organizational level ultimately falls short of excellence. With Liang's defensive prowess, he is destined to become a superlative midfielder in the future football realm. Is it exaggerated to don the number 10 jersey, which is hardly regarded within the ranks of Real Madrid? The Spanish media, which had been subject to ridicule, had not yet managed to unify their response against the Italian media when they found themselves divided into two factions. Pro-Real Madrid outlets were the first to criticize the sports journals that instigated this verbal skirmish. Subsequently, other media, still gauging the prevailing winds, quickly aligned themselves. The ensuing discord only served to amplify Liang's reputation in the football world. Observing the unfolding situation, Mendes swiftly transitioned from concern to delight, decisively retracting subsequent public relations strategies. Lyon promptly expressed his gratitude to his Real Madrid teammates and Ibrahimovic via phone. However, during his conversation with Ibrahimovic, Lyon astutely detected a hint of despondency in Ibrahimovic's demeanor. Being aware of Milan's recent lackluster performance, Lyon wisely refrained from broaching the subject of their matches. Moreover, Milan is currently grappling with numerous issues beyond mere results. Cognizant of the abyss that awaits Milan, Lyon could only offer a few words of comfort to Ibrahimovic. Beyond that, there was little else he could do. Offering advice on Ibrahimovic's current situation and future career plans was not within his purview at this moment. After concluding his call with Ibrahimovic, Lyon redirected his focus to La Liga and the forthcoming Champions League group stage. In the last round of matches, Barcelona had once again been held to a draw at Valencia's home ground. Now, with 2 consecutive draws, Barcelona had slipped to 3rd place in the league standings. The Real Madrid players, observing a 4-point gap between themselves and Barcelona, were brimming with enthusiasm. In the 6th round of La Liga, facing Rayo Vallecano, a team of similar caliber to Santander, Real Madrid was poised for a full-throttle assault. Mourinho would not recklessly rotate his lineup at this juncture. Allowing core players a brief respite was sufficient. It would be unwise to squander their advantageous schedule by not racking up points against weaker teams, conserving energy for future battles against formidable opponents. Once again, Real Madrid's relentless pursuit left Rayo Vallecano with scant opportunities for resistance. Witnessing their team establish a 2-goal lead within the first 20 minutes of the first half, the Bernabeu faithful anticipated yet another resounding victory. On this occasion, Cristiano Ronaldo may not have scored prolifically, but he opened his account and excelled in providing assists. Delivering a splendid assist in each half, Ronaldo played with ease, expending little energy. Benzema, unusually efficient, netted 2 goals in the first half, while Higuain, who replaced him in the second half, also found the back of the net. This sequence prompted the movie star La Liga commentator to declare that Mourinho was encountering a delightful dilemma, given that both strikers were showcasing commendable form. The arrangement of the appearance times for the 2 individuals has become a significant issue for Mourinho and the coaching staff at Real Madrid at this juncture. Ultimately, Real Madrid achieved a resounding 6-1 victory over Rayo Vallecano at home, transforming their league opening record into a dazzling 5 consecutive wins. As the only team in La Liga currently maintaining a winning streak, Real Madrid stands atop the league with 15 points. Barcelona, with 3 wins and 2 draws, has risen to 2nd place with 11 points. In comparison to the performances of the top teams in other major leagues during their first 5 matches, only Manchester United and Real Madrid share the distinction of 5 consecutive wins. However, in the completed 6th round of the Premier League, Manchester United was held to a draw by Stoke City. In other words, among the leading European leagues, only Real Madrid retains the possibility of pursuing a 6th consecutive victory, or even more. While one might argue that such statistics hold little significance, they do resonate when viewed within the broader context of the entire season. Nevertheless, at this current stage, the morale of the entire Real Madrid squad has been markedly uplifted by this streak of victories. The impact of this morale is particularly significant in the face of Barcelona, which has been a dominant force in recent years. After all, the difference between overcoming challenges and succumbing to them often hinges on sheer resolve. Mourinho places a greater emphasis on the fighting spirit and morale of his players than many other coaches. To quote him from the team meeting at the conclusion of the preseason training, "We did not lose to Barcelona by 3 points last season. We lost to their resilience and tenacity that were worth those final 3 points." While it may sound somewhat esoteric, this is Mourinho's belief, and the players of Real Madrid wholeheartedly concur. Thus, the current squad, buoyed by this spirit, is demonstrating to both Mourinho and the outside world that they possess no shortcomings compared to Barcelona. The question now remains, how long can they maintain this winning streak? And how much pressure can they exert on Barcelona in the league? This depends on the determination of each Real Madrid player. This is a form of mental pressure, a psychological burden, but it can also serve as a source of motivation. The path to transcending Barcelona lies in their ability to transform pressure and pain into growth. Every player at Real Madrid is convinced that they can ultimately achieve their goals, for they represent the illustrious club and are already treading a challenging path filled with thorns. The UEFA Champions League group stage reignites on September 26th. In this round of group matches, there is barely one clash that can be deemed a matchup of giants: Bayern Munich versus the English powerhouse Manchester City. The remaining group matches primarily feature continental giants facing opponents significantly weaker than themselves. In contrast, the disparity in strength between Real Madrid and Ajax is not particularly pronounced. The prevailing narrative in the media largely promotes the notion of the major clubs continuing to secure victories, thereby solidifying their leading positions in their respective groups. In other words, in this round of the Champions League group stage, aside from Bayern, it would be unremarkable for any other elite club to win. It is those who falter that will make headlines. Real Madrid is naturally unconcerned, having enjoyed the delightful experience of triumphing over Ajax in both encounters last season. With Leon present during those matches, the players in the starting lineup possess an overwhelming psychological advantage. Moreover, Ajax, making yet another visit to the Bernabeu, evidently finds themselves at a disadvantage in terms of morale. However, as the two teams concluded their warm-ups and Ajax's players, appearing somewhat solemn and reserved, made their way back to the tunnel, Leon cheerfully approached Ajax's head coach, De Boer. Yes, the very same De Boer who had previously drawn the long-past talent fragment. With unabashed enthusiasm, Leon greeted De Boer, who, albeit taken aback, engaged in a friendly exchange with him. Amidst Leon's enthusiastic declarations of being a fan and his childhood admiration for De Boer's playing style, the coach could not help but smile broadly and eventually accepted Leon's request for an autograph, even jotting down his phone number at Leon's behest. In the midst of the astonished gazes from players of both Ajax and Real Madrid, Leon joyfully dashed back to the dressing room with paper and pen in hand. Meanwhile, De Boer, feeling a sense of delight and refreshment, found himself pondering a small question. Is Leon truly a fan? Why had he not sought an autograph last season? After a brief moment of contemplation, De Boer shook his head with a chuckle, dismissing his own overthinking. After all, the genuine joy on Leon's face while requesting an autograph was unmistakable. What motive could Leon possibly have for deceiving him? With the signature secured, Leon envisioned a future of texting De Boer to maintain their connection, then seizing an opportunity to mention that his long passes had been inspired by De Boer's style. All the while, Leon was mentally formulating strategies to learn more about long passes from De Boer's insights on the optimal timing for such plays against defenders. He was determined to casually drop hints that his newfound knowledge stemmed from studying De Boer's game footage, confident that the coach would be intrigued. With a preliminary plan taking shape, Leon felt a surge of anticipation. However, once Mourinho entered the dressing room, he swiftly redirected his focus back to the upcoming match. Meanwhile, in the bustling atmosphere of the Bernabeu, commentators from various countries began introducing the two teams to their respective audiences. Today, Duan Xian and Su Yang were partnering to provide commentary for this UEFA Champions League group match. At this hour, it was approximately 2:40 a.m. in China. Yet both commentators maintained commendable energy. After reviewing last season's group stage encounters between Ajax and Real Madrid, Duan Xian observed the players stepping onto the field and promptly turned to the subject at hand. Well, the players have now entered the Bernabeu along with the officiating team. Su Yang, please introduce today as starting players to our viewers. Su Yang, having rehearsed beforehand, swiftly seized the conversational thread passed to him by Duan Xian, confidently articulating a series of player names without even glancing at the script. Today, the Real Madrid, in their home arena, opted not for the previously employed modified 4-4-2 formation featuring Kaká, but instead fielded a more offensively inclined 4-3-3 formation. The starting goalkeeper was Casillas, with the defensive line arranged from left to right as follows: Cointreau, Ramos, Pepe, and Arbeloa. In the midfield, Alonso continued in a deep-lying role as the sole defensive midfielder, with Di Maria positioned as the left central midfielder and Leon occupying the right central midfield. It is well understood that Leon's role is quite dynamic under normal circumstances. He provides defensive support in front of Alonso while also making forward runs to support the attack. When defensive duties are required, Leon can retreat to form a double pivot alongside Alonso, with the tactical approach ultimately determined by Mourinho's strategies. On the front line, Cristiano Ronaldo occupied the left wing. Benzema took the central position, and Callahan played on the right. Ajax, on the other hand, saw De Boer deploy a formation that, under Su Yang's somewhat monotonous and hypnotic introduction, allowed the players from both sides to swiftly pass through the opening ceremony. The audience from Huagua relied on the stirring Champions League theme to awaken their spirits. Once the match commenced, all Huagua fans became animated, eagerly directing their attention to Leon, who was sprinting towards the flank to receive a pass from Longo. Ajax commenced the match with an aggressive pressing strategy, with not only the two forwards advancing into Real Madrid's half, but also three midfielders joining the fray to pressure their opponents. With a starting formation of 3-5-2, Ajax indeed possessed ample midfield personnel to execute this tactic. Real Madrid, however, did not hasten to launch a direct attack, instead allowing Ajax's midfield players to encroach into their territory. Leon decisively returned a pass from Longo to Arbeloa, signaling him to advance the ball to Pepe. Subsequently, Leon cast a curious glance towards a young Ajax midfielder darting past him, none other than the youthful Eriksen. Last year, during the Champions League group stage against Ajax, Leon had already faced off against the young Suarez. However, this was his first encounter with Eriksen, who had been a substitute in last year's Champions League. Leon couldn't recall when Eriksen first rose to prominence, yet he remembered that Eriksen had been acquired by Tottenham with the funds from Bale's transfer. This indicated that over the past couple of seasons, Eriksen had attracted the attention of clubs at least of Tottenham's caliber. While his prowess was still a distance from its peak, it did not diminish Leon's enthusiasm to impart a lesson. He mused to himself that he was allowing Eriksen an early taste of the competitive nature of the English Premier League. After all, he would inevitably find himself there, and acclimatizing sooner rather than later was preferable. With this thought, Leon actively retreated to the back line to assist Longo and his fellow defenders in transitioning the ball. After a masterful display of seduction, it became evident that Ajax's midfield flanks had somewhat disconnected from their defense. With the ball at his feet, Ramos unleashed a precisely measured long pass. Upon receiving the ball, Callahan swiftly advanced along the left flank of Ajax. However, Ajax's left center-back, Vertonghen, reacted promptly, skillfully intercepting the ball from Callahan with his superior speed in a one-on-one duel. Ajax's counterattack was equally swift, although they did not favor long passes as Real Madrid did. Ajax adeptly maneuvered the ball into Real Madrid's half through rapid short passes. Upon seizing the ball near the center line, Eriksen intended to observe his teammates' runs on the flanks, but a white-clad figure quickly encroached upon his space. Leon's aggressive pressing was decisive, and as Eriksen attempted to shield the ball with a lateral dribble, alas, the disparity in physicality was glaring. Leon's foot seemed to not only dislodge the ball, but also sent Eriksen tumbling to the ground. The referee deemed it unproblematic, and the match continued. The commentary by Duan Xian was delivered at a breakneck pace, leaving Su Yang struggling to keep up, ultimately managing only a half-hearted acknowledgement of "that's right." Leon, having swiftly asserted dominance over Eriksen, wasted no time in pressing the other Ajax midfielders. He took a couple of strides forward before delivering a daring pass that rolled directly toward the flanks. The ball, nearly grazing the sideline, was sent forth in a straight pass, racing alongside the sprinting Cristiano Ronaldo into Ajax's defensive third. Mourinho, observing from the sidelines, wore a broad smile, while the defender Longo in the backline couldn't help but give a thumbs up for Leon's audacious forward pass. It was technically sound, the timing was impeccable, and crucially, Leon had gained the confidence to attempt such a pass. The Real Madrid supporters at the Bernabeu erupted in jubilant cheers, applauding the harmonious interplay between Leon and Ronaldo. At this moment, Ronaldo, brimming with confidence, used his speed to completely outpace Westerveld, turning sharply upon making contact with the ball and cutting inside. Alderweireld was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Benzema in the center to limit Ronaldo's shooting options. Yet, in the very next instant, Ronaldo gently nudged the ball toward the center. With regard to other teammates, there was a 90% chance Ronaldo would not pass at this moment. However, when it came to Kaká and Benzema, Ronaldo would indeed deliver the ball. Don't ask why. It is simply a matter of preference. Even though I've relished receiving Ronaldo's passes on numerous occasions, when a better opportunity arose, Ronaldo would always seek him out first. This time, Benzema had evidently switched to the mode of the little tyrant Leon. After a moment of control and adjustment, he executed a low shot towards the near post. A stunning display of technique that left Ajax's goalkeeper, Vermeer, utterly helpless. Just 7 minutes into the match, Real Madrid had secured a 1-0 lead at home. Such a flawless start transformed the entire Bernabeu into a sea of jubilation. Previously, Leon, who had delivered a crucial through ball, now stood nonchalantly in place, elegantly tilting his head and gesturing with open hands before he smiled and joined his teammates in celebration. The fans from Huagua, who had stayed up late to watch the match, erupted in joyful laughter at Liang's celebratory antics. Earlier, some Western media had published sarcastic articles regarding Liang wearing the number 10 jersey of Real Madrid. These articles were subsequently translated and circulated across various sports forums in the country. Many Huagua fans immediately circumvented internet restrictions to join in the criticism of those Western outlets. Although the support from Real Madrid stars and a scathing rebuke from Ibrahimovic provided them with some satisfaction, Liang's silence left many fans feeling a tinge of regret. However, upon witnessing the scene, they realized their concerns were unfounded. Liang was biding his time, awaiting the opportunity to deliver another counterattack. With that stylish display of helplessness, he conveyed so much without uttering a word, effectively delivering a stinging rebuke to those trivial media outlets through the lens of the camera. Indeed, I may often retreat defensively, execute fierce tackles, and rely on a powerful header, but I am a commendable number 10. Please subscribe, esteemed readers. This chapter concludes here. The contents regarding the contract renewal negotiations in chapters 73 and 74 have been revised. For those who have subscribed, feel free to refresh and reread. The additional text incurs no extra charges. I am grateful for the suggestions made by esteemed readers. My initial intention was to portray the protagonist's ideological shift concerning commercial operations. But alas, I must admit that my writing skills and approach still require considerable improvement. However, like the little lion, I am receptive to counsel. After a meal, I promptly made revisions, and upon reviewing the updated content, I found it to be significantly more coherent, no longer appearing so perplexing. Once again, I extend my gratitude for the advice and critiques from esteemed readers. Should there be any poorly written sections in the future, do not hesitate to point them out. I assure you that I will make the necessary changes. Thank you once more. Chapter 76, Champions League Aspirations? Let us aim for the top 4. Liang advanced with the ball, delivering a precise through pass. What a splendid play. Cristiano Ronaldo chased down the ball, cut inside, and passed it to Benzema. He shoots. It's a goal. His striking technique is impeccable. Benzema, splendid. Du Xian's passionate commentary encapsulated the entire sequence of the goal. Just as he was about to continue praising Liang, Su Yang's exuberant shout abruptly interrupted him. Once Su Yang had vented his excitement, Du Xian hastily reclaimed the conversation, fearing that Su Yang might cause further distractions. Cristiano Ronaldo's forward run and the final pass to Benzema were both extraordinary. Yet, we must not overlook that it was Liang who, after decisively regaining possession in midfield, made the incisive run that created this exceptional counterattack opportunity. Liang's through ball was both exquisite and timely. In this goal, I believe Liang deserves at least 40 of the credit. Indeed, Liang's pivotal interception of Eriksen was executed with remarkable precision, leaving no delay in Real Madrid's counterattack. In the transition between offense and defense, Liang seized the opportunity and rhythm splendidly. The two commentators exchanged praises for Liang, while the over 70,000 fans at the Bernabeu celebrated, offering their applause. Undoubtedly, this ovation was directed not only at Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema, but also at Liang. For Eriksen, However, the applause resonated as a dissonant cacophony. His mind buzzed as he hastily returned to his half, pursing his lips. Now 19, Eriksen was not as combative as Kovacic had been in the previous round. Nor did he share Kovacic's defiance towards Lyon, who had clearly outmatched him in their encounters. After being decisively stripped of possession, Eriksen recognized the challenge of matching Lyon's prowess. His mind grew increasingly composed, and as the embarrassment faded, he resolved to avoid direct confrontation with Lyon for the time being. Engaging in physical duels was not in his favor, and Lyon's rapid tackling left Eriksen wary of overextending into Real Madrid's territory. When the match resumed, Lyon observed Eriksen focusing more on orchestrating Ajax's attacks through passing rather than advancing past the halfway line. As a result, Lyon refrained from pressing too far forward to trouble others. The defensive burden on his shoulders was considerable, and between the choices of aggression and caution, Lyon prioritized prudence. Gradually, Ajax began to stabilize their midfield presence. However, this minor issue did not perplex Mourinho. After a moment of observation, he signaled Callahan to retreat to the right side of midfield and subsequently issued Lyon a new tactical directive to penetrate the expansive area of Ajax's midfield and defense. This maneuver greatly unsettled De Boer. Previously, Lyon had hesitated to push forward, bound by defensive responsibilities on the right flank and center. Now, with the energetic and defensively committed Callahan covering the right midfield role, Lyon was free to advance and engage Eriksen in one-on-one duels. This tactical approach effectively positioned a defensive midfielder forward, with the critical factor being that Callahan was not merely filling a gap, he was genuinely capable of defending. This explains why many coaches favor versatile players. Callahan could operate as a winger, retreat to midfield, and potentially cover the flanks. He was willing to undertake various roles and execute them competently. Although his technical talent might seem slightly lacking, this posed no significant issue for Mourinho. With Di Maria on the left, Callahan on the right, and Alonso behind him, Lyon found himself in a favorable position once again. As he dashed exuberantly towards Ajax's half, Eriksen felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The audacity of Lyon's advance was unmistakably directed at him. Instinctively tightening his resolve, Eriksen hastened the frequency of his passes. No, it was not merely him. Ajax's tempo in transitioning possession from the midfield to the back line had collectively accelerated. Benzema maneuvered to the right flank, effectively ceding the space from the top of the circle to the edge of the penalty area to Lyon. He and Cristiano Ronaldo flanked Lyon, collaboratively pressuring Ajax's backline for passing opportunities. Di Maria and Callahan formed the secondary wave of assault. Under the high-pressure tactics employed by Real Madrid in the attacking front, Ajax found themselves compelled to launch long balls from their defense. Their twin strikers, Seidhorsen and Borget, possessed considerable height, which should have provided them with an advantage in aerial duels. However, in the face of Ramos's aggressive and dynamic defending, even when they secured their positions, they struggled to gain any upper hand in the aerial confrontations. Ajax was unable to maintain possession under the relentless pressure from Alonso and the retreating Callahan. The ball was swiftly reclaimed by Real Madrid. When Alonso regained possession, it signified the commencement of a rapid counterattack, bypassing the midfield with swift short passes. Currently, on the flanks, both Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema, renowned for their exceptional ball control, were poised to exploit any opportunity. One should not underestimate Benzema's mobility at this stage. Prior to his weight gain, his speed was more than sufficient, making him effective even on the wings. Thus, from the 12th minute of the first half, Real Madrid unleashed a series of threatening counterattacks. Whomever received the ball, be it Cristiano or Benzema, would immediately initiate a swift advance. Meanwhile, Lyon, with his expansive range of motion in the midfield, emerged as their most reliable support partner. Benzema, increasingly in tune with the game, faced both Vertonghen and the retreating Ajax players with unwavering confidence. In the 19th minute of the first half, after receiving another precise long pass from Alonso, Benzema noticed that Ajax's right wingback Anito was sluggish in his recovery. With a deft touch and keen observation, he executed a sudden burst down the flank. Although Vertonghen, Ajax's left center-back, possessed commendable speed, his defensive positioning faltered at this moment. Initially retreating inward to thwart Benzema's cut-in, he inadvertently provided Benzema with ample room to maneuver. The shortcomings of a three-center-back formation became starkly evident at this juncture. When a wing-back is slow to recover, It exposes the entire backline to direct assaults from the opponent's wings and midfield. Vertongen's individual capabilities were indisputable. He promptly attempted a defensive salvage, applying pressure on Benzema's advancing space. Yet, Benzema was not alone in this endeavor. Teammates were always in proximity, providing support, drawing Vertonghen towards him. Benzema decisively laid the ball off to Leon, who had maintained an optimal distance alongside him. Leon cast a glance towards the side, where Cristiano Ronaldo began to make a diagonal run into the penalty area, adjusting his position as if to send the ball into Ajax's territory. Vertonghen quickly readjusted his position, while Alderweireld instinctively began to retreat to double-team Ronaldo. However, in an unexpected twist, Leon passed the ball in the exact opposite direction of his gaze. He laid it back to Benzema, who had silently cut in. This was yet another instance of a feint followed by a decisive pass, a tactic Leon had executed effectively for the second time recently. Both Vertonghen and Alderweireld were momentarily deceived by his gaze. Benzema smoothly controlled the ball and surged into Ajax's penalty area. Had Ronaldo occupied his position, he would surely have unleashed a powerful shot without hesitation. Although the angle was tight, Ronaldo's finesse in striking the far corner was unparalleled. Yet, Benzema, perhaps lacking confidence, opted for a powerful low cross instead. As Ronaldo evaded Westerveld at the far post, he was far from displeased with this well-placed pass, effortlessly guiding the ball into the near corner of the net with his left foot. At this moment, merely 12 seconds had elapsed since Alonso initiated the counterattack. The coordination among Alonso, Benzema, Leon, and Ronaldo during this rapid-fire goal was remarkably seamless and fluid. Such a breathtaking and incisive counterattack captivated the supporters at the Bernabeu. Amidst the roaring cheers that surged like a tidal wave, Mourinho raised his fist in delight, subsequently applauding his players with satisfaction. Journalists, who had arrived at the Bernabeu with alternative motives, could only sigh in resignation, ultimately pinning glowing praises for Leon and Real Madrid's outstanding performance that day. Leon made a gesture of surrender outside Ajax's penalty area before running towards the duo of Ronaldo and Benzema. Even the most oblivious fans could discern that Leon was intent on continuing the counterattack. Though he did not register any personal offensive statistics in either of Real Madrid's 2 goals, his influence was undeniably significant. This orchestrating of the attack, whether it will be a recurring theme in future matches or not, was certainly harmonious with his role in today's Champions League group stage, where wearing the number 10 jersey suited him perfectly. Duan Xian and Su Yang were once again animated, showering Leon with compliments, invigorating countless fans in front of their televisions. With the match reaching this point, Real Madrid had already secured a 2-goal lead within 20 minutes. Ajax's coach De Boer had long since lost the pleasant demeanor he had when Leon sought his autograph. Realizing the reality of the situation, he hastily adjusted his strategy, compacting his formation. Observing De Boer's shift, Mourinho refrained from relentless pursuit, signaling his players to moderate their pace. After all, the initiative lay with Real Madrid. If Ajax was willing to accept defeat, the players of Real Madrid would gladly conserve their energy. If Ajax ultimately intends to press forward for a final effort, the well-rested Real Madrid will continue to exploit Ajax's counterattacks. This strategy is second nature to Mourinho. As the first half progressed, neither team mounted a significant offensive. After a steady consumption of the first half's time, De Boer hastily led the Ajax players back to the visitors' dressing room for tactical adjustments. Meanwhile, a cautious Mourinho stood in contemplation, considering De Boer's perspective. As the second half commenced, Ajax launched an aggressive opening onslaught. De Boer could not bear the thought of returning home with a 0-2 defeat. Moreover, Ajax's defense was already struggling. A purely defensive stance would likely result in conceding even more goals to Madrid's onslaught. Thus, De Boer concluded that it was better to seize the initiative and take a chance. If they succeeded, they could narrow the scoreline, with a 1-2 deficit. The dynamics of the match would undoubtedly shift. If they failed, they were already down 0-2. So what more could they lose? At least Ajax's players unanimously believed they still had a fighting chance in the attack. With a unified tactical approach, Ajax could indeed articulate their offensive play. However, upon witnessing Mourinho's tactical setup for the second half, De Boer nearly choked on his frustration. Maintain defensive connections, he urged. Karim boldly pressed the opposing number 8. Without his passing and advancement, Ajax's attacking threat diminishes significantly. Leon was actively providing defensive insights to Benzema, while Madrid's formation morphed into a 4-2-3-1. Alonso and Leon formed a double pivot, with Di Maria and Callahan retreating to the wide midfield positions. Benzema transformed into an attacking midfielder, leaving only Ronaldo to spearhead the attack. Mourinho's sudden tactical shift shattered Ajax's plans. Just when De Boer anticipated a conservative approach from Mourinho, he opted for rapid offensive play. Conversely, when De Boer expected continued counterattacks from Mourinho, the latter unexpectedly withdrew, adopting a more conservative, compact defense. Ajax found themselves in a predicament, compelled to launch a desperate assault. Yet, after laboring against Real Madrid's formidable three-layered defense, Ajax struggled to breach even the second line. Experiencing the formidable defensive partnership of Alonso and Leon firsthand, Ajax's attackers could only sigh in frustration. Eriksen was particularly stunned and perplexed. He simply could not fathom how Leon could cover so much ground. He had been involved in both offensive and defensive phases during the first half, and in the second half, he seemed to be single-handedly providing comprehensive coverage against Madrid's midfield and defense. Alonso only needed to focus on vertical interceptions and covering gaps, and their division of labor left Ajax's attackers lamenting their plight. Notably, Eriksen had reviewed Leon's participation statistics prior to the match. From the inaugural match of the season to the present round of the UEFA Champions League group stage, Leon has truly been an unwavering presence. Missing not a single match, he has maintained an unblemished record of not being substituted prematurely. What a remarkable athlete. The thought crossed Eriksen's mind that partnering with Leon must provide a profound sense of security. As he reflected on this, his gaze turned enviously towards the midfield players of Real Madrid. Ajax currently lacks such a formidable defensive midfielder to alleviate his burdens. Otherwise, he would not be so hesitant to retreat for fear of losing possession. As he sensed his team's offensive momentum waning, Eriksen could only sigh in resignation. On the sidelines, De Boer felt an even deeper bitterness. Mourinho offered him no opportunities, and it seemed this match would conclude as it had begun. Rather than fantasizing about snatching points from Real Madrid, it would be far more prudent to consider how to vanquish Lyon, while also striving to enhance their goal difference against Dinamo Zagreb. With his thoughts already drifting towards the next round of the Champions League group stage, De Boer made a decisive gesture, signaling his players to gradually withdraw their formation. Even if Ajax could not hold their ground, minimizing the number of goals conceded would still be advantageous. In their first encounter, they had played to a goalless draw against Lyon, and it was entirely possible that goal difference would determine the group standings. If Real Madrid could secure a victory by 3 or even 4 goals against Lyon in the next round, Ajax's chances of claiming second place in the group would significantly improve. Having resolved this aspect, De Boer began to call on the substitutes from the bench to warm up. Mourinho, witnessing this development, understood and signaled his own players to focus on maintaining control of the game. This was not a matter of tacit understanding. Rather, both coaches had ultimately opted for the most energy-efficient strategy. When the final whistle blew, Real Madrid effortlessly secured another victory in the Champions League group stage, amassing 6 points from 2 matches and firmly holding the top position in Group D. In the post-match interview, Leon graciously accepted questions from reporters once again. He offered no elaborate explanation for his celebratory gesture of tilting his head and raising his hands. After all, those who understood the context were aware that his restraint in not openly confronting the media was a gesture of goodwill. When a reporter from Marca broached the subject of Leon and the team's aspirations for the Champions League this season, he first confirmed Real Madrid's final standing last season. Upon learning they had reached the semi-finals, he scratched his head, smiled at the camera while holding the microphone, and jokingly responded, "From a personal standpoint, I cannot afford to perform worse than last season, can I? Let us aim for the semi-finals." This light-hearted remark did not incite any media frenzy post-match. After all, Real Madrid had reached the Champions League semi-finals last season, even in Liang's absence. Should this season conclude with merely a single round of knockout matches, resulting in Real Madrid's exit at the quarterfinals, it would undoubtedly be deemed a resounding failure for the club. Across the globe, fans are acutely aware that since the inception of the new generation of the Galacticos, Real Madrid has harbored a singular ambition in the Champions League to secure their 10th European Cup title. Upon his ascension, Florentino Perez made significant investments to recruit star players and enlisted José Mourinho, not to witness Barcelona's continued dominance over Europe. Hence, Leon's response, in a certain light, was rather modest. Many Real Madrid supporters have even taken to the internet to encourage Leon to be more audacious in future interviews, openly declaring their objective to win the championship. Real Madrid possesses the confidence to aspire to such heights, and their fans share this conviction. Leon remains non-committal on the matter. Yet his genuine intention is to assist the team in reaching the Champions League semi-finals once more. Otherwise, should his ambitions exceed the team's capabilities, his return would hardly be considered a reinforcement. As for the question of whether they will clinch the title, he believes that demonstrating resolve through action is far more compelling than mere words. When the time comes, they should simply give their all, tackling each match as it comes. The path from the semi-finals to the championship entails merely 3 matches. Victory would elevate them to euphoric heights, rendering any criticism irrelevant. Conversely, should they falter, what difference exists between the semi-finals and the round of 16? Ultimately, they would find themselves subjected to ridicule, joined by a collective of perceived failures, with no distinction in success amongst them. Mourinho appears to share a similar sentiment. The objective of Real Madrid is well known, and his role is to exert every effort, placing his faith in his players. The notion of a championship slogan holds little significance for Real Madrid, as failing to secure the ultimate prize in any tournament is, in itself, a form of failure. Over the past 3 seasons, only last year's campaign under Mourinho was met with slightly less disdain from the fans, as it yielded a Copa del Rey title and a place in the Champions League semi-finals. In contrast, for other teams, simply qualifying for the Champions League and consistently progressing to the knockout stages is a commendable achievement. However, within the hierarchy of Real Madrid and among its supporters, such accomplishments are scarcely regarded as worthy of praise. Rather, they are seen as reminders of past wounds. The same principle applies to La Liga, where finishing as runners-up for 3 consecutive years is not viewed favorably by the fans. This ranking has instead fostered feelings of frustration and constriction, especially given Barcelona's 3 consecutive league titles. This sense of frustration has only begun to ease this season, thanks to Real Madrid's robust and stable performance in the league. Consequently, as soon as the group stage of the Champions League concluded, the fans eagerly anticipated the La Liga match on the evening of October 2nd. They yearned for a perfect start to the league, seeking to deny Barcelona any opportunity to close the gap in the standings. Bearing this weight of expectation, which also serves as a tremendous source of motivation, the entire Real Madrid squad arrived in Barcelona on the morning of October 2nd. Callahan returned to Barcelona, his emotions stirred, engaging in lively conversation with Leon about the city's various attractions. Having spent 3 seasons at Espanyol and showcasing commendable performances, he could confidently regard himself as a beloved figure among the club's history upon retirement. Conversely, the Real Madrid stars exhibited a palpable indifference toward this city. Even though their visit did not involve a direct clash with Barcelona, the omnipresent symbols of Barca throughout the city instinctively evoked discomfort among them. The same sentiment would be reciprocated should Barca players find themselves in Madrid. However, regarding their upcoming opponents, Espanyol, Real Madrid held no animosity. On the contrary, given Espanyol's traditional rivalry with Barca, Madrid's attitude towards them has always been rather amicable. Last season, under Mourinho's guidance, the team managed a restrained victory with a single goal. Against other mid- to lower-tier La Liga teams, Madrid often secured resounding victories of 50 or even 60 points. Yet, against Espanyol, their wins typically hovered around the modest margin of 20. In terms of camaraderie and respect, Real Madrid has consistently extended ample goodwill towards Espanyol, and their encounters have generally been devoid of major turmoil. Tonight's match followed suit. Despite the departure of Pochettino, who had led Espanyol to an 8th-place finish last season, the new campaign had not commenced favorably for them. Nevertheless, Real Madrid graciously concluded the match with a mere 2 goals. At the onset of the second half, Cristiano Ronaldo capitalized on a swift counterattack to score with a header. Subsequently, Madrid adopted a defensive strategy, with substitute Higuain breaking through on a through ball from Kaká to net another goal. The match predominantly featured Madrid controlling the game while maintaining a steady defense, and Leon perceived little threat from Espanyol's offense. As the match drew to a close, Leon heard the notification sound indicating the accrual of reward points, prompting a reflection on how increasingly effortless it had become to accumulate points. Following this unremarkable victory, Real Madrid successfully extended their winning streak to 6 matches at the start of the new season. Upon returning to the locker room amidst lighthearted banter, They received the delightful news from assistant coach Karanka that Barca had drawn with Sporting Gijón. In an instant, jubilant cheers erupted in the visiting team's locker room. Mourinho initially intended to maintain a stern demeanor, urging the players to temper their excitement and remain composed. Yet, he too succumbed to the joy within, allowing a smile to grace his lips. It was simply impossible not to smile. Just 6 rounds into the league, Barca trailed Madrid by a significant 6 points. What did this signify? Last season, by the 10th round, Madrid was 1 point behind Barca, and by the halfway mark, they were 3 points adrift. Ultimately, at the season's conclusion, Madrid finished only 3 points behind Barca. This exemplified the fierce rivalry and competition between the two teams throughout the previous season, where Madrid's maximum deficit was merely 6 points. It was already the 30th round of the league, marking the final sprint for the championship. Observing the current points gap between Barcelona and Real Madrid, it is no wonder that the players of Real Madrid, along with Mourinho, feel an overwhelming sense of joy. Last season, Barcelona managed to suppress Real Madrid with even the slightest advantage in points. Why, then, should this season's Real Madrid be unable to replicate that feat? The unexpectedly significant lead in the league has lifted the spirits of every player in the first team. Mourinho's previously anxious demeanor regarding the upcoming international break has also lightened considerably, with a sufficient margin for error. Even if the first team is heavily impacted by the international fixtures and returns to draw a league match, he can withstand it. After advising the players heading to their national teams to protect their bodies, Mourinho turned his attention to Lyon. What are your plans for the international break these next 2 weeks? Mourinho was prepared, intending to voice his expectations for supervision as soon as Lyon mentioned training. However, he did not anticipate Lyon's straightforward response that he intended to rest and engage in commercial activities. I am not a machine, while I can endure this period. It is indeed time for a good few days of rest. For days of relaxation, perhaps shooting 1 or 2 advertisements. And then I will return to the training base for extra practice. Lyon recounted the itinerary Mendes had sent him a few days prior and shared his plans with the coach. That's good. You deserve a proper rest. I used to regret that you couldn't participate, but now it is beneficial. They will be playing matches while you can take a break to recover your stamina. Remember to call me if anything comes up during your time off, and if you need to return early for training, do not hesitate to reach out. Listening to Mourinho's detailed reminders, Lyon patiently nodded. Most young players around his age might have grown impatient with Mourinho's managerial style, but Lyon found it quite agreeable. After all, from an Eastern perspective, Mourinho is a notably competent mentor. Fundamentally, he is responsible for his players, hoping they can advance further in their professional careers and achieve greater growth. At times, he may be a bit overbearing, but for Lyon, this is an acceptable mode of interaction. Once the holiday mode commenced, Lyon did not rush to the Mediterranean coast of Spain for vacation. Instead, he took the time to review all the match tapes of Bellelin he had previously watched. On the morning of October 5th, he drove with his assistant to La Coruña. In this Atlantic port city, outside the once glorious Estadio Riazur, he encountered a smiling Bellelin gazing back at him. Thanks to the relationship between Tokasi and Raul, Lyon successfully secured an opportunity to meet and converse with Bellelin. This meeting was not a haphazard encounter nor a whimsical decision on Lyon's part. Rather, he sought to seize this chance to glean insights from Bellelin that could unravel the recent uncertainties weighing on his mind. As he gathered more information about Bellerin, he increasingly realized that only Bellerin himself could provide him with the answers he sought. However, he did not bombard Bellerin with an array of questions right from the outset. Seated in a quaint yet somewhat worn café, Lyon engaged in a simple exchange with Bellerin before the Spanish maestro began to recount the narrative of his professional journey. He spoke of his early career, which was not particularly promising, beginning with Las Palmas, moving to Mallorca, then Atletico Madrid, and ultimately to Deportivo La Coruña, a club intricately woven into the fabric of his fate. Bellerin narrated his story with a serene demeanor, even when discussing the illustrious era of Super Depailler. His tone remained remarkably steady, devoid of tumultuous emotional fluctuations. This composure reflected both his current style of play and his enduring personality, calm, reserved, and harmonious. Lyon listened attentively, for he perceived not merely a tale of ascendance from the ordinary to the extraordinary, followed by a return to the mundane, but rather the account of a true midfield maestro who traversed a grand career, yet embraced the return to simplicity with grace and acceptance. When Bellerin articulated this sentiment, There was no trace of bitterness or regret in his voice, which astonished Lyon. After all, viewed through the lens of posterity, Bellerin's career could hardly be deemed a resounding success, laden with missed opportunities and a dearth of significant accolades. Regardless of the esteem he garnered from figures like Busquets and Iniesta, the heartfelt admiration of former adversaries, and the devotion of Deportivo fans, his name remained obscured in the broader footballing community. Perhaps, as time unfurled, he might even find his status as a midfield maestro questioned by younger fans. Lyon endeavored to adopt Bellerin's perspective on such eventualities. He discovered that, despite his attempts to quell his emotions, an underlying sense of disappointment and discomfort lingered within him. Yet, from the tranquil gaze of Bellerin seated across from him, he perceived a profound sense of peace. Did you truly not care about such occurrences? Even if, one day, you were to be forgotten or doubted by the new generation of fans, could you accept such an outcome? As the discussion on Bellerin's career drew to a close, Lyon could not restrain himself from posing this question. In response to Lyon's inquiry, which had been subtly addressed earlier when Bellerin expressed his views on football, Bellerin simply smiled and shook his head. I do not mind. The fans of Deportivo will surely retain a place for me in their hearts. The affection and support of so many fans is sufficient for me. Lyon, do you remember why you initially wished to embark on the path of professional football? In the face of Bellerin's counter-question, a multitude of thoughts suddenly flickered through Lyon's mind. Was it to rectify the regrets of his youth? To seize the opportunities that arose with newfound success? After achieving fame and acquiring greater wealth and accolades, a myriad of thoughts raced through Lyon's mind before he finally spoke. It was indeed his profound love for football that guided him. Yes, it was for this love that he once chased honor and the semblance of a more illustrious career. Yet ultimately, he chose to remain in La Coruña during its decline, for it was there that he discovered his most fitting path. In this regard, he felt he lacked the ambition that many professional players possess, the decisiveness to seize opportunities in prestigious clubs, and perhaps a touch of courage to step beyond his comfort zone. However, he bore no regrets, for this was his chosen path, one he had embraced without remorse. Observing Lyon in contemplative silence, Bellerin jested, "But do not emulate me, an aging player nearing the twilight of his career. At your age, it is the time to bravely compete for glory with your rivals." Lyon chuckled, touching the back of his head, while Bellerin placed a hand on his shoulder and posed a sudden question. Are you prepared to gather the courage to start anew, regardless of the ultimate outcome on this path? I am ready, Lyon affirmed. If you ultimately find yourself devoid of the last opportunity to contend for the championship you desire, would you choose to evade and abandon football? No, absolutely not. Upon hearing Lyon's resolute response to the final query, Bellerin finally smiled. Then you are already on your path. I felt a sense of trepidation while writing this chapter, but the gradual transformation of the protagonist's inner journey and the groundwork for his genuine understanding of Bellerin's organizational approach compelled me to pen this section. After 3 revisions, I believe I have exerted my utmost effort. The quality, however, shall be judged by the esteemed readers. Additionally, having reviewed the word count of today as 2 chapters, I find myself 1,000 words shy of 10,000. Therefore, I shall supplement this deficit in tomorrow's update. So please rest assured, esteemed readers. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 78. The defensive twin stars from Castilla to Bernabeu. Lyon felt fortunate to have chosen La Coruña in search of answers, and even more so to have spent 2 tranquil days with Bellerin in this coastal city. Perhaps some questions still lingered in his heart, and he would gradually derive his own insights through the trials of his career, albeit in a state of partial understanding. Nonetheless, the restlessness in his heart, stirred by uncertainty, had indeed settled. Just as Bellerin had articulated, he was prepared to start afresh after failure and would certainly not forsake football. Thus, he was already traversing his own path. Moreover, Bellerin's tranquility and composure offered Lyon a renewed perspective on professional football. Beyond the pitch, he could engage in various business ventures, craft his image, and collaborate with clubs and agents to orchestrate awards. However, the moment he steps onto the pitch, he must return to the essence of football. This is both the original intention that guided him onto this professional path and the source of his passion, serving as the foundation for all his future endeavors. Embrace the joy of football as you did when you first encountered it. With the courage to face any failure, you have already become your own victor, little lion. The parting words from Bellerin filled Lyon's heart with a profound sense of assurance. Aside from a heartfelt embrace, he found no better way to express his gratitude and respect for the midfield maestro. He sincerely wishes that you and Deportivo La Coruña will successfully return to La Liga at the end of this season and looks forward to meeting again. Thank you, Leon. And good luck to you and Real Madrid. Keep pushing forward. Farewell, Mr. Bellerin. Farewell, Leon. With a lightened spirit, Leon departed from La Coruña, carrying far more rewards than he had anticipated. After a brief 2-day advertising shoot in Madrid, he did not take a break, but immediately commenced the routine of traveling between his residence and the training base. Of course, before that, he first called Mourinho. This time, the person who welcomed and supervised his extra training at Valdebebas was not Karanka, nor his previous fitness coach Rui Faria, but someone unexpected and delightfully surprising, Mr. Pintus. Upon recognizing the figure on the training ground, Leon greeted him with astonishment, swiftly approaching for a warm embrace. There was no need to inquire why Pintus was present at the Valdebebas base. Leon had already surmised the answer. I couldn't refuse the invitation from Jose and Zidane. I just concluded my contract with Marseille, and I never expected to see you so soon, Leon. Pintus appeared genuinely pleased. Although he had temporarily joined Real Madrid's coaching staff in an advisory capacity, the remuneration offered was indeed generous. With Leon, a training subject he had previously held in high regard, Pintus felt quite optimistic about his new role at the club. That morning, the two, who had previously collaborated seamlessly, swiftly initiated a one-on-one training regimen. However, this time, Pintus eschewed the grueling extreme training sessions. There is a significant difference between the training modes and objectives during the off-season and the competitive season. In the morning, Leon completed a standard recovery session. In the afternoon, they focused intensively on refining both short and long passing techniques. Post-training recovery and therapy were naturally overseen by Pintus. While other Real Madrid players were either on vacation or participating in national team fixtures, Pintus took the opportunity to work with Leon, familiarizing himself with the various training facilities at Valdebebas. On October 9th, several players without national team commitments arrived punctually at the training base before 9 in the morning, including Altintop, Granero, Callahan, and Las Diera, among others from the first team. Nacho, Morata, and Gies, along with several other reserve team players, have once again been summoned by Mourinho to train with the first team. This news naturally brings immense joy to Leon. Despite the fact that he speaks with Nacho almost every other day and meets him 2 to 3 times a week upon returning to Madrid, encountering Nacho on the first team training ground evokes an entirely different sentiment. Nacho is even more exhilarated. This promotion to the first team carries a significance that starkly contrasts with his participation in last year's pre-season training with Real Madrid. Being promoted mid-season signifies Mourinho's satisfaction with Nacho's performance in Castilla, intending to offer him increased playing time and opportunities. For Nacho, who only made 2 appearances for Real Madrid at the end of the last season, this is monumental news. Morata and Gies, on the other hand, have merely been brought up to the first team to experience the training atmosphere. Their youth and the sufficient number of forwards in the first team imply that unless 2 of Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, and Higuain are simultaneously injured, their chances of representing the first team this season remain slim. On October 12th, the first team players who participated in national team events began reporting to the training base for medical examinations. As Leon had anticipated, Morata and Gies returned to Castilla, while Nacho remained with the first team. Sergio is set to transition to a center-back role, and with Arbeloa primarily occupying the right flank. Nacho's playing time is assured. He must seize this opportunity. After the training session that day, Leon shared a pivotal piece of information with Nacho. With Ramos and Pepe developing a stronger synergy in the center-back position, Mourinho has fixed Ramos in this role earlier than Leon had expected. Carvalho and the young Varane complement each other well, forming an effective rotation. Thus, the defensive personnel on the right flank have become insufficient. Arbeloa, who initially started the season as a substitute, has now become the primary right back. With no potential signings available, the coaching staff must delve into internal resources and prepare a substitute for him. Compared to the promising performances of Carvajal in Castilla, Nacho, being slightly older and possessing stronger physicality along with versatility in defense, evidently garners more favor from Mourinho. Leon refrains from discussing this matter extensively with Mourinho. After all, while Nacho is his closest friend, he shares a good rapport with Carvajal as well. The 3 of them have known each other since their early days in La Fabrica. Leon and Carvajal were teammates in the C team, while Carvajal and Nacho played together in Castilla. Given this interconnectedness, Leon finds it difficult to advocate for anyone in Mourinho's selection. The current outcome is optimal. Leon feels no psychological burden in celebrating Nacho's success, and Nacho feels the same way. After the training concluded, Leon refrained from additional practice and instead accompanied Nacho on a drive back to Henares Castle, a town near Madrid where Nacho's family resides. Anticipating the joyous news of Nacho's successful retention in the first team, his parents had prepared dinner early and awaited their arrival at home. For Leon, visiting Nacho's family felt as comfortable as returning to his own. After sharing warm embraces with Nacho's parents, he smiled as he observed Nacho receiving encouragement and solace from his family amidst his excitement. That night, Leon's spirits soared, and his appetite flourished. He dined heartily and enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, amidst farewells from Nacho's parents, Leon once again set off with Nacho towards the training facility. Such scenes had unfolded numerous times over the past 7 years. However, during those visits, Leon and Nacho would sit in the back seat, with Nacho's father driving them to La Fabrica early in the morning. As Leon gazed out the window at the familiar streets retreating behind them, memories of the hardships and joys from their time in the youth training camp flooded back to him until Nacho's voice jolted him back to the present. Stop daydreaming. Little lion, help me think of how to impress Mr. Mourinho today. Leon turned his head to glance at the excited yet slightly anxious Nacho, and suddenly broke into a grin, reclining comfortably in the passenger seat with his hands behind his head. Just perform as you usually do. Do you think the boss hasn't seen your matches and training videos from Castilla? Besides, you already have match records in the first team from last season. There's no need to worry so much, right? Oh my God, you've already established yourself in the first team, while I was merely a bystander last season. Of course, you can say that, you rascal. Stop being cryptic and just give me some advice. Really, relax a bit. Don't be too tense around the boss, just be yourself. Besides, why are you anxious? You might end up winning more Champions League titles than he does. What? Are you dreaming? The boss currently holds 2 Champions League trophies, too. I've only seen one in the club's trophy room. Honestly, you'll win at least 5 Champions League titles. Do you believe it? What? Fine, I'll win 5. But how many will you win? Of course, I'll win more than you. Let us say I'll win 6. Wait, are you serious? My head is spinning. Stop joking with me. With laughter, the two engaged in joyful banter until they arrived at the training facility. Leon quickly greeted the star players of the first team, bringing along the still somewhat reserved Nacho. Since Nacho had already made appearances for the first team last season, there was no need for formal introductions. Mourinho also took a moment before the morning training session to offer Nacho some encouraging words. Throughout the demanding training that followed, Nacho gradually shed his tension and anxiety. If only Leon could refrain from frequently winking at him and interrupting his plays during training, Nacho would surely feel much better. As days of training swiftly passed, Nacho's integration progressed commendably, while Real Madrid prepared for a new round of La Liga following the international break. From a physical recovery standpoint, the timing of this round of matches is quite unkind to players who have just participated in national team games. Furthermore, starting from October 15th, the team will engage in 2 rounds of La Liga and 1 group stage match of the Champions League within a mere 8 days. Rui Faria and Pintus immediately became engrossed in their tasks. They needed to meticulously observe the physical condition of each Real Madrid player and, in conjunction with the team doctor's recommendations, present Mourinho with a suitable rotation plan. With 3 matches in 8 days, including 1 in the Champions League, the risk of serious injuries for at least a third of the first-team players would be significant if no rotation occurred. Fortunately, the special one is not the type of coach who stubbornly adheres to a single lineup. In the match against Real Betis on the afternoon of October 15th, he fielded a notably rotated 4-4-2 starting lineup. Leon, the Iron Man, remained a starter, but today he partnered not with Alonso and Di Maria, but rather with Las Diera and Granero in midfield. Kaká, having only played 1 round of World Cup qualifiers before resting on the bench in the second, was in good physical condition and continued to start. The forward duo was transformed into Ronaldo and Callahan, with Benzema and Higuaín seated on the bench. In defense, Varane partnered with Pepe as starters, while Ramos remained as a substitute, with Cointreau and Arbeloa continuing as the starting fullbacks. Casillas remained in goal. Commentators from various countries noted that Mourinho's starting lineup today seemed to be a preparation for the upcoming third round of the Champions League group stage. However, against Real Betis, even with a rotated squad, Real Madrid was undeniably overqualified for the task at hand. Leon showed no signs of weakness when facing his former teammates. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and embraces before the match, he struck with unwavering determination during the game. After collaborating with Las Diera to thwart Real Betis' attempts to counterattack through the center, Leon consistently provided Kaká with possession from behind. Although he made fewer forward runs today, his robust support allowed Kaká to showcase an impressive attacking performance without defensive concerns. Before the end of the first half, Kaká delivered 2 assists, helping Real Madrid achieve a 2-0 lead. Both Ronaldo and Callahan scored, receiving equal opportunities. In the 56th minute of the second half, with the match progressing smoothly, Mourinho promptly substituted Nacho for Arbeloa. At this moment, the Bernabeu echoed with enthusiastic applause. The defensive duo from Castilla reunited on this grand stage. Numerous Real Madrid supporters had witnessed their performances in various youth teams, from La Fabrica to Real Madrid's C team, and subsequently to Castilla. One was the most exceptional defender in the youth academy, while the other excelled as a defensive midfielder. Having grown together for nearly 6 years, their synergy was unparalleled, and their defensive prowess was beyond question. Leon glanced at Nacho, who was sprinting onto the field. Nacho, in turn, looked back at him. They exchanged a knowing smile, and in a fleeting moment as they passed each other, they instinctively extended their palms for a high five. The tale of the defensive duo from Castilla officially began on the La Liga stage. Maya, I find that editing is perhaps more challenging than writing. Today, I shall add 3 chapters, totaling 4,000 words, with an overall word count of 12,000. I will update one chapter at 6 in the afternoon and another at 9 in the evening. End of this chapter. Chapter 79, The Twilight of the Gods. An era belonging to the triumvirate of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. Nacho Fernandez, the promising young talent from Real Madrid's youth academy, who had made appearances in the first team last season, is now 21 years old, playing primarily as a center-back, while also capable of filling in as a full-back and defensive midfielder. He is yet another remarkable product of Real Madrid Castilla's recent youth development and a close friend of Leon, having been affectionately dubbed the defensive twin star of Castilla by the fans. Listening to he weighs well-informed, yet seemingly gathered from various sources insights about Nacho. Fans in Huagua quickly committed his somewhat mature visage to memory. Leon's friend, who was once referred to alongside Leon as the defensive twin star of Real Madrid Castilla. Such a figure surely deserves support. Many fans from Huagua, while watching the match, took out their phones to search for any scattered information about Nacho on the internet. At this moment, Nacho could hardly fathom that, in the distant land of Huagua, due to a commentator's exuberance and his synchronized high five with Leon, he was garnering the curiosity of millions, if not tens of millions, of fans. He nervously smoothed down his hair, which he had styled earlier in the locker room. Mourinho's expectations for his performance were modest. His tactical assignment was primarily to defend the right flank, and if circumstances permitted, to provide additional support to Leon. His offensive contributions would depend on his own judgment. He could overlap if opportunities arose. However, Nacho remained clear-headed, much like Leon did during his first matches with Real Madrid last season, understanding precisely what Mourinho required of him. Thus, upon entering the field, he diligently maintained his position, facilitating ball transitions, but refrained from any thoughts of pushing forward. Observing Nacho's overly compliant demeanor, Mourinho could only smile silently as he paced along the sideline before finally taking a seat back on the bench. While the absence of surprises was somewhat regrettable, Mourinho recognized that, in the current La Liga campaign, Real Madrid needed to proceed steadily rather than seek out unexpected thrills. To maintain a solid defense and secure victory while persistently applying pressure on Barcelona is of paramount importance. Nacho appears to comprehend his current role within the Real Madrid squad. He remains composed and steadfast in defense. This awareness indicates that Nacho is indeed a shrewd player. Intelligent and grounded, these two friends share a similar character. After a moment of reflection, a smile of satisfaction spread across Mourinho's face. Sitting beside him, Karanka understood that yet another youth academy product from Real Madrid was about to gain increased playing opportunities. Last summer's Leon, this summer's returning Callahan, and now Nacho, who has nearly solidified his place in the first team. Reliable and effective, the homegrown talents are truly a delight to utilize. In the second half, As the tempo noticeably slowed, Real Madrid ultimately secured a stable 2-0 victory in the league. In this half, Arbeloa, Kaká, and Cristiano Ronaldo were substituted in succession. Kaká, with his 2 assists, was honored as the man of the match. Holding a bottle of champagne, Kaká expressed his gratitude to Mourinho for granting him another opportunity to prove himself, acknowledged the unwavering support of his family, and once again thanked Leon. The little lion has made me acutely aware of the necessity for transformation on the pitch. I am no longer young. I will turn 30 next year. Yet I can still deliver commendable performances. I am truly grateful for the trust and assistance from my coach and Leon. Kaká's remarks reignited the keen curiosity of many journalists. However, after expressing his gratitude, Kaká promptly departed the interview area with his champagne, leaving them no opportunity for further probing. With their streak of consecutive victories intact, Real Madrid has now achieved 7 wins at the start of the league, once again shifting the pressure onto Barcelona. Meanwhile, in the home locker room at Camp Nou, the Barcelona players preparing to face Racing Santander were likely aware of Real Madrid's outcome. After all, there was a mere 10-minute interval between the matches. And regardless of the internet connectivity issues, Guardiola would have certainly received news of Real Madrid's 7 consecutive victories. Many Real Madrid fans, amidst the conclusion of their match, turned their attention to Barcelona's situation. Nonetheless, Barcelona, playing at home today, dared not falter. In the Champions League group stage, they decisively handed Racing Santander a humiliating defeat. Following this round of league matches, only 3 teams remained unbeaten in La Liga. Real Madrid with 7 wins, Barcelona with 4 wins and 3 draws, and Sevilla with 3 wins and 4 draws. These 3 teams constitute the current top tier of La Liga. Unexpectedly, Levante, previously praised by Mourinho as a dark horse, now occupies the 4th position, shining brightly with a record of 3 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss. Sevilla has also made a strong start, successfully pushing ahead of Valencia and Malaga to secure a spot in La Liga's top 4. Before the season commenced, Spanish media had high hopes for Villarreal and Atletico Madrid, who finished 4th and 5th in the league last season, respectively. However, the Yellow Submarine, Villarreal, appears to be sinking fast. In the Champions League, they have suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of Bayern Munich and Napoli, with 2 losses in the group stage, coupled with a league record of 1 win for draws and 2 losses. They currently languish in 12th place in La Liga. Atletico Madrid's performance is slightly more palatable, as they sit atop their Europa League group with 1 win and 1 draw, albeit by virtue of goal difference. In the league, their record stands at 2 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, placing them 9th, an average performance that is still somewhat respectable. At this juncture, the suspense surrounding the La Liga title race seems minimal, with the championship likely to be contested between Real Madrid and Barcelona. Nevertheless, the race for the top 4 is brimming with intrigue, involving Sevilla, Levante, Valencia, Malaga, and Atletico Madrid. All 5 teams currently exhibit considerable strength. Provided they avoid significant injuries during the season, they all possess a chance to secure a top 4 finish. However, it is evident that 2 of the slots are almost inherently occupied by the giants of Madrid and Barcelona, leading to a compelling scenario where 5 teams vie for the remaining 2 positions. The intensity of this competition rivals, if not surpasses, that of the currently faltering English Premier League. With the formidable prowess of both Madrid and Barcelona, it is fair to assert that La Liga has emerged as the foremost league in the world, without contest. In the Champions League arena, the 2 Spanish powerhouses are also hotly discussed as leading candidates for the title. Yet, such dominant forces do face formidable adversaries. One of these is Bayern Munich, who reached the Champions League final in the 2009-2010 season and narrowly lost to the reigning champions, Inter Milan, last season. Another rival is Manchester United, who have reached the Champions League final twice in the past 3 years. Even after the departure of their sharpest attacking weapon, Cristiano Ronaldo, under Sir Alex Ferguson's stewardship, Manchester United remains a formidable presence in the Champions League. Fans of Real Madrid and Barcelona, while fiercely adversarial towards each other, remain wary of these 2 clubs as well. As for other long-standing rivals, many are either aging or in decline, unable to keep pace with the 2 Spanish giants. The deterioration of Serie A has diminished the competitiveness of the Milan clubs and Juventus in the Champions League. Napoli, a newly ascendant team, shows potential but lacks the necessary experience in Champions League matches to be considered a serious threat. Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga also possesses decent strength, yet shares a similar lack of experience as Napoli, rendering them momentarily inconsequential. As for League One, it is perhaps best left unaddressed. In La Liga, every opponent has faced defeat at the hands of Real Madrid and Barcelona countless times, and their performances in the Champions League have been lackluster. The English Premier League was strong in recent seasons, but it is evident that time has taken its toll, much like the clubs themselves. Liverpool, Chelsea, and Arsenal, once thorns in the sides of Madrid and Barcelona on the Champions League stage, are now either losing core players or suffering from an aging core, leading to a significant decline in their competitive edge. Before they overcome the pains of reconstruction, the two giants of La Liga pose little threat. After careful consideration, it appears that the current Real Madrid and Barcelona face few formidable opponents in the Champions League, provided they do not encounter Bayern Munich or Manchester United prematurely. It seems that these four teams will likely dominate the semifinals based on their current prowess. Previously, Leon humorously remarked to reporters that advancing to the Champions League semifinals this season was not solely due to his awareness of the original timeline, but also because the European football landscape has indeed shaped itself this way. If Real Madrid avoids self-sabotage and Mourinho refrains from his usual antics, reaching the semifinals seems a foregone conclusion, given the evident decline of their competitors. The ascendancy of both teams has been perfectly timed. Reflecting on the 2007 to 2008 season, one could hardly assert that Real Madrid and Barcelona would easily triumph over the English Premier League's top four. Back then, facing Manchester United or Chelsea would have exacted a heavy toll. Looking even further back, the challenges were greater still during the peak of the ironclad Blues. With AC Milan still wielding their influence, the formidable attacking prowess of Arsenal, and the notoriously resilient Juventus. Considering these adversaries and the star-studded rosters they boasted, that era was truly vibrant in European football. However, the evolution of football follows a predictable pattern. As a new cohort of elite teams rises, others inevitably decline due to aging rosters or management issues. The powerful resurgence of Real Madrid and Barcelona occurs at a time when many once great teams are fading into obscurity. This is an unfortunate reality for all fans, but a stroke of fortune for the supporters of these two clubs. At this juncture, the rise of Real Madrid and Barcelona has garnered significant attention and viewership, further fueling their growth and reinforcement. This is aptly reflected in television ratings. On October 17th, the Champions League group stage reignited with Barcelona facing Victoria Plzen and Real Madrid squaring off against Lyon, neither of which are particularly thrilling matchups. However, on the evening of their matches, viewership in Europe, the Americas, and especially East Asia surpassed that of other concurrent Champions League fixtures. After all, when pitted against weaker opponents. If Barcelona takes on Plzen while Milan faces Bate Borisov, which match would a neutral fan choose to watch? Although this comparison may be somewhat simplistic, it holds a kernel of truth. That evening, both La Liga giants confidently secured victories over their respective foes. Barcelona triumphed 3-0 against Plzen, finishing the first cycle of the group stage at the top of their group with 2 wins and a draw, thanks to their superior goal differential. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's performance proved even more dominant. Given that Barcelona faced a team from the Czech League, a 3-0 victory was not particularly staggering, leading fans to disperse post-match, with minimal media coverage following. However, after Real Madrid ruthlessly inflicted a staggering 5-0 defeat upon Lyon, the reverberations were immediate and profound. Set aside the draws between Bayern and Napoli, Chelsea's sweeping victory over Genk, and Borussia Dortmund's unexpected loss to Olympiacos do not dare to disrupt this moment. The conclusion of the match between Real Madrid and Lyon sent shockwaves through the Bernabeu, igniting a fervor that resonated throughout European and even global football. Let us momentarily disregard whether League One still holds its status as Europe's 5th largest league or if it has been officially surpassed by the Primera Liga. Even if we consider Lyon as a team emerging from the 6th largest league in Europe, they currently stand 2nd in League One. Surely, their prowess cannot be dismissed? Yet, they were utterly dismantled at the Bernabeu. Ajax, on the other hand, was momentarily amused at halftime, but upon learning the final score, their mirth turned to sheer shock. De Boer, witnessing Real Madrid's 5-0 triumph in the 67th minute, was left with a buzzing head. It dawned on him that in their previous encounter, Real had indeed shown them leniency. Regaining his composure, De Boer resolved to adopt a more prudent defensive strategy should they face Real Madrid again, defending resolutely from start to finish, foregoing any offensive theatrics. While the majority of French media lamented, Le Parisien remained remarkably composed, swiftly analyzing Real Madrid's formidable prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts. Lyon's squad is far from lacking, with strikers like Gomes, midfielders such as Gourcuff, Celebration, and Fofana, and a defense bolstered by the likes of Ali Sissoko, Lovren, and the national team goalkeeper Loris. Their roster is impressive. The Lyon players merely sought to seize the initiative in the first half, testing the waters against Real Madrid's formidable attack. Was this a misstep? Not at all. Ultimately, their ambition led to their downfall. Real Madrid, through nearly flawless counterattacks, demonstrated to Lyon that when they neglect to fortify their defense with substantial resources and energy, they commit a grave error. Following Real's initial breakthrough, their formidable midfield trio of Alonso, Lastiera, and others relentlessly intercepted and advanced the ball, further punishing Lyon's midfielders. With impenetrable defense, seamless passing, and swift counterattacks, Real Madrid seemed to deliver a resounding blow to French football. We are trailing, and we are trailing significantly. This is yet another masterpiece by Mourinho. After a season of refinement, it appears that a dominant force is poised to proclaim its supremacy across the European continent. We have officially entered an era defined by the reign of Real Madrid and their allies. This incisive piece by Le Parisien sparked fervent discussions among countless fans across Europe upon its release. The following afternoon, Lyon stumbled upon this report online and instinctively shook their heads. The cosmic Bayern is soon to arrive, the era of Real Madrid and their allies. History has long since rendered its verdict. This era belongs to Real Madrid and Bayern. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 80. When we let Ronaldo take his shots. We prevail. The emergence of any football team inevitably encounters the scrutiny of opponents analyzing their tactics in depth. The experiences of Barcelona from 2008 to 2012 serve as a poignant illustration of this phenomenon. After they revolutionized the sport with their possession-based play, numerous teams sought to emulate their tactical approach, while an equal number aimed to devise strategies to defeat them. Presently, following Real Madrid's resounding victory over Lyon, which ignited a fervent discussion in French football regarding rapid counterattacking strategies, many clubs and professional coaches have taken up the magnifying glass to uncover the vulnerabilities in Real Madrid's tactical framework. However, despite extensive analysis, many coaches found themselves grappling with fatigue, yet none dared to boast to the media that they had deciphered how to counter Real Madrid's style. This bewilderment is a common sentiment among those who have studied Real Madrid's cohesive tactical system. Is it accurate to say that Real Madrid relies solely on traditional counterattacking strategies? Not necessarily. Real Madrid does not require their opponents to commit fully to an offensive posture, nor do they need to fortify their defense and await a moment to regain possession before striking. Instead, they often reclaim possession in the midfield and launch a rapid advance towards the opponent's goal within a mere 6 or 7 seconds. Can we then categorize Real Madrid's style as attacking football? Far from it. Regardless of whether Mourinho is an advocate of attacking football, the reality remains that Real Madrid often exhibits a comparable or even inferior possession rate compared to their opponents in matches. Thus, they are not strictly adhering to the principles of attacking football. Consequently, these coaches find Real Madrid's tactics perplexing. They neither embrace conservative strategies nor fully adopt attacking ones, leaving them to ponder in silence that Mourinho is indeed crafting something novel. This innovative approach, which left Guardiola and the Barcelona players feeling disconcerted during the Supercopa at the season's outset, revolves around spatial pressure, defensive counterattacks, seizing opportunities for transition, and efficient finishing. Should future fans encounter these descriptions, they might instinctively draw parallels to Klopp's high-pressing 4-3-3 system at Liverpool. Indeed, Mourinho's current tactical design bears a striking resemblance to Klopp's approach. In various tactical concepts and frameworks, Mourinho and Klopp, during Klopp's tenure at Liverpool, appear to share a compatible vision. However, a fundamental difference persists between their philosophies. Mourinho is inherently obsessed with achieving stability and victory, while Klopp embodies a passionate willingness to gamble everything for triumph. This distinction manifests in their tactics. Mourinho prefers not to excessively pressure opponents in their own half, instead favoring the placement of tactical traps and the primary battleground near the center circle. Even when placing Lyon in a forward position, allowing him to occasionally engage in extreme high pressing alongside other attacking players of Real Madrid. The team achieved commendable tactical results. However, Mourinho would only employ such strategies sporadically, as he consistently contemplated the broader picture, particularly whether his players would possess sufficient stamina to contend with their opponents and deliver the decisive blow after the 70th minute. In contrast, Klopp embraces the present, wagering everything on the immediate moment. His tactics often lead to a decline in his players' running capabilities beyond the 70th minute, yet for him, the significance of this temporal threshold is minimal. The pivotal moments of his tactical approach manifest within the first 70 minutes, or even earlier in the first half. Provided his team exerts enough pressure and the forwards demonstrate reliability in capitalizing on opportunities, he can deploy this high-pressing strategy effectively against both stronger and weaker opponents. His success in the Premier League is evident, with Liverpool securing both the Champions League and the Premier League titles under his stewardship. Klopp successfully revitalized Liverpool. However, in their two encounters with Real Madrid in the Champions League, he suffered significant defeats. This prompted him to devise a new tactical approach, a system of controlled build-up and long passes designed to counter high pressing. Yet, Klopp has yet to fully establish the high-pressing, relentless style, and the development of new tactics remains a distant prospect. Returning to Mourinho's era, his tactical approach bears similarities to Klopp's, yet diverges significantly. Mourinho's strategy emphasized stable victories through half-field pressing and rapid advancement. Without Leon's emergence, Mourinho might have exhausted this tactical style by this season. The absence of a developed Khedira forced him to place greater responsibility for ball recovery on Alonso, while the alternative, Last Era, aspired to be a second Zidane, leaving Mourinho with little choice. Ultimately, he had to halt the further refinement and exploration of this strategy due to unreliable resources. However, with Leon's dynamic presence, Mourinho's tactics have evolved beyond the original timeline, attaining a more sophisticated and refined state. Leon's technical attributes and capabilities have rendered Mourinho's half-field pressing approach both stable and formidable. With a reliable midfield, Alonso no longer needs to divert his focus to less glamorous tasks. The considerable effort invested by the increasingly impactful Dragon in orchestrating the team has led to exceptionally smooth ball progression from the back line, with precise and aggressive long passes supporting the front line. By circumventing the transitional phase of advancing from the midfield and defense, Real Madrid effectively accelerates their offensive play, amplifying their threat with every surge. Furthermore, during this period, the core players along Real Madrid's central axis possess unparalleled individual prowess. Casillas, Pepe, Xabi Alonso, and Cristiano Ronaldo. From defense to organization and ultimately to the finishing strike, Real Madrid consistently operates at an elite level, arguably among the top two in contemporary football. It can be said that without a formidable central axis of individual prowess, Mourinho's new tactical system could not exert such tremendous power. Thus, it is entirely understandable that professional coaches currently find it difficult to comprehend Real Madrid's new approach. They may have gleaned some outlines of Mourinho's tactical framework, yet they dare not imagine the extent of tactical freedom and trust that Mourinho has bestowed upon Alonso and Cristiano Ronaldo. Even more astonishing is that these two superstars have boldly embraced this trust, delivering performances that are nearly unparalleled. One could assert that as long as Leon's mindset remains steadfast and his performance does not falter, Alonso's effectiveness is assured. With the assurance of long passes from Leon, and Cristiano receiving ample offensive opportunities and freedom to strike, Real Madrid's counterattacking prowess is similarly guaranteed. Indeed, the more chances provided to Cristiano, the more goals he is likely to amass. Leon vividly recalls that in the previous season, Messi netted 50 league goals in La Liga, while Cristiano achieved 46. These two players can only be described as extraordinary, no other words suffice. The synergy of tactical brilliance and superstar talent is indispensable. The combination of both, along with willing supporting players ready to make sacrifices, has allowed Real Madrid to showcase their formidable performances. This tactical approach is nearly impossible to replicate, as there exists no second Alonso or a Cristiano in peak form within the footballing realm, nor can one even find a similarly styled counterpart. Moreover, even if one attempts to deny Real Madrid opportunities for transitional play by adopting a defensive stance, the team possesses set-piece strategies to dismantle opponents. Barcelona, in the recent Supercopa, experienced this firsthand when they were overwhelmed by Real Madrid. From the front line to the back, Real Madrid is abundant in aerial prowess across all three lines. For other teams seeking to challenge this, the endeavor often leads to their downfall. At a time when the footballing world has just begun to scrutinize Real Madrid's tactical nuances, many teams in La Liga struggle to discern the vulnerabilities of this system. They have not considered the necessity of limiting Real Madrid's attacking sequences. At least Manuel Pellegrini, who coached Real Madrid during the 2009 to 2010 season, has not grasped this aspect. Now managing Malaga, Pellegrini aims to seize the initiative at home, hoping to leverage his home advantage for an early tactical lead. After all, the core of Mourinho's Real Madrid is comprised of players he is well acquainted with. However, on the evening of October 22nd, as the match commenced at the Rose Garden, Pellegrini quickly sensed a hint of danger. Real Madrid's opening play was not as proactive as Malaga's, and the performances of Leon and Alonso were quite ordinary. Both players retreated to their own half, waiting for Malaga to initiate their offensive. Callahan, receiving another starting opportunity, disrupted Malaga's organizational play in the front line, while Di Maria did likewise. Observing the game, it appeared to be a meticulously orchestrated tactical approach. Real Madrid patiently awaited the opportunity to intercept Malaga's attacking possession, while also anticipating their own chance to launch a counterattack. Pellegrini, after witnessing the on-field dynamics evolve peacefully for a minute or two, began to question whether he had perhaps been overly sensitive to the situation. Isco, currently in possession of the ball, was diligently seeking out the forward runs of his teammates. As the pivotal midfielder of Malaga, Isco possessed an unwavering confidence in his technical abilities. With adept dribbling, ball control, and passing, he excelled in all aspects of midfield play. Even as he prepared to face the increasingly renowned Leon, his confidence remained undiminished. However, while he had previously felt at ease orchestrating play in his own half, the pressing movements of Real Madrid's attacking players primarily served as defensive disruptions. Now, as he ventured past the halfway line, Leon aggressively surged towards him. In his left rear, Callahan also accelerated toward him, ready to execute a double-team defensive strategy alongside Leon. Isco felt a tightening in his breath and instinctively passed the ball laterally to his midfield partner, Apollonio, who had made a supportive run. Apollonio, possessing considerable match experience, quickly returned the ball to the holding midfielder, Toureleng, in the very next moment. Thus, Malaga's initial probing attack through the central midfield ended without consequence. Yet, retreating within their own half was not characteristic of their team style. In the first 7 rounds of the competition, they had scored 11 goals, boasting an offensive prowess second only to Real Madrid and Barcelona, while conceding 10 goals, an alarming statistic that placed them at the bottom of the defensive rankings among the top 6 teams. This indicated that despite a robust attacking capability, Malaga's defensive protection was somewhat lacking. In other words, their midfield's offensive attributes and intent were excessively pronounced. So pronounced that even when faced with the challenge of penetrating Real Madrid's half, Malaga's attacking players were willing to take risks. Thus, merely 6 minutes later, Pellegrini and the Malaga players found themselves regretting their decisions. When Alonso executed a long pass after intercepting Leon's challenge on Isco, Higuain cleverly redirected the ball with a header, setting up Cristiano Ronaldo for Real Madrid's first shot on goal. The attempt, taken from approximately 28 meters, was struck by Ronaldo without much adjustment, only to be thwarted by goalkeeper Ruben Martinez. This occurred just 4 minutes after Malaga's audacious offensive endeavor. Merely 2 minutes later, when Alonso again partnered with Leon to regain possession from Isco, he promptly delivered another precise long pass. Ronaldo, with a deft touch, initially evaded the aging Toureleng before skillfully maneuvering past Malaga's right back, Gomez, and in full view of the more than 50,000 Malaga fans, Ronaldo unleashed a ruthless shot from a tight angle, effortlessly piercing through Martinez's grasp. It was as brutal as it was simple. Leon, from the back, had grown accustomed to witnessing Ronaldo's striking methods. He had previously jested about the current attacking style of Real Madrid during training. When we allow Cristiano Ronaldo to take enough shots, victory is assured. This chapter concludes. Dear readers, today's update will be slightly delayed. I find it challenging to concentrate on writing before the match. Thus, I will not be able to write during halftime. The update at 6 o'clock remains unchanged, which will count as the first update, and I will strive to have the second update before 11 at night. Rest assured, the day's extensive updates will not be lacking. Lastly, where is Kaka? I hope he can make an impact in the second half. Chapter 81. Youngster, join Real Madrid, and together we shall claim numerous championships. Having a supreme deity scoring goals is truly exhilarating. Leon has come to understand that, regardless of whether a player has collaborated with peak Ronaldo or peak Messi, they consistently speak highly of both, even when they have little direct interaction with them. Although they monopolize possession and bask in the limelight, they undeniably score goals. The most crucial aspect of a football match is always the goals. The moments that ignite passion and fervor typically occur when a decisive goal is netted. Since the start of this season, whenever Leon sees Ronaldo seizing a promising opportunity in the attacking third, a sense of assurance washes over him. He has faith in Ronaldo. Ronaldo's consistent and prolific scoring has significantly eased the burden on the midfield and defensive players. Their role is to defend and maintain control, occasionally exerting themselves to reclaim possession for more counter-attacking opportunities. However, more often than not, Leon feels he is performing in a steady, clocking in and out manner. He merely waits for Ronaldo to either break the deadlock himself or assist others in doing so. For instance, after Ronaldo has already broken the stalemate, Leon collaborates with Longu and the actively retreating Callahan to establish a solid line of interception in midfield. He simply needs to exhibit stable interception without aggressively venturing into Malaga's territory. The defenders and midfielders of Real Madrid are poised, anticipating Malaga's advance past the halfway line. Pellegrini has begun to grasp certain insights. Primarily, the previous goal by Ronaldo was exceedingly unreasonable. Were he still the coach of Real Madrid, he would devise ways to provide Ronaldo with as many scoring opportunities as possible. Now, perceiving Mourinho's strategy, Pellegrini swiftly considers several tactics, severing the quick connection between Real Madrid's midfield and Ronaldo, assigning a player to closely mark Ronaldo, denying him the chance to cut inside and shoot, or perhaps altering the formation to deploy two defensive midfielders, ensuring that whichever side Ronaldo ventures to, one midfielder and one defender will be there to double-team him. There are myriad tactical options, yet after a minute of rapid contemplation, Pellegrini dismisses most of these ideas. This is primarily due to his profound familiarity with this group of attacking players from Real Madrid. Cristiano Ronaldo possesses abilities that extend far beyond mere goal-scoring prowess. Should Malaga opt for a tight marking strategy against him, Ronaldo can effortlessly leverage his passing skills to dismantle their defensive barricade. Moreover, both Higuain and Di Maria are formidable threats in their own right. It would be an egregious oversight to regard the Argentine duo merely as supporting players on the pitch. After a moment of contemplation, Pellegrini ultimately resolved to fortify Malaga's defense in the midfield and defensive areas of Real Madrid, which are notably the zones where the latter excels in counterattacks. Approximately 10 minutes into the match, Malaga shifted from their initial hesitance, caught between the desire to attack and the trepidation of Real Madrid's counterstrikes, to a bold offensive stance. This shift left not only the players on the field astonished, but also had Mourinho glancing perplexedly at Pellegrini. However, it soon became evident that Pellegrini's strategy was neither aimless nor a sign of resignation. Rather, he had opted for a defensive approach akin to that of contemporary Barcelona. Upon conceding possession, Malaga applied immediate pressure and, when unable to reclaim the ball, resorted to tactical fouls to disrupt the flow of the game. Consequently, Xabi Alonso and Sergio Ramos became the primary targets of Malaga's relentless pursuit. When they intercepted the ball, they were compelled to assess the positioning of their forward players, which cost them precious seconds. Yet, Malaga was determined to prevent them from even having that brief moment of observation. Leon, positioned deeper, maintained a clearer perspective on the evolving situation. The essence of Malaga's strategy was to preemptively deplete the player's stamina, simultaneously launching aggressive attacks in search of an equalizer while positioning their defense to sever Real Madrid's efficient counterattacks at the source. To be frank, Pellegrini's tactical adjustments were ambitious. Nonetheless, Leon had to concede that Malaga had momentarily achieved tactical success. In other aspects, Leon's performance was commendable, but his long-passing ability left much to be desired. Even though he had previously acquired fragments of De Boer's long-passing talent, he was still in the process of refining and enhancing his skills. His long-passing ability had recently risen to a value of 77, adequate for general use, yet insufficient to shoulder the responsibility of initiating counterattacks alongside Alonso. In light of this, Leon instinctively turned his gaze towards Di Maria and Callahan. Mourinho's tactical adjustments soon followed, arriving more swiftly than Pellegrini had anticipated. The two pivotal tactical players after the changes were indeed Di Maria and Callahan. Previously, Real Madrid employed a 4-3-3 formation with a forward trio consisting of Ronaldo, Higuain, and Callahan, the latter of whom bore a significant burden for defensive duties. Leon and Di Maria continued to operate as central midfielders, with Alonso orchestrating from a deeper position. At this juncture, Pellegrini had effectively curtailed the distribution capabilities of Alonso and Ramos within Real Madrid's half, prompting Mourinho to implement a drastic alteration in strategy. He transitioned to a 4-4-2 formation, with Alonso and Leon adopting the roles of deep-lying midfielders, while Di Maria and Callahan retreated to serve as wide midfielders. This transformation shifted Real Madrid's mode of attack from precise long passes originating in the midfield and defense to a coordinated offensive maneuver utilizing both flanks. Alonso transformed remarkably, shifting from a pivotal organizer to a formidable sweeper akin to Leon, seizing possession and immediately distributing the ball to the flanks. This tactical alteration rendered Malaga's pressing strategy ineffective. While it is feasible to execute a multiplayer press in the central and defensive areas, given the spaciousness that allows for double teaming, confronting Real Madrid's wing advances, especially with the presence of the exceptionally skilled Di Maria, proved challenging. The defenders of Malaga struggled to match the pace, and in one-on-one situations, they were easily overwhelmed by the Angels' prowess. Ultimately, Di Maria, who had only recently begun experimenting with a midfield role this season, is fundamentally a top-tier explosive winger. Today, back on the flanks, he displayed palpable enthusiasm. Within 5 minutes, he aggressively outmaneuvered Malaga's midfielder, Opono, twice, compelling Opono to incur a yellow card for dragging him down to the ground. Pellegrini, unable to remain passive, began pacing along the sidelines. However, it must be noted that Pellegrini is not particularly adept at making real-time adjustments during matches. His strengths lie in daily training, offensive guidance, and pre-match tactical planning. The mere thought of employing Barcelona's defensive strategies against Real Madrid was already a rare occurrence. This left Pellegrini and Mourinho engaged in a tactical duel on the sidelines, undoubtedly testing Pellegrini's mettle. Having deciphered Malaga's high-pressing approach, Real Madrid accelerated their counterattacks with fervor. Caught off guard, Malaga struggled to quickly reorganize, yielding to Real Madrid's relentless flanking assaults. The previously subdued Isco found himself having to retreat into defense. Under Leon's stringent marking, Isco's touches were repeatedly intercepted, forcing Cazorla to frequently drop back to orchestrate the attack. Meanwhile, Joaquin found it difficult to breach Coentro's one-on-one defense, significantly diminishing Malaga's offensive output. With their defensive line in disarray, Malaga found themselves ensnared in a predicament on both ends of the pitch. This left the multitude of journalists from Spanish media, who had anticipated Malaga troubling Real Madrid, feeling disheartened. The fifth-place team in La Liga seemed incapable of posing any real challenge to Real Madrid, leading to the bitter realization that they would have to await the next encounter between Real Madrid and Barcelona. A journalist from a local Malaga football magazine expressed a resigned lament. Despite being a staunch Malaga supporter, he had to concede that in terms of sheer strength, Malaga and Real Madrid appeared to inhabit entirely different realms. Nearby, a reporter from the Marca could only grimace, unable to muster a smile. After witnessing Real Madrid's recent 3 league matches, his confidence in Barcelona's ability to triumph over Real Madrid once again had begun to waver. Real Madrid's attacking style has become increasingly streamlined and incisive, while their midfield resilience has notably strengthened. The prospect of a match between Barcelona, who have drawn 3 times in 7 La Liga fixtures, and a Real Madrid poised for an 8th consecutive victory, leaves the outcome uncertain. I observed yet another seasoned football journalist attempting to interject, but the sudden eruption of gas from the Rose Garden Stadium abruptly interrupted his discourse. The reporters turned their gaze towards the pitch, where they beheld Callahan dashing forward after receiving a pass from Leon, penetrating the Malaga penalty area. Callahan's technical prowess may not be extraordinary, and his dribbling skills hardly rank among the elite in football. Yet perhaps it is precisely this characteristic that endows him with formidable tactical execution. As he advanced the ball to the edge of Malaga's penalty area on the right side, Callahan did not engage in any feints with the retreating Malaga left back. A deft touch created space, and Callahan promptly delivered a swift, low cross. This pass deceived both the Malaga defenders and the poised Higuain. Cristiano Ronaldo, noticing the ball resting at the arc of the Malaga penalty area, did not hesitate to step back momentarily before decisively darting forward, evading his marker. In that instant, a quick and incisive through ball rolled perfectly into Ronaldo's path. Leon, positioned at the top of the penalty area, controlled the ball and sent a precise pass. Ronaldo aimed for goal. It's in. Oh, Ronaldo pushed the ball into the near corner of the net. Leon's decisive through ball was simply exquisite. It was utterly perfect. In the studio at Wutai during the night, Duan Xian celebrated joyfully, raising his fists in a modest triumph. Ronaldo's goal and Leon's assist. For Hiwei, this was the second scenario he yearned to witness. As for the first, that naturally encompassed Leon scoring himself. Ronaldo, grinning widely, wrapped an arm around Leon's shoulder as they jogged towards the goal line to celebrate. I knew you would deliver, little lion. Your short passes and through balls are becoming increasingly impressive. Of course, I will pass to you. Just remember to add a few more assists to my bonus in the future. They chuckled together, reveling in their celebration. With this goal in the first half, the outcome of the match was virtually sealed. Thus, the faces of the Real Madrid players who surged forth to celebrate were alight with joy. Meanwhile, amidst the scattered jeers from the Rose Garden Stadium, the Malaga players were left with nothing but bitterness. Initially, they had harbored confidence in engaging Real Madrid in an attacking contest at home. Yet now, unable to defend or mount an offensive, they could only hope to salvage some pride with a goal. The Malaga players' spirits were dampened by Real Madrid's successive strikes, but Pellegrini clearly had a different perspective. Following the first half, Pellegrini made adjustments, substituting Joaquin with the younger forward Fernandez. He also had Van Nistelrooy warming up on the sidelines. Malaga shifted to a 4-4-2 formation, with Long Dong and Fernandez at the forefront, while Cazorla and Isco flanked the midfield to supply ammunition to the forwards. Pellegrini's strategy was commendable. However, when Mourinho once again altered the formation, replacing Higuain with Kaká and transitioning to a 4-2-3-1 setup, the performances of Isco and Cazorla were severely constrained by direct marking. In the 61st minute of the second half, Cristiano Ronaldo, during a counterattack, received a pass from Kaká and decisively cut inside to unleash a delicate shot. The ball arced towards the far corner of the Malaga goal, leaving goalkeeper Martinez utterly helpless once more. The Rose Garden Stadium once again fell into silence. With a hat-trick that showcased his exceptional prowess, Ronaldo eliminated any lingering suspense from the match. Meanwhile, Mourinho nonchalantly signaled to his players to consolidate their defense. With a 3-goal lead, there was no need to wield the sword against Malaga any further. Naturally, the dejected Malaga posed little threat to Real Madrid. In the 76th minute of the second half, Mourinho substituted Lassana Diarra for his favorite Alonso. In the 82nd minute, he replaced the hat-trick hero Ronaldo with Benzema. As for the tireless Leon, Mourinho had no intention of substituting him. He was the cornerstone of the team. Besides, as long as the young man could run, he should run. His physique was robust. With Leon on the pitch, Mourinho felt a measure of security regarding defense. Without Leon, relying solely on Diarra for interceptions would make him anxious. Fortunately, Malaga failed to mount any further counterattacks in the remaining time. Ultimately, the score held firm at 3-0, and Real Madrid achieved a resounding victory, triumphantly showcasing their strength against the fifth-placed Malaga. After the match, Leon approached the despondent Isco to exchange jerseys. After embracing and offering a few words of encouragement, Leon playfully patted Isco on the back and left him with a tantalizing remark. "Young man, don't linger too long at Malaga. Come to Real Madrid, and we shall win many, many championships together." Apologies for the delay. The air conditioning has made my head ache, and my writing pace today has been sluggish. I only managed to write a small amount by 6 o'clock. So I ask for your understanding. I shall endeavor to post the 6,000-word chapter tonight as soon as possible, though every cough sends pain through my forehead and temples. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 82. The new 5 Eagles of Castilla. Pagon was unaware that Leon had been charming his prized disciple Isco after the match. Had he known, he would not have lavished praise on Leon after embracing Mourinho. Perhaps he would have seized this opportunity to unleash his trademark motivational fervor upon the young rascal. Upon hearing the opposing coach commend Leon's rapid development, Mourinho, while verbally acknowledging Leon's areas for improvement, could not conceal the smile spreading across his face. After all, with the relentless coverage from Spanish media, nearly every La Liga coach and fan was now aware that Leon had flourished under his guidance. Previously, The media had claimed that Mourinho preferred seasoned players and struggled to nurture young talent. Yet, with Leon's increasingly commendable performances, Mourinho felt a growing pride. Regrettably, no reporters were inquiring about his methods for developing young players at that moment. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly pulled Leon into the spotlight between himself and the inquisitive journalist. In the future, perhaps we could also bring Nacho along, allowing the duo to personally share their insights on defense. Castilla has indeed been a fountain of talent in recent years. If we have any need for loans during the winter transfer window, Jose, do not hesitate to release those young players. Before parting ways, Pellegrini jokingly mentioned this to Mourinho, who initially responded with a hearty laugh. However, upon seeing Karanka approach, the special one swiftly grasped Karanka's shoulder and conveyed some urgent instructions. De Lajos, please have Mr. Torreal from the second team provide me with a list shortly. I require detailed information on the top 3 performers from Castilla this season, highlighting both their strengths and weaknesses. Mr. Torreal refers to the current head coach of Castilla, Alberto Torreal, so Karanka immediately understood Mourinho's intentions. He wanted them to experience the first-team atmosphere ahead of time. Perhaps, let us focus on training first. If they perform adequately, they can remain in the first team this season. This winter window, we might only conduct 2 transactions, selling one player and acquiring another, ensuring these young lads are prepared for rotational play. I understand, Karanka replied with a smile. Mourinho's thoughts were not whimsical. After Nacho proved his capability to serve as a substitute for Arbeloa, he had already contemplated promoting several young players from Castilla to the first team. After all, with Leon ahead and Nacho behind, it is no wonder Mourinho wishes to delve deeper into the talent pool of Castilla. Even though Real Madrid is financially secure and can afford to make significant purchases during the transfer window, the success of Leon and Nacho had solidified Mourinho's resolve. Utilizing homegrown talent is inherently more reassuring and manageable. Moreover, there are indeed many outstanding young players within Castilla. If Mourinho could unearth another Nacho, he would consider it a significant triumph. Should he manage to discover another young lion like Leon, he instinctively concealed his smile and urged Karanka to expedite this matter. After the match that evening, as it was still relatively early, the entire Real Madrid squad took a flight back to Madrid. The following morning, Mourinho granted all first-team players a day off, instructing them to arrive at the Valdebebas training complex for medical examinations before 2 p.m. Leon, as per his usual habit, arrived half an hour early and soon found himself face-to-face with a few familiar faces in the locker room. Whoa, did I take a wrong turn? Don't tell me I'm in the Castilla locker room. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief as 2 figures, who had been chatting with Morata moments earlier, joyfully rushed over. And the 3 embraced heartily. The boss didn't even give me a heads up. I should have the most say in selecting players from the second team, right? Coach Torreal, you clearly don't see them as well as I do. Leon fondly reminisced about his past camaraderie with friends and teammates from Team C and Castilla, boasting with a smile. However, the 2 Real Madrid youth players, who had just been elated to meet Leon in the first team, soon began to boo him. Morata joined in the mockery, but Leon remained unfazed. He swiftly changed into his training gear and signaled for the others to accompany him to the training ground for some warm-up exercises. Morata had already been promoted to the first team several times and had participated in the preseason training in the United States with the first team last year. Thus, among the 3, he appeared the most composed at that moment. The other 2, Carvajal and Vázquez, were curiously surveying their surroundings. At 2 p.m., the 4 of them, who had already been playing on the training field for a while, were gradually joined by other first-team players. Observing the 2 becoming shy and reserved once again, Leon did not rush them to meet the stars of the first team. After all, Casillas would take care of that task. And these 2 novices would gradually become familiar with the others during training. He and Nacho had both undergone this process. When it came to integrating into the first team, nothing spoke louder than consistent performance in training and matches. Don't be nervous, just relax a bit. There's no need to be overly formal with the captain. Just showcase your usual abilities, Leon reassured, having just exchanged greetings with his old teammates. Nacho, feeling the excitement wane, scratched the back of his head upon hearing Leon's words. They sounded remarkably familiar. Carvajal and Vázquez were indeed grateful for Leon's encouragement. Mourinho had intended to assess the abilities of several young players during training, so he wasted no time. After a brief introduction and welcome, he directed Leon to lead the young newcomers in recovery training with the first team. Subsequently, During the tactical drills and practice matches, Leon, Nacho, Carvajal, and Vázquez were all placed in one group. Morata, on the other hand, joined the main players group, collaborating directly with stars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Higuaín. The outcome of the practice matches was predictable. The substitute group conceded 2 goals within 30 minutes. Despite Leon's tireless efforts, he could not withstand the offensive prowess of Ronaldo and Benzema. Furthermore, without Long's support to occasionally cover him, Leon truly felt overwhelmed. Carvajal and Vázquez began to feel anxious, as their earlier performance was merely average and certainly not commendable. Noticing their unease, Leon set aside his own reflections and offered further encouragement. Mourinho and Karanka were currently evaluating the capabilities of the 3 young players. G's was still too young, his body still developing, and his game awareness required further refinement. The suggestion from Real was for him to remain with the B team for another year, after which he could potentially join the first team. As for now, he believed that Vázquez, with his versatility in the attacking front, was more suitable as a rotational substitute in the first team, displaying a proactive defensive approach and the ability to play on both flanks. Morata's talent undoubtedly surpasses that of Joselu, and Real has suggested a vigorous cultivation of Morata's skills. Carvajal has consistently been the starting right-back for Castilla, demonstrating stable performance. Karanka, having closed the tactical notebook where he recorded data, expressed his thoughts. Although Morata is still young and his current performance does not match the consistency of the second team's top scorer, Joselu, his innate talent has garnered unanimous recognition from coaches across various youth training tiers. Mourinho himself holds a favorable view of this young lad. Otherwise, he would not have promoted him to the first team upon joining Real Madrid, taking him along for the training camp in the United States. Therefore, Mourinho is not opposed to the idea of nurturing Morata. As for Vázquez and Carvajal, Mourinho is actually quite satisfied with their abilities. Even Vázquez, who appears to be performing rather mediocrely at present, is intended to remain in the first team. In the subsequent 3-pronged battles, the core players of Real Madrid will undoubtedly focus on crucial matches in the Champions League knockout stages and key league encounters. For competitions like the Copa del Rey and matches against mid to lower tier teams in the league, Mourinho will need these rotational players to step in. Vázquez's versatility on both flanks and his proactive defensive contributions are precisely the qualities Mourinho appreciates. The pivotal question remains: can these 2 academy players endure the wait patiently on the bench for their opportunities? Mourinho fears they might express dissatisfaction or grievances about insufficient playing time. In this season, rife with opportunities to secure multiple championships, Mourinho wishes to avoid any internal discord within the team. Upon learning of Mourinho's concerns, Karanka candidly reassured him not to worry. Why? Because they are all staunch supporters of Real Madrid, just like Nacho. Hearing Karanka's words, Mourinho felt completely at ease. At the end of the training session that day, upon receiving the notification that they would remain in the first team, the 3 young players from Castilla were overwhelmed with joy. Morata was astonished that he was not instructed to return to Castilla after training, but instead became a permanent member of Real Madrid's first team. Vázquez and Carvajal were equally thrilled, nearly moved to tears like their friends Leon and Nacho. Over the years, they had witnessed numerous companions depart from La Fabrica, leaving Castilla to join other teams. They yearned for the call from the first team, longing to don the pure white jersey and battle for Real Madrid in La Liga and the Champions League. However, the number of Castilla Academy players who successfully remain in Real Madrid's first team is exceedingly scarce. So few that even having seen their friends Leon and Nacho succeed, they could hardly foster much hope in their hearts. Thus, it is no wonder they are so exhilarated at this moment. When asked if they would be willing to stay in the first team as substitutes, their reply would undoubtedly be affirmative. Like Nacho, both Carvajal and Vázquez are unwavering supporters of Real Madrid. Low wages and limited playing time will not serve as obstacles to their dedication to serving the club. If Leon is to be transferred, he will undoubtedly seek opportunities for loan spells to gain more match experience. Yet, this does not hinder his sincere joy for his friends. At this moment, he reminisces about his previous conversation with Master Belliron in La Coruña. He understands that one must walk steadfastly along the chosen career path. For Nacho and the others, this might embody the very essence of their initial aspirations when embarking on their professional journeys. If they ultimately do not fight for Real Madrid, nor represent the club in the pursuit of glory, Even if they achieve a grand collection of honors, a profound sense of regret may linger in their hearts. Thus, there exists no so-called well-meaning advice, nor any universally acknowledged wisdom regarding the necessity for younger players to gain match experience at the right age. Leon harbors nothing but blessings for his friends. After the day's training, a photograph of 5 smiling individuals at the training ground was shared by Leon on his social media, coinciding with the announcement of player movements on the Real Madrid official website. He expressed his joy, stating, "Delighted to fight alongside my brothers, Hala Madrid." Upon posting this image, it instantly sparked fervent discussions among the Real Madrid fanbase that follows him. Most fans are already quite familiar with Morata, a tall and handsome young man who made appearances for the first team last season, making it difficult not to remember him. As for Carvajal and Vázquez, it was primarily the seasoned Real Madrid supporters who recognized them immediately, thanks to their explanations and insights. Some fans who do not closely follow the second team learned that Mourinho had promoted 3 youth players to the first team. After a day of lively discussions, the excitement began to wane. After all, it is quite common for any club to promote a few youth players to experience the atmosphere of first-team matches midway through the season. Initially, the Real Madrid fans thought Mourinho was simply rotating a few young talents for training. However, on the afternoon of October 25th, when Real Madrid released the squad list for the 10th round of La Liga, the fans became quite restless. The 3 newly promoted youth players were included in the squad for the upcoming match, indicating that they were not just there for the experience, but would essentially serve as substitutes for the main players moving forward. This development stirred considerable excitement in the Spanish media, generating a cacophony of praise, skepticism, and inquiries regarding potential changes in Real Madrid's recruitment policies. Various voices and reports concerning this adjustment in the youth team dynamics flooded the Spanish football scene. Florentino Perez, the club president, refrained from commenting on the matter, while the current CEO, Sanchez, merely stated that they have complete faith in the head coach regarding team development, without elaborating further. Nevertheless, the Real Madrid supporters expressed substantial support and agreement with Mourinho's approach. Their enthusiasm led them to bestow a resounding collective nickname upon the 5 young players, including Leon, reflecting their unspoken hopes, the new 5 Eagles of Castilla. As the deadline looms and the writing appears unfinished, I must submit it for now, with the intention of adding an additional 2,000 words tomorrow, as is customary. Alas, it has been a considerable time since I last endured a sleepless night. Staying up to watch a match has significantly impacted my condition. Therefore, I have resolved that from tomorrow onward, I shall refrain from late nights until the onset of the next season of the Premier League and La Liga. This seems both reasonable and justifiable. Chapter 83. From young Makelele to young Alonso, it took him merely a year. The enhancement of the bench strength by 3 fledgling players has brought joy to the entire coaching staff at Real Madrid, including Mourinho. At the commencement of this season, the player roster for Real Madrid seemed ample at first glance, with a robust bench. However, with Khedira failing to participate in a single league match, things have taken a turn for the worse. Granero's transition to a defensive midfielder is progressing rather slowly, and he remains in the adaptation phase, thus currently unreliable. As for Altintop, Mourinho remains perplexed about how to utilize him effectively. Sahin, the unfortunate lad, was on the verge of being promoted by the Special One when he succumbed to injury, and that unfortunate injury has sidelined him for 3 months. Thus, upon closer inspection, within Real Madrid's 24-player roster, 4 midfielders are in a predicament, 2 injured and 2 ineffective, leaving only 20 players to contend on dual fronts. Were it not for Leon's steadfastness, consistently performing in both League and Champions League matches while maintaining a commendable level of play, Mourinho would indeed be in a state of despair. Now, with the elevation of 3 players from Castilla, coupled with the previously mentioned Nacho, both the offensive and defensive lines of Real Madrid have received fortification. This ensures that, at least for the time being, Mourinho need not fret about the potential injury of key players in either line. Furthermore, the return of Face brother prior to the 10th round of La Liga against Villarreal has provided Mourinho with a sigh of relief. After 2 months on the sidelines, he is finally able to participate in training. However, as he has just recovered, Mourinho is cautious and does not wish to thrust Khedira directly into the fray. Thus, for the match against Villarreal, Mourinho opted to afford him additional rest, omitting him from the 18-man squad. Additionally, Mourinho made some adjustments to the starting lineup prior to the match. The most significant alteration was, naturally, in the defensive midfield position. Alonso, like Leon, has not had a moment of respite since the new season commenced, participating in every match thus far. Born in 1981, Alonso is on the cusp of turning 30. While he remains in excellent physical condition, it is not prudent to exert him to such an extent. After receiving 2 warnings from the medical staff, Mourinho deliberated intensely but ultimately resolved that Alonso must be given a breather this round. Consequently, Leon unexpectedly became the sole starting defensive midfielder for Real Madrid in this league match. After all, Lasdiera cannot fulfill the role of a deep-lying playmaker. If he were to do so, his tendency to linger on the ball and his vulnerability in aerial duels would surely prompt Ramos and Pepe to approach the special one-post match to voice their grievances. Thus, Mourinho ultimately fielded a lineup featuring Leon as the deep-lying playmaker, with Granero and Lasdiera occupying the central midfield positions. During training, the arrangement appeared promising, with Ramos capable of delivering long passes from the back, and Granero and the retreating Di Maria meeting the needs for advancing on both flanks in midfield. Yet, having not been tested in competitive matches, the capabilities of this new midfield trio remain uncertain to Mourinho. Nevertheless, he harbors a degree of confidence in Leon's ability to provide support. Should the situation prove challenging, he could instruct Lasdiera to drop back and partner with Leon in a double pivot, thereby ensuring a more stable defensive posture. With a tactical contingency plan in place, Mourinho felt a semblance of tranquility. On the day of the match, October 26th, just an hour before kickoff, Real Madrid finally unveiled their starting lineup. Villarreal found themselves utterly bewildered by Mourinho's unpredictable tactical maneuvers. Alonso and Callahan were benched, and Di Maria was no longer positioned in midfield. Instead, Lasdiera took over Leon's role as the sweeping midfielder. Miguel, the current head coach of Villarreal, scrutinized the starting lineup in his hands, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. This lineup rendered their recent tactical preparations nearly futile. He could hardly overhaul his strategy at this late stage. Thus, he resolved to adapt as the match unfolded, making minor adjustments as necessary. With a glimmer of hope, Miguel instinctively directed his gaze towards the Real Madrid players warming up on the Bernabeu pitch. Specifically, he focused on Leon, the sole player within the squad likely to assume a deeper midfield role. Perhaps this was a potential weakness we could exploit today. An hour later, with the referee's whistle piercing the air, the La Liga match between Real Madrid and Villarreal commenced. Commentators from various countries began to relay to their audiences the significant changes within Real Madrid's lineup. Alonso still required rest, alongside Leon. He had been instrumental in fortifying Madrid's midfield during the early stages of the season. However, with age encroaching, periodic rest was essential for Alonso to maintain vigor for the demanding fixtures ahead. Thus, witnessing Leon play as a sole defensive midfielder was unprecedented for Real Madrid, a testament to Mourinho's unwavering faith in him. The match had begun. Zhuang Radio. Dear viewers, welcome. Hiwei and Su Yang are once again here to provide commentary on Real Madrid's league match for fans in Huagua. The kickoff time for this match was rather late. In Spain, it began at nearly 9 in the evening, while in Huagua, it was already 4 in the morning. Truth be told, watching such a game at this hour was quite exhausting. Younger fans may manage, but those of an older generation found it particularly grueling. Yet, despite the late hour, the number of fans choosing to stay up to watch was not diminished. Currently, Leon has firmly established himself as a starting player for Real Madrid, consistently leading the team to victory, and with the abundance of stars within the squad, fans felt the late-night vigil was worthwhile. Real Madrid lined up in a 4-3-3 formation for today's match, with goalkeeper Iker Casillas wearing the number 1 jersey. The defensive line, from left to right, consisted of Marcelo, 12, Ramos, 4, Pepe, 3, and Arbeloa, 17. In midfield, Leon, 10, played a deeper role, flanked by Granero, 11, and Lasdiera, 24. The starting forward combination features number 7 Cristiano Ronaldo, number 9 Karim Benzema, and number 22 Angel Di Maria. On the other hand, Villarreal has opted for a 4-4-2 formation, with goalkeeper number 13 Diego Lopez. Su Yang, seizing the opportunity to speak, once again introduced the players' names and numbers. At this moment in the Bernabeu, facing the kickoff by Real Madrid, Villarreal showed no signs of intimidation, initiating a pressing strategy in Madrid's half. Real Madrid, unfazed, began to circulate the ball calmly in their defense. While a direct long ball to initiate a probing attack could have been an option, it seemed too crude, not in line with Real Madrid's preferred opening tactics. Liang stood in the position once frequented by Longu, feeling a surge of confidence. After a year of imitation and a year serving as a deputy to Longu and Master Pai, it was finally his turn to take the reins of the team. He was determined to demonstrate to the pressing Villarreal players what true composure meant. As he observed Villarreal forward Rossi charging towards him, he had no intention of attempting to dribble past him. With a decisive and composed back pass, Liang gestured tactically for Marcelo on the left side to make a run forward. He then quickly repositioned himself into the space left by Marcelo's advance. Pepe received the ball and played a lateral pass to Ramos, who, confronted by another Villarreal forward, Marco Ruben, skillfully distributed the ball to Liang, who was now in a safe position on the flank. Liang's feet never truly paused. He seized the ball and surged forward, easily outpacing Marco Ruben's pursuit with a swift initial step. However, he did not overly dwell on the ball. After evading his pursuer, he pulled in towards the midfield and executed a rapid ground pass to Lassana Diarra, who was signaling for the ball on the right side of midfield. At this moment, Lassana, stationed on the weaker side of Villarreal's midfield defense, was afforded the luxury to continue his advance with the ball. Mourinho watched Liang's opening moves with a smile, and Alonso, seated on the bench, radiated satisfaction and approval. Had it been him, after completing a pass combination with the center back and slightly evading the opponent's forward, he would have directly employed a long pass to redistribute the ball. Quick and efficient, this tactic could catch Villarreal off guard. However, this does not imply that Liang's previous performance was sluggish in organizing the tempo. On the contrary, he adeptly navigated the backline and established a clear route for ball distribution while skillfully avoiding his current shortcomings, showcasing an impressive performance. Alonso is a midfield maestro. In today's football, only a handful could rival his organizational prowess and long-passing ability. Thus, his performance epitomizes the standard of a top-tier playmaker, and it is only natural that Liang falls short in comparison. Yet, when measured against the organizational cores of mid to lower-tier La Liga teams, Liang stands commendably close, perhaps only lacking slightly in long passing, vision, short passes, range of movement, and commendable ball control and protection abilities. Unbeknownst to him, Liang has traversed a significant distance on the transformative path of growth after more than a year of honing his skills in the top league. The Real Madrid fans, accustomed to seeing Liang's sweeping interceptions, are now filled with delightful surprises. He can seamlessly transform into a tackling machine, safeguarding the core of midfield organization, while also adeptly orchestrating play from a deeper position, shouldering the responsibilities of organization within the rotating lineup. Is he merely a diminutive Makelele? Perhaps he should be dubbed Liang, the young Alonso. Meanwhile, Miguel, who had contemplated pressuring Liang, now abandons that thought. It is no easy task to target a defensive midfielder. Based on the opening performance, one can gauge their capabilities accurately. Liang remains composed under pressure from two forwards, distributing the ball methodically, demonstrating extensive movement and precision in short passes. Miguel muses that if Liang were to join his team, he could potentially partner with Borja Valero to propel Villarreal back into the top four of La Liga. With such abilities, and noting that Liang is not one to take unnecessary risks with dangerous plays, Miguel can only sigh in admiration. Villarreal's initial pressing proved ineffective, while Real Madrid, through Liang's continuous movements and precise short passes, gradually seized control of midfield dominance. It became evident that when Granero is not tasked with the dirty work, his performance shines. After witnessing last Diarra being pressured back due to excessive ball control on his first advance, Liang opted to channel possession more towards the left side of midfield. This marked Granero's first starting opportunity of the season, and he was determined not to squander it like Diarra. His forward passes were spot on, and his partnership with Marcelo was efficient. With Granero facilitating the distribution of attacking play, Real Madrid's offensive thrust down the left flank accelerated significantly. After all, with the combination of Marcelo and Cristiano Ronaldo on the wing, an all-out attack, coupled with ball retention, makes penetrating defenses a trivial matter. Furthermore, the defensive issues that Marcelo had previously faced, often criticized by the media, are alleviated today with Liang's more mobile presence providing essential cover. Liang's organizational prowess is impeccable, utterly stable. I wonder if the audience recalls that just over a year ago, When Leong was promoted to the Real Madrid first team by Mourinho, he was still known as the young Makelele. Back then, the Spanish media praised his defensive talent, and Leong had no connection to the role of a midfield organizer. However, I believe that after today's match, no media outlet will label Leong merely as a defensive worker. Perhaps one might say that Leong remains a defensive worker, but he is now capable of seamlessly transitioning into an organizing midfielder. This mirrors the characteristics of Alonso, who sits on the bench, able to defend and attack. Leong's rapid development owes much to Alonso's influence. Wei and Su Yang exchanged compliments about Leong in a lively discussion. The growth potential of this young talent is truly remarkable. Aside from Leo, there is no other young midfielder in contemporary football who has exhibited such significant development within a year. From his debut, it was evident that he possessed a natural aptitude for both attacking and organizational play. Leo stands as a unique case. Starting as a purely defensive midfielder, he has, through diligent study and practice, cultivated an impressive repertoire of organizational skills within just a year. It is no wonder that Milan fans continue to hold him in high regard, especially considering that it was only after his arrival at Milan last season that his organizational capabilities began to flourish exponentially. Any team's supporters would be reluctant to part with such a visibly talented young midfielder. During a recent attack on the left flank that failed to penetrate, the ball was passed back to stabilize possession. Cristiano Ronaldo made a judicious choice, and to everyone's surprise, Leo made a rare forward run, raising his hand to signal for the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Leo did not immediately continue his run. Instead, he took a deep breath, controlled the ball, and promptly executed a diagonal long pass to the right flank. He had identified a defensive gap in Villarreal's formation during his advance. The opposition had concentrated too many defenders on their right side, which was also Real Madrid's left flank, creating exploitable space on the left side of their half. While Leo's long passing ability has yet to reach the average standard of midfield orchestrators in La Liga, he has certainly surpassed the passing threshold. The inability to deliver a perfectly curved long ball does not imply that he cannot provide a timely and adequate pass. Recognizing the defensive gaps and having faith in Di Maria's individual prowess, Leo was bold enough to attempt this pass. The long ball he delivered bore a resemblance to Alonso's style, flat and swift, revealing the player he has emulated while honing his long pass technique since returning to Real Madrid. Di Maria's acceleration was, as always, astonishing, and Leo's well-timed pass pleasantly surprised him. Although it may have been slightly overcooked, the extra lead was still acceptable for Di Maria, especially considering his previous frustrations watching La Diera lose possession twice. With the opportunity at hand, Di Maria, undeterred, sprinted down the right flank, ultimately managing to reach the ball just before it crossed the goal line. The Bernabeu erupted with enthusiastic cheers, while Villarreal's defenders, caught off guard by this sudden shift in tempo, hurried to surround Di Maria. The Angel displayed no signs of hesitation, deftly maneuvering near the baseline to evade the submarine defender, Rodriguez, with a powerful dunk. As he surged into the penalty area, Di Maria feigned a direct shot, drawing the defenders Zapata and Musacchio into a desperate attempt to intercept. Yet, in a moment of brilliance, he transformed his shot into a pass, executing a delicate and graceful lob that directed the ball toward the far post of the Villarreal goal. Benzema, positioned centrally, skillfully shielded Ronaldo from the encroaching defender, Zapata, allowing Ronaldo to adjust his footing before leaping effortlessly to outmatch Villarreal's diminutive left-back, Catala, who measured merely 1.76 meters. Was it an unfair advantage? Not at all. Ronaldo, too, is a winger, and it is entirely reasonable for a winger to challenge a fullback. Catala, bewildered and still in the midst of his jump, could only watch in disbelief as Ronaldo soared with an elevation that nearly dwarfed him by half a meter, causing his mind to momentarily short-circuit. Diego Lopez, eager to play the hero, attempted to parry Ronaldo's close-range effort, but the velocity of the shot was akin to a cannonball. To describe it, it resembled a dunk rather than a mere header. It was a powerful header that crashed into the net. Lopez futilely waved his hands, but ultimately, he could not make contact as the ball found the back of the net, igniting a flurry of white netting behind him. The Bernabeu erupted in jubilant cheers for this exquisite display of teamwork. Amidst the roar of the crowd, Leon released the tension he had been holding, grinning as he dashed forward to join his teammates in celebration. The live broadcast camera fittingly focused on him once more, seemingly reminding everyone, from young Makelele to young Alonso. This boy has achieved this in just a year. Please subscribe, dear friends. We humbly ask for your support. Chapter 84. An 8-point gap opened after just 9 rounds? Barcelona, what have you done? In the 19th minute of the first half, Real Madrid again seized the lead at the Bernabeu. Another goal from Ronaldo. Di Maria provided the assist. Yet the architect of this attack was none other than the unexpected Leon. After stepping in for Alonso and taking on the organizational duties, Leon showcased his burgeoning skills in under 20 minutes. He continues to evolve, a testament to his remarkable talent. The movie star La Liga commentator expressed his astonishment, recalling how he had watched Leon debut for Real Madrid's first team in La Liga and grow into the formidable player he is today. Frankly, even now, he finds it hard to believe. After all, it is astonishing that a player, who at 19 was nearly oblivious to organizing a team, could at 20 demonstrate the capability to orchestrate the operations of Real Madrid's rotation. Had someone suggested this scenario before Leon's emergence, he would have laughed and advised them to temper their expectations. Football is a sport, a profoundly scientific endeavor, a belief the commentator firmly held just over a year ago. However, now that the truth lies before him, he can only compel himself to accept it. In the realm of science, there occasionally emerge a few instances of metaphysical phenomena that can indeed be rationalized. At this moment, a considerable number of media professionals and fans share thoughts akin to those of the commentator. The distinction lies in the fact that some have passively accepted this reality, while others are actively embracing the gradual transformation they observe in Leon. The supporters of Real Madrid belong to the latter group, as do those like Mourinho and Alonso, who have witnessed Leon's diligent efforts and personal development. This young man has truly matured. Once he masters long passes, we can implement a dual-core strategy in our defense, or allow Alonso to drop back while this lad advances, enabling a seamless dual-core operation within the team. Kalanka clapped his hands in excitement, immediately envisioning a splendid tactical blueprint for the future to Mourinho. A team possessing dual organizational cores is exceedingly challenging for opponents to constrain through exchange strategies. Moreover, Leon, unlike Alonso, possesses a unique advantage. In terms of organizational foundation, Leon is undoubtedly still inferior to Alonso. He might serve adequately as the organizational core in a mid to lower tier La Liga team, yet for a mid-tier squad, he barely meets the requirements, and even then, it's rather tenuous. However, Leon excels in one aspect where Alonso does not: his ability to evade defenders while in possession. After his stint in the Premier League, Dragon's technical finesse has become somewhat coarse, coupled with a lack of absolute speed, rendering his evasion skills rather ordinary among elite midfield maestros. In contrast, Leon boasts exceptional balance, agility, and speed, all of which are at the top tier among midfielders in football, coupled with his competent ball control and abundant stamina. Should Dragon find himself targeted by opponents once more, Real Madrid can boldly leverage Leon to alleviate the pressure on him. When necessary, Leon could even temporarily assume Alonso's role in orchestrating possession, where his evasion skills would be invaluable. Mourinho and Kalanka's tactical visions are similar, although he manages to suppress his excitement at this moment. Whether this approach will be suitable for further training remains to be seen. For now, let us not dwell on this matter. If we score a second goal in the first half, let those young lads warm up during the midfield break. Give them a halftime opportunity? I've realized that there was a reason Barcelona was able to score 5 goals against Villarreal. This team's midfield lacks a soul. Their fighting spirit is not resilient at all. Mourinho curled his lip while Kalanka cast his gaze towards the field, where the match was resuming. On Real Madrid's side, Leon was vocally directing his teammates to fall back into position, while Villarreal remained silently and slowly unfolding their attacking formation. Borja Valero is a commendable midfielder, yet he struggles to elevate the team's tempo under duress and cannot bolster the central defense. In other words, he is an excellent organizational core, but fails to embody the midfield soul of this yellow submarine. Had Senna and Cazorla still been present, Valero's performance would have undoubtedly improved. However, with Cazorla's departure to Malaga and Senna's injury, Valero could only witness Villarreal's descent into despair. A team devoid of its midfield soul poses little threat, and it seems Villarreal's battle this season is primarily for survival. Real Madrid faced Villarreal's feeble midfield counterattacks with ease, rendering Leon unnecessary in the backline. Under the formidable presence of Diarra, the Yellow Submarine's attacks were stifled as he swept through the center, neutralizing their advances. The few threats that emerged were swiftly extinguished by Lyon's timely positioning. Naturally, Lyon paid particular attention to Rossi, the UEFA Europa League's Silver Boot winner from last season, who scored 32 goals in 56 appearances for Villarreal. The Italian striker seemed to be in the prime of his career, and Lyon regarded him as his most significant adversary that day. However, after several confrontations, Lyon detected something amiss. Rossi's physicality was lacking, and his speed did not pose a challenge, giving the impression of an unusually heavy body. Nevertheless, there was no time for concern about the opponent. Lyon pressed on, winning possession from both Rossi and his fellow forward, Marco Ruben. Ramos, relishing the opportunity to initiate attacks, received the ball from Lyon and boldly launched it forward in search of the speeding Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria. By the 34th minute of the first half, Villarreal relentlessly pushed forward in search of an equalizer. Ramos utilized his 8th long pass of the half to assist Benzema, who found a promising opportunity on the right flank. Benzema, in good form and showing no signs of faltering, weaved through defenders, penetrating deep into Villarreal's territory. Yet, in a departure from his usual play of seeking out Ronaldo, Benzema executed a clever feint, bypassing the pursuing midfielder Soriano. He then entered the penalty area and stylishly laid the ball back into the center. Di Maria, arriving unmarked, took a moment to control and adjust. Musacchio, who had instinctively shifted to mark Ronaldo, regretted his decision. However, Di Maria offered him no chance for redemption, decisively striking the ball with his left foot towards the far corner. Lopez guessed the direction correctly, but his reaction was a fraction too slow, leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball found the net for the second time. Real Madrid successfully extended their lead before the halftime whistle, prompting Mourinho to call several young players to warm up at the sidelines. The thousands of Villarreal supporters in attendance were left in disbelief. Real Madrid, utilizing a rotating midfield lineup, had effortlessly secured a 2-goal advantage by halftime. The prospect of introducing young talents to experience the match atmosphere was indeed a source of embarrassment for Villarreal. Fortunately for them, Mourinho spared them further humiliation by refraining from substitutions before the halftime break and did not signal his players to intensify their offensive efforts. After the halftime break, Mourinho made a decisive move, substituting the day's goalscorer Di Maria and right-back Averoa. Vasquez and Carvajal took to the field, eliciting a chorus of cheers and applause from the Bernabeu crowd. The two young talents from the Castilla Youth Academy mirrored the earlier entrance of Nacho, as they exchanged high-fives with the smiling Leon. Meanwhile, Nacho and Morata, still seated on the bench, rose to join the fans in enthusiastic applause. Currently, 3 of the new 5 Eagles had graced the pitch together, with more matches ahead, if they maintained their form. The sight of all 5 appearing at the Bernabeu would soon transition from mere fantasy to an imminent reality. As the match resumed, Vasquez and Carvajal initially focused their energies on robust defensive efforts. Villarreal aimed to exploit the perceived weaknesses of these two novices. However, with Las Diera behind Vasquez and Leon alongside Carvajal, any potential errors would be mitigated by the presence of 2 of Real Madrid's finest interceptors. Thus, Mourinho's tactical choices and substitutions were always grounded in reason. He consistently left room for strategy. If Villarreal sought to target the 2 rookies, they would have to contend with the formidable partnership of Diera and Leon. Regrettably, while Mourinho was willing to offer opportunities, Villarreal faltered. On the offensive front, Villarreal struggled to penetrate, and their defensive line suffered another setback in the 57th minute of the second half. Granero's incisive pass during a counterattack set Cristiano Ronaldo up for a shot from the left side of the penalty area. Although the angle appeared unfavorable, and it seemed only a cross was plausible, Ronaldo unleashed a powerful strike from a tight angle. Reckless as it seemed, it found its way into the net, evading Diego Lopez's fingertips and crashing into the inside of the far post before settling in the goal. Leon, witnessing the ball's journey, and Marcelo, almost simultaneously, clasped their heads in disbelief, grinning as they watched the iconic figure of the number 7 sprinting in triumph. This goal extinguished any lingering suspense in the match, shattering the morale of Villarreal's players. Miguel, grappling with his disappointment, shook his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, Mourinho, filled with exuberance, celebrated with a thrilling slide on the pitch. He relished the surprises brought by his beloved star players. Following his second goal, Ronaldo roared with passion, unable to suppress his joy. He excitedly beckoned Leon and Marcelo to join him, and and the trio enacted a celebratory dance near the corner flag, a routine rehearsed during training. The remainder of the match unfolded without significant incident. Villarreal's spirits were utterly deflated, and Real Madrid, too, adopted a more conservative approach, merely maintaining a score of 3-0 until the final whistle. Meanwhile, Carranca received splendid news from his staff regarding another match taking place elsewhere. Barcelona had been dramatically equalized by Granada. Their match had concluded as well, with a score of 1-1. This marked the fourth draw for Barcelona in this season's league. Upon hearing this exhilarating news from Nacho's enthusiastic shout, the jubilant Real Madrid players erupted in cheers along the sidelines. Mourinho couldn't help but chuckle as he patted his thigh, while the evidently more jubilant Carranca embraced him tightly. The Real Madrid fans, who gradually received the news, were also enraptured, celebrating fervently once more. Leon displayed a relaxed smile, shaking his head in disbelief. Barcelona faltered under the relentless pressure of Real Madrid's consecutive victories, ultimately succumbing to a significant setback. An 8-point gap after just 9 rounds? Oh, Barcelona, what a blunder. There is still a chapter left, and I must ensure that today's word count reaches an ample 12,000. And thus, I implore you for subscriptions and support. Esteemed readers, shower the content with your generous votes, for the writer can endure it. End of chapter 85, Mourinho's decision. A clash of magic. Guardiola gazed helplessly at the electronic scoreboard, now frozen in time following the conclusion of the match. 1-1. With Granada in the lead as the home side, and Barcelona trailing as the visitors. It was only in the 88th minute of the second half that Granada managed to equalize through a set-piece opportunity, igniting a frenzy among their players and coaching staff as they rushed onto the pitch. The atmosphere at their home ground, the Estadio Nuevo Los Carmines, was electric, with Granada's fans roaring passionately at the Barcelona players. Surrounded by the fervent, animated, and exuberant faces of the home supporters, the Barcelona players felt utterly drained. They were not only physically exhausted from being thwarted by their opponent's defensive strategy throughout the match, but they also bore the weight of mental fatigue and humiliation. They had been held to a draw by a team languishing in the league's relegation zone. Moreover, they had been equalized in such a last-minute fashion that they scarcely had time to mount a counteroffensive to regain the lead. Reflecting on the errors made during the match, several key players within the Barcelona squad undoubtedly had their own grievances. Sanchez might chastise himself for his nonchalant attempt during the first half, which failed to extend their lead. Pedro could lament his choice to take a shot instead of passing to Villa for an open goal in the second half. Had he scored early, Granada's hopes of equalizing might have been extinguished. Alves might also reproach himself for failing to mark the opposing forward, Uche, during the crucial set piece. Had he kept a close watch on Uche, the latter would not have been able to flick the ball on, thereby preventing the subsequent equalizing goal from Granada's defender, Mainz. Indeed, every player would engage in self-reflection and regret after yet another failure to secure victory against their rivals. Yet the lessons learned from the previous 3 encounters have taught them that they still fail to remember these lessons. As Messi dejectedly returned to the players' tunnel, a pair of indomitable, stubborn eyes flashed through his mind. He recalled the words that still made him feel uneasy. Today, I can concede defeat to you, Leo. But the victor will only be Real Madrid, and I will pursue you relentlessly until the final minute, the last second. The echo of Leon's voice reverberated in Messi's mind, and in the final moment of entering the tunnel, he let out a silent sigh. He understood why Barcelona often found themselves equalized by resilient opponents. After accumulating numerous championships, they had gradually lost that fierce, unyielding fighting spirit. When the winds were favorable, Barcelona posed no issue. However, when faced with adversity, their tenacity faltered before their opponents. He thought back to that Real Madrid in the Supercopa, and to that figure who, despite being repeatedly breached in the second leg, would always grit their teeth and pursue him doggedly. For the first time, Messi harbored thoughts that were detrimental to Barcelona's prospects. Meanwhile, Guardiola, who was contemplating even more than Messi, began to feel anxious. Could they still overpower Real Madrid in direct confrontation? We will certainly dominate Barcelona this season. Regardless of strength or mentality, in the 16th round of the league, we must deliver them the heaviest blow at home. This is the most crucial match of the season, a chance to widen the gap to 10 points and shatter their morale. Thus, before this round of matches commenced, it was imperative to maintain their lead over Barcelona in the league, even if they couldn't achieve a perfect record by the 15th round. They could not afford to lose easily. Mourinho, at the post-match tactical meeting, underscored the significance of the upcoming fixtures. This season, Real Madrid and Barcelona were set to clash in La Liga's 16th round. In the interim, Real Madrid would face formidable opponents such as Real Sociedad, Valencia, and Atletico Madrid, all of whom were not to be underestimated, with Atletico always eager to cause Real Madrid discomfort. Yet, in order to compel Barcelona into further errors, Mourinho had limited options. There could be no respite. To pause now would grant Barcelona the opportunity to regain their footing. Mourinho was acutely aware of the terrifying adversary he faced. With 3 consecutive La Liga titles and 2 Champions League victories during this period, Barcelona's players and Guardiola certainly knew how to secure ultimate victory and capitalize on favorable situations. Once they gained an advantage in the league over Real Madrid, they would, as in the previous season, suppress Madrid relentlessly. Therefore, Mourinho was determined not to allow this. Nor could he afford to. Under no circumstances could they accept anything less than a draw before clashing with Barcelona, for a defeat here would loosen the chains binding Barcelona. They must suffocate their opponents. When the ropes were in their hands, they had to tighten them fiercely and resolutely. Understood. After a meeting with his coaching staff, Mourinho swiftly communicated the tactical approach for the upcoming rounds of the league to the first-team players of Real Madrid. This explicit notification to all players underscored their imperative to exert maximum effort in the forthcoming matches, even at the expense of their individual statistics. In previous seasons, such a directive might have elicited dissent within the ranks of Real Madrid. However, under Mourinho's leadership, having already triumphed over Barcelona in the Copa del Rey final and currently enjoying an 8-point lead over them in the league, the team's stars expressed their unwavering support without hesitation. In essence, when a team is entrenched in a winning streak, even the slightest grievances are overshadowed by the glow of victory. As long as the current Real Madrid continues to soar in performance without encountering significant setbacks, no star player will dare to oppose Mourinho. Among the squad, Leon wholeheartedly supports the decisions of the esteemed coach. Having witnessed the rise and fall of Barcelona's legendary era, he is acutely aware of the present moment and recognizes that Mourinho is indeed correct. He has adapted to Mourinho's high-pressure management style, which has distinctly shaped his stance. As for any potential future upheavals, Leon chooses not to dwell on them. He understands that, regardless of his thoughts, he cannot control everything. Seizing the present moment and striving for a championship is tantamount to a victory in itself. Giving his all and maintaining a clear conscience suffices. Moreover, this season presents a significant opportunity for Real Madrid. Leon is confident that with his presence, the team will not falter against the dreaded penalty shootout. With several championships within reach, preparation is crucial to seize the moment. At the very least, in the matches he plays, he will exert himself until the final whistle. With mental readiness and a unified tactical approach, the entire Real Madrid squad immersed themselves in rigorous training for the upcoming matches. In the 11th round of the league, the main players of Real Madrid set out to challenge Real Sociedad in San Sebastián. As one of the 2 formidable teams in the Basque region, Real Sociedad has historically posed challenges for both Real Madrid and Barcelona. In fact, Barcelona was held to a 2-2 draw by Real Sociedad in the 3rd round of this season's La Liga. Following that match, Real Madrid players reviewed tactical highlights during their debriefing. It was evident that the aggressive confrontations and significant tactical fouls employed by Real Sociedad left a lasting impression on the stars of Real Madrid. At that time, Leon mused that perhaps Everton from the Premier League should be brought in to confront this team. A match of iron will against iron will might temper Real Sociedad's combative style. Unfortunately, Leon could only ponder this notion, as Real Sociedad would not be facing another equally tenacious team in reality. Instead, Real Madrid must first endure the test of Real Sociedad's robust style. If they can withstand this challenge, subsequent matches against Sevilla and Atletico Madrid will be much more manageable. Unable to withstand the pressure, the situation appeared grim, especially with the depletion of players, making it exceedingly challenging for Real Madrid. Fortunately, Mourinho had already made tactical decisions in advance. In facing Real Sociedad, he opted not to adhere to conventional methods, unlike Barcelona's aggressive approach to attacking football. Instead, he intended to wield his own brand of magic against theirs. On the evening of October 29th, amidst the cacophony of jeers at Anoeta Stadium, Mourinho presented a 4-5-1 formation, compact at the halfway line, without the slightest psychological burden. With his arms crossed over his chest, he stood calmly on the sidelines, unperturbed by the nearly 30,000 fans of Real Sociedad who directed their middle fingers and scornful insults towards him. However, the head coach of Real Sociedad, Philippe Montanier, wore a furrowed brow. He had underestimated Mourinho's formidable mental fortitude and his insatiable desire for victory. Previously, Barcelona had swallowed their pride, engaging in a direct confrontation on their home ground, only to be left battered by their own aggressive tactics. Montanier sought to replicate that strategy against Real Madrid. Yet, Madrid not only shed the veneer of a prestigious club but also assumed a remarkably humble posture, which was undoubtedly discomforting for Montanier. Inwardly cursing the seemingly indifferent Mourinho, Montanier signaled for his players to initiate a probing attack. However, this attempt only served to exacerbate their discomfort. The players of Real Sociedad felt as though they had swallowed a fly. In the very first minute, as Sociedad's midfielder, Xavi Prieto, received a pass and advanced into Madrid's half, Leon promptly engaged him in a fierce contest for the ball. Initially unbothered, Prieto attempted to shield the ball and seek support from teammates, but in a moment of reckless abandon, Leon lunged for a tackle. He failed to secure the ball, but managed to trip Prieto, sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, awarding Sociedad a free kick near the halfway line. Yet, Leon appeared unaffected by the foul, turning away nonchalantly. Prieto shot him a furious glare before swiftly executing the free kick. At that moment, the players of Real Sociedad were still oblivious, assuming Leon's early aggression was merely overzealous. However, 2 minutes later, when Malaga forward Carlos Vela was decisively brought down by Las Diera near the sideline, all Sociedad players realized that Real Madrid was intent on employing their lumberjack tactics. The jeers from Anoeta grew louder and more piercing. Meanwhile, Mourinho smiled, a grin that was both joyful and somewhat sinister. Today he had devised a rather unconventional formation featuring 5 midfielders, Diera, Leon, Alonso, Nacho, and a forward-leaning Khedira. Some commentators referred to this formation as 4-5-1, others as 4-2-3-1, and still others as 4-4-1-1. Regardless of the nomenclature, their interpretations mattered little. After the departure of these 5 midfield players, Mourinho no longer contemplated utilizing conventional tactical routines against Real Sociedad in the first half. Only magic can contend with magic. Similarly, the most effective approach against a lumbering team is to strike first. Real Sociedad thrives on disrupting their opponent's attacking organization, capitalizing on the ensuing chaos to secure victories. Thus, today, Real Madrid engaged in a similar strategy. Toughness and aggression? This iteration of Real Madrid is no longer the illustrious Galacticos. They were prepared to engage on equal terms. Emphasizing a head-to-head confrontation, Real Sociedad seemed to sense that their reputation for toughness was being challenged. Their 2 defenders, now playing in midfield, quickly immersed themselves in the fierce contest against Real Madrid's midfield. However, Nacho, who had transitioned from defense to a defensive midfield role, showed no hesitation in countering them, joining forces with Leon to respond decisively. The increasingly intense battle for possession left the journalists on the sidelines grimacing. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players, who had already concluded their match, exchanged glances in the stadium's conference room while watching the clash between Real Madrid and Real Sociedad. How should we respond if Real Madrid employs such tactics against us in the 16th round of the league? Keita asked, but no one answered him. Iniesta and Xavi exchanged knowing looks, each perceiving a sense of apprehension in the other's eyes. It was not fear of Real Madrid potentially employing a destructive strategy against them at home. The La Liga referees would not permit such scenes to unfold too frequently in the El Clasico. Their concern lay in Real Madrid's current willingness to adopt a gritty, no-nonsense approach, coupled with their competitive mindset, a willingness to sacrifice personal statistics for the sake of victory. Chapter completed. Currently, I must take a brief leave. The seniors have encountered a sudden matter, and the foodie has already boarded the train back home. The update for this chapter may be delayed, as the foodie will assess the situation today, perhaps releasing a lengthy chapter or splitting it into 2 parts, but the total word count will remain at 10,000. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding. Chapter 86. The peach blossom shadow falls, the divine sword soars. Swift action, striking poses. Real Madrid employed the tactics most favored by Real Sociedad for this match. Perhaps Mourinho had profound intentions behind this choice. Yet what we observe now is merely the fragmented and chaotic rhythm of the game. This is a contest of physicality and willpower in such a frenetic pace. Individual technical advantages are difficult to manifest. At this moment, Cristiano Ronaldo and Bale found themselves spectators in the match, while Prieto, Belgrana, Leon, and Last Diera emerged as the undeniable protagonists on the pitch. The movie star La Liga commentator endeavored to infuse his tone with enthusiasm. However, truth be told, watching such a match in La Liga was akin to enduring a torment. Philippe Montanier's Real Sociedad had previously thrived on their unique tactical approach, facing little resistance in La Liga. The only team capable of employing a similar strategy was their local rival, Athletic Bilbao. Yet today, Mourinho's Real Madrid delivered a robust lesson. Having immersed himself in the English Premier League and learned from the Serie A, Mourinho has little regard for the tactics employed by Real Sociedad. Last season, his control over Real Madrid was insufficient, leading him to resort to conventional strategies when facing Sociedad. In their initial encounter, Madrid's attacking unit flourished, overwhelming Sociedad with a scoreline of 4-1. However, in the latter half of the season, after Leon departed for the Apennines, Madrid encountered Sociedad once more, only to be subjected to persistent fouls and aggressive tactics throughout the match. Ultimately, in their second confrontation, Madrid was held to a 1-1 draw at home by Sociedad. This outcome left a profound impression on Mourinho regarding the team. Thus, in the current season, he intends to demonstrate to Sociedad what it truly means to disrupt the rhythm of the game. While variations in tactics are essential, they will not manifest in the first half. Mourinho now fully commands the first team of Real Madrid, with a considerably broader array of tactical options compared to the previous season. The evidence suggests that when he is allowed to implement his strategies without restraint, opponents become increasingly uncomfortable. Sociedad's lone forward, Carlos Vela, managed only 2 shooting opportunities from the start of the match until the 30th minute, with merely one occurring within a 30-meter range. For the remainder of the time, he seemed to disappear from the game. Likewise, Cristiano Ronaldo's situation was not significantly better. In his solitary forward position, he garnered only 3 shooting chances in the first 30 minutes, with 2 arising from long passes by Alonso from 30 meters out, while only one came from a ground pass delivered by the advancing Khedira. The inefficacy of both sides' attacks left the fans dissatisfied. However, in comparison, Sociedad supporters were more accepting of a draw against Madrid, as they became the first La Liga team this season to secure points from both Real Madrid and Barcelona, which is indeed a commendable achievement. Philippe Montanier shared this sentiment. Although he was displeased with Mourinho employing similar tactics, he was entirely amenable to the result of the draw. Yet, in the final 10 minutes of the first half, the tide of the match shifted dramatically. Madrid intensified their efforts in the midfield, and Sociedad refused to be outdone, leading to numerous bookings as players from both sides engaged in vigorous confrontations. The referee, recognizing the escalating tension, swiftly issued 3 yellow cards in quick succession just before halftime. Nacho and Last Diera received yellow cards and verbal warnings from Madrid, while Sociedad also faced repercussions. Vergara was carded, and earlier, their defender Íñigo Martínez had also been cautioned. Xavi Prieto, having already been warned twice, was on thin ice, as another foul of significant consequence would likely result in a card. Both teams suffered considerable losses. With 4 yellow cards issued in the first half, players on both sides became more alert. As the second half commenced, Madrid was the first to adapt their strategy. Di Maria and Benzema entered the fray, replacing Nacho and Last Diera, who had been cautioned in the first half. Real Madrid promptly shifted formations to a 4-3-3 setup. Leon and Alonso formed a double pivot, with Khedira taking up the role of central midfielder, while the attacking trident loomed ahead. Mourinho, demonstrating decisiveness, initiated an aggressive onslaught at the start of the second half, targeting the cautioned defenders, Belguera and Martinez. This relentless assault left Philippe Montanier in a state of bewilderment. Instinctively, he sought to make adjustments, yet glancing at his bench, he found little recourse beyond a rested Griezmann, hardly a reliable option. Substituting Griezmann to engage in an open confrontation with Madrid would be playing directly into their hands, a perilous endeavor indeed. As Montanier hesitated, Madrid's forward pressure intensified. In a moment of desperation, Xavi Prieto fouled Belguera, temporarily stalling Madrid's offensive momentum. However, the scene that the Real Sociedad fans dreaded unfolded. Prieto received a yellow card. Consequently, both Prieto and Belguera, the midfield stalwarts, were cautioned, while their defensive linchpin, Inigo Martinez, was compelled to temper his defensive actions. Mourinho, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile. Against a team prone to unsporting conduct, restraining their aggressive tendencies while silencing their provocations brought him considerable satisfaction. This was his blatant stratagem, a calculated ploy to exploit Real Sociedad's lack of depth. While I could substitute two players who had been cautioned without hesitation, could Real Sociedad afford to do the same? Without Prieto and Belguera, their midfield crumbled, unable to contend with Madrid's prowess. Mourinho had accurately gauged Montanier's reluctance to simultaneously replace two key midfielders. Indeed, Montanier lacked the resolve, forcing Real Sociedad to retreat further into their defensive shell. Alonso advanced to the halfway line to orchestrate play, while Ronaldo and Di Maria exploited the wings, stretching Sociedad's defense. In the 54th minute of the second half, Benzema nearly latched onto a through ball from Di Maria, penetrating Sociedad's penalty area. Unfortunately, Martinez's timely intervention thwarted the pass at the last moment. Yet, 4 minutes later, Madrid struck again. Di Maria executed a one-on-one breakthrough on the flank and delivered a cross. Ronaldo, racing past defender Catamuro, leapt to connect with a header. Just as Benzema seemed poised to score with a header of his own, Sociedad's goalkeeper Bravo exhibited remarkable reflexes, intervening to clear the ball from danger. Benzema, having missed two crucial opportunities in quick succession, could only express his frustration with a resigned gesture. Mourinho found himself at a loss for words, and with a fierce determination, he signaled for Leon and Khedira to surge forward together. Naturally, Face Brother was elated. Upon receiving Mourinho's tactical cue, he hurriedly dashed up the pitch. However, Leon paused to contemplate. Often, an increased number of attackers in the front line does not equate to a more effective offense. Last season, while at Milan, he had been instructed by Uncle G to advance alongside Boateng, which was feasible due to Milan's dual striker formation at the time. With Ibrahimovic and Pato or Robinho able to stretch the play wide, ample space was left in the central midfield for him and Boateng to exploit. Yet at Real Madrid, with Benzema in the center and Cristiano Ronaldo frequently making incisive runs and attempting shots, any further congestion in the middle would render the attacking formation overly crowded. After careful consideration, Leon opted to position himself on the right side of the midfield, close to the flank, allowing him to support Di Maria and the retreating Benzema more effectively. Meanwhile, Ronaldo and Khedira orchestrated more plays along the left and central areas. This tactical adjustment ensured that the distribution of attacking players did not lead to overcrowding, enabling Leon to provide timely defensive cover for Di Maria. With a more formidable offensive force at their disposal, Real Madrid's attacking momentum intensified, making it increasingly challenging for Real Sociedad, even with their 5-defender setup. In the 67th minute of the second half, Benzema received a cross from Ronaldo on the left, controlling the ball before attempting a side-footed shot. The execution was flawless. However, the power of the shot fell short, as Bravo once again denied it. Outside the penalty area, Face Brother intercepted the ball before it could reach Belgrano and passed it back to Ronaldo on the left. This time, Ronaldo chose not to cross, but instead cut inside and opted for a shot of his own. This powerful long-range effort significantly tested Bravo's reflexes and goal line skills. Yet today, the Chilean goalkeeper seemed determined to perform at an extraordinary level, managing to graze the ball just before it crossed the line. The deflected shot spun toward the post and ricocheted swiftly out of the penalty area. The ball, now racing toward the edge of the right side of the box, still possessed considerable speed, illustrating the ferocity of Ronaldo's strike. Inigo Martinez bolted from the penalty area in pursuit of the ball, while Di Maria found himself tangled with a Real Sociedad defender on the right, unable to offer support. Leon, who had been active in that vicinity, had no time for hesitation. Lacking shooting prowess, particularly from distance, he knew his skills were limited, with a shooting rating of 67. He was all too aware that any attempt from outside the box would likely be an easy catch for the goalkeeper. Thus, he decided against aiming. In that moment, his only recourse was to unleash a shot with abandon. Hitting within the frame of the goal could potentially force Bravo to parry the ball out for a corner, while a miss might fortuitously deflect off a Real Sociedad player, possibly resulting in a fortunate rebound. In a fleeting moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through Leon's mind, and his body instinctively relaxed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful kick, intending to strike the ball with the top of his foot. Yet, At the very moment of contact, a troubling realization dawned upon him. He had miskicked the ball. In Leon's perception, his forceful shot had failed to connect with the lower part of the ball. Instead, it had skimmed off the outside of his foot. However, to the countless spectators present and those watching on television, Leon's decisive strike appeared remarkably impressive. The ball soared upward, spinning majestically. But just as it seemed destined to escape the goalpost, it inexplicably plummeted with alarming speed. Bravo was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated the ball would sail out of the goal, and when he frantically lunged to make a save, it was far too late. The ball descended too rapidly, leaving Bravo's hands at least 20 centimeters away from its trajectory. In resignation, Bravo could only watch as this miraculous shot nestled into the net he was guarding. After nearly 70 minutes of defending, Real Sociedad's fortress finally crumbled. Khedira managed to intercept the ball, and Ronaldo, with a deft cut inside, unleashed a long-range shot. Bravo! Oh dear, there was Leon at the back post. Leon, what a world-class strike. This was undeniably a stunning goal. Absolutely magnificent. Leon, like a cherry blossom petal falling, this breathtaking shot left Bravo helpless. Could this be the tactical masterstroke prepared by Mourinho? 10. Real Madrid successfully breached Real Sociedad's defenses just as they approached the 70-minute mark. At this moment, Hiwei, who had been commentating on La Liga late into the night, found himself thoroughly invigorated and exhilarated. Countless Chinese fans, who had endured the night until nearly 5:30 in the morning, erupted in ecstatic cheers. This was Leon's inaugural goal for Real Madrid. They had waited far too long and had fantasized countless times about how his first goal would manifest. Yet, they never imagined it would arrive in the form of a spectacular world-class shot at such a crucial moment to break the deadlock. This brought to mind a saying often recounted by Milan fans on football forums last season regarding Leon. Despite the few attacking statistics attributed to the young lion, every goal and assist was pivotal. He thrived in tough matches, scoring the crucial breakthrough goals. Looking back now, it is evident that the Milan supporters truly understood Leon best. Their assessment was spot on. The Anoeta Stadium fell silent, momentarily transformed into a library, save for the small group of Real Madrid fans who gathered to celebrate wildly. Mourinho covered his lower face with his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the pitch. Karanka, too, was no better off than Mourinho. His eyes filled with joy as he clutched his head and wildly waved his arms. The entire Real Madrid bench erupted, racing towards the corner flag with fervent shouts of jubilation. In that moment, the ecstatic Leo, who had just exuberantly celebrated with a massed gesture, found himself engulfed by the players of Real Madrid. Moments later, the Royal Society supporters, regaining their composure, expressed their discontent with a thunderous chorus of boos. Philippe Montanier's expression darkened considerably. He had every reason to believe that Leo had stumbled upon sheer luck. After all, during his 2 seasons with Real Madrid, Leo had only made over 20 league appearances, with a mere 2 attempts on goal. Following his loan to Milan, his goals had primarily come from headers or opportunistic finishes. For a midfielder of such modest pedigree to suddenly unleash an extraordinary long-range strike, was it anything but a stroke of fortune? Was it a sudden epiphany? What sheer luck this lad must possess. The 70th minute. It was indeed the 70th minute. How could he score such a goal? Damn it! Philippe Montanier, in a fit of rage, muttered curses at the sidelines, his composure utterly shattered. After venting his frustration, he promptly instructed Griezmann and another forward, Aguirre, to warm up on the sidelines. He was determined to make one last desperate gamble. Meanwhile, the astonished and jubilant Mourinho was not one to linger. Before Montanier could react, he had already sent Carvajal to warm up. Leo, having just finished celebrating with his teammates, turned to them with flushed cheeks, urging them to remain vigilant in their defensive duties. The words of the young star quickly restored a sense of calm among many of the Real Madrid players. The victory in this match was crucial. Securing 10 consecutive wins would not only break the club's record for the best start to a league season, but, more significantly, overcoming Royal Society would remove the most formidable obstacle before their clash with Barcelona. Achieving 14 consecutive wins would instill them with an unparalleled psychological advantage heading into the decisive battle of the season. With their spirits ignited, these stars of Real Madrid cast aside any superfluous thoughts and swiftly returned to their half, preparing to staunchly defend their lead. Of course, Cristiano Ronaldo remained at the forefront of the Real Madrid formation, his presence serving as the most potent deterrent against the Royal Society's defense. Furthermore, Real Madrid retained the possibility of sealing the match in the final moments. As the match resumed, Royal Society swiftly executed their substitutions. With Griezmann and Aguirre finally providing support to Vela, the audacious Montañés abandoned his five-defender setup, opting instead for a 3-4-3 formation. With a more compact structure, Real Madrid engaged in a fierce final contest with Royal Society in their own half. Carvajal entered the fray in the 76th minute, replacing Di Maria, transforming Real Madrid's formation into a 5-4-1, with Benzema retreating to the midfield to assist in defense. The double pivot of Leo and Alonso once again proved to be the decisive key for Mourinho in the closing moments. Against the resilient and tenacious midfield duo, the Royal Society's ground attacks were rendered insufficient. Griezmann, still only 20 years old, had yet to reach the pinnacle of his future prowess as one of the footballing elite. In order to penetrate and dismantle the formidable defense of Real Madrid under such circumstances, the midfield and attacking prowess of Real Sociedad proved insufficient. Ultimately, Real Madrid united as one, employing an almost flawless and resilient defensive strategy to stretch the remaining time of the match. At the sound of the final whistle, the movie star commentator jubilantly proclaimed that this Mourinho-led Real Madrid had set a new record for consecutive victories at the start of the La Liga season. The previous record of 9 consecutive wins, also established by Real Madrid, dates back to the 1968-69 season. After a span of 43 years, Real Madrid has shattered this record. Now, this formidable and tenacious team is poised to challenge even higher benchmarks, aspiring to surpass the 16 consecutive wins achieved in a single season by Barcelona last season. The live broadcast camera, in the closing moments, focused directly on Leon, who had just embraced Nacho, casually sweeping his hair back with a smile. Countless fans from China watched this scene, reminiscing about that earlier stunning long-range strike, reminiscent of Leon's own striking finesse. The poetic imagery of the scene lingered, the shadow of peach blossoms falling, akin to a flying divine sword. Truly magnificent. This chapter has been released, and another will follow. Chapter 87. Mr. May. Every encounter in this world is a reunion after a long separation, with Real Madrid's decisive victory over Real Sociedad, extending their streak of consecutive wins at the season's outset to 10. The consensus among Spanish media swiftly crystallized. Even the pro-Barca publication, Mundo Deportivo, could not deny the formidable resilience of this season's Real Madrid. Whether in aggressive play or steadfast defense, key players across all positions continually rise to the occasion. Cristiano Ronaldo, without further ado, currently dominates the La Liga scoring chart. His signature explosive shots have become a nightmare for all goalkeepers in the league. Mourinho's successful transformation of Ramos has fortified Real Madrid's defense into an impenetrable fortress. In midfield, the combination of Alonso and Leon has left numerous La Liga coaches envious, with their durability and consistent performance serving to maximize Real Madrid's potential. In the recently concluded 11th round of La Liga, Leon even contributed the most stunning long-range goal of the match. Luck has also aligned with Real Madrid, making it impossible for the media to refrain from a unified stance. Real Madrid has truly begun to embody the essence of champions. Not only do they dominate weaker teams with ease, but they also withstand the pressure of tougher matches, consistently having players who step up. For Real Madrid, the paramount concern now is to maintain this competitive form and the health of its players. In earlier times within the Premier League, Mourinho would have remained cautious, as the winter schedule there is notoriously grueling. A single misstep in rotation could result in losing 2 or 3 key players around the Christmas fixtures, a predicament that could spell disaster for the head coach. Upon arriving in La Liga, Mourinho found himself liberated from previous concerns. As the festive season approached, the rhythm of the league remained steady, complemented by a Christmas break, while not as extensive as the Bundesliga's month-long winter hiatus. La Liga's Christmas respite was close to a month. Consequently, with a judicious rotation of players, Real Madrid need not overly fret about potential fatigue or injuries. Following an exhausting encounter with Real Sociedad, Mourinho, heeding the advice of the medical staff, opted to deploy a rotated lineup for their match against Lyon. Having already secured 3 consecutive victories in the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid enjoyed a significant points advantage, making it reasonable to field younger talents alongside rotated players for an away match. The eagerly anticipated sight of the new 5 Eagles playing together was also within reach during this round of the Champions League, as all 5 were included in the 18-man squad released prior to the match. On the day of the match, an hour before kickoff, the announcement of the starting lineup sent Madrid fans into a frenzy of excitement, with Leon, Nacho, and Vasquez taking the field, and Morata and Carvajal poised on the bench. The likelihood of the 5 Eagles appearing together surged, contingent upon an early goal against Lyon. Naturally, Lyon's squad was somewhat irked by Real Madrid's lineup decisions. The audacity of fielding youth players while omitting Cristiano Ronaldo and Pepe, along with resting Alonso in midfield, seemed to belittle Lyon, as if they were merely a mid-tier La Liga team undergoing a rotation to develop substitute synergy. Feeling insulted, Lyon's players launched an aggressive offensive from the outset. The over 30,000 Lion supporters at the Gerland Stadium fervently rallied behind their team. However, before the formidable midfield trio of Leon, Khedira, and Las Diera, Lyon was thwarted in their attempts to penetrate Real Madrid's box throughout the first 15 minutes. The situation grew increasingly awkward. Their grand displays of intent yielded nothing tangible. Madrid fans transitioned from anxious spectators to jubilant supporters as Lyon's attacks lacked potency, easily contained by Real Madrid's defensive strategy, rendering Edson and Shellstrom nearly ineffective. With the midfield engines dormant, Lyon's forward Gomes found himself tightly marked by Ramos, unable to contribute meaningfully. How did we succumb to Lyon 2 seasons ago? Our squad was not lacking then, or was it merely that Pellegrini struggled in the Champions League? At that time, our substitutes were not as formidable as they are now. Many Madrid fans engaged in relaxed discussions on sports forums regarding Lyon's decline. Meanwhile, the players on the pitch ensured that Lyon would not have further opportunities to showcase their offensive capabilities. Despite the presence of numerous substitutes on the pitch for Real Madrid, their prowess and tactical execution remained undeniably comparable to that of Lyon. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Lyon intercepted the ball from Ederson and decisively surged down the left flank. After disrupting Lyon's defensive setup, he elegantly played the ball across to the equally tenacious Khedira. At this moment, Khedira showcased world-class ability in front of Lyon's midfielders. With a deft touch, he brushed past the somewhat lanky Gonalons, followed by a skillful move to evade the pursuing Gorkov. The German commentator was ecstatic, yet Lyon harbored a lingering concern for Khedira's knee. Would he require a few games off after this Champions League group match? As these thoughts crossed Lyon's mind, Khedira delivered a precise ground pass just outside Lyon's penalty area. Higuain, with impeccable timing, made a well-timed run to beat the offside trap and executed a crisp shot, finding the back of the net in the near corner. What a magnificent goal, Khedira. That was an exquisite assist. I always knew you could breach their defense. The moment Higuain's shot crossed the line, Lyon sprinted towards Khedira, enthusiastically praising him. The little Lyon certainly knows how to express himself. After catching Lyon in a jubilant embrace, Khedira chuckled and patted him on the back. Lyon's defense had been pierced. Khedira's personal prowess shone through in this attacking play, with his dribbling and final pass executed beautifully. Higuain's shot felt equally splendid. And we must not overlook Lyon's timely distribution during the counterattack. Duan Xin smiled as he commended all the Real Madrid players involved in the attack, including Vasquez and Di Maria, who had cleverly occupied space to draw defenders away. As Real Madrid approached their 4th consecutive victory in the Champions League group stage, they played with increasing composure after the restart. Whenever a counterattack opportunity arose, they decisively pushed forward. In the absence of such chances, they established a solid defensive line in midfield, denying Lyon ample opportunities to exploit transitions. Facing a Real Madrid midfield that, while lacking in creativity, boasted formidable defensive capabilities, Lyon found themselves at a disadvantage. Observing the match's progression, Mourinho felt increasingly reassured. Following halftime, he substituted Morata for the goal-scoring hero, Higuain. Knowing he would remain in the starting lineup for the next league match, Higuain was in good spirits, sharing light-hearted banter with Cristiano Ronaldo on the bench. Morata, entering the fray, was visibly excited as it marked his Champions League debut. He aspired to deliver a commendable performance and add to his personal tally. Unfortunately, Lovren was resolute in denying him that opportunity, sticking closely to him from the moment he stepped onto the pitch. At just 19 years old, Morata found himself physically outmatched by the 22-year-old Lovren in their confrontations. As Morata appeared to be ensnared in an offensive predicament, Real Madrid's counterattacks nearly came to a halt, prompting Mourinho to make another substitution. In the 58th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo replaced Di Maria. The entrance of the Portuguese star sent a palpable tension through the Lion players. At this juncture, Leon exchanged positions with Khedira, moving to left midfield while Khedira shifted to the right. Following this positional change, Leon frequently surged into the left half, collaborating with Marcelo on the flanks to deliver the ball to Ronaldo. Although Leon was earnest in his defensive efforts, the starting right-back Reveler, soon to turn 32, struggled to withstand Ronaldo's relentless assaults. In the 69th minute of the second half, barely 10 minutes after Ronaldo's arrival, he received an exquisite lob pass from Leon in the left front area and charged into Lion's penalty box, confronting the advancing Loris. Ronaldo audaciously feigned a shot before deftly maneuvering past him, subsequently slotting the ball into the empty net from a tight angle, all before Morata's astonished gaze. The young Morata could only feel admiration for Ronaldo's spirited celebration, recognizing the vast chasm that lay between himself and the elite strikers of the football world. The movement, the mental fortitude, the finishing prowess, none of these attributes were within his grasp just yet. Witnessing Ronaldo's goal, Morata became acutely aware of the significant disparity between his current self and the top forwards in the sport. Leon, however, harbored no such contemplations, having effortlessly secured an assist. He felt nothing but joy. Observing Ronaldo's second goal, Mourinho wasted no time and summoned Carvajal to warm up. This scene ignited excitement among countless Real Madrid supporters. 5 minutes later, amidst the fervent applause of thousands of Real Madrid fans at the Gerland Stadium, Carvajal replaced Ramos. At that moment, the new five Eagles from Castilla collectively made their debut in the same match, with youthful figures gracing each line of the team. This spectacle evoked deep sentiments among the older Real Madrid fans. It had been years since such a scene had graced the pitch. Since the arrival of the esteemed president, the club had vigorously recruited international superstars, solidifying Real Madrid's position as the preeminent force in football at the turn of the century. Yet, the youth players from Castilla had remained in a state of disappointment year after year, ultimately dispersing to various teams in La Liga. Fans often jested that Castilla's contributions had benefited the entire league, a testament to the club's youth training efforts, yet also a lament for the exceptional talents who had not received the call from Real Madrid. As devoted fans of the club, how could they not feel a sense of loss and frustration for their own young talents? Thus, in this moment, with 5 players from Castilla, all in their 20s, representing Real Madrid in the Champions League, the supporters were filled with exhilaration and joy. Even if these 5 young men did not record further offensive statistics in the subsequent matches, their shared moment would be eternally etched in the hearts of this generation of Real Madrid fans. This was yet another historic moment, belonging to both Castilla and Real Madrid. The following day, numerous reports from various Spanish media outlets featured the photograph of the 5 young men together prominently on their front pages. Even 4 days later, as the match between Real Madrid and Osasuna was about to commence, many Real Madrid fans and journalists continued to discuss the emergence of Castilla's new quintet. This was largely due to the perceived inadequacy of Osasuna's strength, as both the media and fans generally believed that Osasuna posed little trouble for Real Madrid. Such a dismissive sentiment naturally left the players of Osasuna feeling discontented. Indeed, after 10 rounds of league matches, they had secured only 3 victories. Yet they had also drawn 6 matches. While their offensive capabilities were lacking, and they struggled to conclude games effectively, they possessed commendable defensive skills. Consequently, Osasuna was determined to showcase their prowess against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu by relying on their defensive strategies. As the match commenced, Osasuna deployed a standard 4-5-1 midfield defensive formation. However, rather than contesting Real Madrid in the central midfield, they opted to retreat into their own half, awaiting the advance of Real Madrid's attack. This tactical approach left the starting players of Real Madrid exchanging puzzled glances. Mourinho, noticing Osasuna's readiness to relinquish control of the midfield so easily, promptly signaled for Leon and Alonso to push forward. Real Madrid adopted a modified 4-4-2 formation, reminiscent of their strategy at the beginning of the season. Di Maria returned to the midfield, partnering Kaká on either flank, swiftly stretching Osasuna's defensive lines. The duo of Long and Leon directed their passes with great purpose, seeking to exploit the defensive gaps created when Di Maria or Kaká drew apart Osasuna's formation, delivering incisive through balls to Cristiano Ronaldo. In the opening phases, Ronaldo frequently dropped back, threatening Osasuna's goal with long-range shots. Several powerful strikes compelled Osasuna's goalkeeper, Fernandes, to continuously urge his teammates to restrict Ronaldo's opportunities. Consequently, in the 14th minute of the first half, after receiving the ball and turning to observe two Osasuna defenders pressing him, Ronaldo executed a penetrating through ball that set Higuaín on a semi-breakaway just outside the penalty area. Presently, Higuaín, though occasionally joyful, demonstrated a reliability in finishing that surpassed even that of his compatriot. With a seamless adjustment of his steps, Higuaín executed a composed and precise low shot. Fernandes misjudged the direction of Higuaín's strike, enabling Real Madrid to effortlessly break the deadlock at home. However, this was merely the beginning. Forced to alter their formation and push forward, Osasuna endured the brunt of Real Madrid's counterattacks during the remainder of the first half. Ronaldo successfully capitalized on counterattacks in the 22nd and 29th minutes, scoring 2 goals in quick succession. In the 36th minute, Kaká received a header from Higuaín, made a slight adjustment, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Fernandes failed to intercept the ball, as Kaká struck a magnificent shot from 28 meters, marking the 4th goal for Real Madrid in this match. Initially, Mourinho contemplated letting the score remain, as scoring excessively would be rather humiliating for Osasuna. Thus, at the onset of the second half, he substituted Benzema and Callahan for Higuaín and Kaká. Unexpectedly, Benzema made an immediate impact, netting 2 goals within 10 minutes. By the 55th minute, Real Madrid had established a commanding 6-0 lead at home. The players of Osasuna, their spirits shattered, desperately sought to salvage their pride by scoring at least once. However, in the 68th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo added another goal to his tally, completing a hat-trick, after which Mourinho replaced him with Last Diera. In the dying moments of the match, not only did Osasuna fail to score, but Di Maria also unleashed a long-range shot, adding yet another goal. The bloody score of 8-0 flashed on the electronic scoreboard at the Santiago Bernabéu. While the Real Madrid fans reveled in their team's triumph, the Osasuna players were left utterly humiliated. The pre-match ambitions they held now seemed a mere farce. They hurriedly retreated to the players' tunnel, not glancing back, as they swiftly exited the Bernabéu, laden with sorrow. Meanwhile, Real Madrid, buoyed by this resounding victory, continued to gain momentum in both the league and the Champions League. On November 19th, following a 2-week international break, Mourinho fielded a rotated squad for a fierce 90-minute battle against Valencia away from home. Both teams seemed content to settle for a draw, a result Real Madrid would have accepted. However, in the penultimate minute of stoppage time, Ramos, with the aid of Leon's screen, leaped ahead in a corner kick and scored. This was Real Madrid's only shot on target for the entire match. Yet it found the net, leaving Valencia to rue their misfortune. 3 days later, Real Madrid, similarly employing a rotated lineup, triumphed 4-1 at home against Dinamo Zagreb, securing their 5th consecutive victory in the Champions League group stage. On November 26th, with the first team in full force, Real Madrid hosted Atletico Madrid in a city derby. Atletico had climbed to 7th in the league, having conceded only 14 goals in the first 12 matches, demonstrating solid defensive prowess. Nevertheless, Real Madrid showed no mercy, inflicting 5 goals upon Atletico in a single match, ultimately securing their 13th consecutive league victory with a score of 5-1. In the 15th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced the relegation-threatened Sporting Gijón, where they eased off. The well-rested starting players delivered a rather unremarkable 3-0 victory, marking their 14th consecutive win at the start of the season. Real Madrid had virtually dominated the entire league, remaining utterly invincible. As for Barcelona, they had already faced them before the season began, winning the aggregate score over 2 legs. If that match is not counted, then in the next round of La Liga, Real Madrid would surely triumph over Barcelona, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind. All La Liga fans eagerly turned their attention to December 10th. At 10 o'clock in the evening, local time in Madrid, the Spanish national derby was on the brink of ignition. Leon glanced at the date on his phone, involuntarily recalling the match from over 3 months ago where Messi had outperformed him. He murmured to himself, "Mr. Messi, every encounter in this world is but a reunion after a long separation." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 88. The era of Barcelona's dominance in La Liga must come to an end. Do you recognize where you faltered the last time you faced him? Indeed, his pace was too swift, If he were to unleash his full potential, his change of direction would be nearly insurmountable. Once I fell behind, all I could do was trail behind him, gathering dust. Yet you successfully curtailed his scoring in the first leg. That was because I wore him down at that time. He was not yet fully acquainted with my defensive style, which led to his mismanagement of stamina. Can you guarantee to limit his scoring or assist your teammates in scoring this time? I cannot, Chief. No one can assure the complete containment of Messi, but I will exert every effort to make him uncomfortable. For the entire match? For the entire match. Mourinho, seated in his office chair, nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Leon's response. Good. Your mind remains clear. This clarity is precisely what I require. I understand your intent, rest assured. If I lose but the team wins, then I too have triumphed. Leon discerned the subtle worry beneath Mourinho's calm demeanor, and he resolutely expressed his willingness to sacrifice. After all, it was evident that he was the only one in the Real Madrid squad capable of marking Messi. Could one truly rely on Las Diera and Khedira to take on this task? If so, Real Madrid might as well prepare for Messi's targeted strikes leading to conceded goals. Mourinho slowly exhaled, casting a glance at the somewhat haphazard tactical notebook he had sketched on the table, and suddenly smiled. Go practice. Remember to return home early and rest well. On December 10th, I want to see you in peak condition. Understood. After a succinct reply, Leon turned and jogged out of the office of the Birdman. However, 3 seconds later, he poked his head back in. Boss, you could indeed have a bit more confidence. No one understands how to play against Barcelona better than you do, and we harbor no fear of them. The advantage lies entirely with us. Mourinho looked at Leon's head peeking through the door and chuckled, raising his tactical notebook as if to throw it. This time, Leon truly turned and ran, sprinting out of the office building without glancing back. Mourinho spread open the tactical notebook and, after a moment, smiled as he regarded the strategy he had previously devised. The little lion is right. The advantage lies entirely with us, and we must secure victory in this national derby. Prior to the Spanish national derby, the mouthpieces of the two grand clubs engaged in a war of words. The sport newspaper highlighted Barcelona's absolute dominance over Real Madrid in their encounters over the past 3 seasons. Meanwhile, Marca was not to be outdone, showcasing Real Madrid's triumph over Barcelona in the Supercopa prior to the commencement of this season. What is particularly disheartening is that Marca has highlighted the stark reality of Barcelona currently trailing Real Madrid by a staggering 11 points in La Liga. Not long ago, while Real Madrid pursued an unprecedented 13th consecutive victory at the start of the season, Barcelona suffered a disheartening 0-1 defeat against Getafe away from home. This loss ignited a firestorm in the Spanish media. While Real Madrid continued to apply pressure, Barcelona could not even manage a draw, let alone avoid a loss. Was it not enough to already be lagging behind in the first half of the league? As it stands, after the completion of the 15th round of matches, Real Madrid sits atop the table, boasting an 11-point lead over second-placed Barcelona. This marks the largest points gap recorded between the two clubs after the first 15 rounds in nearly a decade. For Barcelona, who had just clinched the domestic league and Champions League titles last season, this is simply unfathomable and unacceptable. The fans of Barcelona are particularly discontented. Thus, they harbor a fervent desire to triumph over Real Madrid in their direct encounters. This obsession, coupled with the weight of public opinion, has undoubtedly placed a significant psychological burden on the entire Barcelona squad. Winning has now become a fundamental expectation from the fans, ideally in a resounding and convincing manner. A loss would evoke a scenario that the Barcelona players dare not even contemplate. Fortunately, they draw upon their historical dominance over Real Madrid, which provides them with a measure of confidence. Pique, in a whimsical manner, appeared relaxed during a pre-match interview, projecting an air of nonchalance regarding the outcome of the match. How the Barcelona players privately discuss Real Madrid and prepare for the battle remains unknown to the outside world. However, Pique's demeanor has certainly alleviated some concerns for Barcelona fans. In contrast, Real Madrid has maintained a low-profile approach to their preparations, with no players granting interviews and their social media merely posting routine motivational messages. On the morning of December 10th, following the final tactical drill, Mourinho held a comprehensive team meeting on the training ground. There were no grandiose promises or overly zealous motivational speeches. Mourinho straightforwardly laid out the potential outcomes of this national derby before each player. A victory would extend their lead over Barcelona to 14 points, while a loss would narrow the gap to a mere 8 points. For Real Madrid, even if they were to lose this match, the overall result would not be disastrous, as they still possess ample margin for error in the league. However, for Barcelona, the difference between winning and losing represents a chasm between heaven and hell. Naturally, what brings discomfort to Barcelona is a source of immense satisfaction for Real Madrid, achieving revenge, securing the league title, and reclaiming the throne of La Liga. The players of Real Madrid embarked on this monumental clash brimming with confidence, more so than at any point in the past 3 seasons leading up to their encounters with Barcelona. As evening fell, the Bernabeu was already filled to capacity. Amidst the cacophony of lively discussions and exchanges, a sudden eruption of intense cheers and boos resonated from the stands near the players' tunnel. As the atmosphere at the Santiago Bernabeu reached a fever pitch, the players from both teams made their entrance to commence their warm-up preparations. In the studio, Hiwei was equally exhilarated. He had arrived in Madrid yesterday alongside Su Yang and the production team. The station placed immense importance on this Spanish national derby, dispatching both him and Su Yang to provide live commentary. Given that this was the first Spanish national derby in the league since Leao's return to Real Madrid, the viewership was expected to soar to unprecedented heights. The previous record-breaking ratings from the Supercopa had assured the station's willingness to allocate funds for the commentary team to travel abroad. However, the timing of the live broadcast posed some inconvenience for fans in China. Although it was far better than the Champions League matches that commenced at 2 or 3 in the morning, a 5 o'clock start still compelled many fans, unaccustomed to early rising, to force themselves to retire early the night before. Yet, after a refreshing night's sleep, the fans found the experience quite novel. In the past, they would often struggle through the night awaiting the match. Today, they woke up just in time to watch it. This sensation was rather delightful. Although not every Spanish national derby would be broadcast at such a favorable hour, which could have been deemed friendly towards Chinese fans. The broadcast commenced 10 minutes early, showcasing footage of the players warming up. Shortly thereafter, Hiwei and Su Yang appeared on screen, greeting the domestic audience in their roles as commentators. Around this time, the stadium DJ began enthusiastically calling out the names of the Real Madrid players. As the camera shifted, fans at home were treated to the sight of the star players from both teams emerging from the players' tunnel. In that instant, countless fans worldwide fixed their fervent gazes upon these 22 individuals. What does it mean to have star power? In today's football landscape, the Spanish national derby, an epic clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona, represents the pinnacle of prestige. The combined market value of the players from both teams nearly eclipsed that of all the other teams in La Liga, explaining the playful banter among fans regarding the 2 giants of Spanish football. Indeed, this is a reality. These 2 powerhouses exist on an entirely different level, viewing one another solely as rivals. At least for now, the other La Liga teams have yet to reach a competitive stature alongside them. Commentators from various nations were busily preparing for the event. The players from both teams lined up to participate in the pre-match ceremony. Most of the Real Madrid and Barcelona players were amicable, as many were teammates on their national squads, exchanging smiles and handshakes. Even the direct competitors, Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, interacted with smiles or playful winks. However, when it came to the handshake between Messi and Leo, the atmosphere turned awkward. While Leo maintained a cheerful demeanor, the smile on Messi's face appeared rather forced. "See you later, Leo," Leo quickly remarked after their brief handshake, but Messi, seemingly oblivious, swiftly turned away toward the next Real Madrid player. Leon, unfazed, smiled broadly as he turned his gaze towards the next Barcelona player approaching him. Their interaction, however, escaped the notice of the live broadcast cameras, which were preoccupied with Hiwei and Su Yang as they introduced the starting formations for both teams. Today, Real Madrid fielded a balanced 4-2-3-1 formation. The goalkeeper, number 1, Iker Casillas, was supported by defenders number 12, Marcelo, number 4, Ramos, number 3, Pepe, and number 17, Arbeloa. In midfield, number 10, Leon, and number 14, Alonso, served as the double pivots, while number 6, Khedira, played as the central midfielder. Flanking them were number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo, and number 22, Di Maria, positioned on the wings, with number 9, Benzema, leading the attack. Barcelona, on the other hand, opted for their familiar 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper, number 1, Valdez, was backed by defenders number 22, Abidal, Number 3, Peak. Number 5, Puyol, and number 2, Alves. In midfield, number 16, Busquets, sat deep, while numbers 6, Xavi, and 8, Iniesta, formed a double pivot. Number 4, Fabregas, was once again deployed by Guardiola at the forefront, flanked by number 9, Sanchez, and number 10, Messi, on either side. As Su Yang narrated, the formations and starting players were vividly etched in the minds of domestic fans. Guardiola once again took a bold step by positioning Fabregas as a forward, or perhaps more accurately, as an advanced playmaker. This attacking lineup was uniquely orchestrated by Guardiola, who sought to leverage the player's technical prowess for swift passing and interplay, eschewing the need for a traditional focal point. It was evident that Guardiola aimed to fully unleash the potential of possession-based tactics. In contrast, Real Madrid's formation appeared considerably more conventional, with a double pivot and 5 midfielders. They were well-equipped for both defensive counterattacks and wing play. Moreover, Liang's positioning foretold another encounter with Messi, providing an intriguing subplot. The broadcast cameras deftly lingered between Ronaldo and Messi before granting Liang a fleeting 2 seconds of focus. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the first El Clasico of the 2011-2012 La Liga season commenced. Unlike their previous encounter in the Supercopa, Real Madrid began cautiously, utilizing their midfield superiority to maintain control of the ball. Barcelona, true to form, applied high pressing from the outset. Messi, too, dedicated his energy to pressuring the ball handlers of Real Madrid. However, today's match unfolded differently from past encounters. In the preceding 2 seasons, Barcelona's targeted pressure on Alonso had yielded positive results. Liang's ability to extricate himself from tight situations was limited, and without a reliable partner in the midfield to share the organizational burden, it was clear that Guardiola had pinpointed the Achilles heel of Real Madrid's backline. In this moment, we witnessed Liang calmly seize possession of the ball, audaciously maneuvering along the flanks to evade Messi's defensive interference. Guardiola, taken aback, turns to Mourinho in astonishment. Is he truly entrusting Liang with the burden of orchestrating play in such a pivotal match? Not only Guardiola, but commentators and fans from various nations are equally captivated. Those familiar with previous La Liga matches recognize that Liang possesses commendable organizational skills. Yet, this is the Spanish El Clasico. To place faith in a mere 20-year-old in such a high-stakes encounter speaks volumes about the audacity of the Real Madrid coaching staff. Organizing play from the back differs vastly from the front. A single mistake in the back line could lead to a loss of possession, allowing Barcelona to launch their favored counterattacks. The Real Madrid supporters, acutely aware of the potential consequences, cast anxious glances at Liang as he maintains control. Fortunately, Liang does not overreach. After successfully eluding Messi's pressing, he advances only a few meters before deftly passing the ball to the retreating Cristiano Ronaldo. Barcelona's pressure in Real Madrid's half proves ineffective, with forwards and midfielders seemingly disconnected, prompting Iniesta to refrain from immediately challenging Ronaldo. He wisely retreats, awaiting Xavi's return, ensuring that if he does press, at least one teammate will cover his position. However, he underestimates Ronaldo's response to his hesitance. The latter swiftly activates his explosive pace. In a race for speed, Iniesta finds himself outmatched by Ronaldo, who leaves him trailing in his wake. Left with no option, Iniesta calls upon Alves to engage in the challenge. At that moment, Ronaldo unexpectedly opts for a slight backward pass. An unforeseen figure receives the ball in the right flank of Barcelona's half, executing a quick ground pass that redirects the play to Barcelona's left side. This rapid transition catches Barcelona off guard, as Di Maria receives the ball, skillfully cutting in and adjusting his angle before unleashing a curling shot from the edge of the penalty area. Valdez, remaining vigilant, leaps to deflect the ball just outside the small box, allowing Puyol to clear it with a powerful kick. Di Maria, holding his head in disappointment, gazes regretfully at Barcelona's goal before promptly retreating to defend. Countless Barcelona fans feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, the broadcast finally focuses on the Real Madrid player who initiated the swift transition, Liang. Alas, that shot was such a missed opportunity. Valdez remains alert, aware of Liang's incisive distribution. Remarkably, within the first minute, Real Madrid has already crafted their first threatening shot on goal, showcasing a remarkably swift and streamlined attacking strategy. Busquets must quicken his pace. Such defensive lapses cannot recur too frequently. He expresses this verbally, yet secretly hopes for more positioning and interception errors from Busquets. Meanwhile, the rapidly retreating Real Madrid grants Barcelona little chance for a counterattack. Today, Mourinho deployed a formidable presence in the midfield, with even Benzema retreating to the edge of the center circle, determined to deny Barcelona any opportunity to infiltrate through the middle. Cristiano Ronaldo had no reservations about investing more energy in defense during this match. After all, it was against Barcelona, and while he yearned to score, he was even more eager for a decisive victory. Thus, from the flanks to the center, Real Madrid, through their solid positioning and the players' vigorous efforts in defense, created multiple strong defensive flanks against Barcelona's possession points. The forwards of Barcelona sensed the impending danger, no matter how they attempted to stretch Real Madrid's defensive line. As soon as there was a hint of forward momentum, it always felt as though the number of Madrid players closing in on them exceeded that of their own teammates. Continuing to force their way through in such circumstances would be tantamount to self-destruction, compelling them to revert to passing back and reorganizing their attack. Messi, tightly marked by Leon, found few opportunities to receive the ball and was reluctantly drawn back to seek possession. This, however, plunged Barcelona back into the tactical predicament they had faced against Real Madrid during the Supercopa. Real Madrid, refusing to yield an inch in midfield, occupied key positions, actively closing down on defense without initiating aggressive pressing. Consequently, although Barcelona maintained a high possession rate, their chances to penetrate the heart of Madrid's defense were scarce, relegating them to engaging in much fruitless ball circulation within their own half. Messi was thus compelled to expend energy prematurely, retreating to the midfield and even the back line to assist his teammates in advancing. Thus, Real Madrid's strategic intent was achieved. Barcelona was forced to utilize Messi's stamina to trade for effective advancement and fluid offensive operations, and once Barcelona initiated their offensive surge, it was up to Leon, this tactical piece, to impose limitations on Messi. While Mourinho exhaled a sigh of relief, he also cast a slightly anxious glance toward his own half. Messi shook off Khedira's marking and surged forward through the center, prompting all of Barcelona's forwards to decisively push up. Leon met him, but halfway through. While maintaining a meter's distance from Messi, he began to position himself defensively. This scene appeared somewhat timid, yet Messi genuinely felt disheartened. He had to slightly reduce his dribbling speed, contemplating how to shake off this irritating adversary. However, Real Madrid's defensive retreat exceeded his expectations, as well as those of the other Barcelona players. Observing this, Messi gritted his teeth and prepared to force his way through, while Leon decisively advanced to close him down. Yet Messi's pace remained too rapid. Leon was once again cleanly bypassed, but a sly smile emerged on his face. Messi, slightly unsteady, managed to evade Leon, only to confront Xabi Alonso, who decisively went to the ground for a tackle. Even someone as formidable as Messi found it difficult to react a second time. He helplessly leapt, and the ball was sent back to the midfield by Long Khedira, eyeing the incoming ball, was hesitant to carry it himself, knowing that Busquets was lurking behind him. Positioning himself with his back to the play and noticing Leon making a forward run and signaling for the ball, Khedira opted for a short pass back without a second thought. Liang's figure, moving at an unrelenting pace, swiftly traversed the midfield line in an instant. Busquets, lacking in speed, found himself unable to commit a foul, his only recourse being to hastily retreat. Just before Xavi could execute a foul, Leon delivered a powerful through ball towards Barcelona's left flank. In that moment, the angelic Di Maria took off with all his might. Guardiola, shocked, bellowed for his players to hasten back. Yet, how could Real Madrid's burgeoning counterattack be easily thwarted? Abidal managed to obstruct Di Maria's inward run, but at that moment, Di Maria had no intention of cutting inside. As he approached the left edge of Barcelona's penalty area, Di Maria deftly maneuvered to create space for his shot. With his left foot, he sent a curling cross towards Barcelona's goal. Peak, caught off guard, could not reach the back post, while Puyol, positioned just right for a jump, was overwhelmed by a fierce, oncoming figure. Ronaldo held his breath, and as the fleeting opportunity presented itself, he met the ball with a powerful header. Valdez, in a state of panic, flailed his arms, but touched nothing but air. The football slipped past his fingertips, crossing the line and finding the net without a hint of doubt. The referee, witnessing the ball strike the net, pointed decisively to the center circle without hesitation. The Bernabeu erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers and screams. Di Maria's cross. At the back post, it's Ronaldo. Oh, the goal is scored. Ronaldo, overpowering Puyol, headed the ball into Barcelona's net. Real Madrid took the lead at home. Hiwei's voice completely overshadowed Su Yang's at that moment, passionately raising his arms in the studio. Many commentators on site mirrored his exuberant gesture. This lightning-fast counterattack, a hallmark of Real Madrid, was executed with such decisiveness and precision, stirring the blood of every onlooker. In less than 10 seconds, from Alonso's interception to the final goal, Real Madrid advanced nearly 60 meters, all within a span of mere seconds. The Bernabeu was in a state of utter frenzy. Mourinho, on the sidelines, roared with clenched fists, his face etched with pride and confidence. This was his team, the culmination of over a year of effort, crafting the Mourinho-era Real Madrid. At this moment, Leon, embracing Ronaldo and others, raised his arms high, rallying the south stand of the Bernabeu with fervent roars. Behold, the era of Barcelona's dominance over La Liga is now a thing of the past. I watched it twice and felt my initial draft was lacking. So I added another 1,000 words. Now it feels complete. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Iberia, your old king has returned. What are you all doing? Focus. Concentrate your attention. This is the Bernabeu. How can we allow them to penetrate our defensive third so easily? Where is the interception in the center? Why is there no foul on the flanks? We are playing like a pile of rubbish. Everyone, get your act together. Amidst the cacophony of revelry, Puyol, recently thwarted by Ronaldo's audacious maneuver, erupted in fury, directing his ire at his bewildered teammates. He was prepared to shoulder the entirety of the blame for the recent goal conceded, all in a bid to shield his comrades. But that was a matter for after the match. In that moment, he felt compelled to rouse the seemingly dazed Barca players before him. Perhaps the plethora of trophies amassed in recent seasons had lulled them into complacency. From the very onset of the clash with Real Madrid, they had faltered repeatedly in their defensive duties. Puyol could not fathom how Busquets could so brazenly allow Madrid to surge past the halfway line twice, launching counterattacks unimpeded. Nor could he comprehend why Alves and Abidal failed to commit fouls on the flanks to disrupt Real's offensive momentum. Did they truly believe that Mourinho had not transformed his team from the disorganized assemblage of stars that had once been? It was time to cast aside past accolades and summon their resolve. Had they forgotten that they had suffered a defeat in the Supercopa just months prior? Enough was enough. Anyone who dared to slack off could voluntarily take a seat on the bench. Barca could ill afford such a lapse. They must muster their spirit and contest Real with unwavering tenacity. Puyol's admonition left the defenders in the backline speechless. The normally untroubled Peak averted his gaze, feeling the weight of the moment. Retorting? Forget it. Should Peak dare to utter a word, Puyol would undoubtedly show him the true meaning of discipline. Busquets also found himself on the receiving end of Xavi's stern reprimand. Xavi seethed internally. If only his legs had been a tad longer, he would have intercepted Leon without hesitation. Yet, it was evident how lax Barca's midfield had become, as it fell to him to enact tactical fouls from that position. The chastisement from the two senior figures jolted the other players into awareness. The harsh words, though piercing, were warranted. It was far better to endure a dressing down from their leaders than face the ire of their fans after the final whistle. With the score at 0-1, there was still hope, as long as they ceased to err. Many Barca players shared a similar sentiment, eager to reclaim their footing and equalize in the ensuing match. But was reality as straightforward? Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, recognized that the unfolding events had surpassed his expectations. It was a predicament, compared to a few months prior. Mourinho had devised even more intricate tactical nuances aimed at curtailing Barca's midfield supremacy and Messi's influence. Upon the resumption of play, buoyed by renewed morale, Barca believed they could penetrate Real's half more effectively than before. However, as they collided with Madrid's tightly knit midfield defense, it became evident that their optimism was misplaced. Real's cohesive and proactive defensive strategy effectively stifled Barca's advances at every turn. In the realm of football, Real Madrid steadfastly maintains its defensive posture at the center line, opting for a battle of attrition rather than proactive engagement, thereby limiting opportunities for behind-the-line passes. When it comes to explosive play, Barcelona presently relies solely on Messi as an effective attacking point, while the newly joined Sanchez from La Liga appears somewhat lacking in impact. The supporters of Barcelona, observing their team shift towards the flanks in a one-on-one with Leon against Messi, are engulfed in a sense of frustration. Marcelo has advanced to the center line, collaborating with Cristiano Ronaldo to disrupt the defenses of Alves and Iniesta. Liang's retreat does not guarantee the containment of Messi, yet his interference provides Marcelo ample time to recover and fortify the defensive flank. More directly, when Messi successfully receives the ball and initiates an offensive thrust, Liang's positioning can obstruct Messi's inward cuts, allowing Marcelo to swiftly reposition and apply defensive pressure from behind. Every Real Madrid midfielder and forward exhibits commendable diligence in tracking back, ensuring that any space left by Liang can be covered by either Khedira or Ronaldo. As for the concern that frequent fouls on Messi will grant Barcelona set-piece opportunities in the attacking zone, Real Madrid remains unfazed as long as the distance is insufficient for a direct free kick. This aspect is undeniably a stronghold of Real Madrid. Should Barcelona rely on Pique and Puyol to conjure miraculous set-piece scenarios, it would bring unbridled joy to Real Madrid. Ultimately, what Mourinho and every Real Madrid player dread most is the sudden shift in momentum that Messi can precipitate with his explosive capabilities. After all, Messi possesses a mastery over passing, dribbling, and shooting, rendering him a formidable threat in any area of the pitch. Perhaps it is this recognition of Messi's potential threat that allows Real Madrid to adeptly control the tactical dynamics of the match. Conversely, Barcelona appears to have underestimated both the counter-attacking prowess of Real Madrid and Cristiano Ronaldo's remarkable finishing ability. Consequently, they found themselves momentarily bewildered shortly after the match commenced. This represents not only a tactical triumph for Mourinho, but also a psychological and attitudinal victory for the entire Real Madrid squad. Real Madrid has successfully delivered a significant surprise to Barcelona, revealing that their pre-match preparation was woefully inadequate. Clinging to past strategies to impose sanctions on Real Madrid is indeed a sign of negligence. Nevertheless, Messi's determination remains unwavering. He senses the disarray within the team. Yet being less articulate, he prefers to inspire his teammates through exemplary personal performance. This approach proves effective, especially as Messi finds himself in a phase where his physicality and technical prowess are harmoniously aligned. He enjoys the privilege of tactical flexibility. Meanwhile, the players of Barcelona continue to place their unwavering faith in their star player. Liang faces yet another setback. Feeling the sting of being outmaneuvered twice in a mere 10 minutes like a mere obstacle. Yet even as an impediment, he resolves to be the most resilient, tenacious, and utterly vexatious barrier on the field. In subtle movements and strategic positioning, he found himself outmaneuvered, yet with the assistance of his teammates, he once again managed to regain an advantageous position before Messi. The Madrid fans could discern the struggle faced by Liang against the formidable Messi. However, his tenacious defensive tactics proved remarkably effective. While not every attempt bore fruit, the majority of the time, Liang succeeded in making Messi uncomfortable, much to the satisfaction of the Real Madrid supporters. What a commendable effort! Karanka observed as Liang, entangled with Messi, awaited the arrival of his teammates for support, compelling Messi to pass the ball sideways. Unable to contain his frustration, he slammed his fist onto the coach's seat, praising Liang vehemently. Mourinho, witnessing this, felt a twinge of sympathy. It seemed cruel to allow Liang, under the scrutiny of countless fans, to be so thoroughly outplayed by Messi. Such a scenario could be detrimental to the morale of any young player. Yet, Mourinho had no alternative. He needed Liang to engage tactically with Messi. By neutralizing Messi, they could secure victory in the match. At that moment, Liang's resolute pre-match declaration echoed in Mourinho's mind, reassuring him. "Don't worry, boss, I understand. If I lose but the team wins, then I have won too." This profound expression of self-awareness and tactical sacrifice warmed Mourinho's heart. He felt a sense of assurance, knowing that Liang bore him no ill will, and that Liang comprehended his intentions. "Little lion, hold your ground. Stand firm against the current best player in the world. We must triumph together. Are you not weary? You appear physically fit today, yet I know you are merely persevering. Exhaustion will inevitably set in." Messi wiped the sweat from his brow, watching Iniesta pass the ball back once more, pursing his lips as he began to retreat. As for the murmurs that echoed in his ears, he had grown accustomed to them. "Leo, have some mercy on me. I've already endured enough humiliation at your hands today. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me embarrass myself before the eyes of fans worldwide?" Upon hearing this, Messi could no longer restrain himself and rolled his eyes, retorting, "No, I rather enjoy such a spectacle." What must I do for you to show me a bit of kindness? Messi fell silent for a moment, then suddenly shot back at Leon. You go defend Sanchez on the other side. Come on, are you so harsh on your own teammate? That's unacceptable. I'm sticking with you today. Propose a different condition. Leon's banter amused Messi, who playfully shoved him before quickly retreating to receive the ball. Despite the teasing, Leon remained resolute, as he had declared. His focus was entirely on Messi. Once Messi crossed the halfway line, Leon halted and flashed a knowing smile at him. Iniesta, organizing from the back, had grown weary of the chase. Since the Supercopa at the season's outset, Leon had been shadowing Messi for 2.5 matches. With nearly 35 minutes of this match elapsed, it seemed he was tireless. Frustrated, Messi opted for silence, receiving the ball and driving forward determinately through the center. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Fabregas hastily repositioned himself to the right flank, an area where Messi frequently roamed, completely relinquishing the central zone. Following Messi's advancing steps, Leon began to retreat in an attempt to mark him closely. Messi maintained his course, refraining from altering his direction, which led Leon to hold back his challenge. However, just as the two were on the brink of entering Real Madrid's defensive third, Messi initiated a movement. With his left foot, he deftly controlled the ball, leaning right before swiftly using his right foot to execute a rapid secondary change of direction. In that fleeting moment, Messi's pupils dilated as he beheld Leon, who audaciously anticipated his breakthrough and decisively executed a sliding tackle in the direction of his advance. The tackle was unreserved and assertive. Having predicted the defensive play, Leon mirrored the ease with which Messi had previously outmaneuvered him. He left no opportunity for Messi to redeem himself. Upon losing possession, Messi's right foot inadvertently caught Leon's calf, causing him to tumble forward. Meanwhile, Leon, quick to regain his footing, disregarded any potential repercussions from the referee regarding his tackle and promptly directed the ball diagonally to Alonso, who had already begun to surge forward. Iniesta and Fabregas immediately raised their arms in protest to the referee, signaling that Leon had committed a foul. However, the referee, having been positioned close to the incident, had a clear view. Leon had executed the interception first, reclaiming the ball without any additional defensive maneuvers. It was a textbook, exceptionally executed tackle, no foul committed. As the referee signaled for play to continue, Alonso elegantly unleashed his signature swift long pass. Just over 2 seconds later, this crossfield ball found its mark with precision, locating the accelerating Cristiano Ronaldo on the left flank. For Ronaldo, receiving such a forceful pass posed no challenge. In fact, his control was impeccable. Almost seamlessly, he glided past Alves's pursuit and, while maintaining high speed, delivered a beautifully arcing cross into the center of Barcelona's penalty area. Benzema, slightly exceeding his run's pace, felt a twinge of anxiety. While he could attempt to leap for a header, he would have to wait for the ball, potentially compromising his strength. In a flash of brilliance, Benzema abandoned the idea of a direct shot. Instead, he positioned himself against Peak, preventing him from gaining full leverage, and leapt with all his might to execute a horizontal header. This clever play caught nearly all of Barcelona's defenders off guard. The advancing Khedira refrained from rushing into the box to shoot, having spotted a quicker figure making a cut into the area. Di Maria appeared right where the ball would fall, skillfully stopping it with his right foot in the direction of the penalty area. The ball settled comfortably, responding perfectly to his touch. Taking a deep breath, Di Maria, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward and unleashed a precise curled shot from the right side of Barcelona's penalty area. The positioning and direction of his shot at the onset mirrored nearly perfectly the previous attempt, though this time he was significantly closer to the goal and exerted greater force. Striking with assuredness, Valdez was momentarily distracted by the silhouettes of Peak and Benzema, yet his anticipation remained unerring, aiming for the far corner of the net. However, this time, he was unable to parry Di Maria's shot. The spinning ball grazed the junction of the post and crossbar before decisively finding its way into the net's far corner. This was an unequivocal 100% goal. Not even Valdez, and certainly not even a Peak Buffon, could have thwarted this strike. Upon witnessing the ball hit the net, Di Maria let out a roar and dashed towards the goal line. Khedira was the first to rush forward, equally exuberant as he embraced him, soon followed by Benzema, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Arbeloa, erupting in celebration. The atmosphere in the Bernabeu exploded into a frenzy. All Real Madrid supporters leaped and embraced one another passionately in the stands, their voices merging into an overwhelming crescendo that engulfed the entire stadium. Mourinho and the substitute players sprinted onto the field, joining the starting players in jubilant celebration at the corner flag. Who could possibly restrain themselves? It was utterly irresistible. Forget the Supercopa that the Barcelona fans refused to acknowledge. Today, on the grand stage of La Liga, Real Madrid led Barcelona by 2 goals at halftime. The impassioned Mourinho leapt onto the back of one of the starting players. As the fans gradually settled from their celebrations, they suddenly noticed Leon, carrying Mourinho on his back, raising his arms in triumph towards the south stand. He Wei and Su Yang, after their spirited commentary, erupted into laughter. This synchronized gesture of master and apprentice would undoubtedly become a focal point of post-match discussions. However, the Madrid supporters reveled in it, returning an even more thunderous cheer towards Leon and Mourinho. Morale soared, confidence surged. With a 2-goal advantage, Real Madrid exerted complete dominance over Barcelona. Even as the remaining minutes of the first half ticked away, Real Madrid fortified their defense within their own half, eclipsing Barcelona's momentum entirely and disrupting their attacking rhythm. As they entered halftime, Real Madrid's tactical options became abundant, with a 2-goal cushion allowing for diverse strategies in both offense and defense. Conversely, Barcelona found themselves in an exceedingly passive stance, compelled to launch desperate attacks at all costs. At the start of the second half, Mourinho substituted Las Diera for Khedira, clearly signaling an intent to bolster defensive efforts in the midfield. Barcelona's fans regarded this substitution with palpable disgust, as if they had ingested something foul. Yet, what could be done? They had conceded first, and twice at that. Having nearly crumbled under pressure, all they could do was grit their teeth and attempt to fight back. In the second half, the match's tone was predominantly characterized by Real Madrid's resolute counterattacking strategy, as they seized opportunities with precision. Meanwhile, Barcelona, neglecting the vulnerabilities in their defensive line, poured their resources into offense, opting to attack rather than defend. Real Madrid refrained from entirely fortifying their half, still poised to strike another blow to Barcelona, while the latter committed fully to an all-out offensive, determined to equalize with 2 goals. The rhythm of the game was intensely exhilarating, captivating numerous neutral spectators. In the 76th minute of the second half, Messi, acting as bait, executed a magnificent diagonal pass following a breakthrough, enabling the substitute Villa to secure a one-on-one opportunity and score, narrowing the deficit. The Barcelona supporters erupted in fervent excitement, their enthusiasm swelling as their team intensified its attacking momentum. However, in this critical moment, Leon once more intercepted the ball from the fatigued Messi, collaborating with Longo. Faced with Barcelona's front players, who charged forward to disrupt Real Madrid's counterattack, Leon did not overreach, but decisively played the ball back. Ramos, with ample time and space for observation, delivered a long pass that traversed nearly half the pitch. Benzema, retreating to receive the pass, once again served as an impeccable forward pivot, sweeping the ball towards the right flank just before Busquets could commit a foul. Di Maria provided a screen for Arbeloa, aiding the latter in successfully reaching the byline. After maneuvering past Abidal, Arbeloa delivered a crucial low cross. At the far post, Cristiano Ronaldo, having outpaced Puyol, finished with a sharp shot into the near corner, effectively sealing the game. With a brace to his name, Ronaldo's expression was fierce. He removed his jersey and stood at the goal line, hands on hips, roaring in triumph. Releasing the frustration and regret of having been bested by Barcelona multiple times over the past 2 seasons. Guardiola, in anguish, covered his eyes, having faced defeat not only in tactics but also in psychological preparation. This time, he was thoroughly vanquished. Mourinho, on the other hand, seemed to be transported back to a year and a half prior. Once again at the Bernabeu, from the same vantage point, he gazed at the scoreboard with a smile, brimming with confidence. Leon took a deep breath, subsequently relaxing into a broad smile. In that moment, all the Real Madrid players shed their caution, embracing and celebrating this hard-won victory. After 3 long years without a win against Barcelona in La Liga, today they proclaimed to the world, "Iberia, your old king has returned." The chapter concludes. Chapter 90. The early emergence of Real Madrid's A-B team, featuring the B team's midfield linchpin, Leon. Real Madrid's celebration this time lacked the fervor of their earlier 2-0 lead. Perhaps the goal by Villa, assisted by Messi, had instilled a sense of vigilance and composure throughout the team. Or perhaps, by the 2-0 mark, The players had already expended their joy and excitement. As the final score solidified their victory, the fans and players alike felt a profound sense of relaxation and assurance. With a sense of grounded determination, they simultaneously called for defense, weary yet spirited. Indeed, the supporters of Real Madrid at the Bernabeu fervently urged their team to fortify their defense. Had it not been for witnessing this scene firsthand, the journalists from Spain would hardly have dared to believe that such a spectacle could unfold among the Madrid faithful. Yet, it is quite understandable. They have grown weary of defeat. In recent years, Real Madrid has been thoroughly intimidated by the Barcelona team, a veritable embodiment of possession football. The humiliation of losing to Barcelona in last year's Champions League semifinals left an indelible mark on the hearts of all Madridistas. Thus, at this pivotal moment, as Real Madrid was on the brink of securing victory in the El Clasico, the fans voiced their most pragmatic wish. They sought no semblance of uncertainty, but a decisive triumph over Barcelona. Mourinho, in that instant, felt a profound sense of solace. Regardless of whether the Bernabeu crowd would later resort to jeering due to offensive shortcomings, at least in this moment, they stood resolutely behind Mourinho and the players on the pitch. Consequently, a fierce contest of attack and defense unfolded in the remaining 10 minutes, characterized by frequent fouls and escalating intensity. Both sides held nothing back, fully aware of their responsibilities and the significance of the moment. Arbeloa and Di Maria pushed themselves to the brink of exhaustion, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and being substituted. The Barcelona players expressed their dissatisfaction, accusing the duo of deliberately wasting time and imploring the referee to extend the stoppage time. Ramos, incensed, approached to argue his case, leading to a rapid exchange of words as players from both teams encircled the referee. Guardiola, seated on the sidelines, appeared bewildered. He understood the frustration and discontent brewing within his players, yet he could only describe their self-induced time-wasting as foolish. Following the final farce, the fans from both sides awaited the whistle marking the end of the match, their emotions starkly contrasting. Leon, once again, had nearly exhausted every ounce of his strength and energy on the field. As the referee finally signaled the conclusion of the match, he instinctively sank to the grass. Relaxing, he felt the soreness of his muscles, which had grown uncontrollable after such exertion, and let out a couple of low roars before reclining comfortably in a starfish position. How many kilometers had he run in this match? 14 or 15? Leon could not ascertain, and ultimately, he felt no inclination to calculate. In ordinary matches, he could run like this without issue, but today's game had demanded far too many sprints alongside Messi, while also covering for teammates. Keeping an eye on Messi while fulfilling other defensive duties was bound to be exhausting. Leon felt as if the last remnants of his stamina were siphoned away the moment the match concluded. Amidst the raucous atmosphere, he initially intended to disregard everything and take a few minutes to recover. However, a hand resting on his shoulder compelled him to conclude his brief respite prematurely. "Oh." And that unexpected voice laden with complex emotions. "Are you all right? Should I call your team doctor to take a look at you?" Upon opening his eyes, Leon beheld Messi seated beside him in an unrefined manner, legs crossed. Messi's mid-length hair was nearly soaked, and his eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness, tinged with a deeper sense of frustration and resignation. I'm fine. I can't believe you haven't left yet, Leo. Are you here to swap jerseys with me?" Leon, too lazy to rise and engage in conversation, cracked a joke with a grin. However, to his surprise, Messi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Not one to be overly sentimental, Leon mustered the strength to half sit up and swiftly removed his jersey. It was Messi's jersey from the 2011-12 season. Why wouldn't he seize the opportunity to exchange it? He had already acquired Cristiano Ronaldo's jersey in a previous match, and now with Messi's in hand, he planned to frame both jerseys and hang them on the wall of his bedroom. These were the jerseys from the peak seasons of Messi and Ronaldo, and he could only imagine the envy he would evoke by sharing photographs on sports forums. As Messi observed Leon's satisfied expression while he admired the jersey, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over him. "You played exceptionally well this time, but our preparations were indeed insufficient. Next time we meet, you will definitely reclaim your honor at Camp Nou, right?" I understand. Just go easy on me next time. I've already lost to you twice, and I can barely endure another defeat. But you won. My team did not. What does my victory matter then? At least the media will say you can leave the Bernabeu with your head held high. You see, in terms of public opinion, you are at least secure. Upon hearing Leon's ramblings, Messi couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, ultimately giving Leon a playful pat on the back. "I'm off. See you at Camp Nou next time." He draped Leon's jersey over his shoulder, disregarding further conversation, and walked away without looking back into the players' tunnel. Leon reclined back onto the grass, comfortably closing his eyes. The Spanish media was satisfied. This round of the National Derby had been quite enthralling, and the match itself was sufficiently exhilarating. The pre-match atmosphere of Real Madrid seeking revenge had been amplified by their promotion. Ultimately, Real Madrid did not falter, triumphing over Barcelona, providing excellent material for reporting. Meanwhile, as the external narrative fervently proclaimed Real Madrid's return to glory, the coaching staff was grappling with the report received from the team doctor. Mourinho had anticipated such a scenario, thus maintaining a sense of composure. Ángel, Di Maria, and Álvaro Arbeloa would need to rest for at least 2 to 3 days before resuming rehabilitation training and therapy. Preliminary estimates suggested they would be unavailable for the upcoming Copa del Rey match in the next league round. Sami Khedira was experiencing some discomfort in his thigh muscles, though it was not a significant issue, but the team doctor advised refraining from fielding him for the upcoming week, recommending he undergo therapy first. Moreover, both Xavi Alonso and Pepe are not in particularly good physical condition. After listening to Karanka's summary of the medical report, Mourinho felt reassured. Today marks the second day following the resounding victory over Barcelona, and most of the Real Madrid first-team players, having concluded their day and a half of holiday, are set to resume regular training this afternoon. This is not due to Mourinho's reluctance to grant them additional rest. Rather, the King's Cup competition is upon them, and tomorrow they must travel to face the Segunda B club Ponferradina in the 4th round of the tournament. While the opponent is not formidable, Mourinho cannot summon Castilla's youth players to compete in this round of the King's Cup. After all, Ponferradina and the current Castilla are of the same league standard. A draw would be manageable, but a loss would certainly incite a media storm that would trouble Mourinho for quite some time. Hence, we shall proceed with the plan we previously devised, selecting the most suitable rotation players to forge a new, more cohesive team. Mourinho resolved that as the battle on 3 fronts officially commences, he requires a rotation squad to contend in the King's Cup and some inconsequential league matches. This way, the main players of Real Madrid can enjoy a more ample period of rest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, once all the available first-team players had gathered at the training ground, Mourinho and Karanka officially set their plan into motion. Adán was more than adequate as the starting goalkeeper in the second lineup. Varane, Nacho, the returning Albiol, and Carvajal formed a new defensive line, with Carvajal temporarily assuming the left-back position due to Coentro's recent injury, leaving Marcelo as the sole mainstay. Mourinho had no choice but to experiment with Carvajal's adaptation. In midfield, Leon, Las Diera, Granero, and Kaká formed a new quartet. Positioned in a diamond formation, Leon played a deeper role while Granero and Las Diera occupied the flanks, with Kaká positioned as the attacking midfielder. The dual forwards were, of course, Morata and Callahan. Morata could stretch the play, while Callahan was versatile enough to operate on either side, allowing for frequent positional exchanges to unsettle the opponent's defense. However, this is merely a preliminary formation, as Khedira's physical condition remains uncertain, implying that Kaká could readily return to the starting lineup. In such a case, the rotation formation might shift from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3, with Vázquez taking Kaká's position. During that afternoon's training session, the 11 Real Madrid rotation players began to rapidly coalesce into their new team. Leon, however, stood out as an exception. He is a key player and had expended considerable energy during the fierce battle against Barcelona. Yet, having utilized a recovery agent post-match, he was in the best physical condition during the medical assessment. It would indeed be strange for Mourinho not to utilize him to his fullest potential. As Kaká undergoes a transformation and Granero adapts to his new role, the withdrawn Leon naturally becomes the organizational linchpin of this rotation squad. The persistent issues of Las Diera and the veteran face seem irreparable, prompting Mourinho to assign him a tactical role focused on ball progression within the rotation. As long as defensive duties are performed adequately, a slightly sluggish offensive rhythm can be tolerated. After all, when Las Diera starts, the opponents are unlikely to be formidable. Moreover, with the winter transfer window approaching, allowing Las Diera to accumulate impressive statistics may facilitate a lucrative sale. Unbeknownst to him, Las Diera is delighted by Mourinho's attention, while Leon, aware of the underlying motives, can only offer silent farewell wishes for his teammate. On the evening of December 13th, Real Madrid, featuring a lineup predominantly composed of substitutes aside from Leon, made their official appearance at the home of Ponferradina. This venue, the smallest professional stadium Leon had ever seen, accommodates barely over 8,000 spectators. However, the fans of Ponferradina displayed considerable enthusiasm. When their players took the field alongside those from Real Madrid, they received nothing but cheers. With hardly a hint of jeering, this reaction is understandable, as reaching the fourth round of the Copa del Rey and facing Real Madrid twice is a fortunate occurrence for their supporters. The newly formed rotation team of Real Madrid exhibited commendable synergy, with only minor errors arising occasionally. Overall, the flow of attack and defense remained fluid. Leon's management of possession from the back line improved significantly. While he may not yet possess complete control, he certainly showcased his capabilities. At halftime, with the score at 2-0 in favor of Ponferradina, Leon's organizational efforts left no room for doubt, much to Mourinho's satisfaction. In the second half, Vasquez came on as a substitute for Kaká, who had scored in the first half, and Real Madrid shifted to a 4-3-3 formation, with Vasquez, Morata, and Callahan forming the attacking trident. Dominating the midfield, Vasquez finally made a successful run down the flank in the 73rd minute, providing a crucial assist to Morata, who sealed the victory with a decisive goal. Real Madrid ultimately concluded the first leg of the fourth round of the Copa del Rey with a solid win. However, the outcome sparked little discussion among non-Real Madrid fans. Leon's consistently stable performance in a withdrawn role failed to surprise the media, particularly given his previous commendable display in league play. Facing a team from the Segunda División B, it was expected that Real Madrid would secure victory, with some even lamenting the scarcity of goals. Only a select few journalists gleaned critical insights from Mourinho's tactical arrangement during this match. Initially, there was a semblance of hesitation among the observers, who were unable to ascertain the validity of their conjectures, fearing that Mourinho had merely fortuitously assembled a lineup devoid of key players. However, on the evening of December 17th, when Real Madrid once again deployed this novel starting 11 against Granada, these media figures promptly affirmed their prior assumptions. Mourinho intended to bifurcate the Real Madrid squad into two teams for a triad of competitions. The A team would engage in formidable clashes in the Champions League, while the B team would contend in the Copa del Rey and against less formidable opponents in the league. Leon was indeed a paragon of endurance. After completing the match with the first team, he was expected to serve as the pivotal midfield figure in the rotation squad. His stamina was remarkable. The coaching staff's strategy was commendable, yet the B team was laden with an abundance of young talents from the academy. Could they truly shoulder the tactical responsibilities required? Time would tell. After all, Granada was currently a relegation-threatened team. Would this iteration of Real Madrid stumble against them? Prior to the match, upon learning of the starting lineup, Spanish media and countless La Liga fans ignited discussions. Many supporters harboring disdain for Real Madrid were eager to witness the unfolding drama. If Real Madrid opted for rotation and succumbed to Granada, thereby jeopardizing their winning streak, it would indeed be a spectacle. At 9 o'clock Spanish time, the match commenced as Real Madrid faced Granada on their turf. The Nuevo Los Carmines stadium erupted with fervent cheers, and the Granada players, invigorated, launched an aggressive offensive against Real Madrid's new midfield ensemble. Had the first-choice players taken the field, Granada would not have dared to adopt such an audacious approach at the outset. Nevertheless, they possessed the audacity to press against a nearly entirely rotated Real Madrid lineup, and their confidence was palpable. In the eyes of the public, this Real Madrid squad, predominantly composed of substitutes, raised concerns about cohesion, especially given the overabundance of young players in both offensive and defensive positions. Granada, still in the throes of a relegation battle, would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to strike, eager to test their mettle. If they succeeded, it would be a delightful surprise to claim 3 points. If not, they could simply defend diligently to secure at least one. Either outcome seemed favorable. However, as they attempted to bypass Real Madrid's midfield with a high ball, targeting the vulnerable youth in the back line, Albiol intervened. Having spent the majority of the first half of the season recuperating from injuries, he was now free from physical afflictions. In terms of capability, he had been an indisputable mainstay for Real Madrid in previous seasons, now merely overshadowed by Pepe and Ramos. No forward from Granada could dare challenge him. With a decisive and unambiguous header, Albiol directed the ball back to midfield. Granero nodded it back, and Leon, in possession, deftly maneuvered away from Granada's forward, Igalo, before distributing the ball to Callahan to initiate a counterattack. Real Madrid adeptly neutralized Granada's opening gambit, not only denying them opportunities, but seamlessly transitioning into their familiar rapid counterattacks. Without Alonso's long passes, however, the incisiveness of their counterattacks seemed somewhat diminished compared to their usual sharpness. However, for Granada, the speed of the counterattack remained exceedingly rapid. Callahan's initial advance nearly culminated in a cross that would have helped Morata threaten Roberto's goal with a header. Yet, Granada was still in a state of shock. Just 4 minutes later, Nacho's successful defensive intervention on the flank afforded Real Madrid yet another opportunity for a swift counterattack. Upon receiving the ball, Leon refrained from over-dribbling. Instead, he directed a long pass behind Granada's defense. While the accuracy was still somewhat lacking, the pace was commendable, and the timing was ample. Morata, having successfully evaded the offside trap, swiftly found himself in a semi-one-on-one situation. However, he appeared to lack confidence, sensing that a Granada defender could disrupt his shot. He ultimately opted to pass. Kaká received Morata's cross within the penalty area and, without hesitation, curled a shot into the far corner, putting Real Madrid ahead. Remarkably, this occurred in less than 6 minutes since the match commenced. Real Madrid secured the lead with such apparent ease. The home fans of Granada were left bewildered by this result, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Was this indeed Real Madrid's rotated lineup? They felt as though they were facing a formidable opponent from the upper echelons of La Liga. Kaká celebrated with Morata in the attacking third. Yet the majority of journalists on the sidelines quickly shifted their focus to Leon, who stood near the center circle. This young lad truly emerged as the core player. End of the chapter. I will take a moment to gather my thoughts for the update at 6 o'clock, as my writing state feels somewhat off. Although my ideas are clear, I spent 2 hours adhering to the outline and found it lacking, resulting in a significant reduction of content, leaving me with just over 1,000 words. It is evident that I will not be able to produce a sufficiently lengthy chapter by 6 o'clock. I will take a shower to clear my mind and continue working, striving to release the second update earlier. Rest assured, I will not allow the second chapter to be published without ensuring that the dedicated readers are satisfied. I must push myself. Chapter 91. The new golden boy causing a media sensation in Britain. This young lad ought to invest more effort into practicing long passes. His short passing is quite rapid, yet his long passing remains inconsistent. Mourinho, in this moment, was genuinely pleased, though he continued to mutter a few remarks. Karanka, overhearing his words, smiled in silence. If other La Liga coaches were to hear Mourinho's murmurs, they would undoubtedly feel unsettled, perhaps even chastising him for his apparent greed. Leon had only just returned this season, and while his short passing has improved, his long passing is visibly advancing as well. Indeed, when comparing Leon's current long passing ability to that of the organizing cores within mid-tier La Liga teams, he would undoubtedly rank at the bottom. However, last season, Leon was not even qualified to be compared to these players. After celebrating with Kaká and the others on the field, Leon reflected on the thrill of having breached Granada's defense with that long pass. Long passes have become somewhat infrequent, however, given sufficient distance. My short passes should enable me to deliver the ball more swiftly. In the recent match against Granada, that particular play would likely have been intercepted by other teams within La Liga's top 6. The exhilaration of successfully initiating an attack was quite satisfying. Yet as Leon mentally reviewed the sequence of that play, he remained composed and not overly elated. After all, he frequently intercepts such passes from opponents during matches. From a different perspective, he pondered that had he been marking Morata in the backfield, he would have effectively cut off Morata's route to the ball. Furthermore, the trajectory of that long pass was perilously close to the opponent's penalty area. With proper coordination, a timely intervention from the goalkeeper could have disrupted the play. Despite identifying several evident shortcomings that he planned to address in subsequent training, Leon felt content with his occasional ability to execute such long counterattacks. The key now lies in further refining the synergy between organizational awareness and passing technique. There remains a significant technical gap between seizing opportunities and executing precise passes. However, Leon is undeterred by the pace of his progress. Steady training, accompanied by visible improvement in his skills, fuels his motivation, regardless of how gradual his growth may be. Maintaining stable passing, controlling the tempo, and fortifying defense before seeking counterattack opportunities is crucial. The team had performed admirably before, and there is no need for haste. Upon returning to our half, Leong actively clapped to signal his teammates to focus on him. With Longo and Ramos absent today, it was his responsibility to remind the midfield and defense to remain mentally alert. Following his encouragement, seasoned players like Albiol and Las Diera were reassured, while the younger players such as Varane and Carvajal felt a sense of stability. Nacho also gave Leong a reassuring thumbs up, with the other defenders holding firm. Leong felt a sense of relief, considering he was positioned as the sole defensive midfielder today, while organizing play from deeper positions is manageable. The real concern lies in ensuring that his teammates share a unified defensive mindset. If he maintains composure but they falter, the defense could easily collapse. Leong has come to appreciate the struggles faced by Longo in the latter half of last season, when he lacked the support to cover for the midfield and defense. Reflecting on it now, Long's ability to uphold Real Madrid's campaign across three fronts was truly remarkable. Let us keep moving. Esteban, Granero, boldly press their flanks. Do not worry about leaving someone open. I am right behind you. Setting aside unnecessary thoughts, Leong observed Granada aggressively pressing forward in pursuit of a comeback and urged Granero to be more proactive in his challenges. There was no need for Leong to overly concern himself with the left side, as the French midfielder was an excellent sweeping partner in defense. Granero, with his amiable disposition, had become quite engaged in defensive duties following Mourinho's guidance. His proactive approach was commendable, significantly alleviating Leong's responsibilities. Notwithstanding the concerns regarding Granero's average defensive prowess, Leong remained unfazed as Granada players, led by Granero, infiltrated the Real Madrid half. He was resolute in his defensive stance. The attacking players of Granada, upon breaching into Real Madrid's territory, were met first by Leong's formidable interception, flanking him on either side. Morata and Callahan also diligently retreated to their own midfield. Under the comprehensive defensive strategy devised by Mourinho, which was resolutely executed by the rotating squad, Granada's midfield advances were repeatedly thwarted by Real Madrid's staunch resistance. Occasionally, when Granada managed to press against Madrid's defense, the informed Albiol, alongside Varane, would thwart their attempts to advance further. Despite a vigorous offensive effort lasting over 10 minutes, Granada's confidence waned with each failed assault. The initial notion of capitalizing on Real Madrid's starting lineup had completely dissipated. As Granada's offensive momentum diminished, Real Madrid seized the opportunity to push the lines back into Granada's half. Leong humbly acknowledged that he fell short of Granero in orchestrating offensive maneuvers within the opponent's territory. Thus, he confidently signaled for Granero to assume control of the ball. With Kaká positioned to assist in crafting threatening passes, Leong concentrated more on defensive duties. This division of labor resulted in a harmonious distribution of possession in the midfield and forward areas for Real Madrid. Kaká and Granero were more than capable of linking fluid attacks, while Las Diera could seamlessly make late runs. There was little need for Leong to intrude further into the offensive play. Morata displayed commendable performance today. Though his confidence appeared slightly lacking, his technical skills shone through, as he collaborated effectively with Kaká and Callahan on several promising combinations. In the 34th minute of the first half, Morata's movement helped to draw defenders away from Granada's penalty area. Observing from the right flank, Kaká swiftly delivered a horizontal pass to the edge of the penalty arc, where Granero made a timely run. After a brief adjustment, he opted for a direct shot. Granada's goalkeeper, Roberto, valiantly parried Granero's powerful strike, but the ball ricocheted off defender Siqueila's heel and veered towards the right side of the penalty area. Callahan, who had been actively making off-the-ball runs, seized the opportunity and stepped in ahead of the football. He denied Roberto a chance for a second save, striking the ball into the far corner of the net with a swift, uninterrupted shot. 20. Before the first half concluded, Real Madrid had successfully rewritten the scoreline once more. Meanwhile, the more than 3,000 traveling Real Madrid supporters erupted in joyous celebration from the stands, witnessing the informed performances of the rotational players. Various Spanish media journalists on the sidelines couldn't resist engaging in discussions with acquaintances. Indeed, Granada was not merely a relegation-threatened team in La Liga. However, the fact that Real Madrid, fielding an almost entirely rotated lineup, could maintain control and dictate the rhythm to secure victory against Granada was certainly a topic of conversation. This indicated that the main players of Real Madrid would enjoy more ample rest in the forthcoming La Liga matches. Teams such as Espanyol, Racing Santander, Zaragoza, and Sporting Gijón can now confidently field this rotation squad in future matches. Perhaps adding Cristiano Ronaldo to unleash his prowess for a few games would ensure he maintains his lead over Messi in the league's scoring chart. The Real Madrid first-team players, having enjoyed ample rest, can approach the league's challenges and compete fervently in the Champions League. As the season unfolds, Real Madrid is on the verge of equaling the remarkable 16 consecutive victories set by Barcelona last season, achieved right from the outset of the current campaign. One should refrain from uttering anything about lacking ambition in the Champions League, with such an extraordinary form, having recently triumphed over Barcelona in a direct encounter. Breaking a 3-season winless streak against them, any true Madridista would undoubtedly harbor the same aspirations for success in the Champions League. As the reigning champions of Europe, it has been over 9 months since they last graced the tournament. For Real Madrid, discussing revival and reclaiming the league title can only be seen as a fundamental objective. Without the Champions League trophy, can one truly speak of a revival? Journalists, brimming with excitement at the prospect of noteworthy stories, seem to have lost focus on the match itself, with some impatiently seated on the sidelines, penning their articles. Consequently, when Real Madrid scored yet another goal in the second half, concluding the match with a resounding 3-0 victory over Granada, the players found it perplexing. In the past, after a win, reporters would eagerly seize the opportunity to interview them. Where were the journalists today? The sparse attendance was rather unusual. Had they all rushed home for dinner? Morata and Carvajal, among the younger players, felt a tinge of disappointment, having missed an opportunity to shine. However, Leon relished the tranquility of the post-match atmosphere, comfortably undergoing therapy and refreshing himself before returning to the team bus. Meanwhile, Mourinho was occupied with the post-match press conference and would likely convene a tactical review with his coaching staff afterward. The coaching team places significant importance on this newly formed B team, necessitating adjustments in tactical details and personnel arrangements. In contrast to the busy coaching staff, all Real Madrid players were in a relaxed state of mind. Whether at home watching the match or waiting on the bus to return to Madrid, their spirits were high. With the Christmas holiday approaching after the King's Cup match against Ponferrada on the evening of December 20th, they anticipated a delightful break ahead. It would be quite challenging to falter, as the starting lineup for the 4th round of the King's Cup would consist of the first team. And indeed, that was the case. On the evening of December 20th, at 9 o'clock, Real Madrid's full-strength squad concluded the last official match of 2011 with a resounding 7-0 victory at home. The players from Ponferrada, rather than feeling humiliated by the defeat, were excitedly seeking out Real Madrid stars for photographs and jersey exchanges. It seemed as though they had successfully completed a starstruck encounter. Leon once again took to the field as a starter in this match, albeit merely as a token presence, in a bid to support the club's promotional efforts. He awkwardly smiled while holding the Golden Boy Award, allowing journalists to capture his every moment before the match commenced. After making a brief 30-minute appearance, he was substituted by Mourinho for a rest. Indeed, not long ago, Real Madrid had decisively triumphed over Barcelona, securing an impressive 15 consecutive victories at the start of the league season. Following this, Tuttosport announced that Leon had outperformed Götze to win the 2011 Golden Boy Award, much to the displeasure of the German media. Prior to Liang's return to Real Madrid this season, Götze was widely favored to win the award, bolstered by his superior individual offensive statistics that overshadowed his competitors. However, Leon gradually shifted the narrative in his favor with increasingly remarkable performances in the latter half of the season. Once Real Madrid's promotional campaign gained momentum, alongside Mendes's public relations efforts, Leon subtly began to eclipse Götze in public sentiment after October. Ultimately, while individual performance is foundational in award considerations, the platform one represents plays a crucial role in shaping public opinion. Had Götze emerged from Bayern Munich, his personal statistics and Bundesliga championship accolades would have rendered his claim to the Golden Boy Award unquestionable. However, he was at Borussia Dortmund, facing Leon, who had returned to Real Madrid after clinching the Italian double last season. Comparing the promotional prowess of Dortmund and Real Madrid reveals a considerable disparity. Moreover, Liang's award is entirely justified. In terms of championship honors, beyond last season's Serie A title, he also boasts an Italian Cup victory. As for this season's achievements, Real Madrid remains at the pinnacle of La Liga with a perfect winning streak, and they topped their Champions League group with 6 consecutive victories, with Lyon playing every match as a crucial starter. In contrast, Dortmund finds itself second in the Bundesliga, overshadowed by Bayern, and has only managed a single win in their Champions League group stage, suffering 4 defeats and finishing at the bottom. Such a record is hardly commendable. The German media can only remark on Götze's individual performance while shying away from discussing Dortmund's dismal Champions League results. Thus, the outcome of the awards was quite clear, and Lyon felt no psychological burden regarding his achievement. After the match, he graciously accepted the Golden Boy trophy during an interview with Marca, guided by club staff. Following the conclusion of the game, the most anticipated moment for the Real Madrid players arrived as they returned to the locker room. A splendid long holiday was on the horizon, and Mourinho refrained from dampening the mood with excessive admonitions. After outlining the time for returning to the training base, he announced the dissolution of the team in the locker room. During this period, how the players chose to enjoy themselves was of no concern to Mourinho. After all, having attained stardom, a sense of professional integrity remains a fundamental self-requirement. Moreover, should anyone dare to present themselves, adorned with excess flesh, at the training facility for a physical examination, Mourinho would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to impart a lesson in training intensity. Pintus is currently a member of the coaching staff. During this vacation, Lyon has decided against returning to his homeland, opting instead to accompany Cristiano Ronaldo and Master Pay to Valencia, basking in the Mediterranean's winter sunshine. With no rigorous training regimen to adhere to, the group indulged in daily fitness routines and swimming, interspersed with leisurely pursuits. During this time, Lyon celebrated Christmas with Ronaldo's extended family and met with Mendes to discuss upcoming work arrangements. After a week of pure relaxation and leisure, Lyon bid farewell to Ronaldo and his companions and embarked on a journey to the UK with his assistant team. The location for this commercial collaboration's advertisement shoot was set in London, and it took a full 3 days for Lyon to fulfill his filming obligations. Throughout this period, numerous individuals resembling journalists, wielding cameras, loitered outside the studio. Initially, Lyon paid them little mind, until the conclusion of the shoot when his assistant presented him with a sensational article from The Sun. It was only then that he realized the persistent figures outside were indeed paparazzi from The Sun, and the subject of that tabloid article was none other than himself. Did they not comprehend that he was merely an advertising model? What did they mean by new golden boy allegedly rendezvousing with a blonde bombshell in London? This was slander. Could he not sue them for defamation? Lyon glanced at the photograph and headline published by The Sun, incredulity transforming into amusement. He had just arrived in London, spending most of his time resting in the hotel aside from his advertising commitments, and yet rumors had begun to swirl. His assistant pondered for a moment before informing Lyon that such a lawsuit would hold no weight against The Sun. In matters of scandal reporting, The Sun was the epitome of authority and professionalism. Their use of the term allegedly left ample room for interpretation. Furthermore, The Sun might even relish the prospect of him pursuing legal action. What they craved was traffic and the attention of fans. Of course, Lyon, if you genuinely wish to pursue a lawsuit against The Sun, I can certainly arrange for that. Is there no other way to directly sanction them? Well, if a more significant news story were to emerge soon, The Sun would naturally fail to capitalize on your scandalous narrative, or their gains would fall short of their anticipated expectations. After contemplating his assistant's words for a moment, Lyon's eyes brightened. The following afternoon, he made a grand appearance on the streets of London, quickly recognized by fans and journalists alike. At 4 o'clock, he, accompanied by his assistant, took to the stands at Stamford Bridge to watch the match between Chelsea and Aston Villa, not in a private box, but amidst ordinary fans in the general seating area. This spectacle soon ignited a flurry of coverage from countless English media outlets and online. A multitude of Premier League fans buzzed with excitement over Lyon's unexpected presence at Stamford Bridge. Some speculated that Lyon was in London for a holiday, coincidentally attending a match. After all, among the top 5 leagues, only the Premier League is still fervently underway. It is entirely reasonable for Lyon to watch a match or two during his vacation. However, numerous fans speculate that Chelsea must be in discussions with Mendes. Every Premier League enthusiast is now aware that Chelsea is in dire need of a defensive midfielder, particularly a robust one. Lyon not only possesses the required toughness, but has also been renowned for his resilience since his debut, making him a perfect fit for Chelsea's needs. Amidst this chatter, the sensational news about Leon was quickly overshadowed by new rumors. Many Real Madrid supporters, hearing of the transfer gossip from England, hastily took to the internet to debunk the claims. They shared Leon's previous itinerary and posted his response on social media, where he confirmed he was currently in London for an advertisement shoot. It seemed that the efforts of the Real Madrid fans to dispel the rumors had been successful. Yet, as the Premier League match concluded, Leon made headlines across various media outlets with a display of genuine frustration, slamming his seat in anger. The cause? Chelsea had suffered a 1-3 defeat at home to Aston Villa. Thus, the rumors began to take flight. Well, La Liga is experiencing a brief winter break, so I find it necessary to compose a transitional chapter. This is, in fact, the primary reason for the challenges I encountered while writing this afternoon. I always feel a twinge of anxiety when drafting these interludes. As a sports enthusiast, I genuinely prefer writing about matches, particularly in the Premier League, which I find exhilarating. The seasons are tightly packed, with barely a summer transfer window separating them. However, in La Liga, I must produce some content during this mini break. If I were to gloss over it, I could easily face criticism for lacking daily commentary and for writing in a dry manner. Topics such as the Golden Boy Award are also included in this chapter for a comprehensive overview. This is a part of daily life. I can only strive to craft interesting content. Fortunately, I am currently publishing substantial chapters, so a slight detour is manageable, and I will endeavor to return to the League and Champions League coverage shortly. I hope that the esteemed readers will leave ample feedback. Please point out any shortcomings in my writing, and I will reflect and strive to improve. I will refrain from saying more. The quality of my writing is for you to judge. Now, I must satisfy my hunger, as I am truly famished. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Out of fear of being outperformed by our rivals, we achieved 17 consecutive victories. Boss, would you believe me if I said I accidentally couldn't resist attending the match? Oh, really? You accidentally went to Stamford Bridge to watch the game and ended up angry because Chelsea lost? That's quite a coincidence, I assent. Darn it. Had I known Chelsea would concede 3 goals after leading by 1, I would have certainly opted for a ticket to the Arsenal match. What? Oh, I meant to say I definitely wouldn't have gone to the match if I had known, and I even got spotted by someone. Enough chatter. Remember the return time. Once you've spent enough time in England, come back early. Do not speak on this matter. Let Jorge and the club handle it. All right, boss. As Mourinho hung up the phone, Leon let out a sigh of relief. Yesterday, in the final moments of the match, when the substitute Darren Bent scored the 3rd goal for Villa, Leon was genuinely infuriated. How should one articulate this sentiment? Supporting a team becomes a habitual inclination over time. Even though Leon has embarked on a professional football career and is receiving youth training in Madrid, his profound affection for Chelsea remains unwavering. Both Nacho and Carvajal are well aware of this. During his days in the youth academy, aside from watching Real Madrid matches and cheering for them, his fondest memories were of the Chelsea team, led by Mourinho. In terms of fandom, Leon now embodies a multifaceted allegiance, not merely dual, but treble. Real Madrid, Milan, and Chelsea have woven a complex tapestry of his fan identity. However, his emotional connection to these teams remains refreshingly sincere. It is precisely this unadulterated passion that led Leon, despite recognizing his burgeoning status in the football world after receiving the Golden Boy Award, to restrain his public displays of emotion, lest he incite misunderstandings. Yet, in that moment, he simply could not contain himself. Which fan would remain composed upon witnessing their beloved team endure 3 successive blows after initially taking the lead? Leon's restraint in not resorting to vulgarities was commendable. Naturally, his fervent strike upon the seat was enough to make him the talk of the English football scene for the past couple of days. When Mourinho called Leon shortly thereafter, he was prepared to sincerely admit his fault. To his surprise, the special one merely teased him without reprimanding him, which was unexpected. Ricardo, is that how it ends? Do I not need to do anything further? Leon inquired, scratching his head in uncertainty, glancing at his assistant. Ricardo, having just conferred with Mendes, smiled reassuringly at Leon. If we were indeed in discussions with Chelsea, we would need to initiate emergency public relations. However, since we are not, there is no cause for alarm regarding these events. The focus must remain on Real Madrid. Jorge has already clarified the situation with the club's higher-ups, and as long as we have earned their trust, we are perfectly fine. As for external rumors, they merely serve as a catalyst for enhancing your notoriety. After hearing Ricardo's explanation, Leon nodded in understanding. Since both Mourinho and Mendes asserted that there were no issues, it seemed, indeed, to be a non-issue. As for Ricardo's remarks about fame and its advantages, Leon was indifferent. Initially, he intended to counter the Sun's scandalous reports about him with another news piece. However, it now appeared that he had inadvertently complicated matters. "Damn the Sun," he exclaimed, "let us make our swift exit. Since I need not make any further statements, there's no reason to linger in London. It has rained on 4 out of the 5 days I've been here, and the fog is dense. The local culinary specialties are French cuisine. Had I known, I would have preferred to go directly to Paris." With a sense of relief, Leon vented his frustrations about London, and Ricardo nodded in profound agreement. Last night, he and Leon decided against French cuisine and discovered a seemingly Spanish restaurant near their hotel. To their surprise, the establishment offered a fusion of traditional English flavors with modified Spanish dishes. Can you imagine the sensation of encountering fried fish chunks in a seafood paella? For those who cannot appreciate Italian and French dishes while living in England, it must certainly cast a profound psychological shadow over their perceptions of traditional English fare. The duo set off spontaneously. Ricardo booked the nearest flight, while Leon hastily packed his belongings, donned a hat and sunglasses, and they departed without delay. The direct flight from London to Madrid is not particularly distant, taking less than 3 hours. They were still lamenting in their London hotel at noon, yet by afternoon, they found themselves indulging in a feast at a Madrid restaurant. Unsurprisingly, Leon was quickly recognized by local Real Madrid fans. Though it did not incite the same frenzy as Cristiano Ronaldo's outings, Leon's popularity within the Real Madrid fanbase has certainly risen. His impressive performance plays a part, but another significant factor undoubtedly lies in his striking looks. After leaving autographs and taking photos with about a dozen enthusiastic fans in the restaurant, Leon swiftly departed with Ricardo, wearing his hat and sunglasses. News of his appearance in Madrid spread rapidly with the fans' photos circulating online. Despite rampant rumors back in England, the sight of Leon's return quelled any internal disputes among Madrid's Real Madrid supporters. On the morning of January 2nd, Leon, having returned to Madrid early, went directly to the Valdebebas training ground. Mourinho had set the reporting time for the team at 3 p.m. that afternoon. By then, the first team players who had completed their physical examinations would engage in a light training session, more focused on enjoyment than competition, serving as a warm-up before resuming formal training. However, Leon, arriving half a day earlier and having completed his medical check, sought out Pintus to ramp up his training intensity. This winter break had been ample, with regular workouts merely maintaining his physical condition. To regain the intensity of competition, individual training with Pintus was essential. Thus, at midday, when most first-team players arrived at the training ground for their physicals and meal, they were greeted by the sight of Leon, clad in training attire, sweating profusely as he devoured his meal. "See, I told you the little lion would be the first to arrive at the base. None of you can match his enthusiasm for training," Marcelo exclaimed upon entering the dining area and spotting Leon. Leon turned to greet his teammates one by one, quickly bringing life back to the dining hall, which had been quiet for nearly half a month. Mourinho and the coaching staff were dining in another area, glancing at the players' weight change reports just delivered by the staff, nodding in satisfaction. Notably, including Marcelo and Benzema, the first-team players had refrained from excessive indulgence during the winter break. Even amidst players indulging in excessive feasting, they have managed to maintain a certain level of training in their daily lives. This time, no player was required to intensify their physical training to shed weight, allowing Mourinho to proceed with his preparation work smoothly and promptly. During the afternoon training session, the Real Madrid squad, having completed their warm-up, exhibited an impressive enthusiasm and vigor for training. This atmosphere stands in stark contrast to that of the previous year at the same period. It is evident that the team's performance significantly influences the players' morale and the overall ambience within the squad. Continuous victories, coupled with a sense of stability, imbue the players with motivation and drive, dispelling any notion of indulgence. Observing the successful conclusion of the training session, Mourinho's smile grew ever wider as he lavished praise upon the entire team. In the ensuing 2 days of formal training, the Real Madrid coaching staff gradually increased the intensity of their sessions. On the afternoon of January 4th, noting that the majority of the players had regained their form, Mourinho nodded approvingly and subsequently announced the starting lineup for the Copa del Rey match against Malaga after training concluded. In the 5th round of the Copa del Rey, Real Madrid faced the 8th-placed Malaga. This match was destined to be anything but easy, and in preparation for facing Pellegrini, Mourinho had meticulously devised his tactical approach. At 9 p.m. on January 5th, the first leg of this fifth-round Copa del Rey clash officially commenced at the Bernabeu. After a fortnight without a home match, the fervent Real Madrid fans filled the stadium to capacity once again. Mourinho's proactive offensive strategy from the outset pleasantly surprised all the home supporters. Confronted with Real Madrid's fierce assault, Malaga had no choice but to tighten their defensive formation. Given their prior league performance, having conceded 26 goals in 16 matches, their defensive capabilities were significantly lacking. Their number of conceded goals ranked first among the top 8 teams and fifth in the entire La Liga. With such defensive frailties, Malaga found it exceedingly challenging to muster the courage to engage in an attacking duel with Real Madrid, who had netted 58 league goals in the preceding 16 matches. Pellegrini opted for a 4-5-1 formation, aiming to bolster their midfield defense while attempting to contest control in the central region against Real Madrid. However, it quickly became evident that Pellegrini's midfield defensive setup was ineffective against Real Madrid's rapid offensive advances. Well-rested, Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria frequently seized the ball from the outset, targeting Malaga's left and right fullbacks. The duo's one-on-one confrontations demanded assistance from their teammates, allowing them to collaborate with the advancing Khedira to penetrate deep into Malaga's penalty area. Meanwhile, the previously admonished Benzema, who had been warned against shooting indiscriminately, opted to play a more disciplined passing game. Positioned in the penalty area, Benzema functioned as an impeccable facilitator. After receiving the ball from Khedira and withstanding defensive pressure, he created shooting opportunities for both Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria. Within this attacking framework, Cristiano Ronaldo enjoyed unparalleled freedom, playing with remarkable ease. In the opening 15 minutes, Cristiano Ronaldo unleashed 3 formidable shots on goal. Aside from the first long-range effort that narrowly missed the post, the subsequent 2 attempts from just outside the penalty area struck within the confines of the goal frame, significantly testing Malaga's goalkeeper, Caballero. At this juncture, Longo, under Mourinho's directive, advanced to the midfield, directly orchestrating the attack in Malaga's half. Leon remained in a deeper position to thwart any potential counterattacks from Malaga. In the 18th minute of the first half, Turelin's sudden interception snatched the ball from Di Maria's feet, allowing the retreating Cazorla to receive and promptly deliver a forward pass. Isco, hovering at the top of the center circle, seized the ball and prepared to surge forward. Long G's lateral movement was a beat too slow, allowing Isco to successfully penetrate into Real Madrid's half. Observing this, Leon hastily pressed forward, compelling Isco to veer towards the sidelines. Just as the two were about to engage in a close tussle along the edge, Isco adeptly maneuvered the ball between Leon's legs, seemingly poised to execute a cutting move. However, Leon swiftly pivoted to block Isco's advance, leaving the latter astonished and firmly behind him. At this moment, Longo, returning to the fray, seized the ball and distributed it to the rejoining Marcelo, signaling for him to advance into the attack. Although the dribbling was commendable, Leon noted that the execution was slightly tardy and advised Isco not to hold onto the ball too long. With a grin, Leon playfully patted Isco on the backside, offering a few words of encouragement. Isco, in turn, could only respond with a resigned glance in Leon's direction. He wished to retort but felt a lack of confidence, especially considering that the individual before him had previously contained the likes of Messi. Malaga's hard-earned counterattack opportunity was thus thwarted by Real Madrid, and struggling to find chances in the offensive realm, they crumbled under defensive duress. In the 28th minute of the first half, after nearly 30 minutes of staunch defense, they fell victim to Ronaldo's powerful strike. Following this goal, Real Madrid seamlessly assumed control of the match's tempo. In other words, once Malaga was compelled to push forward in a desperate attempt to attack, their defeat became inevitable. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 3-0. Real Madrid afforded Malaga no opportunities while also showing them some respect, halting their assault after netting a third goal in the 66th minute of the second half. 3 days after this King's Cup encounter, on January 8th, Real Madrid set forth to the Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan Stadium to challenge Sevilla. Following the brief winter break, the La Liga schedule was bound to become congested. Fortunately, Real Madrid's key players had enjoyed ample rest, making a rapid succession of matches manageable. Once again deploying a full-strength squad, Real Madrid engaged Sevilla in a thrilling encounter at Pizjuan. Mourinho, employing an aggressive pressing offensive strategy. Once more demonstrated his prowess in attacking football. Ultimately, Real Madrid emerged victorious, decisively overcoming the Andalusian side. Initially, Real Madrid intended to ease off once they reached 30 goals, mirroring their previous match against Malaga. After all, conserving energy would benefit both sides, allowing for a respectable outcome. However, Sevilla had other plans and retaliated early in the second half, managing to score a goal. Witnessing this, the players of Real Madrid felt compelled to continue the scoring frenzy. Upon seeing Sevilla find the back of the net, Mourinho shook his head and returned to his seat, watching as his team ultimately netted 7 goals. In the post-match press conference, when congratulated by reporters, the esteemed coach made a jest. The feeling of achieving 17 consecutive victories was quite delightful, especially as it surpassed Barcelona's record. Nevertheless, he cautioned that their lead should not be considered absolutely secure, as Barcelona's pursuit was formidable. Being the reigning champions of La Liga for the past 3 seasons, they represent a significant challenge. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a sense of urgency. To prevent them from seizing any opportunities, they must strive for as many victories as possible. Perhaps this urgency was one of the crucial reasons behind their remarkable streak of 17 wins. The journalists present exchanged glances, bewildered by Mourinho's remarks. Was it truly the case that Real Madrid was motivated by a fear of being surpassed by their rivals, propelling them to achieve this impressive streak? Many reporters, after recording Mourinho's words, could not help but admire his flair for the dramatic. In the realm of coaching, Mourinho undoubtedly stands as the unparalleled figure, a veritable GOAT, with no one daring to challenge his uniqueness. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 93. The ironclad heritage of Real Madrid. Our resolve stands unyielding in Europe. With this resounding victory, Real Madrid not only inflicted pain upon Sevilla, but also unsettled several teams positioned in the mid-table of La Liga. Currently, Malaga ranks 8th and Sevilla 7th. However, in their recent encounters with Real Madrid, Malaga, positioned 8th, only suffered a modest 0-3 loss at the Bernabeu, while Sevilla faced a staggering 7-2 defeat at their own ground. It was evident to any discerning observer that Real Madrid, after scoring their 3rd goal in both matches, opted to slow down the tempo. Malaga, having failed to respond, left the Bernabeu with a relatively dignified 3-goal deficit. Sevilla, however, retaliated, prompting Real Madrid to abandon all restraint. They unleashed a barrage that allowed Cristiano Ronaldo to score 4 goals, simultaneously shattering Sevilla's morale. This defeat, while unfortunate, was merely a matter of 3 points. The critical concern lay in whether Sevilla's players could promptly recover their spirits following such a humiliating loss. Other mid-table teams in La Liga were apprehensive about this very aspect. Losing to Real Madrid was not disgraceful, but if Sevilla's morale crumbled under the weight of this defeat, adversely affecting their subsequent matches, the consequences would be dire. Mourinho, unaware of the anxiety he had instigated among the supporters of 6 or 7 La Liga teams by allowing his players the freedom to compete, shifted his focus to another matter after concluding the match against Sevilla. The impending King's Cup second leg match against Malaga pales in comparison to the matter that occupies his thoughts. On the afternoon of January 10th, upon receiving the delightful news that a deal had finally been secured, Mourinho erupted into laughter in his office. The staff members nearby heard his mirth, yet none could discern the cause of his elation. On the evening of January 11th, Real Madrid fielded a rotated squad at the Rose Garden Stadium for the 5th round of the King's Cup against Malaga. Mourinho remained seated on the bench, a smile gracing his face. Even as Real Madrid succumbed to a 12-0 defeat against Malaga, shattering their unbeaten streak across all competitions this season, he appeared unfazed. Conversely, the young talents of Real Madrid seemed quite disheartened. Nonetheless, following the match, the club's supporters and various pro-Real Madrid media outlets rallied to console their burgeoning talents. Ultimately, Real Madrid triumphed with an aggregate score of 4-2 over Malaga, advancing smoothly to the quarterfinals of this season's King's Cup. The club's prior unbeaten run across 3 competitions had already delighted fans. After all, which team could maintain such an undefeated streak until the season's end? Presently, the results satisfy Real Madrid supporters, who can even comprehend the occasional setback in the league. Naturally, it is preferable to avoid losses in the Champions League. Upon reaching the knockout stages of the Champions League, Real Madrid must sustain a consistently high level of performance to aspire for ultimate victory. After all, it is often said that winning in the end is the most secure path to championship glory. Just as Real Madrid's fans were envisioning the upcoming round of the Champions League against CSKA Moscow, a surprising news report from Russia jolted their anticipation. Their home had been violated. Lassana Diarra had reached an agreement on personal terms with Anji Makachkala, poised to finalize his signing. Since the winter transfer window opened, Real Madrid had engaged in transfer negotiations for Diarra with Anji, with reports suggesting a potential fee exceeding 15 million. As this news was disseminated by several prestigious European football publications, Real Madrid's supporters found themselves increasingly perplexed. Diarra had been performing admirably within the rotated squad. While he occasionally exhibited lapses in judgment, his presence greatly bolstered the depth of Real Madrid's bench. Could it be that Mourinho, swayed by the training performances of his players, hastily decided to let Diarra depart? Many fans speculated and lamented the situation for a considerable time, but fortunately, Real Madrid, or rather, Mourinho, did not keep another surprise under wraps for long. On the morning of January 13th, just a day after the revelation of Diarra's impending signing with Anji, Real Madrid officially announced the loan acquisition of Chelsea midfielder Essien. This announcement left Chelsea fans, who were eagerly following Real Madrid's transfer dealings, utterly baffled. Wasn't Essien already in recovery? How could he be heading straight to Madrid? Alone? Andre Villas-Boas has indeed afforded no opportunity for Essien to showcase his talents. Has he already deliberated on which players he intends to acquire during the winter transfer window? Our own midfield is insufficient. Following Michael's injury, we are left with only Ramirez and Mirallas as a pairing, with not a single substitute in sight. It is a disservice to employ Lampard in a defensive midfield role. Such utilization is a waste of his capabilities. Many Chelsea supporters have expressed their dissatisfaction in the comments on the official Twitter account upon realizing the situation. However, at this juncture, Essien has successfully passed his medical examination with Real Madrid. Villas-Boas finds himself irrevocably committed to his cleansing path. For a player who has been injured for half a season, currently in an uncertain state, and on the verge of turning 30, Villas-Boas harbors no nostalgic sentiments. Furthermore, this is a player personally requested by Mourinho, with Abramovich's approval, thus Villas-Boas relinquished him without hesitation. Before the commencement of the 19th round of La Liga against Mallorca, Mourinho once again placed Real Madrid in the spotlight of Spanish football through a strategic maneuver involving a sale and loan. It is not to suggest that this transaction is particularly valuable. After all, it involves replacing a 29-year-old midfielder who has recently endured a significant injury and has not played for several months, with a 26-year-old midfielder in the prime of his career. Were one to disregard the players' names, this deal might invite ridicule from the media. However, considering the names involved, Mourinho has brought in the formidable African powerhouse, Essien. In his prime, he would rank among the top 5, if not the top 3, all-around B2B midfielders in the world. Known as a superlative destroyer who can perform the work of two men, his defensive prowess in the defensive midfield role is nearly impeccable. Aside from his lack of top-tier positioning, in terms of stature in football, Essien surpasses Lassana Diarra by several leagues. By the sheer weight of his name, Essien's arrival has instantaneously garnered the overwhelming approval of the majority of Real Madrid supporters. As for concerns regarding his injuries, they are largely unfounded. After all, passing Real Madrid's medical examination indicates that Essien's physical condition is satisfactory. With Mourinho at the helm, he will ensure Essien's return to form. As Essien's mentor, Mourinho possesses absolute authority on how to reinvigorate him. Even if Essien can no longer reach his peak performance, so what? If he can deliver 70 to 80% of his prime capabilities, his contributions to strengthening Real Madrid's midfield will undoubtedly surpass those of Diarra. On the morning of January 14th, Marca published an exclusive interview with Essien, seizing the moment to attract a surge of attention. I am, of course, thrilled to collaborate with Mourinho once more. Every player at Chelsea knows how heartbroken and lost I felt when he departed from the club. He is my mentor, akin to a father figure, in both football and life. Even during our seasons apart, we have regularly communicated over the phone, discussing matters beyond just football. He has always shown concern for me, remaining informed about my life. When my father called me a few days ago, the moment he spoke, I felt tears welling up. He has not forgotten me, and when he expressed his need for my presence, I did not hesitate for a moment. I readily agreed. Real Madrid is embarking on a remarkable season, and we can all sense the club's ambitious aspirations. I firmly believe that Mourinho will lead Real Madrid to rejuvenation. and it fills me with immense honor and excitement to partake in this process. Eschen's interview language is refreshingly straightforward, and his emotions are conveyed with striking clarity. He might as well have said, "Just one call from my father, and I would be there in a heartbeat." He also lauded Real Madrid's lofty goals for the season, asserting his commitment to help the club secure as many championships as possible in the forthcoming season. Such a player is truly hard for fans not to admire. However, it was not the fervent support of the Real Madrid fans that first made Eschen feel welcomed. It was one of his new teammates. On the afternoon of January 14th, just before participating in his inaugural training session with Real Madrid, Eschen was engaged in a warm exchange with Mourinho when he was suddenly approached by an exuberant figure. "I can hardly believe it. Idol, you've really come to Real Madrid. I am so thrilled. Let us train together today." The African buffalo was momentarily taken aback, trying to widen his eyes to discern who was so enthusiastic, only to be playfully nudged by Mourinho, who exclaimed, "Look at you, calling everyone your idol. How many idols do you have? Off you go to change into your training gear." "All right, boss. Just wait for me. I will change my clothes right away." Leon hastily grabbed his training bag and dashed into the locker room, and Eschen instinctively broke into a smile. It turned out he was different from what the news reports suggested. He had a lively spirit. During training and matches, he is quite composed. Once you get used to it, you'll realize this kid has a strong learning ability. You can guide him on how to make those late runs. He has only scratched the surface of what he learned in Serie A. The style of Khedira does not quite suit him, but fortunately, now that you are here, your characteristics are more aligned. "No problem, my friend," Eschen readily agreed. During the training session that followed, he witnessed a transformation. Leon truly exhibited the maturity that surpasses his age, both in communication and gameplay, to the point where Eschen felt he might be a tad too composed. Yet, during breaks, Leon reverted to being the enthusiastic young player who had initially approached him. Moreover, Leon spoke reasonably fluent English, facilitating their communication. As a newcomer, Eschen naturally found himself engaging more with Leon, which accelerated his integration into the team. With Leon and Alonso speaking English in midfield, and Cristiano, Kaká, and Benzema conversing in English and French respectively, Eschen had little to worry about in terms of communication. Nonetheless, considering that he was just beginning to train with the team, understanding tactics and building rapport with his teammates would require some time, so Mourinho was not in a rush to field him. On the afternoon of January 15th, Real Madrid faced off against RCD Mallorca away from home. Eschen was not included in the 18-man roster, and he, along with the recently recovered Cointreau, watched the match from a private box at the Iberostar Stadium. During the broadcast, the cameras frequently focused on him and Cointreau, while commentators speculated about which match Eschen might make his debut for Real Madrid. On January 18th, Real Madrid would host Athletic Bilbao in the first leg of the Copa del Rey quarterfinals. Then, on January 22nd, they were set to face Athletic Bilbao again in a La Liga match. Given this, it was likely that Mourinho would employ a rotation strategy, creating a significant opportunity for Eschen to take the field. As the commentators engaged in their conjectures, Real Madrid caught Mallorca off guard right from the start. In the second minute of the first half, Cristiano Ronaldo received a through ball from Leon and, from 27 meters away, unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Mallorca's goalkeeper, A8, managed to parry Ronaldo's attempt, but Higuaín capitalized on the rebound, scoring before the defenders, particularly Cáceres, could react, thus marking the opening goal for Real Madrid. With this surprising start, Real Madrid subsequently played with composure, drawing Mallorca out and then striking on the counterattack. Despite Mallorca's awareness of Real Madrid's intentions, they had no choice but to adhere to the rhythm set by their opponents. Ultimately, in the 31st minute of the first half and the 52nd minute of the second half, Cristiano Ronaldo scored twice more, sealing a decisive victory for Real Madrid with a scoreline that left Mallorca stunned. Eschen, in the private box with Cointreau, watched with a beaming smile, applauding enthusiastically as the match concluded. The following day after this league match, Real Madrid announced their 18-man roster for the Copa del Rey, which included Eschen's name. Initially, even among Real Madrid fans, there was speculation that Mourinho intended for Eschen to start on the bench. After all, it was a calculated risk to field a player recently recovered from a serious injury, even if Eschen felt confident in his fitness. Would Mourinho truly trust him enough to start? However, when the starting lineup was revealed on the evening of January 18th, the fans and reporters at the Bernabeu were left in astonishment. Mourinho had indeed opted to start Eschen. It wasn't until they witnessed the midfield quartet of Alonso, Leon, Eschen, and Khedira take to the pitch that the fans began to fully grasp the moment. This combination, this assembly of players, could seamlessly transition from Real Madrid kits to Chelsea jerseys without a hint of discord. Once again, witnessing Mourinho and Eschen united in the same camp stirred nostalgia among Chelsea fans. This feeling was a direct throwback to their shared past. Neutral fans, who had been lamenting their own team's lack of a reliable defensive midfielder, couldn't help but drool at the sight of Real Madrid's formidable midfield quartet. Even if one were to exclude my own favorite player, simply considering the trio of Alonso, Leon, and Eschen raises the question, how could one not be tempted? Just the mere mention of their names together evokes a sense of steadfastness and resilience. The fans of Real Madrid could hardly contain their excitement as they eagerly anticipated Eschen's performance. The midfield combination instilled a sense of confidence. Chelsea had taken a step back this season, but from today onward, the ironclad tradition of Real Madrid prevails. Our midfield strength is unrivaled across Europe. Alas, I owe 1,400 words and struggle to keep up. As per usual, the food enthusiast will make up for it tomorrow. And I shall inquire of the esteemed readers, would you prefer a grand chapter of 12,000 words, or 2 chapters of 6,000 each? Chapter conclusion in chapter 94. The story unfolds as Leon, undeterred, continues his winning streak. If someone had suggested 3 or 4 years ago that Xabi Alonso and Eschen would become teammates, many fans, not just from the Premier League, would have found it hard to fathom such a scene on the pitch. Yet, today we witnessed it. Former adversaries on the Premier League stage and 2 of the finest midfielders in the world have become reliable partners. I feel immense joy seeing Leon start alongside these 2 midfield maestros, reminiscent of the happiness I experienced when he played alongside Pirlo and Gattuso. Hiway, suppressing his excitement and fervor, narrates the match alone today. Had Su Yang been his partner, they would surely have engaged in mutual astonishment. Many fans from Huagua are equally astounded. Those who followed the Premier League know well the fierce rivalry between Chelsea and Liverpool during those years. Watching Eschen and Alonso don the white jersey of Real Madrid evokes a sense of magic for these veteran Premier League fans, who can only exclaim, in the world of football, one must never declare anything impossible. Regrettably, Gerrard remains steadfast in his loyalty to Liverpool. Mourinho, while feeling a sense of accomplishment with the midfield duo he has crafted, cannot help but lament yet another missed opportunity to recruit Gerrard. In his time at Chelsea, he had once sought Gerrard's talents. Later, during his tenure at Inter Milan, he extended an invitation to him. Now, he yearns to pry Gerrard away from Liverpool and bring him to the Bernabeu. Just imagine how perfect his current midfield would be with Gerrard in the mix. Yet, once again, the soul of Liverpool has declined his invitation during the transfer window. Gerrard made the most valiant decision, choosing to exert every last ounce of energy to prevent Liverpool's decline rather than abandoning his beloved team for Madrid. Mourinho, feeling helpless and regretful, can only extend his sincere blessings to Gerrard. Reflecting on this, he glances again at today's midfielder, Khedira, and his satisfaction diminishes considerably. However, he has no choice. He had confidently insisted on Khedira and believed he could transform him into a formidable defensive midfielder. With one of his desired midfielders already departed, he must now rely on the remaining one, even if it means doing so with a heavy heart. Let us endure and navigate through this season for now. As Mourinho collected his scattered thoughts, the referee's whistle sounded precisely on cue. The match commenced. On the commentary platform, Hiway swiftly recited the opening remarks before introducing the starting formations of both teams to the domestic audience. There was little to elaborate on regarding Real Madrid, as the domestic fans who had followed their matches for half a season were already well aware of Mourinho's favored players. Previously, with Cointreau sidelined due to injury, Marcelo had secured a stable position as the left back. However, now that Cointreau had returned from injury, Mourinho granted him the opportunity to start in the Copa del Rey match. In comparison to the offensively eager and frequently advancing Marcelo, Mourinho seemed to prefer the defensively adept Cointreau. The partnership of Ramos and Pepe had been solidified since the beginning of the season. As long as these two remained injury-free and in good form, they were essentially the ironclad starting center-back duo. The right-back position remained unchanged, still occupied by Arbeloa. In terms of the dual forwards, Mourinho consistently opted for Benzema to partner with Cristiano Ronaldo, as was the case today. After all, when compared to Higuain, Benzema's ability to stretch the play and create opportunities was superior, thereby enhancing Ronaldo's finishing prowess during counterattacks. Reflecting on the previous season, it was evident that Mourinho's affection and trust in Higuaín surpassed that for Benzema. Prior to Higuaín's injury, Benzema could hardly challenge Higuaín's starting position. However, with Ronaldo's explosive performance and astonishing goal tally this season, the circumstances had drastically shifted. It can only be said that Benzema, as a supporting player, had indeed outshone his counterpart. Athletic Bilbao also fielded a 4-4-2 starting lineup. Their dual forwards comprised Llorente and Cecita, while the midfield trio included the formidable combination of Javi Martinez, Muniain, Itursp, and Herrera. The defense, manned by Odegaard, DeMarcos, Amaribieta, and Irola, had allowed only 20 goals in the first 18 rounds of the league, demonstrating a commendable defensive standard for a mid-table team. In goal was the experienced Arizos. This starting lineup perfectly aligned with Athletic Bilbao's identity as a resilient mid-table side. The two forwards represented a classic combination of height and speed, with the primary output from Llorente showcasing an impressive overall performance over the past 2 seasons. In terms of offensive firepower, Athletic Bilbao may not be exceedingly strong, but they possessed a reliable scoring option that consistently emerged during crucial moments. Their defense was solid, yet not at a level that warranted excessive caution from Real Madrid. The primary area of concern lay within their midfield. Javi Martinez was indeed a gem. The midfield interception duo he formed with Itursp could arguably rank just below the likes of Alonso and Linen in La Liga. Countless elite teams in La Liga were undoubtedly eyeing Martinez, yet unfortunately for them, Athletic Bilbao had no intentions of parting with him. It was not merely a matter of raising the asking price. Athletic Bilbao genuinely wished to retain him. Before Mourinho engaged with Eschen, he had already sought avenues to negotiate with Martinez. The prospect of Javier Martinez joining Real Madrid was not met with resistance. However, an agreement with his parent club was a prerequisite. Unfortunately, when Real Madrid approached Athletic Bilbao, they were met with an outright refusal. The resolute management of Athletic Bilbao asserted that both Martinez and Llorente were non-transferable assets, truly off the market. Even when Real Madrid offered 30 million during the winter transfer window, Athletic Bilbao remained unmoved. It is noteworthy that Real Madrid's willingness to present such a substantial fee reflected significant intent. Regrettably, Athletic Bilbao remained steadfast, and Martinez was also reluctant to sever ties with his parent club. Ultimately, Mourinho had no choice but to relent, while he prioritized Martinez. The prospect of activating his release clause at 40 million to bring him to the Bernabeu was simply impractical. This led to Mourinho subsequently seeking discussions with Villas-Boas and Abramovich regarding the loan of Eschen. At that moment, the players of Real Madrid were unaware that their opponent's midfield stalwart nearly became their new teammate. Leon even engaged in a physical confrontation with Martinez shortly after the match commenced. In a duel for an aerial ball, Leon was unable to compete as Martinez's stature afforded him an advantage. Nonetheless, Leon did not waver in the face of Martinez's formidable physicality. Rather, he had mentally prepared himself, being one of the few who truly understood Martinez's upper limits of capability. Prior to the match, Coach Del Bosque had instructed him to advance and facilitate play for Cristiano Ronaldo, compensating for the offensive threat lost on the left flank due to Coentro's starting position. Thus, he proactively sought confrontations to gauge the situation. Once he had assessed Martinez's prowess, Leon decisively adopted a different approach to counter him. He opted to utilize the flanks and leverage his speed, recognizing that direct confrontations would waste precious time that could be better spent connecting with Ronaldo. After receiving the ball from long, Leon did not rush forward but instead dribbled laterally, signaling Khedira to drop back for support. Once Khedira, understanding the cue, moved into position, Leon began to advance. As Martinez pressed him, Leon swiftly passed the ball to Khedira, who was positioned diagonally ahead of him. And then he accelerated along the outer line to circumvent Martinez. Martinez's agility is indeed exceptional for a player of his build, yet his turning speed was inevitably slower. Khedira's timely diagonal pass enabled Leon to shake off Martinez's grasp in an instant. Itursp charged in from a deeper position to challenge Leon, but completely misjudged the situation. For Leon had already released the ball. As soon as Leon evaded Martinez, he seized the opportunity to deliver a through ball behind Athletic Bilbao's defensive line. This was precisely his role, and during this sequence of evasion and passing, Athletic Bilbao's midfield interceptions proved ineffective compared to their usual performance. Numerous commentators have lauded Leon for his astute play at this moment. Upon receiving the incisive pass from Leon, Cristiano Ronaldo wasted no time, swiftly adjusting his stride to deliver a precise cross into the Athletic Bilbao penalty area. Unfortunately, Benzema was unable to outjump his opponent today. The towering central defender Amidst imparted a valuable lesson to the forward with his imposing stature of 192 meters. However, Real Madrid quickly adapted their attacking strategy following several initial probing attempts. Athletic Bilbao boasted formidable aerial talents in their central axis, which, though fewer in number than Real Madrid's, matched them in quality. Ramos intensified his physical engagement with Llorente, denying him the room to leap comfortably for headers. Real Madrid favored ground attacks more frequently in the midfield and forward areas, minimizing long passes. Long focused on organizing ball possession from the back, with Eschen assisting in the transition of play while also establishing a first line of interception near the center circle. Leon and Khedira undertook the vital role of linking the midfield and attack, with Khedira making more frequent forward incursions, sometimes even drifting to the right side to support Benzema. Leon's responsibilities were more direct, seeking opportunities to deliver the ball to Ronaldo's feet. In essence, with Eschen providing defensive cover for Long, Leon emerged as Ronaldo's trusted facilitator and passer. By repositioning Leon further forward, Mourinho effectively mitigated his current shortcomings in long passing. His relentless running, rapid defensive recovery, and ability to deliver incisive forward passes proved sufficient, consistently intercepting Athletic Bilbao's counterattacks on that flank with his precise positioning. Once Leon's multifaceted capabilities came to the fore, Athletic Bilbao's midfield organization appeared to falter significantly. Moreover, Leon adeptly provided support to Ronaldo, who consistently found opportunities to receive the ball on that side, thereby intensifying the defensive pressure on Athletic Bilbao. Mourinho has truly maximized Leon's potential. Previously, we discussed Leon's advanced positioning as a defensive midfielder, primarily aimed at neutralizing the opponent's core playmaker. Now, it seems that Leon has developed numerous practical skills in the attacking realm. Hiway observed Leon's increasingly impressive performance on the field, his tone growing ever more buoyant. However, as Leon's performance improved and his impact became more pronounced, the players and coach Bielsa of Athletic Bilbao found themselves increasingly distressed. According to their pre-match tactical plan, Real Madrid was expected to continue their recent fine form at the Bernabeu, heavily focusing on offense. Their quartet of midfielders was ideally suited for interception, allowing them to rely on Llorente's ability to serve as a pivot for counterattacks against Real Madrid. Furthermore, they were not intimidated by Alonso's long passes from the back, a tactic that other La Liga teams feared. Athletic Bilbao was undeterred, with Martinez and Amidst in the central and defensive lines. Real Madrid's inability to secure the ball rendered such counterattacks a minimal threat. Now, as the match unfolds, Bielsa is beginning to see the situation clearly. The strategies contemplated by him prior to the match were anticipated in their entirety by Mourinho. Furthermore, Mourinho devised a counter-strategy, formulating new offensive and defensive tactics. After navigating the initial probing phase of the match, Real Madrid diligently sought to curtail Llorente's aerial prowess, primarily orchestrating their attacks along the ground. Although Real Madrid employed a dual forward system today, it appeared that they generated fewer opportunities compared to a trio of forwards. Nevertheless, the two strikers for Real Madrid are exceptionally talented superstars, one of whom is currently in remarkable form, having already netted over 20 goals in the league. When facing such a formidable forward, it is prudent to deny him even a sliver of opportunity throughout the match, maintaining relentless vigilance. However, Bielsa understood that Athletic Bilbao would not possess the fortitude to achieve this. Had they boasted such a robust defense, they would not currently languish in 7th place in La Liga, but would rather occupy a position among the top 4. Thus, Bielsa began to feel a sense of trepidation, uncertain of when Cristiano Ronaldo might unleash his prowess. Mourinho, too, was awaiting the moment when Leon and Khedira would create an opportunity through their frequent forward runs and passes, allowing Ronaldo a favorable chance against the Athletic Bilbao defense. Yet, he did not anticipate that this opportunity would not stem directly from Leon or Khedira's passes, but rather from the flanks. In the 27th minute of the first half, Eschen, amidst a somewhat tense midfield struggle, suddenly surged forward with vigor. Observing a momentary disarray in Athletic Bilbao's backline, Leon seized the moment, swiftly advancing the ball towards the central area where Eschen was making his run. However, with nearly all of Bilbao's midfielders fixating their defensive attention on Leon and Eschen, Leon abruptly returned the ball with alacrity to the now relatively open left side of the midfield. Cointreau, who had made few forward incursions until now, resolutely advanced this time. Receiving the ball from Leon, he charged directly towards the right flank, guarded by Irola. Initially, Ronaldo made a run towards the flank, but upon realizing that Cointreau had no intention of passing to him, he swiftly comprehended the intent of his compatriot. A deliberate pause in his positioning allowed Ronaldo to accelerate inward only after Cointreau had bypassed him. Irola, reluctantly retreating in response to Cointreau's relentless approach, found himself in a precarious position as he awaited his teammate's return. Sensing Ronaldo's sudden inward run, he instinctively recognized something amiss. Yet, before he could alert his teammates in the central area, Cointreau had already delivered the ball. Ronaldo, receiving the ball, deftly cut in further, while Amrabat remained in the box. Marking Benzema, and DeMarcos quickly pressed forward to impede Ronaldo's advance. At this moment, here, Cristiano, a familiar voice from his side reminded him of his teammate's support. Without hesitation, Ronaldo swiftly flicked the ball back with the outside of his foot, his form resembling that of a leopard as he darted past DeMarcos, decisively advancing. The figure who had just called to him proceeded without hesitation, delivering a precise, grass-kissed through ball ahead. The interplay between the two players was remarkably harmonious, truly seamless in execution. Upon entering the penalty area of Athletic Bilbao, Cristiano Ronaldo seized a precise through ball and executed a deft shot with remarkable aplomb. The goalkeeper, Iker Larramendi, was caught off guard, his reaction delayed as the ball grazed the near post and nestled into the net, while his dive arrived belatedly. Ronaldo, filled with joy, erupted into laughter, turning to embrace the moment with outstretched arms as the crowd at the Bernabeu roared with fervor. And there, a dashing young man reciprocated with a heartfelt embrace. It was none other than Leon. From orchestrating the attack to delivering the decisive pass, Leon's execution was nearly impeccable. Lacking the picturesque finesse of exquisite passing techniques, Leon's orchestrative approach was rooted in a judicious design of the most suitable offensive route. The final through ball was incisive and perfectly tailored, allowing Ronaldo to strike comfortably. Many seasoned La Liga fans watching the match were momentarily entranced, as this style was one they knew all too well. While Leon's earlier play from the back might have gone unnoticed, his advanced positioning in the attack brought to mind the image of a former midfield maestro, instantly conjuring memories of Bellerin, sharing the same pursuit of logical offensive organization. With a solid and unpretentious passing style and sharp short passes, could it be that Leon's move to Deportivo La Coruña was indeed, as the media suggested, a quest to learn from Bellerin? This notion was entertained by many old-school La Liga fans, although neither they nor the reporters had fathomed that Leon's study of Bellerin had commenced much earlier. Amidst the raucous atmosphere of the stadium, Leon and Ronaldo, shoulder to shoulder with their teammates, celebrated their goal. Mourinho, from the sidelines, shared a moment of laughter and embraces with Karanka. Eschen's performance in that nearly half hour had surpassed their pre-match expectations. His coverage on the field was not as expansive as before, yet his defensive support for Alonso remained commendably effective, and his passing was unhurried. He connected with Alonso far more seamlessly than La Sanadiera. With Eschen's sweeping protection, the impact of Leon's advanced positioning quickly became evident. Conversely, should Leon take on a more withdrawn role as a sweeping midfielder, a revitalized Eschen could push forward, linking the attack and midfield. Indeed, once these two establish a rhythm of interchanging runs and mutual coverage, Khedira might find solace on the bench, awaiting his turn. After the celebration, the Real Madrid players returned to their half with buoyant spirits. Mourinho decisively implemented tactical adjustments, transitioning the team's formation to a 4-5-1. Leon dropped back to form a double pivot alongside Khedira, while Ronaldo shifted to a wide midfield position. Eschen settled in the central midfield, and Benzema led the line alone. The players of Athletic Bilbao gazed upon Real Madrid's midfield, densely populated and brimming with activity, and their spirits, already dampened by the scoreline, plummeted further. After taking the lead, Real Madrid fortified their midfield, opting for a defensive counterattack strategy. Such conservatism was perplexing. Bielsa, however, had anticipated Mourinho's tactical adjustments and could only muster a resigned smile. Yet, true to his nature, Bielsa did not succumb to the tactical challenges posed by his adversary. Following his strategic gestures, the players of Athletic Bilbao found their morale rejuvenated. Determined to mount an offensive against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, the Basque Lions might face defeat, but they would never bow to their foes. As the match resumed, the players on the field swiftly sensed their opponent's resolve. The best way to honor such determination was, of course, to respond with equal fervor. Struggling to penetrate Bilbao's midfield, Real Madrid began to exploit the flanks and central zones, utilizing their technical superiority to infiltrate and advance during counterattacks. However, both teams found their scoring fortunes lacking in the first half, and Real Madrid entered halftime with a slender one-goal advantage. At the onset of the second half, Mourinho replaced Khedira with Di Maria, shifting Real Madrid's attacking approach to a dual-wing assault. This change proved overwhelming for Athletic Bilbao. Less than 10 minutes into the second half, Di Maria, brimming with stamina, single-handedly overwhelmed the opposition, prompting Real Madrid to exploit this momentum. They forced Athletic Bilbao to tilt their defensive resources toward the left flank, allowing Cristiano Ronaldo, who had been a focal point of their defensive efforts, to break free like a bird from its cage. This proved disastrous for Bilbao. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Ronaldo received a return pass from Benzema and unleashed a stunning strike from outside the penalty area, extending the lead and rendering the outcome of the match largely inevitable. Real Madrid ultimately triumphed at home with a commanding 3-0 victory over Athletic Bilbao, denying their opponents any away goals and all but securing a place in this season's Copa del Rey semifinals. Meanwhile, Barcelona, regaining their form, had easily dispatched Mallorca 5-1 in the first leg, finding their task considerably lighter than that of Real Madrid. As fate would have it, the two teams were drawn into different halves of the Copa del Rey bracket, alleviating concerns of a premature encounter before the finals, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. This year's final is poised to feature yet another clash between the two giants, reminiscent of last season. However, fans of La Liga have grown accustomed to this rivalry. The competitive prowess of both teams has surged alarmingly over the past 2 seasons, making matches against other teams a relative walk in the park. The prospect of Espanyol or Valencia toppling either side in a 2-legged tie appears exceedingly unlikely. Moreover, the Spanish El Clasico is a spectacle to behold. Fans eagerly anticipate repeated encounters between Real Madrid and Barcelona, relishing the prospect of numerous thrilling matches. The King's Cup final is a splendid national derby, provided that both teams play with a touch of exuberance, avoiding a lackluster stalemate akin to last season's 90-minute deadlock. Following the conclusion of this round of the King's Cup matches, the fierce competition of La Liga has once again commenced. Due to the breakdown of labor negotiations at the season's onset, the inaugural round of La Liga was postponed, only now being rescheduled. Consequently, the time consumed by the rescheduled first round has caused the 20th round of La Liga to be delayed, now set for May. However, this news can be seen as a silver lining for Real Madrid. The first and 20th rounds feature matches against Athletic Bilbao. Had the 20th round immediately followed the rescheduled first round, they would have faced 4 encounters with Bilbao within a span of less than 10 days, 2 league matches and 2 King's Cup matches, surely taxing both teams to their limits. Now, the situation has improved slightly. Encountering 3 matches in quick succession is certainly more manageable than 4. On January 22nd, after a brief respite of over 3 days following their King's Cup match, Real Madrid once again welcomed Athletic Bilbao's challenge at the Bernabeu. Mourinho and Bielsa exchanged reluctant smiles and warm greetings before the match. That day, Bilbao surprised Real Madrid significantly. Having learned from their previous defeat in the King's Cup, Bielsa boldly deployed a 3-5-2 formation for this league match. Mourinho was taken aback by Bielsa's tactical shift. The tactician known for orchestrating traps for opponents found himself ensnared. Real Madrid, fielding a 4-3-3 attacking formation, found themselves outnumbered in midfield and were consequently pushed back into their own half by Bilbao's numerical advantage. Bilbao seized the opportunity to launch aggressive attacks, utilizing the aerial prowess of Martinez and Llorente to consistently breach the flanks with crosses. The players of Real Madrid were momentarily bewildered by this straightforward yet effective offensive strategy. In the 11th minute of the first half, Llorente, by virtue of his offensive threat, drew the attention of Real Madrid's 2 central defenders. Martinez capitalized on the situation, heading the ball back to a teammate following a cross. Cecita, who had been effectively neutralized by Alonso in the previous King's Cup match, displayed remarkable composure as he controlled the ball and shot towards the far corner of the goal. Casillas was obstructed by his own teammates, and by the time he discerned the ball rolling towards the far post, it was too late to react. The moment the ball struck the net, the players of Athletic Bilbao erupted in euphoria, as did their fans, who celebrated wildly in the Bernabeu. All commentators were taken aback by the unfolding events, and Real Madrid supporters could scarcely believe their eyes. Had they truly conceded a goal in the opening stages? Overwhelmed by a relentless barrage from their opponents, Casillas, hands on his hips, shook his head in resignation. He could neither blame himself nor his teammates for this turn of events. Pepe and Ramos diligently collaborated in their respective positions, effectively containing the most menacing threat posed by Llorente and compelling Martinez to forego any direct header attempts at goal. Yet, who could have anticipated that a player like Sousa would emerge at that moment, striking with unwavering determination to score? Leon, caught off guard, could scarcely call out to rouse his teammates, swiftly casting his gaze towards the sidelines. Mourinho, however, merely shook his head, calmly signaling for an offensive strategy to persist. Initially perplexed, Leon soon comprehended the situation as the match resumed. Athletic Bilbao displayed an unwavering intent to engage Real Madrid in an all-out offensive, eschewing any defensive postures. Bielsa, it seemed, was intent on pitting his tactical philosophy against that of Real Madrid, having aimed to defend in the previous Copa del Rey match, and ultimately failing to secure any defensive hold. He resolved not to retreat in this league encounter. Mourinho, discerning Bielsa's tactical intentions, had thus gestured for Leon to maintain composure and continue the assault. After all, Athletic Bilbao employed a 3 center-back system, enjoying a numerical advantage in midfield. Yet, should Real Madrid breach the midfield line, their defensive gates would swing wide open. Mourinho exuded confidence in his ability to dominate the ensuing exchanges, and Leon, witnessing this, harbored no doubts. Alonso swiftly grasped Mourinho's intentions as well, promptly orchestrating the offensive strategy upon the restart, supplying his teammates on the flanks with an unrelenting stream of advancing possession. Leon began to surge forward frequently, while Granero, making his starting appearance today, also pressed into the midfield. With their forward thrusts bolstering the attack, Real Madrid soon generated commendable offensive momentum. However, the players of Athletic Bilbao exhibited remarkable vigor in their movements. Their quintet of midfielders seemed to embrace a philosophy of total attack and defense, pushing forward whenever opportunities arose, and exhibiting commendable zeal in retreating to recover the ball. The starting striker, Higuaín, did not drop back to assist the wingers in alleviating the pressure of ball possession. Instead, he resolutely stationed himself within Bilbao's penalty area, as if determined to leverage his poaching abilities to help Real Madrid equalize swiftly. Regrettably, after nearly 20 minutes of steadfast positioning, he had yet to register a single noteworthy shot on goal, as DeMarcos's ground marking proved excessively effective. Ronaldo and Di Maria resorted to high balls, but against the towering Amaribieta, Higuaín found little room to maneuver. The rhythm of the attack remained undeterred, with Real Madrid creating numerous opportunities within Athletic Bilbao's half. Yet, at the critical juncture of finishing, today's Real Madrid appeared disarrayed. Higuaín failed to occupy the central position in the penalty area, neglecting to draw defenders away, leaving Ronaldo and Di Maria with scant opportunities to penetrate. Mourinho, observing keenly from the sidelines, afforded Higuaín a full half-hour to find his footing. After witnessing Higuaín's continued lack of awareness, Mourinho resolved it was time for a change to awaken his mind. A substitution. Mourinho called for a change, and Benzema approached the sidelines. Was Higuaín to be replaced? Today, Su Yang, once again partnered with Higuaín to commentate on the match, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Higuaín, feeling a sense of relief, was finally able to see Higuaín substituted. Today, the player seemed to be struggling mentally and needed a moment to regain his composure. Of course, Higuaín refrained from expressing this thought during the live broadcast. Observing Higuaín's gloomy demeanor as he exited the field, Higuaín chose to offer a few supportive words, speculating that Higuaín might be experiencing a dip in form. However, once Benzema took the field and swiftly improved Real Madrid's attacking efficiency, Higuaín ceased to discuss Higuaín's performance. Benzema had effectively demonstrated that the issue lay in mentality and self-perception. With little time left in the first half for Real Madrid, it was conceivable that Cristiano Ronaldo could have netted an equalizer with Benzema's assistance. After engaging in an all-out offensive and defensive battle for half the match, Athletic Bilbao's stamina began to wane. Nevertheless, at the start of the second half, they attempted to seize the initiative, disrupting Real Madrid's rhythm. After the 56th and 57th minutes, the Basque Lions, unable to maintain their intensity, gradually retracted their claws and fangs. Bielsa, observing the fatigue among his players, hesitated for a moment before deciding to consolidate their defense for a spell. This presented an opportunity for Real Madrid, as Leon and Granero swiftly took control of the central circle's Arc Llorente, and the goal-scoring hero of Athletic Bilbao, Cecita, also retreated to the midpoint to hinder Real Madrid's offensive organization. However, their defensive efforts were merely disruptive. Real Madrid surged forward, ignited by the thunderous cheers of their supporters, launching a fierce assault. Athletic Bilbao deployed a three-man defensive midfield, with Martinez, San Jose, and Iturraspe all stationed before their penalty area. Herrera and Muniain took to the flanks, assuming the roles of wingbacks. Real Madrid attempted a penetrating offensive strategy for another 10 minutes, but seeing little success, Ronaldo and Di Maria, both skilled long-range shooters, began to create angles and fire shots from outside the box. In the 68th minute, Mourinho substituted Granero for Eschen, further intensifying Real Madrid's threat from outside the penalty area. In the 75th minute of the second half, Leon set up Eschen, enabling him to unleash his first long-range shot from approximately 33 meters out. Alexos, not daring to be complacent, managed to deflect Eschen's powerful strike out of bounds. With a corner kick opportunity at hand, Real Madrid's aerial specialists surged into Athletic Bilbao's penalty area, leaving their fans in a state of anxiety. Just 10 minutes prior, Real Madrid had come perilously close to scoring from a corner, with Pepe's header narrowly missing the target, grazing the crossbar before soaring into the stands. As Pepe once again surged into the penalty area alongside Ramos, the defenders of Athletic Bilbao responded with palpable tension, coordinating their defensive strategy. However, Real Madrid had a plethora of players to account for. With the two central defenders, Leon, Benzema, and Cristiano Ronaldo, Bilbao only had 3 advantageous aerial threats to contend with, which meant that inevitably, 2 of Real Madrid's aerial specialists would be left unmarked. At that moment, Leon positioned himself beside DeMarcos, while Martinez, distracted by Ronaldo's movement, could not afford to monitor him closely. Di Maria, raising his left arm high in the corner flag area, sprinted towards the front post of Bilbao's penalty area, delivering a low, swift arc of a cross. Given the crowded nature of the middle and back post, it was reasonable for Di Maria to opt for a delivery aimed towards the front post. Seeing that the ball would not reach the back post, Leon immediately made a run towards the edge of the penalty area. At the front post, Ramos outmuscled Herrera to execute a header that arched back towards the center. In the heart of Bilbao's penalty area, the advancing Benzema struggled to shake off Amaribida's marking, while the goalkeeper, Iker, decisively leaped forward to punch the ball out of the box. Chaos reigned within Bilbao's penalty area, and at the top of the box, Eschen firmly held his ground. After a brief observation, he withstood Muniain's defensive pressure, controlling the ball with his chest before deftly redirecting it towards the right edge of the penalty area. Unnoticed by many moments prior, Leon effortlessly controlled the ball on the right side of Bilbao's box. Adjusting his stance as if to take a shot, he momentarily caught the attention of several Bilbao players, reminiscent of a spectacular strike he had previously executed against Real Sociedad. DeMarcos lunged out to intercept, while Martinez braced himself to block the anticipated shot. However, they were unprepared for Leon's feint. With a swift flick of his leg, he delicately passed the ball to the opposite back post of the Bilbao penalty area. Leon's feigned strike turned into a genuine assist. The back post. The crowd erupted with a fervent roar, and at that precise moment, Cristiano Ronaldo exerted every ounce of strength to break free from San Jose's grasp. Just before Amaribida could arrive to cover, Ronaldo leaped high, extending his body powerfully to direct the ball towards the center of the goal. Iker, anticipating a shot to the far post, could only watch helplessly as the ball soared into the net he was meant to protect. In the 77th minute of the second half, Leon's assist enabled Ronaldo to achieve a challenging goal against Athletic Bilbao, leveling the score to 1-1. Amidst the thunderous cheers erupting like a volcanic explosion in the Bernabeu Stadium, both Ronaldo and Leon restrained their impulse to celebrate exuberantly. One dashed to the net to retrieve the ball, while the other raised his arms and shouted for his teammates to hastily return to their half, as Bilbao's players prepared to restart the game. At that moment, Mourinho, too, lost his composure, roaring and shaking his fist in triumph. After venting his excitement, he hastily brought on Callahan. Thus, before the match resumed, Real Madrid swiftly executed their final substitution, with Callahan replacing Arbeloa, a classic forward-for-defender switch. It was evident that Mourinho aimed to seize the moment and strive for a comeback in the dying minutes. Bielsa, witnessing the equalizer from Real Madrid at the last moment, realized that attacking was no longer an option. He could only wave his hand and substitute defenders Akiza, Koikili, and midfielder Inigo Perez. They had surrendered. They were determined to defend. We must enhance our offensive efficiency. Upon observing Athletic Bilbao's substitutions, Leon turned and clapped, loudly urging his teammates. The entire Real Madrid squad wasted no time. Upon the restart, they aggressively pressed Athletic Bilbao. Once they regained possession, they immediately launched an attack. And if they lost the ball, they would vigorously pursue it again. This momentum stirred the Real Madrid fans, who voiced their discontent towards the defensively minded Athletic Bilbao players. Yet, the Bilbao team could not afford to dwell on such matters. They were focused solely on preserving this hard-earned point, fouling, stalling, and protecting the ball. Bilbao employed every trick in the book to waste time, much to the frustration and urgency of the Real Madrid supporters watching on television. Leon forced himself to remain calm. His teammates depended on him and Longue to orchestrate the offensive strategy, so while everyone else could be anxious, he and Longue absolutely could not afford to be. My advantage lies in my stamina. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Leon made a bold decision. Receiving a pass back from Callahan after a failed breakthrough, Leon assessed the situation and began to advance the ball forward slowly. Iturraspe, dripping with sweat, pressed forward to challenge Leon's dribbling space, but in the next instant, Leon decisively dribbled towards the flank. He was determined to overpower Iturraspe. Had this decision been made at the beginning of the match, the coach would have surely berated him. Yet, witnessing Leon gradually outpace Iturraspe, Mourinho had no thoughts of scolding. He merely hoped Leon would have the strength to push further. All the Real Madrid fans anxiously focused on the two figures sprinting down the right flank of Bilbao. Iturraspe was clearly struggling. He didn't dare to take a deep breath, fearing that any sound would undermine his resolve. Thus, he opted to reach out, intending to foul Leon to halt his sudden advance. Unfortunately, his decision came a moment too late. At the instant he chose to extend his hand, Leon seized the opportunity to cut inside. It wasn't a flashy dribbling maneuver, but rather a simple yet effective cut. Leon's dribbling skills may not have allowed for intricate technical changes, but this straightforward and direct move at that moment ignited a surge of confidence among the Real Madrid fans. Charge forth, little lion, keep pushing. Hopeful shouts echoed throughout the stadium. The supporters of Real Madrid watched as a figure, relentlessly pushing the limits of his endurance, charged through the half of Athletic Bilbao. He evaded the grasp of Muniain, successfully penetrating the defensive third of Athletic Bilbao, facing off against Javi Martinez. In this moment, Leon felt utterly disheveled. Amidst his labored breathing, he contemplated his appearance, a soiled jersey, a face drenched in sweat and grass clippings, and damp, mid-length hair. Apart from his countenance, he was utterly devoid of any semblance of composure. Yet, despite his disarray, he ultimately triumphed, at least in part. His superior stamina was his greatest asset at this juncture. If he could run a fraction faster, endure a moment longer, he could carve out one final opportunity for Real Madrid. Confronting Martinez, Leon was far from certain, but he pressed on with the ball. In the dying moments of the match, football had become a contest for the brave and the resolute. Martinez, equally valiant, approached with determined strides, meeting the somewhat bedraggled figure bearing the ball. In a rapid exchange, they clashed once more in a fierce confrontation. Leon summoned the last vestiges of his strength, maneuvering the ball with great effort as he advanced alongside Martinez. He caught a glimpse of Martinez's resolute gaze and felt the immense force of his outstretched arm pulling at him. Am I about to fall? This thought flickered through Leon's mind in a haze. He did not wish to collapse. He yearned to push forward one last time, but the final, desperate tug from Martinez proved overwhelming. Just as he felt himself faltering, a determined figure charging forward reignited his spirit. In that fleeting moment of clarity, which coincided with his impending fall, Leon exerted every ounce of strength he had left, directing the ball towards the advancing figure. In the next instant, as his body met the grass, Leon let out a muffled groan. This desperate surge had nearly drained him, even if he could muster the energy to run again. He would need at least a minute to recuperate. With great effort, he rolled over, gritting his teeth as he pushed himself up from the turf. Suddenly, the stadium erupted with deafening cheers. In the midst of this overwhelming cacophony, Leon barely had time to look back at what transpired before being enveloped in a fierce embrace from his teammate, Dragon, who charged towards the field. "Do we score?" Dragon's ecstatic roar was drowned out by the immense sound wave, leaving Leon uncertain of what he had exclaimed. He could only anxiously inquire. Eshin and Callahan returned, equally ecstatic, tightly embracing Leon. At that moment, all doubt dissipated. As his gaze shifted, he beheld the scene he had longed to see. The Santiago Bernabéu, alive with jubilant Madrid fans, all leaping and shouting in exuberance. Leon beheld his teammates, who had all surged from the substitutes bench, most notably the familiar figure leading the charge along the sideline. He opened his arms wide and embraced the three of them tightly, allowing them to buoy him as they joyfully leaped in place. Gradually regaining some of his stamina, Leon raised his arms high. Hiwei, who had just finished roaring in celebration of Cristiano Ronaldo's last-minute goal, was once again swept away by fervor at the sight of Li Ang's raised arms. This was Leon, the indomitable Leon, the one who bore the final hopes of Real Madrid. Leon was relentless, his winning streak unbroken. Hala Madrid. All right, in the end, I've decided to pen a lengthy chapter, albeit a bit late. Let me first express my utmost respect. Bang, bang, bang. I haven't recommended any books lately, but I took a stroll through the new book section and discovered a few noteworthy titles to share with you all. The first, Defeating Mbappé in Holland. My rival is Messi. The second, NBA, I am not Odin. The third, a new book by the esteemed Chen Eiding, The Last King of Football. Lastly, I humbly request subscriptions and votes. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 95. Conquering Europe begins with the conquest of icy lands. Bielsa stared intently, momentarily transfixed by Leon during the final 2 or 3 minutes of the match. It was not until the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the game, that a composed Mourinho approached him briskly. "Marcelo, Jose, you have found an outstanding young man. He is truly remarkable." As Bielsa regained his senses, he glanced at Mourinho, grasping the hand extended toward him, and praised Leon with 2 emphatic excellence. In this match, Athletic Bilbao could not claim they lost solely to Leon in the dying moments. However, there was no denying that without Liang's tenacious ball advancement at the crucial moment, Real Madrid would not have had the opportunity for a last-minute victory. What struck Bielsa even more was Liang's unwavering determination not to give up until the very last moment. He appreciated such players immensely. Regrettably, with the evolution and refinement of modern football tactics, the number of young players possessing such qualities has dwindled. You will have a bountiful season, Jose. Enjoy it well. However, I cannot congratulate you just yet. Let us celebrate properly after the conclusion of the Copa del Rey's second round, Bielsa suggested after embracing Mourinho. The now elated Mourinho responded with a smile. Meanwhile, on the pitch, after yet another celebration with his teammates, Leon was intercepted by Martinez, who was waiting nearby. "Can we swap jerseys?" Martinez pointed to the jersey Leon was wearing, his tone friendly and warm, no longer adversaries on the field. Leon readily removed his shirt, embraced Martinez, and exchanged jerseys. "You played wonderfully, Leon. See you in the next match. I'll be waiting for you at San Mames." "All right. See you in the next match." After the handshake, the two swiftly parted ways. Liang's eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph in the next match. In contrast, Martinez's gaze was tinged with a hint of regret and disappointment. He was acutely aware that after Athletic Bilbao had rejected Real Madrid's transfer request, his chances of joining the illustrious club had significantly diminished. Before facing Leon, he had not given this much thought. The prospect of not joining either Real Madrid or Barcelona, the giants of his homeland, was disheartening. Yet he still had opportunities to play for other major teams in different leagues. However, witnessing Liang's remarkable assist in a moment of desperation stirred a genuine sense of regret within Martinez. What would it have been like to form a new midfield partnership with Alonso and Leon? Could their collaboration have become one of the most successful defensive duos in La Liga history? At this juncture, Martinez clearly possessed the talent and qualifications to entertain such thoughts. Yet he remained oblivious to the answers to these hypothetical scenarios. Perhaps he would never know throughout his career. It was yet another morning dominated by Real Madrid headlines. On January 23rd, an array of sports publications featuring Real Madrid's 2-1 last-minute victory over Athletic Bilbao hit the stands. Following the thrilling match that had concluded the previous evening, discussions surrounding Real Madrid had reached a fever pitch within the Spanish football community. After the excitement subsided, the media, led by Marca and AS, lavished praise on the resilience displayed by Real Madrid during the match. As the central figure of last night's dramatic conclusion, Leon once again graced the pages of sports publications across Spain. This time, he did not attract media attention solely through his charming visage and sunny demeanor, but rather through his commendable performance on the pitch. His tenacious, albeit disheveled, figure struck a chord with the fans. For supporters of Real Madrid, Leon had become their cherished star. However, the focus of fan discussions was not in high spirits. Leon was at the training facility, reluctantly undergoing physiotherapy and massage. Accompanying him were several other Real Madrid stars. Meanwhile, Mourinho and Carranco were grappling with a headache after receiving the latest medical reports for the entire first team. Most players were in decent shape, having managed their rotations well, and were fit to participate in the upcoming King's Cup match against Athletic Bilbao. However, to their astonishment, Leon emerged as the player deemed most prone to injury by the medical staff. Observing the alarming red warning in Liang's fitness evaluation, Mourinho had no choice but to decide to exclude him from the starting lineup for the upcoming King's Cup match. Leon, in turn, felt quite helpless. The dense schedule following La Liga's brief winter break had taken a toll on him. The recuperative medication took 10 days to fully recharge. Yet he had been relentlessly competing in back-to-back matches. In the previous game, he had to confront Martinez to assist Ronaldo while simultaneously fending off counterattacks from Athletic Bilbao's players. In the final 20 minutes of the second half, despite his excellent physical condition, he was unable to withstand the relentless pace. Although the intermediate stamina booster would become available again in 2 days, enabling him to participate in the match if necessary, the team physician had already issued a red alert regarding his fitness. He was reluctant to draw attention to himself by recovering too quickly. Given that it was merely a Copa del Rey match and Real Madrid had a significant advantage from the first leg, as long as they did not suffer a disastrous defeat to Athletic Bilbao in the return leg, qualification was virtually assured. Thus, he decided it would be best to rest. On January 24th, during the pre-match press conference, Real Madrid announced the squad list for the Copa del Rey. Mourinho also revealed that Leon would need to take a break. This announcement piqued the curiosity of the reporters present, who seemed eager to hear confirmation from Mourinho regarding Leon's potential injury. The subsequent reports sent Real Madrid fans into a state of anxiety, fearing that Leon might indeed be injured. Many fans rushed to the official website to leave inquiries, prompting the club to hastily issue a clarification. Shortly thereafter, Leon received a call from Mendes and cooperatively filmed a video of himself undergoing recovery training with Nacho and others at the training facility. Once this video was shared on his personal social media, the fans finally felt a sense of relief. The following day, the second leg of the Copa del Rey match between Real Madrid and Athletic Bilbao kicked off promptly at 9 in the evening. The intensity of this match was incomparable to their previous league encounter. While the Real Madrid players were fatigued, the players from Athletic Bilbao were not in much better shape either. Both teams' physical conditions were mediocre, leading to a lack of rhythm in both attack and defense. Bielsa had exerted considerable effort in his tactical arrangements, and in the second half, he switched to a 3-forward formation, which almost allowed them to regain the lead against Real Madrid. Fortunately, Mourinho made timely substitutions, bringing on Eschen in the 62nd minute to replace Khedira, which helped stabilize the team. In the final 20 minutes, both sides struggled to maintain momentum, leading Mourinho to substitute Cristiano Ronaldo and Benzema to rest them while bolstering the defense. Ultimately, the match at San Mamés ended in a stalemate, and Real Madrid advanced to the semi-finals of this season's Copa del Rey with an aggregate score of 3-0 from the first leg. As of now, 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists in the Copa del Rey have been confirmed: Real Madrid, Espanyol from the same half of the draw, and Barcelona from the opposite half. Barcelona's semi-final opponent will be determined between Valencia and Levante. The 2 semi-final matches are scheduled to take place on January 31st and February 1st. Making for an incredibly tense fixture list. Leon could never quite comprehend why the Copa del Rey final, scheduled for April or May, necessitated the completion of the semifinals in early February. Reviewing the La Liga fixtures during this period reveals a manageable schedule. However, when coupled with the additional Copa del Rey matches, teams lacking depth in their benches would undoubtedly feel the strain at this stage. Real Madrid currently boasts the deepest bench in La Liga and has decisively implemented rotation before the Copa del Rey semifinals. After a few days of rest, Lyon also recuperated, without the aid of performance-enhancing substances, and joined his B-team colleagues in the league battle. On the evening of January 28th, Real Madrid hosted Zaragoza in the 21st round of the league. Facing a relegation-threatened team, the players in Madrid's rotated lineup were eager to make a strong impact. Throughout the first half, Real Madrid dominated Zaragoza, though Morata's finishing was somewhat lackluster, while Callahan displayed remarkable sharpness. In the 36th minute of the first half, Callahan received a pass from Face Brother, surged into Zaragoza's penalty area, and executed a precise shot into the far corner, breaking the deadlock. Although Face Brother usually struggles against stronger opponents, his forward runs pose a significant threat against relegation candidates. With this goal, Real Madrid remained composed, defending the remainder of the first half before exploiting Zaragoza's midfield at the start of the second half, launching a swift counterattack from the flanks to extend their lead. Liang's through ball after advancing with the ball was perfectly aimed for Morata, who, fortunately, executed a powerful strike, not letting down Lyon, who had provided him with numerous assists throughout the match. Following a resounding 2-0 league victory, the well-rested Real Madrid first team set off for an away match, preparing for the first leg of the Copa del Rey semi-finals against Espanyol. However, this match garnered little attention from the media. It was widely known that Real Madrid and Barcelona were set to clash in the Copa del Rey final this year. Thus, compared to the two seemingly predictable Copa del Rey matches this round, Spanish media were more focused on the impending Champions League knockout stages. Real Madrid's journey to conquer Europe was about to commence amidst the icy expanse of Moscow. Today, I was thoroughly vexed by the unreliable internet on the highway. Early in the morning, I set off with pre-prepared notes to pick up my injured brother. I thought I could compose some text on my phone while driving, but the internet promptly taught me a lesson. Halfway through my writing, I lost my draft due to connectivity issues. Over 1,000 words gone. A true culinary enthusiast's lament. Now, I'm still in the car, sending this off without further editing. I have no desire to ride on the highway again, alas. End of chapter 96. The end of winning streak after the storm calms. Lightening the load for the encounter, CSKA Moscow has also become a regular participant in the Champions League, though their best achievement in the tournament remains reaching the quarterfinals. It is unequivocal that no elite team wishes to face them in the first round of the knockout stage. The reason is simple. The only disadvantage for top clubs competing against teams from lesser leagues is the potential fatigue from travel. However, the teams in the Russian Premier League and the Ukrainian Premier League are distinctly different, each possessing a formidable prowess akin to magical attacks. Competing on their home turf in February demands that one expend half of their energy battling the harsh winds and snow, leaving only the remaining half to focus on the match itself. Consequently, the local powerhouses of these leagues often achieve commendable results when playing at home. This year, two teams from the Russian Premier League, namely CSKA Moscow and Zenit St. Petersburg, have advanced to the round of 16 in the UEFA Champions League, making Real Madrid and Benfica, who drew them in the first knockout round, the unfortunate subjects of fans' discourse. In comparison to the prevailing skepticism surrounding Benfica, Real Madrid is merely subject to light-hearted jests regarding possible player absences in the first leg. Most fans and media are unconvinced that CSKA Moscow can pose significant challenges to the current Real Madrid squad, which has just secured its 20th consecutive victory in the league, showcasing an exceptional form and boasting one of the deepest benches in Europe. Engaging with CSKA Moscow appears to be a straightforward endeavor. The media's primary interest lies in observing how well Real Madrid can perform amidst the snowstorms in Moscow during the first leg, as well as whether Cristiano Ronaldo can continue to score and maintain his fierce competition with Lionel Messi atop the Champions League scoring chart. Presently, the atmosphere within the Real Madrid camp mirrors the confident and optimistic portrayal by the media, especially following the resounding victory against Espanyol on January 31st, which nearly assured their advancement to the Copa del Rey final. This buoyant atmosphere inevitably permeated the training ground and locker room. Upon sensing a hint of imbalance, Mourinho approached Iker Casillas, requesting his assistance in calming the players' restless spirits. Casillas readily agreed, Yet after convening a meeting with the players, the outcome fell short of expectations. Failing to satisfy Mourinho's intentions, Leon observed this unfolding situation, but given his current standing, he felt powerless to replace Casillas in delivering a stern admonition. Such an action would undoubtedly provoke an explosion in the Real Madrid locker room. This phenomenon is, in fact, quite normal. The plethora of stars within the Real Madrid squad allows for amiable interactions and collaborative training without issue. However, when it comes to serious internal management within the locker room, the team lacks a commanding presence. This is not to suggest that Casillas lacks the requisite experience or reputation. Indeed, he possesses both in abundance. Yet, his temperament renders him more suited to the role of an amicable vice-captain rather than a commanding leader. Had Raul or Fernando Hierro been present, a single call from them would compel even the most egotistical of Real Madrid stars, including Cristiano Ronaldo, to temper their pride, regardless of their personal sentiments. No one would dare to defy such authority, as a call for introspection would necessitate compliance. Players like Carles Puyol from Barcelona and Gennaro Gattuso from AC Milan exemplify this type of commanding presence. With such figures supporting the coach, the management of the locker room would undoubtedly be far less burdensome for the coach. Regrettably, Real Madrid currently lacks an individual of such caliber. Casillas convened a players' meeting, addressing this matter, and upon witnessing his teammates' agreement to reflect, he subsequently ceased further involvement. While Leon holds admiration and respect for Casillas, he finds himself in disagreement with the manner in which he handles such situations. Surely, it would be prudent to engage in private discussions with several of the most confident players on the team, encouraging them to open their hearts and share their thoughts. Such a perfunctory approach will hardly be taken seriously by the other players. Furthermore, Leon's greatest concern remains that Mourinho may take direct action. Previously, the team had been on a winning streak, and Mourinho had demonstrated his capability to lead Real Madrid to triumph over Barcelona, thus enjoying considerable esteem within the squad. However, compelling high-profile players to maintain a low profile and exercise restraint is no simple task. Numerous coaches have faltered in this endeavor, and the football world is rife with such examples. Ironically, the very scenario that Leon fears is unfolding in reality. On the afternoon of February 2nd, following a training session, Mourinho did not, as per usual, disband the team, allowing players to either extend their practice or head home. Instead, he summoned the entire coaching staff and all players. In a stern tone, Mourinho issued a warning to everyone, including the coaching members. Until we secure the ultimate championship, I demand that you forget all previous accomplishments. Should we falter at the final hurdle, then all victories thus far become utterly meaningless. Do you understand? Utterly meaningless. Last season, we finished just behind Barcelona in the league and reached the semi-finals of the Champions League. But do you truly feel satisfied? The media and fans label us as failures. Have you forgotten? Do you believe Barcelona achieved their double triumph last season through arrogance and pride? Disregard the external flattery. Maintain clarity of mind. Once the championship is secured, you may celebrate and revel in your pride, but until that moment arrives, remember your identity. Failures. We must possess such awareness, climbing anew in the Champions League and the league with the mindset of the defeated, ensuring each step we take is deliberate and grounded. Mourinho's discourse retains his distinctive flavor, and Leon finds it resonant, understanding his intent. However, it is evident that some players within the squad have been provoked by the term failures. They remain silent for now, enduring Mourinho's admonition to its conclusion. At the moment of disbandment, Leon observed several teammates with disconcerted expressions. For instance, Casillas, who perhaps felt his dignity as captain was undermined, and Ramos, who disapproves of Mourinho's notion of failure. The one silver lining for Leon is that Cristiano Ronaldo refrained from obstinacy. While slightly displeased, Ronaldo is currently in a competitive advantage over Messi and desires to see the team progress smoothly in the Champions League. Thus, he heeds Mourinho's counsel. Certainly, Leon speculates that a crucial point is that the current coach has not suppressed Pepe and Kaká. As long as Cristiano Ronaldo's friends remain untouched, there is little reason for him to be at odds with the coach. However, with the discontent brewing within the senior members of the Spanish contingent, namely Casillas and Ramos, how long can the apparent tranquility of the Real Madrid locker room persist? Leon finds it difficult to predict, yet he is certain of one thing. As long as Pepe, Alonso, and Ronaldo remain loyal, This Mourinho-led Real Madrid is unlikely to face significant turmoil. Continued victories on the pitch will compel the discontented players to endure, even if they are dissatisfied with Mourinho's management style. As long as the club president can foresee the prospect of securing the club's 10th Champions League trophy, he will not permit anyone to obstruct that path. This serves as a safety net. With the benefit of hindsight, Leon fully comprehends the underlying issues within the Real Madrid locker room. If there is a solution, it is rather simple. As long as Casillas' outspoken girlfriend refrains from divulging locker room secrets, a rift between Casillas and Mourinho will be averted, and minor issues within the club will gradually mend under the allure of championships. Therefore, to fundamentally address, or at least postpone the potential explosion within the locker room, persuading Casillas to be more discreet is of utmost importance. Last season, Leon maintained a detached perspective, but now he finds himself unable to ignore the possibility of a locker room crisis. His emotional investment in the team has deepened. He is a part of Real Madrid's youth academy and appreciates the current Mourinho-led squad. He wishes to prevent the regrets of his past life from recurring. Thus, he decided to take action. When he approached the coach privately, Leon was candid. There was no need for circumlocution with Mourinho. He directly expressed his concerns and proposed his solution. I will find time to discuss this with my teammates, boss. If any rumors do circulate, I hope you will allow me the opportunity to communicate with them first. What rumors? Have you heard some gossip? Mourinho replied, rest assured, I will handle matters personally. Initially, Mourinho was somewhat indifferent, wanting to send Leon away to focus on training. However, upon noticing Leon's serious demeanor, he sensed that something was amiss. Are they dissatisfied with my speech today? To some extent, which is why I have come to you. Who is involved? You should have noticed during the announcement of the dissolution. Mourinho's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the pen in his hand. Do you trust me? Do you believe I will stand by your side unreservedly? Leon did not wait for Mourinho to respond before posing another question. Naturally, he received an affirmative answer from the coach. I certainly trust you. You understand me, little lion. Let the issues within the locker room be resolved internally, chief. I shall endeavor to bridge the gap between the players and the coaching staff in a manner that pleases you. Do you trust me? Naturally. I have faith in your capabilities. However, permit me this attempt. Should I falter, irrespective of your subsequent decisions, I shall steadfastly stand by your side. With proactive communication, Leon momentarily assuaged Mourinho, his sincerity proving to be the pivotal factor in persuading the coach. After all, when faced with a player who resolutely declares, I stand by you no matter what, the head coach has little justification to deny a reasonable request. Conversely, when it came to engaging with Casillas and Ramos, Leon adopted a more nuanced approach. He first invited several prominent figures from the Spanish-speaking community and gathered a few of his fellow youth academy members. After the training session on February 3rd, they convened at a private restaurant for a meal, fostering an atmosphere that welcomed only true comrades. Leon then skillfully steered the conversation towards their remarkable achievements this season. 20 consecutive league victories, 6 straight wins in the Champions League group stage, and an imminent appearance in the Copa del Rey final, having triumphed over Barcelona. The lively exchange ignited an exuberant atmosphere, with Casillas and Ramos thoroughly enjoying the discourse. They had always regarded Leon as one of their own, and now felt even freer to express their thoughts. They proclaimed that this season, Real Madrid would achieve greater success than Barcelona had in the past, to which Leon enthusiastically concurred. They spoke of revitalizing Real Madrid's reputation and glory in Europe, and Leon emphatically echoed their sentiments. They criticized Mourinho's rhetoric as harsh and categorically rejected the notion that they had been failures in previous seasons, with Leon fervently agreeing. You are absolutely right, my friends. That is precisely how I feel. The camaraderie was palpable, their faces glowing with excitement, even in the absence of alcohol, buoyed by the spirited environment. However, Leon deftly shifted the topic, condemning the journalists who harbored ill intentions, unwilling to witness the resurgence of Real Madrid. Ramos, unable to contain himself, slammed the table and demanded Leon divulge which journalists were so base. Leon responded in kind, recounting an incident he fabricated. Was it not just a few days ago that you triumphed at Espanyol's home ground with a resounding victory? The following morning, while I was at the training facility for extra practice, I was accosted by a throng of reporters. One among them handed me a note, urging me to reveal some intriguing happenings within our locker room, claiming it would aid in our publicity. I immediately tore that note up in front of him. Was he not attempting to jeopardize both myself and our team? He professed it was for our benefit, yet I knew he would embellish my words for the public. Then the chief would surely chastise me for breaching the sanctity of our locker room, and I would be in dire straits. As soon as Leon finished, Nacho was the first to raise his hand, confidently asserting, "It must be a reporter from the Marca. They see us poised to eclipse Barcelona this season and are deliberately trying to sow discord." I believe so as well. Damn it, let me not catch these reporters. If I do, I shall surely smash their cameras. Well done, little lion. Your mind is quite clear. We must not err in such a manner. Amidst the chorus of agreement, Leon felt a sense of reassurance upon hearing Casillas's praise. "Captain, do not blame me for setting a trap for you. Your infatuation has rendered you vulnerable. If I do not act first, your girlfriend shall ensnare you later. I must take the initiative." After a moment of internal lament, Leon ultimately indulged in dreams of the team clinching a treble this season. With everyone satisfied, they exchanged shoulder pats and departed the restaurant to rest at home. The reporters on watch observed the jubilant Real Madrid players embracing each other in farewell, marveling at the team's exceptional camaraderie and spirit. The following morning, news of the players' gathering was widely disseminated by various media outlets. Mourinho pondered deeply upon reading the morning papers. During the final training session before the match that day, the noticeably elevated atmosphere within the team brought relief to Karanka and the other coaching staff. Mourinho cast several meaningful glances at Leon during practice. Yet Leon remained blissfully oblivious, cheerfully trailing behind Alonso. However, Mourinho sensed that Leon had undoubtedly done something during last night's gathering. Curiosity gnawed at him. Yet recalling Liang's candid demeanor when he approached him 2 days prior quelled his desire to inquire further. Regardless, the team's morale had been restored, and Mourinho was disinclined to delve into the nuances of the locker room dynamics. He understood that Leon was acting in his best interest, and the latter had demonstrated his capability to maintain stability within the squad, which was sufficient. With the locker room turmoil resolved, Real Madrid continued to surge forward on two fronts. On February 4th and 8th, the key players triumphed in La Liga and the Copa del Rey, respectively. In the 22nd round of the league, Real Madrid narrowly defeated Getafe, while in the second leg of the Copa del Rey semifinals, they convincingly overcame Espanyol. Following this round of Copa del Rey matches, Real Madrid momentarily set aside concerns regarding the tight schedule of the tournament. On February 12th, Mourinho once again employed a rotated lineup, including the informed Cristiano Ronaldo and Leon on the substitutes bench. As they faced Levante in the 23rd round of the league at home, Levante was no pushover. They had displayed formidable tenacity, ranking 4th in La Liga, surpassing Atletico Madrid and Athletic Bilbao. Mourinho's decision to field a rotated squad against Levante was a reluctant one. Regardless of whether the main players rested during the Copa del Rey match on February 8th, the upcoming clash with Levante was bound to be challenging. Although the likelihood of Real Madrid's victory remained high, the physical toll on the players would inevitably increase. As the critical moment approaches on February 14th, when they are set to face the Moscow Central Army in the Champions League knockout stage, Mourinho is determined to avoid overworking his key players by having them compete in two grueling matches back-to-back. Thus, fielding a rotation squad against Levante in this round of the league seems the most prudent choice, although including Cristiano Ronaldo is indeed a risky move. Yet, Mourinho cannot resist Ronaldo's fervent desire to play and ultimately concedes to allow him to take the field in the second half. That evening, Levante, benefiting from a sole focus on their league campaign, engages in a relentless physical battle against Real Madrid. Leon and Ronaldo, seated on the bench, watch their team slip from a 0-1 deficit in the first half to a 0-2 disadvantage by the 51st minute of the second half. Truth be told, both feel a tinge of anxiety, but with Mourinho remaining silent, they can do little but endure their time on the bench. At the 60th minute, Mourinho finally gestures for them to warm up. It is only at the 64th minute that Real Madrid makes substitutions, bringing them on in place of Vasquez and Sahin. Upon their entry, they seize control of the match's tempo, propelling the entire team into a fierce offensive against Levante. Leon's presence fortifies a midfield line that had previously been breached multiple times by Levante. In the 82nd minute, amidst the relentless assault, Callahan penetrates Levante's penalty area, resulting in a penalty kick. Ronaldo does not squander the opportunity created by Callahan, converting the penalty effortlessly and leveling the score at 1-2. However, There remains too little time for him and Leon to showcase their talents. Real Madrid fails to conjure a last-minute miracle to equalize, thus halting their league winning streak at 21 matches. This is a disappointing outcome for all the players involved. Yet, Mourinho and his coaching staff had anticipated this result long before. Faced with the harsh realities of choice, Mourinho had no option but to prioritize the team's progress in the Champions League knockout stage. Conversely, the Madrid players, who had previously borne the weight of the league's winning streak, find a sense of liberation in this moment. It is a psychological release, enabling the key players of Real Madrid to compete without the burden of pressure. Following their moment of regret, the Spanish media and Madrid supporters shift their focus to the evening of February 14th, to the snow-laden Moscow. Oh, the chasm of the explosive locker room incident this season has finally been filled. The protagonists remain relatively inconsequential in the locker room, and this, I deem, is a commendable way to address the gap. Moreover, I find myself short on words today, and thus I shall endeavor to make amends tomorrow, without fail. Chapter 97. Here it comes. The king of the Champions League arrives in a dump truck. With little time to lament the end of the 21-match winning streak, the key players of Real Madrid boarded a flight to Moscow on the morning of February 13th. It is a rather lengthy journey. The squad dined on the plane and spent the afternoon in a state of semi-slumber. It is not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that their aircraft lands at Sheremetyevo International Airport. Leon felt that aside from his return to his homeland, the longest flight he had ever experienced was today's journey from Madrid to Moscow. The moment he stepped out of the warmth of the indoor environment, Moscow greeted him with a harsh reality. The outdoor temperature in Moscow during February was chillingly low. In previous years, while he was still an unknown, he would stroll through the streets of Madrid around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, comfortably clad in a thick t-shirt and a jacket. However, now, even after donning thermal sportswear and a padded coat, he shivered before boarding the bus. Amidst the wintry mix of rain and snow, he vaguely heard Karanka mention the number 6 to Mourinho. For someone like Leon, who had grown up in the southern regions of his homeland and had mostly lived in Madrid, such temperatures were utterly unimaginable. Recently, he had visited London, where the winter weather had already caused him some discomfort. Yet now, he had to prepare himself for playing in conditions that could plummet to -10 degrees at night. It felt surreal, yet he had to force himself to adapt, for he did not wish to be ridiculed by Uncle Bird for underperforming due to the cold. A few laps on the pitch would soon warm him up. At this moment, he retained confidence in his adaptability. However, when they arrived at the Central Army Sports Club Stadium at 6:40 in the evening after dinner at their hotel, Leon realized he was still quite young. The artificial turf, almost frosted over, lay before the eyes of the Real Madrid players. He rushed forward and planted his feet onto the surface. The sensation? Well, it was playable, but it remained uncertain how well the Real Madrid players could showcase their technical prowess on such a field. Amidst the staff capturing the moment, the star players of Real Madrid forced smiles, attempting to project confidence as they paced the field. In reality, each player felt a rising panic. The frigid temperature, the artificial turf, and the frost on the surface. Moreover, the match was scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock local time the following evening, when the temperature would undoubtedly drop even further. This was no longer merely a matter of adaptation. It was questionable whether 3 or 4 players from Real Madrid would be able to perform at their usual level. Mourinho could only instruct the logistical staff to ensure ample supplies of thermal undergarments and gloves, while also having Rui Faria and Pintus revise the warm-up plan. Playing on such substandard artificial turf in freezing conditions would necessitate thorough warm-ups for the players. He would rather expend some of their energy before the match than witness any injuries during the game. As for the outcome of the first leg, Mourinho's expectations had swiftly diminished from a narrow victory to a draw without injuries being deemed a success. Naturally, securing 1 or 2 goals would be even better. With a touch of anxiety, the Real Madrid players quickly boarded the bus to return to their hotel after the pitch inspection. At this moment, only within the warmth of an indoor environment could their spirits feel somewhat steadier. However, the following morning, they were still required to endure the flurries of light snow while completing their final practice at the temporary training ground they had rented. The training field available in Moscow during this season was equipped with artificial turf. The players of Real Madrid found the conditions uncomfortable, and so did the coaching staff. Yet, given the circumstances, the players had no choice but to adapt, treating it as a preliminary simulation of the sensations they would experience during the evening match. Leon appeared particularly invigorated, voluntarily increasing his running intensity during the morning training. Despite the excessive exertion, once his body warmed up, his performance in confrontations was quite commendable. Moreover, with his excellent stamina, Mourinho was not concerned that excessive running before the match would leave him fatigued. Thus, he allowed him to continue his vigorous efforts. As time progressed, the temperature in Moscow, after a brief period of warming in the afternoon, began to plummet sharply again. After 6 in the evening, the biting cold returned with a vengeance, and the players and coaches of Real Madrid had mentally prepared themselves for the bus ride to the Central Army Stadium. Given the considerable distance from Madrid to Moscow in the midweek match, the number of Real Madrid fans accompanying the team was relatively small, significantly fewer than during their away games in Western Europe, such as France or the Netherlands. Leon estimated that there were likely fewer than 2,000 fans present. While he and the other players lamented the turnout, Mourinho was already contemplating the imposing atmosphere of the Central Army's home ground. Although the stadium had a capacity of only 30,000, the fans of the Russian Premier League were renowned throughout European football for their formidable spirit. Their fervor was palpable both in support during the match and in their interactions with rival fans. As Mourinho observed the Russian fans, some of whom were boldly singing without shirts in the sub-zero temperatures, he could only shake his head in disbelief. After a more extended warm-up than usual, the players of Real Madrid hurried back to the locker room, their heads nearly steaming from the exertion. Mourinho and Karanka urged the players to quickly remove their slightly damp undergarments and training gear. Each player swiftly dried off their upper bodies and faces, changing into clean athletic undershirts and jerseys. Leon accepted the thick sports gloves handed to him by Mr. Karanka, adding one final layer of protection. Following a last tactical reminder, Mourinho emphasized the importance of each player running more at the outset. We will not rush the start, nor will we hasten our attacks. First, gauge your physical adaptation. Run more, maintain possession when we have the ball, and be mindful of your movements. When your body still feels a bit cold, avoid making large kicking motions. After Mourinho's meticulous instructions, he noted that the time was drawing near and allowed Casillas and the players to conduct a final morale-boosting rally. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Central Army Stadium was already electrifying with the sounds of the crowd. The passionate fans of Moscow transformed the atmosphere into a fervent celebration with their songs and chants. However, the stadium prohibited the entry of strong alcoholic beverages. Otherwise, these supporters would undoubtedly have turned into bare-chested titans. As the players from both sides lined up to take the field, an expected wave of boos erupted from the stands near the Real Madrid players' tunnel, quickly escalating to a chorus of disapproval that resonated throughout the entire stadium. The Real Madrid players, accustomed to such spectacles, remained largely unfazed, particularly those with stronger mental fortitude. The mere act of booing indicated that the Russian fans exhibited a commendable level of sportsmanship. In stark contrast, Turkish Super League fans would typically greet their opponents with a dazzling display of fireworks and a barrage of insults, showcasing a rather different standard of decorum. After the opening ceremony, Leon performed several quick abdominal jumps on his half of the field, awaiting the match's commencement, which was signaled by the referee's whistle. Duan Xian, alongside coach Zhang Lu, was commentating live from the studio during this UEFA Champions League match. After swiftly reciting the opening remarks, Duan Xian promptly introduced the starting formations of both teams. Real Madrid deployed a 4-4-2 formation, reminiscent of their modified version utilized earlier in the season. Benzema and Cristiano Ronaldo took their positions as dual forwards, while Kaká moved closer to the flanks. Notably, Di Maria, who typically plays left midfield, was benched today, with Leon assuming his starting role. Eschen provided defensive cover behind Kaká, while Alonso played deeper. In defense, the fit Cointreau retained his starting position, and the central defensive duo of Ramos and Pepe remained unchanged, with Nacho stepping in at right back due to Arbeloa's muscle strain during warm-ups, rendering him unfit to play. Fortunately, Carvajal had already completed a full match against Levante 2 days prior. Otherwise, Mourinho would have faced a significant dilemma had Nacho been required to play the full 90 minutes. Moscow's CSKA fielded a balanced 4-2-3-1 starting lineup, which could easily be perceived as a 4-3-3 when pressing forward. After the kickoff, they aggressively advanced past the halfway line to apply pressure on the opening team, Real Madrid. The red and blue striped jerseys, combined with their attacking formation, ignited a fierce competitive spirit among the Real Madrid players. Remarkably, The appearance of CSKA's home kit bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Barcelona from a distance. Would this similarity spur the Real Madrid players to elevate their competitive drive? Coach Zhang chuckled at the thought, prompting Duan Xian to join in the amusement, as the scene indeed evoked a striking resemblance to a match between Barcelona and Real Madrid. Liang, seizing the moment, began to indulge in a wave of psychological self-suggestion. This is not the Central Army. This is not the Central Army. This is Barcelona. This is Barcelona. After murmuring these affirmations quietly to himself, Liang lifted his gaze once more, locking eyes with the Central Army's number 10, Zagoev, whose demeanor radiated an unusual fervor. Xiao Mei, Xiaojia, I'm coming. At that moment, Zagoev had just received the ball from a teammate who had snatched it away, cautiously advancing while pondering the optimal route for a concentrated offensive. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was confronted by the evidently exhilarated Liang. What on earth is going on with this guy? Faced with Liang's fierce pressing, Zagoev instinctively refrained from taking risks and quickly passed the ball sideways to his midfield partner, Aldonin. Upon seeing the ball no longer at Zagoev's feet, Liang halted his pursuit across the halfway line and began to retreat slowly, maintaining a watchful gaze on Zagoev. The intensity of Liang's stare made Zagoev's scalp tingle, while Mourinho on the sidelines was equally perplexed. Did we devise a strategy for that kid to mark Zagoev? The uncertainty prompted him to glance at Karanka, who shook his head repeatedly. Mourinho stroked his chin, observing the unfolding dynamics of the match. Noticing that the Central Army of Moscow was struggling to mount an offensive due to Zagoev's constraints, he struck his palm in approval. Excellent. Let us continue in this manner. After all, our primary goal in the first half is to stabilize the situation. Let the little lion immobilize Zagoev, while Eschen and Alonso seal off the midfield. The Central Army won't be able to concoct any intricate plays. Mourinho decided against altering the tactics, allowing Liang to adhere to the original game plan. Liang's defensive strategy had unveiled a novel approach. By freezing the Central Army's midfield linchpin, Zagoev, he compelled them to forego their typical fluid offensive maneuvers. Until they could resolve the issue of Zagoev being neutralized by Liang, they would be forced to resort to less efficient methods to contend with Real Madrid. As for positional changes, if Zagoev shifted from right to left, then Liang would seamlessly transition from left to right. It was imperative to manage the Central Army's number 10 effectively. After a mere 10 minutes of play, both sides quickly found themselves in a phase characterized by a stagnation of offensive opportunities. Real Madrid struggled to execute their usual incisive attacks due to discomfort with the pitch and temperature, while the Central Army of Moscow was simply stifled by the overwhelming dominance of Real's defense, with Zagoev unable to move freely and relying solely on two defensive midfielders. They found it nearly impossible to create viable scoring opportunities. The flanking wingers were of little help, as Tosic and Musa were not the caliber of explosive players typically found in Europe. Real Madrid may have been faltering in their offensive efforts, yet their defensive prowess remained among the best in Europe, even if one could slip past Eschen and Liang. Overcoming Cointreau and Nacho in one-on-one situations proved to be an arduous task. Meanwhile, Liang's active movement was yielding increasingly positive results, and Eschen was gradually warming up to the rhythm of the game. Furthermore, unlike Alonso, who had returned to Spain over 2 years ago, Eschen was still acclimatizing to the extreme cold. Eschen, having previously played numerous matches in the Premier League, found the winter temperatures in England to be less extreme than those in Moscow, albeit still quite chilly. Consequently, his adaptation to the conditions was evidently swifter than that of his Real Madrid teammates. As he began to unleash his full potential, the defensive tenacity of Real Madrid's midfield ascended to a new level, causing the players of CSKA Moscow to grow increasingly awkward in their play. Initially, the match unfolded smoothly. The Real Madrid players' discomfort was apparent, and the CSKA team sought to exploit this opportunity by pressing forward. However, once Zakarian was closely marked by Leon, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Following another instance where Leon and Eschen effectively repelled CSKA's offensive push, they exchanged knowing smiles and dedicated themselves more fervently to their task of sweeping interceptions. Make way. The Champions League juggernaut is coming through. This chapter concludes with a transition into Chapter 98, titled The Nexus. Leon brought the XJBT strategy to Real Madrid. What are our players doing? We need to bind Leon and allow Zakarian to move freely. This proved to be a daunting challenge, as Zakarian had already shifted positions. aligning his trajectory toward the center. Should they allow him to retreat and orchestrate plays? Surely, Leon would not follow him back. Had they never seen Real Madrid play? Leon had often been advanced by Mourinho into a more forward position. The fervent CSKA Moscow supporters, observing the stagnant match situation with mounting frustration, engaged in animated discussions from the stands. The focal point of their discourse centered on one singular issue: how to liberate Zakarian, the attacking linchpin of CSKA, from his constraints so he could exhibit his prowess. After all, he was the most outstanding young talent of the Russian 90s generation and currently the highest valued player on the CSKA roster. Once Zakarian was neutralized, CSKA's offensive rotation would be severely crippled. Even in the face of a weakened Real Madrid, they were still Real Madrid, and if they did not seize the opportunity now, they risked becoming passive once Madrid regained their footing in the second half. If Mourinho was resolute in employing Leon to stifle Zakarian, they could only hope that the other Real Madrid players would refrain from capitalizing on the opportunity to score an away goal. A rather pessimistic older fan muttered his doubts, indicating that he held little hope for Zakarian's resurgence. Other CSKA supporters nearby contemplated counterarguments, but as the words formed on their lips, they ultimately swallowed them back down, as if they found no compelling reasons to disagree. Leon had faced numerous attacking corps before, often achieving favorable tactical outcomes through his tenacious defense. Any fan who had witnessed this season's Spanish El Clasico would surely understand the caliber of opponent Zakarian was up against today. CSKA's head coach, Leonid, paced nervously along the sideline, grappling with the decision of whether to position Zakarian directly on the front line. Continuing to deploy him as an attacking midfielder stifled CSKA's offensive rhythm. However, placing him in a forward role to confront Real Madrid's backline head-on did not seem a viable solution either. After much internal conflict, Leonid cast a few helpless glances at Mourinho, initially believing that Mourinho had meticulously crafted a tactical strategy for the match. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently forced the opposing coach into a tactical quandary. In his duel with Dzagoev, Leon was consistently applying psychological pressure on the latter. Technically, Dzagoev possessed notable skills, being one of the few homegrown talents in the Russian Premier League. While he may not have the innate brilliance of Arshavin, he undeniably lived up to his reputation as the foremost Russian player of the 90s generation. However, when it comes to mentality, Dzagoev exhibited a certain lack of composure. His emotions, much like his technical prowess, were characterized by a bold and exuberant nature. To put it charitably, one might say he was a young man with a distinct personality, skilled yet temperamental. On the contrary, one could harshly describe him as a talented hothead. At this moment, Leon was strategically exploiting Dzagoev's impulsive tendencies by executing minor defensive maneuvers to provoke his ire. If only Leon spoke Russian, he would have certainly delivered a few choice words to Dzagoev, demonstrating what true mental warfare entailed. This was not a case of Leon actively seeking to provoke. Rather, he had no intention of riling up Dzagoev. However, given his desire to play well, Dzagoev, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under pressure, was determined to engage with Leon. This situation was reminiscent of a young Kovacic. Having previously excelled in domestic competitions, he found himself in a rut after encountering some setbacks. Moreover, unlike Kovacic, Dzagoev was not merely a domestic sensation. During the 2009 to 2010 UEFA Champions League group stage, he had showcased his brilliance against Manchester United, receiving praise from Sir Alex Ferguson after the match. Perhaps that encounter bolstered his confidence, leading to increasingly impressive performances upon returning to the Russian Premier League. However, Leon was not about to indulge him. Was he to be treated as the once illustrious Fletcher or the defensively mediocre Anderson? Today, it was imperative to impart a lesson to this young lad, serving as a rite of passage for him. Who knows, perhaps by the Summer European Championship, a humbled Dzagoev might shine even brighter. In that case, he would owe Leon a debt of gratitude. With a clear conscience and ample justification, Leon felt no psychological burden. Finally, as the match approached the 28th minute of the first half, Dzagoev's temperament erupted after Leon once again executed a side tackle to reclaim possession. He fell to the ground but swiftly rose, eager to confront Leon. Leon, however, was not inclined to coddle him, with hands behind his back. He signaled that he had not instigated the conflict, yet he leaned forward, firmly colliding heads with Dzagoev. Eshin, the closest player, rushed in, exclaiming no, in alarm. Dzagoev's teammate Aldonin, feeling a surge of anxiety, stepped forward to restrain Zagoev, fearing that the younger player might escalate the situation with reckless actions. If you can't handle the pressure, perhaps it's best to leave the field and take a rest. What is this? Resorting to theatrics when the game isn't going your way, Leong waved his hand and shouted a couple of sentences in English towards Zagoev. But upon noticing the approaching figure of the referee, he quickly chose to fall silent. The referee, having gathered the circumstances from the assistant referee, did not hesitate to bring both Leong and Zagoev aside for a verbal warning. Subsequently, he indicated that the drop ball would be awarded to Real Madrid, who had previously regained control of the ball. Such a decision was, in fact, quite advantageous for Zagoev. Without a stern warning or a yellow card, he should have quietly walked away if he had any sense. However, Zagoev was convinced that Leong had committed a foul against him and petulantly sought to argue his case with the referee. 3 seconds later, a yellow card was raised high in front of Zagoev. Leonid was left dumbfounded, and the Central Army fans were momentarily stunned before erupting into a chorus of boos. Most fans were likely booing the referee, yet some were undoubtedly expressing their disappointment in Zagoev for his reckless behavior. Previously, Zagoev had already accumulated 5 yellow cards in the league. To be a core attacking midfielder and receive 5 yellow cards in half a season is, quite frankly, quite absurd. This incident subtly highlights Zagoev's tendency to let his emotions get the better of him, while one might overlook a foul or two during regular league matches. Such behavior in the Champions League knockout stage is inexcusable. It is no wonder that some fans were disillusioned and booing him at this moment. Aldonin promptly dragged Zagoev back to their half, while Leonid's tactical adjustments ensued. Keisuke Honda began warming up on the sidelines, with Zagoev moving to the left midfield position, where he could directly act as a left winger during offensive plays. The original left winger, Tosic, became the unfortunate player to be substituted early. Leonid was infuriated by Zagoev's irrational conduct, but did not wish to squander his offensive talent, as the Central Army needed his skills to break through. Thus, a compromise was reached, and adjustments were made accordingly. Zagoev departed to continue his one-on-one duel with Nacho, while Leong observed Honda, who had taken his place in the attacking midfield, and offered a warm smile. Honda nodded amicably towards Leong, acknowledging their acquaintance. Seeing this, Duan Xian aptly exclaimed, "The East Asian Derby in the Champions League." However, in reality, Honda had no intention of engaging in a tussle with Leong. His approach to handling the ball was markedly more composed than Zagoev's. He actively moved, avoided dwelling on the ball, and seamlessly transitioned the play without any delay. Noticing Honda's steadiness, Leong decided against further confrontation. The two teams engaged in a defensive battle on the frostbitten artificial turf for nearly half an hour. With Zagoev's repositioning and Honda's entry, signs of a potential shift in momentum began to emerge. The Central Army sought to accelerate their offensive play. Yet several of Real Madrid's attackers, who had been underperforming, now began to find their rhythm. It can be asserted that Leon, Eschen, and Alonso are intensifying their physical exertion, thereby granting Real Madrid's attacking players a bit more time to acclimatize. Now, the Central Army seeks to engage Real Madrid in their most familiar environment. The latter cannot persist solely by relying on 3 midfielders to withstand the pressure. Such a defensive stance equates to passively enduring the onslaught. Ultimately, they must advance and attempt counterattacks. In this context, Alonso's long passes emerge as the most pragmatic and effective means of launching a counteroffensive. Thus, the offensive endeavors from both sides appear straightforward and direct. Keisuke Honda has excelled in his supporting role, continuously aiding the pacey forward Doumbia in seeking attacking opportunities. Real Madrid, even more resolute, dispatches long passes from their defense, utilizing Benzema and Cristiano Ronaldo as if they were running backs in American football, chasing the ball with fervor. If one were to obscure the names of Real Madrid and the Central Army of Moscow and merely assess the attacking choices exhibited in the match, many fans might perceive it as entirely reminiscent of a championship fixture. Some irritable fans might even exclaim, "What a lack of tactical sophistication." Besides exploiting spaces behind the defense and utilizing long passes, both sides briefly resorted to crossing as their method of attack. The distinction perhaps lies in the occasional flashes of brilliance from Real Madrid's star players, who would engage in intricate passing movements. Gradually, Real Madrid began to manifest greater offensive threats. After all, while Cristiano Ronaldo and Kaká could still unleash powerful shots from distance, The Central Army could only rely on Honda for such capabilities. Mourinho, observing the unfolding situation and glancing at the clock, ultimately decided to take a bold approach. In the 38th minute of the first half, he gestured for Leon and Eschen to seize opportunities and surge forward. With one adept at heading and the other at long-range shooting, they combined to create a formidable threat. Leon, however, mused to himself, "Wait a moment, I recognize this tactic." Not only had he seen it before, but he had also executed it, fully grasping its essence. Mourinho, subconsciously touching his nose, thought that tactics might occasionally be borrowed, and surely the originators would not mind. Meanwhile, some Milan fans watching the match were brought to tears. Is this XJBT tactic being pilfered? The esteemed coach had not anticipated that his proudest offensive strategy was being deftly employed by Mourinho. To distill XJBT, it fundamentally requires at least one leading figure who can reliably secure the ball and create advantageous one-on-one situations. With such a leading player, the remaining team members can rally around him, augmenting their offensive approaches in their respective areas of expertise: speed, long-range shooting, heading, and opportunistic positioning. As long as players with these skills are present, they can all contribute to this offensive strategy. Should the attacking side falter, the opposing defense will similarly succumb to chaos, as the multitude of threats becomes overwhelming. Ultimately, in a contest of individual prowess and capabilities, if a goal is scored, one can withdraw. If not, it indicates that the disruption is insufficiently thorough. Thus, one must push forward and continue the assault. Is the current configuration of Real Madrid's attacking front suitable for this tactical approach? Indeed, it is exceedingly compatible. Cristiano Ronaldo serves as the chief orchestrator, a looming threat whenever he advances. The central defenders must allocate personnel to contain him. Karim Benzema, akin to a second-in-command, possesses a diverse array of offensive skills, yet in encounters against formidable opponents, he often plays a supporting role. However, against the Central Army, provided he receives adequate support, he transforms into a versatile offensive weapon. Surrounding these two are Kaká, Leon, and Eschen, who contribute with long-range strikes, headers, and opportunistic runs into the box. Ronaldo and Benzema are adept at making attacking runs, and while Kaká may only occasionally serve as a finishing option in the penalty area, the team is certainly not lacking in offensive capabilities. When it comes to individual prowess, Real Madrid stars, having gradually acclimatized to their surroundings, unleash a barrage against the Central Army. Consequently, their relentless forward thrusts leave the Central Army's defense in disarray. The two midfielders, Wijnaldum and Aldonin, dare not push forward, retreating to assist their teammates in defense. In the 44th minute of the first half, after Real Madrid's formidable assault on the penalty area was thwarted, Cointreau, having surged into the Central Army's half, seized the ball and surveyed the scene. At that moment, Leon and Eschen made a synchronized advance into the Central Army's penalty area, prompting Cointreau to decisively deliver a cross to the far post. Benzema, positioned at the near post, attracted the attention of two Central Army defenders. Under his influence, Leon launched himself into the air with great vigor. This maneuver led the remaining defenders, Shenikov and Berezutsky, astray as they followed Leon into the central area of the penalty box. Yet, the ball sailed over their heads, falling directly into the vacant space at the far post. Eschen executed a screen, momentarily obstructing the recovering Aldonin, allowing Ronaldo to comfortably control the ball with his chest at the back post. Without hesitation, Ronaldo unleashed a powerful shot from inside the penalty area, piercing through the goalkeeper Chepchigov's near post and ultimately finding the back of the net. The home fans of the Central Army were left stunned by this onslaught from Real Madrid, their heads spinning in disbelief. Was it truly a goal scored without any discernible strategy, simply through sheer numbers? The Milan fans were equally taken aback. Could Leon indeed be the pivotal player? He had seemingly replicated the XJBT tactic for Real Madrid with remarkable success. And thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 99. You may outshine me, but you cannot surpass my tenacity. For I am the true defensive midfielder. What a splendid goal. It's in. Leon's incisive run effectively dismantled the Central Army's defensive formation. Ronaldo. Just before the end of the first half, he successfully broke the deadlock for Real Madrid. They secured a precious away goal. Zhang Lu and Duan Xian erupted in excitement almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, the previously composed Jose Mourinho, who had maintained a calm demeanor at the sidelines, now exuberantly abandoned his nonchalant pose, raising one arm and pumping his fist into the air, only to be embraced by the even more animated Karanka. Commentators from across the globe lauded Mourinho's tactical adjustments at this moment. He signaled for two midfielders to surge forward and join the attack, and after 6 or 7 minutes, Real Madrid indeed created a goal-scoring opportunity for Cristiano Ronaldo within the penalty area amidst the chaos. This exemplifies the masterful adjustment capabilities of a tactician in real time. The small gathering of nearly 2,000 Real Madrid supporters at the venue erupted into exuberant cheers. Every away goal in the knockout stages of the Champions League holds its weight. There is no such thing as a goal lacking in significance. To secure an away goal in the frigid conditions of Moscow is nearly the perfect start for Real Madrid. The remainder hinges on their ability to maintain the lead. A victory by a score of 1-0 would leave the fans thoroughly satisfied. A 2-1 outcome would be acceptable, and should they manage to score another away goal, a final score of 2-2 would bring them joy. Regardless, upon returning home, every Real Madrid supporter is confident in their team's ability to handle CSKA Moscow. However, the players on the pitch for Real Madrid clearly had higher aspirations. With the goal scored, both Mourinho and the players were focused on how to further extend their lead. During halftime, Mourinho and Karanka swiftly devised a new tactical plan. The cautious strategy employed in the first half allowed the players to adapt to the chilly conditions. Even with a poor pitch, a more direct approach could be employed. While the efficiency of counterattacks was markedly reduced, the players began to showcase a stronger individual prowess than their opponents. Of course, the priority remained to protect themselves from injury. Once the new tactics were set, the Real Madrid players confidently returned to the field. The CSKA Moscow fans jeered loudly as Real Madrid substituted Di Maria for Kaká, shifting to a 4-3-3 formation. Mourinho's intent to counter decisively and enhance the speed of attacks from the flanks was unmistakable. Yet, CSKA found themselves at a loss. Could they truly afford to play defensively until the last moment? There is no rationale for such a passive approach in a home match. Leonid's strategy for the second half was equally clear: to play more directly and simply, intensifying their offensive efforts and deploying more attacking players. Consequently, CSKA seized control of the midfield early in the second half, frequently probing behind Real Madrid's defense. However, the informed Pepe stood firm at this critical juncture. The attacking players occasionally slipping past Leonid's team found themselves thwarted by Pepe. Either the ball was left behind, or both the player and the ball were contained. Though this defensive method was somewhat aggressive, it proved effective. Within the span of 20 minutes, Pepe received 2 verbal warnings and ultimately a yellow card. Yet, the defensive burden he bore was meaningful. For just as CSKA Moscow threatened to penetrate Real Madrid's defense, the latter struck again. In the 57th minute, Higuaín, who had come on for the injured Benzema, did not disappoint with the cross from Ronaldo. He calmly executed a deft flick shot into the far corner from the front point of the penalty area. Shevchikov was left utterly helpless against this nearly flawless strike. Following the momentous goal, Mourinho promptly issued decisive tactical instructions. Di Maria retreated to the left midfield. Eschen anchored the right midfield, while Leon and Alonso reunited to form a double pivot. With a 4-4-2 formation, Real Madrid aimed to solidify their midfield defense to secure the match. With Leon's withdrawal and the team's collective commitment to defense, Pepe and Ramos could finally alleviate the pressure from opposing forwards. The presence of Cristiano Ronaldo and Higuaín also deterred the Central Army from launching an all-out assault on Real Madrid's defense. Aware that conceding 2 away goals would significantly diminish their chances in the second leg, any further slip would extinguish the hopes of the Russian Premier League giants. Leonid, lacking Mourinho's audacity, opted for caution, ultimately witnessing his team suffer a clean defeat at home. Meanwhile, as the final whistle blew, Real Madrid supporters were already contemplating who they might face in the quarterfinals. That very night, the coaching staff and players boarded a flight back to Madrid, elated by the unexpected 2-goal victory, though the injuries to Alvaro Arbeloa before the match and Benzema during the game cast a shadow over their triumph. The following morning, with no time to indulge in media accolades, Mourinho arrived early at the training facility to assess the injuries. The results were mixed. Arbeloa had sustained a significant thigh muscle strain, estimated to require over 2 weeks of recovery, potentially extending to 3 weeks. Benzema, the unfortunate soul, had twisted his ankle during the match, but fortunately, no ligaments or bones were damaged, with the medical team predicting a full recovery in 1 to 2 weeks. This news brought a sigh of relief to Mourinho. Neither injury was severe, and both key players could return within a month, a far better outcome than he had anticipated. However, challenges remained. Mourinho now had to contemplate the distribution of attacking responsibilities between Higuaín and Ronaldo in the forthcoming matches. By afternoon, as the starting players arrived at the training facility for recovery sessions, Mourinho's brow furrowed again. The arduous away journey and the frigid Moscow climate had taken a toll on the primary squad. With the next league match scheduled for February 18th, Real Madrid had merely 3 days to recuperate. Thus, Mourinho faced a pivotal decision. Should he push the main players through the league clash against Rayo Vallecano before granting them rest? Or should he field a rotated lineup in the upcoming match to allow the starters ample time to recover their fitness and form? After a moment of contemplation, Mourinho glanced at the fixture schedule and assessed Real Madrid's points lead over Barcelona, gradually formulating a plan. After 2 days of training, the majority of the principal players, feeling somewhat fatigued, unexpectedly received a break. The day before the league match on February 18th, they were granted time off to rest at home. Certainly, several key players in commendable physical condition have made it to the 18-man squad. Notably, Alonso, Di Maria, and Cristiano Ronaldo are among them. Leon is in decent form. Thus Mourinho has enlisted him for duty. He must endure this round of league matches before he can rest. To an outsider, it appears that Leon is indeed bearing a significant burden, as he is the player with the least amount of rest amidst the relentless schedule. However, Leon himself feels relatively content, for he possesses a valuable asset that allows him to accumulate points. A little hardship is of no consequence. Recently, he has been eagerly watching highlights of various long-range shooting stars, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to earn enough points for a diamond card to acquire a fragment of long-range shooting talent. Therefore, even if Mourinho decides to grant him a rest this round, he is determined to at least secure a chance as a substitute. On the evening of February 18th, Mourinho led the B team to the away match against Rayo Vallecano for the 24th round of La Liga. Leon partnered with Khedira and Granero to start in a 3-man midfield. The defensive line comprised Marcelo, Albiol, Varane, and Carvajal, while the attacking trio consisted of Vázquez, Morata, and Callahan. Given that Vallecano was barely above the relegation zone, Real Madrid's rotated lineup was more than sufficient. Judging solely by the point standings, Vallecano was not significantly stronger than the actual relegation-threatened teams. However, upon seeing the two familiar faces of his opponents, Leon couldn't help but express a few words of caution. He advised Khedira and Granero to be particularly vigilant against the forwards wearing number 19 and 20. I am aware of Mish's prowess. He has already scored 8 goals in La Liga and poses a considerable threat. But what about Diego Costa? Hasn't he just returned from injury? Khedira, somewhat curious, inquired further. But Leon merely urged him to remain alert. Khedira, however, seemed unconcerned, his focus primarily on the rising star Mishu. Yet, within just 5 minutes of the match, Khedira found himself at a disadvantage in a confrontation with the youthful, strikingly handsome Costa. After a brief physical tussle, Costa seized possession and swiftly advanced, while Khedira, clutching his abdomen in pain, collapsed to the ground. Leon, who had witnessed Costa's elbow strike on Khedira, cursed under his breath and, seeing that the referee had offered no indication, sprinted back to defend. With a foul-induced pull, Leon thwarted Costa's promising attacking opportunity at the outset. However, he received the first verbal warning from the officiating referee. Referee, Costa just elbowed my teammate. You can see Khedira's pain fall. He is not one to feign injury. I have the capacity for independent judgment. Are you questioning my officiating standards? No, of course not. He was merely diving. Are you attempting to defend your teammate? Enough. The referee has already shown great leniency by not calling it a dive. All right, you two, quiet down. Leon watched as Costa approached, disrupting his appeal, and, feeling disinclined to engage further, he cast a long glance at Costa before departing to assess the situation with Khedira. That guy is utterly despicable. How dare he strike me with an elbow? I must retaliate. Meanwhile, Khedira, having regained some composure, leaned on his knee and hurled a few harsh words at Costa. However, Leon quickly intervened, placing a hand on Khedira's head. If you retaliate and the referee sees it, you'll receive a card. There's a reason I advised you to keep an eye on him. Don't act impulsively. I'll handle it for you. But, trust me, Sammy, I'll monitor him from behind. You focus on Mishu's late runs. Leon calmed Khedira with a few words. Initially, they had planned to play deeper together, with Leon primarily responsible for marking Mishu. Yet, as Khedira seemed poised to fall into Costa's trap. Liang had no choice but to switch defensive duties with him. Once the match commenced, an unwilling Khedira advanced slightly to mark Mishu, while Liang proactively drew closer to Costa. What is the matter? Is that German lad already faltering? You want to take my place in the contest? Liang, unfazed by Costa's taunting remarks, instead posed a question. Brother, has anyone ever complimented you on your handsome appearance? Costa hesitated, glancing at Liang with suspicion, but the sincerity reflected in Liang's eyes left him momentarily bewildered. Are you attempting to flatter or mock me? I'm not falling for your tricks. No, I'm merely inquiring. After all, Liang abruptly paused, seizing the moment when Costa became distracted. He swiftly surged forward to intercept the ball that Rayo Vallecano's midfielder, Fuego, had intended for Costa. Costa reacted quickly, vying for position against Liang. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp pain shot through his side, forcing him to cry out in discomfort and leap back. Liang expertly swept the ball towards Granero, who was making a run on the flank. He then turned to Costa, grinning widely. You may be more handsome than I, but you can never be more unscrupulous, for I am a true defensive midfielder, unlike Khedira. As for today, let us dedicate 2 chapters to recounting the first leg of the Champions League knockout stage between Real Madrid and CSKA Moscow. Allow me to explain to the esteemed readers. This match was undoubtedly the most challenging of Real Madrid's history in the round of 16 and quarterfinals. After completing this narrative, I may not delve into detail for the subsequent 3 knockout rounds, as the opponents are not formidable, and weather factors will no longer play a role. Thus, it is not an attempt to inflate word count. Upon reviewing the original match, the artificial turf, coated in frost, was indeed surreal. The score of that knockout match was 1-1, allowing the readers to grasp just how arduous it was for Real Madrid to compete in Moscow. The above concludes this chapter.